One day, a massive tower suddenly appeared in South Korea. As humanity ventured inside, they awakened powers, transforming into either fierce warriors or powerful mages. Upon completing their trials, they all attained wealth and fame akin to modern idols, yet everything felt incredibly strange when it was Sejan's turn to enter. For some reason, he ended up with nothing but a pathetic farmer system. Currently, Sejan is trapped in a desolate pit where he desperately wants to escape, but the system keeps reporting a mysterious error. Although he had brought some groceries with him, he knew he would eventually starve without a sustainable food source. So after snacking on an apple, he immediately planted all his seeds in the soil. By some miracle, giant green onions sprouted across the plot overnight, proving that Sejan's farming skills weren't as useless as he had feared, just as a white rabbit suddenly tumbled into the pit. Drawn by the aroma of the onions, the creature approached and gestured for a taste. Sejan generously uprooted one for the rabbit and watched as it happily munched away. To show its gratitude, the rabbit returned with its wife to help him tend the garden, and seeing how adorable they were, he simply couldn't find the heart to turn them away. Thus, Sejan's farm gained its first 2 employees, and over the following days, the rabbit couple worked with incredible diligence. However, he soon discovered these were no ordinary rabbits. The husband possessed a unique watering can that provided an infinite supply of water for the crops. Meanwhile, the wife owned a magical pouch capable of producing various gardening tools. Combined with their boss's farming system, these two were practically born for capitalist labor. The couple then began digging to build their own nest, and the husband finished the burrow in record time, earning an impressed thumbs up from Sejan. Suddenly, the wife acted shyly, placing a hand on her husband's shoulder and pointing toward their new home. The husband turned pale and tried to hide, but she eventually dragged him inside anyway. Exploited by capitalism during the day and forced into labor at night, the young man could only watch in silence, pitying the hardships of being a male. Being trapped was bad enough, but being forced to witness their public displays of affection was truly frustrating. While the couple was busy, exchanging moves, Sejan went elsewhere to rest. Unexpectedly, the sunlight hitting his water bottle turned it into a magnifying lens, causing Sejan to shriek like a stuck pig from the sudden heat as he rolled frantically on the ground to cool off. This sparked a brilliant idea in his mind. While elsewhere, the husband rabbit finally emerged looking completely haggard and drained, as if he had been squeezed dry. The rabbit then spotted Sejan desperately trying to blow a spark into a pile of leaves, repeatedly muttering, "Please, just work." Seeing this, the rabbit couple rushed over to assist, and through their combined efforts, a flame finally flickered to life. Overjoyed by the fire, Sejan shouted in triumph before snapping off a green onion and placing it over the embers, humming a happy tune as it roasted. He lifted the stalk, deciding it was ready, and carefully peeled away the charred outer layers before taking a large bite of the grilled onion. As he began to tremble, the confused rabbit squeaked in concern, but Sejan suddenly let out a cry of pure bliss at the intense, sugary sweetness flooding his senses. He felt as though a green horse was galloping through a vast meadow, and he immediately began roasting another onion while the husband rabbit curiously followed suit. They both stuffed the roasted onions into their mouths, quickly crying out at the incredible flavor. Sejan encouraged them to help themselves and eat as much as they liked. He thought to himself that his survival diary was finally looking up now that he could sleep on a full stomach of cooked food. Later, Sejan woke up on a pile of onion leaves and stretched. He walked to the crystal-clear pond inside the cave and splashed water on his face to wake up, then wiped his skin dry before turning to see that his onions and tomatoes had grown significantly. Sunlight streamed down from the cave entrance onto his harvested onion patch, and he noted with satisfaction that not a single leaf remained. The cherry tomatoes were growing in neat, healthy rows, so he finished watering them before moving on to complete the task for the lush green sweet potato vines. Standing with his hands on his hips and a radiant expression, he remarked on how good everything looked, a joyful smile spreading across his face as he reflected on how much had happened. The husband rabbit brought him more onion stalks, which Sejan happily tied around torch handles. Once lit, these makeshift torches made moving through the cave much easier. Carrying a finished torch toward the water, he told the rabbits that the area around the pond was too dark and they should place one there, to which the wife rabbit happily agreed. Suddenly, ripples disturbed the lake's surface as a strange sound echoes from the depths, prompting Sejan to cautiously bring his torch closer before a bizarre fish leaps out to snap at the flame. Sejan recoils in shock and quickly dodges to the side with a shout as the fish misses its mark and thuds onto the shore, where it begins to thrash helplessly out of the water under his watchful gaze. He had never encountered such a species before and wondered if it was drawn to the light, noting that despite its frantic splashing, the creature was unable to return to the water. That was how he managed to catch fish in the cave, and after skewering the catch and wrapping it in green onions, Shijun placed it over the fire to roast. When the fish turned golden brown, he happily wished himself a good meal and took a delicious bite while the two rabbits stood nearby, their eyes sparkling with longing. The male rabbit even pointed at his own mouth with a chirp, leading a surprised Shijun to ask if they also ate meat, to which they nodded eagerly as he muttered that it was likely fine since they were monsters. A few days later, the blue moon reappeared and gradually eclipsed the sun, allowing him to determine that this event occurred in 30-day cycles on this floor. Shijun used a laptop and power bank to charge his phone to keep track of the date, but the low battery warning indicated that the device had finally reached its limit, so he picked up a stone to carve the wall instead. Since he could no longer rely on his phone, he began recording the passing days by carving marks into the wall, noting with a sigh that he had already survived for 61 days. While roasting fish, Shijun idly doodled with a stick and recalled a pleasant event from a few days ago when he saw the male rabbit leaving its house and offered a greeting. He greeted the father rabbit, who responded cheerfully as a litter of energetic baby rabbits suddenly emerged from the couple's small home. The little ones scurried everywhere, causing the father rabbit to jump aside in fear of stepping on them while the babies chirped with excitement. Shijun smiled warmly and opened his arms to the tiny rabbits, who immediately rushed toward him, with one even leaping onto his face and causing him to fall backward. The baby rabbits had finally been born, and as Shijun lay on the ground letting them play all over him, he laughed and asked if they had missed their uncle. The bunnies rubbed their soft fur against his face while he enjoyed the simple bliss of being an uncle, eventually sitting up to tell the weary parents that they looked like they hadn't slept at all. Recognizing the struggles of parenthood, he offered to look after the little ones while the couple ate and rested, and they nodded wearily as he gathered the bunnies in his arms. He playfully led them to the garden to see the cherry tomato plants, where the vibrant yellow blossoms were now in full bloom. Shijun set the rabbits down to play and sat among the rows of tomatoes, laughing joyfully as he watched them before reaching out to touch the flowers. He murmured to himself that the garden was finally flourishing now that the flowers had opened, though he knew they would need to be pollinated to bear fruit. He decided to perform manual pollination by gently prodding the flowers with a small stick, eventually pausing to stretch his aching back after a long day of work. He groaned about the physical toll of the labor, wishing for bees to help while admitting to himself that such a request was perhaps a bit too greedy. He watched a small bunny nuzzle a flower until its nose was covered in white pollen, leaving the creature looking dazed until it suddenly let out a massive sneeze. The force of the sneeze sent the tiny rabbit flying backward, a sight so comical that Shijun began to laugh until he cried. He stepped forward to pick up the little rabbit and gently warned it to be careful, but his attention was suddenly drawn to something else. His eyes widened in amazement as he saw the very first cherry tomatoes beginning to form, realizing that after all his hard work, they finally had their first fruit. Overjoyed, Shijun let the tiny rabbit hop in his palm and cheered loudly, celebrating the fact that they had finally succeeded. The day the fruit appeared was just before the blue moon's return, and while the sun still beat down on the cave entrance, he used water to extinguish his fire, leaving only a few embers hidden between stones. He covered the remaining glow with a rock to hide the light and camouflaged himself with green onion leaves, checking his reflection and deciding he was ready. Confident that his disguise would keep him warm and hidden, he shielded his eyes from the glare and looked up at the cave opening, knowing it was time to move. He donned his backpack and bid the rabbits farewell, promising to see them after he survived the blue moon, which he dismissively claimed was no threat at all. When the blue moon began, darkness shrouded the tower and terrifying sounds echoed from the forest above the cave where Shijun huddled. With a weary face, he listened to the noises while sitting in a dark corner opposite his crops, sighing and wondering when this ordeal would finally end. He hugged his knees dejectedly, having hidden everything with a scent as a precaution while waiting for the blue moon to pass, though time felt agonizingly slow. Every minute felt like an hour as he hid among the green onions, trembling at the ghastly sounds that terrified him even from a distance. Hoping for a peaceful end, Shijun was suddenly startled by a thunderous vibration at the cave entrance that left his mind racing with questions. He looked up to see what the noise was, witnessing a monster's massive foot stomp the ground, cracking the earth and sending shockwaves throughout the region. The creature's enormous body towered over the ancient trees as it lumbered forward, eventually stopping right at the mouth of the cave where Pu Shijen was hiding. Under the blue moon, a giant bear with crimson fur stood silently at the entrance, its shadow stretching deep into the cavern. As the shadow fell over his hiding spot, he froze and looked up in shock, his eyes wide with terror as he cursed his misfortune. Before him was the massive red bear with saliva dripping from its mouth, and though he shook uncontrollably, he tried to reassure himself it hadn't noticed him yet. Realizing he needed a better hiding spot, he reached for his backpack with sweat-drenched hands, moving slowly and carefully, but he had forgotten to zip it shut. His laptop, water bottle, and cherry tomatoes spilled out of the bag and hit the ground with a loud clatter, leaving Pu Shijen frozen in place. His eyes were fixed on the scattered items as cold sweat drenched his body, and an intense fear surged within him while he looked up at the cave entrance. With wide eyes and a pale face, he saw the giant red bear bracing its front paws against the cave entrance and lowering its terrifyingly large head inside. The monster's cold gaze fixed on Pu Shijen, and the moment their eyes met, he screamed as the red bear bared its fangs and let out a deafening, saliva-spraying roar. Once the blue moon had passed, Pu Shijen lay on the ground in a deep sleep, drooling while the baby rabbits tried to wake him up. A small rabbit tugged at the corner of his mouth with a bye-bye sound, but the groggy Pu Shijen just brushed it aside, muttering for his mother to wait a moment. The father rabbit approached and delivered a stinging slap to his cheek, snapping Pu Shijen's head to the side and jolting him awake with wide eyes. He bolted upright, sending the baby rabbits flying as he clutched his arms and looked around, stammering to ask what had happened and if the blue moon was over. The father rabbit looked at him and happily pointed to the sky, where Pu Shijen saw the sun shining brightly once again. Surprised that it was over, he rubbed his aching head and wondered if he had fainted, feeling sore as he anxiously recalled the moment the blue moon appeared. He remembered looking up at the cave entrance and seeing the monstrous red bear peering down, its fanged mouth wide open after discovering him. The memory of that echoing roar made him shudder and turn pale, and he instinctively hugged himself in fear as he recalled covering his head in terror. He remained tense, realizing he had nearly been killed by that monster, a thought that still left him trembling with fear. Fortunately, the rabbit family surrounded him with care as he huddled in a corner trembling, and the mother rabbit went to retrieve the fire he had hidden earlier. She lifted the stone and pointed to the embers to remind him, then moved the fire near the green onions until the stalks caught flame and began to crackle. Pu Shijen wrapped himself in other green onion stalks and sat by the fire for warmth while the baby rabbit snuggled against him and drifted off to sleep. The mother rabbit brought a grilled fish to Pu Shijen, who thanked her happily before taking a bite of the steaming hot meal. Pu Shijen was starving and exhausted, so he began to eat ravenously while the baby rabbits lay quietly on him, no longer being mischievous. As he put a piece of fish in his mouth, he worriedly thought about how that monster knew his location and wondered if there were others. It likely gave up because this cave is too small, but there is no guarantee it won't happen again, Pu Shijen muttered to himself while holding his half-eaten fish. I got lucky this time, but I truly almost died. Damn it, I have struggled so hard just to stay alive until now, he thought, staring intently at the grilled fish in his hand. Lost in his thoughts, he realized the only thing he could do for now was eat, so Pu Shijen brought the fish to his mouth and took a large bite. He tore into the meat with his teeth, his mind finally clear that he must eat well to survive. But as he enjoyed his meal, the guard rabbit suddenly appeared behind him, waving its paws urgently. Why? Pu Shijen's attention was drawn as he turned around to see a large green tomato on a nearby cherry tomato plant, radiating a brilliant golden light that left him in awe. Oh, this is a special tomato. It is as large as a golf ball, he remarked, leaning down until he was almost touching it, unable to stop himself from exclaiming how beautiful it looked. He wondered why it was green but did not overthink it, plucking it with a snap as the stem broke, revealing an incredibly appetizing fruit. As Pu Shijen held the tomato, a status window suddenly materialized before him, startling him as a notification message appeared on the screen. You have successfully completed the mission to harvest fruit containing lunar energy, causing Pu Shijen to cry out in shock, wondering if it was indeed a notification window. Status windows continued to pop up before Pu Shijen, stating that his great achievement had caught the tower manager's eye, though the manager was now watching him with displeasure. Pu Shijun frowned at the notification in confusion, wondering why that person was unhappy, while the guard rabbit stood below, looking up at him with a questioning gaze. Two more messages appeared, stating the tower manager had discovered he was an uninvited guest and now wished to cover up his own mistake, leaving Pu Shijun speechless before he quickly questioned the claim. "Crime? What do you mean by that? And was my arrival here just a mistake?" he demanded, grabbing the notification window and shaking it in a fit of rage, shouting that he had already survived there for 61 days. "And now you are telling me it was all a mistake. So just let me out of here because I want to go home," he yelled, while the guard rabbit stood by, breaking into a nervous sweat. The status window displayed a response to Pu Shijun, stating that the tower manager was currently debating whether to kill him to eliminate the evidence. Pu Shijun's jaw dropped when he read those words, and he clenched his fists, screaming in anger that he had even managed to unlock an achievement. "Instead of rewarding me, you are planning to wipe me out. That is just too much," he complained as a long string of ellipses appeared on the display window in silence. Pu Shijun began to sweat with worry, wondering if he had pushed his luck too far. But then the display window showed a notification that the tower manager was awakening him. Pu Shijun stood still as a gentle blue breeze fluttered his clothes, his eyes fixed intently on the display window with a sense of mounting excitement. "Awakening? Does that mean I have officially become an awakened of the tower?" he exclaimed excitedly, unable to hide his curiosity as he asked what his profession would be. "Perhaps a moon swordsman, though I am quite intelligent, so being a mage might suit me better," he mused, just as the display window immediately flashed a new notification. "The tower manager is assigning your profession," the screen read, causing Pu Shijun's eyes to widen as he asked urgently, unable to contain his anticipation, what his new job was. A series of firework effects exploded as the status window displayed a line that left Pu Shijun reeling. "You have become an F-rank tower farmer." Standing in the middle of his cherry tomato and onion garden, his excited expression suddenly froze as he muttered, "Ha!" while staring at the words, unable to believe what he was seeing. The status window then displayed 3 consecutive notifications. "Thanks to this profession, you will never fall ill, and you will also be granted a close affinity with nature. Furthermore, you will gain experience points upon harvesting crops." But Pu Shijun raised his hand in confusion, shouting for them to wait because he could not believe he was just a farmer. "What on earth are you trying to tell me?" he cried out in frustration, reaching out as if to grab the air, but then a completely new status window appeared before him. It displayed his detailed information. Pu Shijun, level 1, with a normal talent and stats of 1 in strength, stamina, agility, and magic. His profession was listed as tower farmer with no skills, causing Pu Shijun's eyes to bulge in disbelief as he wondered if this status window truly belonged to him. His voice trembled, and his face turned pale as sweat poured down his neck, his mind reeling at the thought of having only a normal talent while imagining himself appearing on television. Late-night talk with Park Si-jun was his dream show. He imagined himself in a sharp suit, sitting cross-legged with a confident look. The host enthusiastically introduced him, saying that today they had a special guest who conquered the tower despite having only ordinary talent. "Please give a thunderous round of applause for Mr. Park Si-jun," the host said before turning to ask him a question. "Mr. Si-jun, what is your profession?" Park Si-jun replied with a charming smile and an elegant air. "I am a tower farmer." Park Si-jun couldn't accept the scene before him. He clutched his head and screamed in anger, "No, a farmer." He raised his hand to throw the cherry tomato, shouting fiercely that he didn't want it. But then he saw the small rabbit family huddled close together, looking up at him anxiously. Park Si-jun stopped and slowly lowered his hand, muttering, "Ah, ah," as he looked at the fire crackling with giant green onion leaves. In the distance was the rabbit's cozy little home, and as he gazed at the towering green onions in the cave, his arm finally dropped. Park Si-jun stared at the plump, beautiful cherry tomato in his hand, and whispered that they had worked very hard to grow it. Suddenly, a smile appeared on his face as he came to terms with it. He gripped the tomato joyfully and thought, "Maybe I'll just keep farming." As soon as he spoke, the tomato in his hand emitted a ring of light, and a status window appeared before him, startling him. The window displayed information about the magic cherry tomato, which was imbued with blue moon energy, making it highly nutritious and delicious. Its flavor was enhanced by the blue moon energy, and consuming it would permanently increase stats by 0.05. Park Si-jun was thrilled to see his name as the grower. He gasped with wide eyes, realizing the tomato was an item, and though the stat increase was small, he happily noted it was still a wonderful find. Seeing him happy again, the rabbit squealed with delight while Park Sejun kept exclaiming how lucky he was. He hadn't expected the tomato to be so effective. While elsewhere, a monster watched his garden through a crystal ball and growled as Park Sejun regained his composure. He held the father rabbit's paws and danced joyfully, thanking them for the harvest as the rabbits cheered in delight. Suddenly, another status window appeared before Park Sejun, and he stared at it in wide-eyed surprise as a related quest began. He needed to deliver the blue moon-infused tomato to the tower administrator. The reward was a farming skill, but failure meant death. Park Sejun looked at the status window and muttered about the new quest to provide the blue moon fruit to the tower administrator. Seeing the word death for failure, he screamed in shock and clutched his tomato, his face turning pale as he stammered, "This is a joke, right?" He pointed indignantly at the system, accusing it of threatening him under the guise of a challenge instead of giving him a real choice. After hesitating, he muttered about how cheaply his life was being valued as the warning that refusal meant death flashed brightly. Breaking into a cold sweat, Sejun immediately bowed and offered the purple tomato, respectfully pleading for his life to be spared. The tomato vanished from his hand, and the system announced the quest's completion, presenting a button to claim his reward. Sejun was overjoyed at the prospect of a professional skill, realizing he had been so focused on the death penalty that he forgot the reward. He laughed, calling the administrator generous, and clicked the button to reveal his new skill, sowing level 1, which slightly increased seed germination. Sejun felt a bit disappointed, but reminded himself that he was a tower farmer. Then his gaze shifted toward the nearby green onions. He lit them on fire and headed to the lake, where he used a green onion stalk to strike a jumping fish, knocking it unconscious and sending it flying. It was a piranha, and the system notified him that he had defeated it and earned 2 experience points as he approached to touch the fish. That made 5 fish, and with this one he had 10 experience points. He recalled that after awakening he was able to gain experience, and after several days of catching piranhas to survive, he reached level 2. He continued to catch a few more fish, but then stopped to think that killing creatures without cause was wrong, as they were a valuable source of protein. He decided not to catch them all, and once Sejun finished grilling the fish, he picked up a few and called out to the rabbits, shouting for everyone to come and eat. The rabbits rushed over and competed for the food, so Sejun quickly intervened, telling them to slow down and save some for their parents since they would eat more as they grew. He also gathered information while bringing 2 fish to offer to the rabbit couple, telling them they were for them as the 2 rabbits squealed with joy. Bit by, they were white farming rabbits, and as Sejun watched them eat, he realized they were a type of monster he had never heard of outside the tower, leading him to deduce more from their name. He figured they specialized in farming rather than fighting, which was likely why they were unknown, and he watched as the 2 rabbits showed each other affection. Sejun couldn't help but wonder what had happened, thinking they might have lost their farm and wandered aimlessly before eventually stopping here. He wondered if they had anywhere to return to and sighed with uncertainty, wishing they could understand each other, though he unfortunately could not speak the language of rabbits. Seeing this, the bewildered rabbit let out a cry, and Sejun regained his composure, deciding that they should head to the farm regardless. Today was a significant day for everyone, and the rabbit couple immediately showed their determination as cherry tomatoes began to peek out on the vines, filling Sejun and the rabbits with joy. Sejun said emotionally that the time to harvest the fruits they had worked so hard to plant had finally arrived, as anything gathered after the blue moon would not be counted. He reached out to pick a cherry tomato with a racing heart, declaring he would harvest them now, his hands trembling as the rabbits watched in silent tension. When he picked the first one, Sejun held it up and joyfully exclaimed that his first cherry tomato was perfectly ripe, just as a system notification appeared. You have obtained a ripe cherry tomato, your job experience has slightly increased, and you have gained 10 experience points, leaving Sejun dazed by the XP gain. These were miraculous cherry tomatoes, similar to the items he had before, and as he held the fruit up, the system immediately displayed its information. This is a cherry tomato harvested inside the tower that is delicious and nutritious. When consumed, it breaks down 10 grams of fat and increases magic power by 0.1 for 10 minutes. It can stack up to 10 effects simultaneously for a maximum duration of 1 hour. Harvested by Tower Farmer Park Sejun, with a 30-day shelf life and E-rank status. Sejan was amazed that while the effect lasted only 10 minutes, eating 10 at once could increase magic power by 1 point, wondering if the other tomatoes were the same. He continued to pick another one, and the system confirmed it was a ripe cherry tomato. But when he accidentally picked an unripe one, a different message appeared. You have obtained a green cherry tomato, your job experience will not increase, and you have gained 7 experience points, causing Sejan to curse in disappointment. He realized he picked the wrong one since the experience was lower, and his job level didn't rise, muttering that the green tomato was just a normal fruit, not an item. He understood that only ripe fruits counted as items and continued harvesting with determination, finding it harder than expected until the system announced he had leveled up and gained a stat point. He cheered, wondering if he had already reached level 4, and decided he had enough for now, preparing to taste one of the tomatoes. Before he could eat it, he heard the heavy footsteps of the approaching rabbits, who glared at him indignantly until Sejan realized his mistake and sheepishly apologized while offering them some tomatoes. He suggested they should share since they worked together, but the angry rabbit snatched the cherry tomato away, prompting Sejan to quickly try to soothe them. Afterward, he held up a tomato and loudly proposed a celebration for their successful harvest, happily giving thanks for the meal. The rabbits began eating as Sejan chewed on a tomato, his eyes suddenly lighting up before he collapsed onto the grass and gazed at the sky with shimmering eyes. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across and exploded into brilliant fireworks in the night sky, leaving everyone in awe as a thought surfaced in Sejan's mind. The fresh scent of grass blended with the melting sweet and sour flavors as fireworks continued to burst across the heavens, making him think to himself. It was like a midsummer fireworks display. Deeply moved, he cried out, "Summer," while the rabbit couple watched him eat and cry in complete bewilderment. As they ate and chattered, the father rabbit ordered the others to carry the cherry tomatoes into the cave, which was now packed full. The mother rabbit then brought out green onions, and the whole family built a nest shaped like a green onion while Park Sejan lay down and watched the children. He remarked that they were now old enough to help their parents like true farming white rabbits. Then he put on his green onion eye mask and muttered about being sleepy and needing rest for another great day, telling himself he did a good job. He fell asleep instantly, and although a system notification appeared right in front of him, he remained oblivious and continued to snore and talk in his sleep. The system grew frustrated and triggered a blaring alarm that startled him awake, prompting him to angrily shout that he would go get whatever it wanted. The system announced that the challenge was complete, and the tower manager was very satisfied. As Park Sejan claimed his reward, he couldn't help but grumble. Cursing the endless tasks they gave him, he hoped for something useful this time, and the system immediately notified him that he had received the Professional Skill Harvest Level 1. Harvest Level 1 ensured that all gathered fruit would be in optimal condition regardless of whether they were overripe or still green, yet he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. He initially questioned why he would even need a harvesting skill, but he suddenly had a realization and admitted it was more useful than he had first imagined. He explained that since the skill worked on unripe or overripe fruit, he could still gain job experience even when picking unripe magical cherry tomatoes. Then he turned to the husband rabbit. He told the rabbit they no longer needed to wait for the tomatoes to ripen, making the work much faster and easier. But just as he suggested a break, the system issued another notification. His expression soured as he realized this moment had come. Seeing it as nothing short of robbery since there was no reward, he sacrificed some cherry tomatoes to the panicked rabbit's shock, calmly noting that the previous challenge had helped him. He said this amount was fine and told the system to take it, but that was only the beginning. The system notified him again, leaving him stunned and asking if it was happening once more. He shouted about their bottomless greed and questioned why the required quantity kept rising, as the system activated yet another challenge. The task was to offer 500 magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager with no reward and death as the penalty for refusal. But looking at that number, he angrily declared his refusal. The system reported that the tower manager was very surprised, while he reflected on his diary entries about his lost days within the tower. This was his first act of rebellion against the tower manager, but the system immediately reactivated the quest to deliver 500 magical tomatoes with no reward and death for refusal, causing Park Sejan to scream in anger. He argued that they had already taken hundreds of tomatoes and that he and the rabbits needed them to survive, questioning why they required such a massive amount. The system relayed that the tower manager considered that to be the farmer's problem and none of his concern, telling him to stop complaining and just hand over the tomatoes. He scoffed at the idea of it being his problem and gripped his green onion tightly, stating that he sacrificed his sweat and tears every single day to achieve these results. The system then stated the tower manager believed he was only asking for seeds and that it wasn't a big deal, telling him not to overreact, which only made him angrier. He snapped that it was a big deal to him and flatly refused to give them anything, leaving the system to report that the tower manager was now feeling quite confused. Ignoring the system, Park Sedan turned away to harvest green onions with the rabbits, but the system followed him closely, relaying the tower manager's warning about refusing the quest. He moved on to grill some fish, yet the system persisted, repeatedly warning him that he could face death if he continued to reject the assignment. After being told once more that he could die, he declared that he would never hand over the fruits of his hard labor to someone who spoke to him that way. I was merely sowing seeds, yet the system keeps bombarding me with notifications from the tower administrator. Isn't this the extent of a farmer's duties? The tower administrator claims he's the boss and that my only job is to follow orders. He sighed, remarking that such an attitude was exactly why he wouldn't hand it over. Shijan's expression darkened as he spoke with indignation, accusing the man of forcing him to work without recognizing his toil, offering rewards that didn't even match a fraction of the value he produced. "You call yourself the tower administrator," he continued resentfully. "In that case, you are nothing more than a pathetic manager." Shijan's words startled the creature, which gasped in surprise. It gritted its teeth as fury surged, yet under the circumstances, it was forced to swallow its pride and apologize. I apologize," it stammered, but Shijan immediately provoked it further by eating a tomato right in its face, triggering a flurry of system alerts. "The tower administrator is enraged that you consumed the magical tomato alone and threatens your execution if the mission is not completed." Shijan handed over 5 tomatoes, telling him to take them while he went to rest, while in the distance, 2 rabbits were bickering over a tomato. Noticing them, he added that he needed to feed the little ones as well. The tomatoes vanished from his grasp instantly as the system announced the administrator would overlook his behavior just this once. Shijan offered his thanks before the system interface faded, thinking to himself that the entity might have actually tried to apologize. Looking up, he remarked cheerfully that the administrator was easier to handle than expected. 91 days had passed since Shijan was pulled into this place, marking the 4th lunar eclipse. He sat huddled in a corner of the cave, wrapped in a green onion blanket while slowly eating a tomato. Shijan mused that players with high mana could supposedly withstand the roars of beasts to some degree, which was why he needed to consume so much. He reflected that life would be much better without such occurrences, pulling his blanket tighter around himself as he wished for time to accelerate. The moonlight now eclipsed the sun, casting its glow over his garden, when Shijan suddenly bolted upright and cried out in alarm. "What on earth is this?" he wondered as the cherry tomato he had planted began to transform, turning a vibrant shade of azure, the only one of its kind on the entire vine. Shijan stared intently before deciding he had to harvest it immediately. As he stood up, he shouted in surprise that even the sweet potato leaves were being bathed in the blue moonlight. Unable to believe his eyes, Shijan decided he had to investigate. He approached the plant cautiously before rushing over to dig into the soil with his bare hands, eventually crying out in joy, "Sweet potatoes." The system explained that the sweet potatoes had absorbed energy from the blue moonlight. While tower-cultivated crops were already flavorful and nutritious, these were exceptional. Under the influence of the blue moonlight, their flavor was enhanced even further. Consumption would boost stamina and permanently increase stats. Grower, Farmer Park Shijan. With an expiration period of 30 days, the system suddenly announced that he had successfully harvested a blue moonlight sweet potato. His farming experience surged as his harvesting skill reached mastery. Upon leveling up, he was awarded 50 experience points. Shijan turned his gaze toward the tomato and wondered about it before immediately plucking the azure fruit. Holding both items in his hands, he spoke with a trembling voice. "Ha ha ha, good heavens, I feel as though I'm holding the entire world in my palms," he exclaimed, just as the system triggered a new side quest. Shijan nodded as he looked at the notification, having expected as much. The system then instructed him to deliver the blue moonlight sweet potato to the tower administrator. The reward was non-existent, while refusal meant death. Shijan sneered at the 2 simultaneous tasks, Noting the man's growing cunning and knowing he'd be killed if he declined, he placed the tomatoes in his basket. Deciding to complete the previous mission first, he gathered enough magical tomatoes for him, and the system promptly announced that the quest was finished. The tower administrator was pleased with the basket of tomatoes, but the system then showed him muttering, "What are you doing?" To which Sedan grumbled, "I'll put it simply, I'll hand over the next ones, but this stays here," as a warning appeared. The tower administrator warned him not to attempt any deception, to which Sedan dismissively agreed. He looked at the two items and wondered what to do with them. Immediately, he popped a tomato into his mouth and chewed, deciding that eating it was the only way. He stood still to savor the flavor before suddenly crying out in amazement. It was so delicious and refreshing that his tongue felt like it was at a festival, while the system announced he was absorbing a magical tomato with blue moonlight energy. Sedan shouted, "Ah, I can't wait any longer." He wrapped green onions around a sweet potato and tossed it into the fire to roast, laughing as he lamented the lack of aluminum foil. "But at least I have these green onions," he chuckled, finding joy in the anticipation of a delicious meal. As dawn broke, the rabbit family woke up and opened their door. They scurried over to Sedan, chirping "Bye" with excitement. Sedan smiled and held up the sweet potato, introducing it as one bathed in the blue moon. The young rabbits cheered, their eyes filled with longing. Sedan suggested they share since there wasn't much, but the father rabbit stepped in to stop him, calling out "Bye." After a quick exchange with his wife and children, Sedan watched them, feeling bewildered. A moment later, he understood their intent. "You want me to eat this alone because there's only one?" The father rabbit nodded, leaving Sedan deeply moved and teary-eyed. Sedan gently stroked the father rabbit's head and praised him, touched that he was the only one looking out for him as tears of emotion fell. He secretly thought to himself that he wouldn't reveal he had already eaten alone. He then peeled the sweet potato and took a bite, but it was so hot that he burned his mouth. The rabbit couple watched as pieces of purple sweet potato fell to the ground while Sedan cried out in pain, his tongue and throat scorched by the heat. The father rabbit tried to scavenge the fallen scraps, but he was too slow. The baby rabbit snatched them up and ate them instantly, only to spit them out just as quickly because of the heat. As the babies wailed, Sedan stared blankly at his fallen purple sweet potato, thinking to himself that he certainly had a hot meal today. Sedan sternly addressed the young rabbits, telling them to listen closely. He confidently announced that they would now begin planting sweet potato sprouts. "Yes, that's exactly what you just ate," he said, pointing at them. "That is why from this moment on you are forbidden from eating any more sweet potato sprouts." This left the baby rabbits in a state of panic, as the sprouts had recently become their favorite snack. Sedan grew annoyed as they climbed all over him, throwing a tantrum. "Complaining won't help," he muttered, realizing nothing would be left if they kept snacking all day. To compensate, Sedan decided to offer them a deal. "We'll have even better sweet potatoes tonight. But first, if you help me plant these sprouts, I'll give you some special snacks as well." How does that sound? He decided to expand the farming area to grow more sprouts, his face reflecting his own craving for those special treats. The gluttonous baby rabbits eagerly anticipated the reward. Sedan clapped his hands to give the signal, and they immediately set to work planting the sweet potato sprouts. "All right, get to work, you little cuties." He didn't forget to instruct the mother rabbit to leave one green onion alone so he could harvest seeds once it bloomed, having planned everything carefully. He figured he should plant the seeds first so they could become proper items. One baby rabbit dug into the soil while its siblings brought the sprouts over, gently placing them in the holes and covering them with earth. They divided the labor between digging, planting, and watering. One baby rabbit, however, was drooling with hunger. It glanced around cautiously before sneaking a bite of a leaf. When the father rabbit caught him, he delivered a swift scolding. Meanwhile, Sedan had gone to harvest a large amount of tomatoes when a system notification appeared. "You have harvested ripe miracle cherry tomatoes. Your harvesting proficiency for level 2 has increased slightly. You gained 10 experience points and have leveled up. You have earned a bonus stat point." The system continued to display positive messages, indicating that your experience points had reached the maximum limit. "You have been promoted from a rank F Tower Farmer to rank E. Your job level has also increased, and your professional traits will be further strengthened." Sedan couldn't hide his joy now that both his character level and job level had risen to 8. "Now I can finally harvest them," he said, sitting down by the fire. He began skewering the tomatoes, deciding to prepare some snacks. Another notification appeared. "The tower manager is watching you with great interest." The manager was curious to see what he would cook today, but the text vanished before he could read it thoroughly. Sejan felt a bit uneasy while roasting the tomatoes, wondering if he was being watched. He turned to call the baby rabbits over for their snack. Hearing his voice, they rushed to his side immediately. "You guys are really looking forward to this, aren't you?" He proudly showed off his creation, special grilled cherry tomato skewers. The system noted they were washed and grilled on piranha skewers, making them sweeter and softer as the rabbit family took their portions. Sejan felt these were very convenient to carry and eat on the go. "But they're still very hot, so make sure to blow on them before you take a bite," he cautioned. Before finishing his cherry tomato skewer, Sejan's mind drifted to his sweet potato sprouts, which were now fully planted, and he wondered if it was time to harvest a few for dinner. He began to dig into the soil, deciding to start small, and was delighted to find 4 tubers on the very first plant as the system displayed the numerous benefits of these sweet potatoes. These were power sweet potatoes grown within the tower, known for being both nutritious and flavorful, and Sejan counted his blessings as he found more: 1, 2, 3, and 4. He successfully harvested 15 tubers in total, averaging about 5 per plant, which was an impressive result for his first attempt, and he cradled them as if they were precious treasures. Noticing a stray sprout, he quickly tucked it back into the earth so it could grow into a sturdy plant, as he was determined not to let a single resource go to waste. A system notification appeared, stating that he had planted a sweet potato sprout and that the level 1 seed gel effect was enhancing its growth rate. His proficiency with level 1 seed gel increased slightly, which caught him off guard as he hadn't realized this action would count toward that skill. Realizing he needed to plant everything himself to level up the skill, he quickly stopped the rabbits, telling them he would handle the work alone while Aylin sat elsewhere with a mysterious skewer. She attempted to roast her food over the fire and took a joyful bite, but the result was far from what she expected, forcing her to spit it out immediately. It tasted incredibly bitter, leaving her wondering where she had gone wrong and why it looked so delicious when others prepared it. Aylin continued to watch through her magic orb, growing increasingly frustrated and envious as she saw Sejan enjoying himself with the rabbits. The great Haylong Aylin fumed at the sight of them roasting sweet potatoes without her, while the rabbit family huddled closely around Sejan. Suddenly, a system alert announced a supplemental quest: deliver 1 roasted power sweet potato to the tower administrator, with no reward and death as the penalty for refusal. Sejan sighed at the blatant unfairness of the system, but ignored the prompt for a moment to continue eating his own roasted tuber. The system persisted, notifying him that the tower administrator was demanding the roasted sweet potato and would not leave him in peace until the task was done. Sejan smiled, having anticipated this, and asked if there was any reward since he only had 1 roasted sweet potato left to give. The system responded immediately by modifying the quest to Quest A, which required him to offer a roasted power sweet potato to the tower administrator. The new reward was a job-related skill, which finally piqued Sejan's interest enough to make him consider the trade. He handed over the sweet potato and completed the quest, quickly confirming the action as the system offered its congratulations. For completing the quest, he received a job-related skill that allowed him to purchase 1 item from the seed shop every 30 days. Feeling as though he had just escaped a trap, Sejan was thrilled at the prospect of a seed shop existing right inside the tower and wondered why the administrator hadn't given it to him sooner. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the seed shop skill to see what was available. After the system confirmed the activation, Sejan checked his transaction history only to find it empty, which led to a new wave of anxiety. He worried about how he would pay for anything without money and wondered if he could trade goods instead, but the system soon provided a solution. It announced a special service for Park Sejan, welcoming him as the very first novice customer of the seed shop. He was granted 1 tower coin, which was promptly deposited into his account at the seed bank. Surprised by the shop's generosity, Sejan praised the system and eagerly prepared to start shopping with his new currency. He realized that tower coins were the local currency and speculated that 1 might be worth as much as 1,000,000 won. The system explained that at the novice rank, 3 random types of seeds would be displayed for sale each day. He was limited to purchasing only 1 type at his current level, and he carefully considered the options: 100 seeds of red pepper, cabbage, or carrots, all priced at 1 tower coin. He also considered dishes using red peppers and cabbage, but they were impractical since he couldn't make kimchi here, so he ultimately chose just 1. That left the carrots, and the rabbit family looked menacing upon hearing the word, making Sejan glance at the husband rabbit and realize what was happening. "Do you want carrots?" he asked as the eyes of the rabbit parents lit up, and though he hadn't intended to buy them yet, he leaned down and repeated the word. As he said "carrot" repeatedly, the husband rabbit kicked him in the face to save time, causing the system to immediately deduct his money. You have earned one seed shop loyalty point, which can be used to increase Park Sejan's level once you have accumulated 100 points. A red seed pouch was delivered, and as soon as Sejan held it, he guessed from the quality that the bag itself was likely more expensive than the seeds. He questioned his sanity when he saw the status board, wondering why the tower manager was the one feeling satisfied with the transaction instead of him. Returning to his diary of being lost in the tower, Sejan's work ethic was restored as he decided it was time to start planting the carrots. After obtaining the carrot seeds from his first purchase at the seed shop, a poisonous bee overheard his conversation with the rabbit family. The rabbit parents were resting on the ground and chirping while their offspring ran around, and their affectionate behavior started to make Sejan feel anxious. It had been several days since he planted the carrots, and even though they hadn't sprouted yet, the rabbits kept lying right on top of the sowing site. Wondering if they loved carrots that much, he lay on a rock to rest, planning to pollinate the flowers and prune the branches later that afternoon. Just as Sejan closed his eyes, he felt something fly past and swatted it away, but the persistent buzzing nearby made him bolt upright in anger. "How annoying, where did these bugs come from?" he grumbled, but he froze when a poisonous bee appeared and stared curiously at him. He was momentarily dazed and unable to react, but since Sejan naturally liked animals, he thought the creature looked quite adorable for a monster. "Come here, let's see what your name is," he said, but he scrambled back in shock when the system updated the information to poisonous bee. Sejan was flustered and asked the rabbits if it was dangerous, but the couple had already fled with their children, leaving him furious and helpless. "You damn rabbits, how could you leave me all alone?" he yelled, just as a system notification warned him that poisonous bees are actually carnivorous. The manager explained that they hunt with lethal venom and consume their prey, making Sejan terrified as he realized they weren't typical bees at all. He hurriedly backed away from the bee as if avoiding a plague, shouting for it to stay away and leave him alone while trying to shoo it off. Sejan tripped and fell, pleading for his life by claiming he was just skin and bones before thrusting a branch toward the bee and telling it to eat that instead. The poisonous bee looked at the branch in confusion and only dared to touch the petals lightly, and Sejan only opened his eyes once the noise stopped. He saw the bee blissfully sucking nectar and buzzing around the yellow flowers, making him suspect the system was wrong about it being a carnivore. After a moment of thought, he realized the bee could help with pollination and began talking to it, even generously offering it more nectar. "If you're hungry, feel free to drink as much of this nectar as you want," Sejan said as he watched the bee fly off, thinking it could have it all. He felt he had found a clever solution, laughing to himself that he wouldn't have to perform the pollination manually anymore if this continued. However, Sejan was still angry at the rabbits for abandoning him, grumbling at them even as the whole family came back and clung to him. "I'm mad, so don't touch me," he said, but he panicked again when the poisonous bee returned and he fearfully sat down on a rock. He tried to stay calm as the bee landed on his stomach, asking if it was full while nervous about how close the creature was getting to him. Sejan's guard gradually lowered as he noticed how cute the sleepy bee looked, though he still worried whether it intended to hurt him or not. A lost diary entry in the tower notes that it seems my family has gained a new member. The tomato plants are heavy with fruit, but remain unharvested. Many symbols have been carved into the nearby stone wall. On the 120th day since getting lost, these marks appear to be a tally count. Sejan is tending to the tomato garden with the rabbit couple. He gets annoyed when the baby bunnies come to cause mischief. "Hey kids, I'm working here, go play somewhere else," he says, but he doesn't truly blame them seeing how much fun they're having. Naturally, children need to play. Now the poisonous bee can even perch on Sejan's shoulder. "Oh, have you finished gathering all the nectar?" Several weeks have passed since the poisonous bee arrived. Sejan calls the rabbit family as it's almost time for lunch. The bee has been working hard since early morning. It gathers nectar and returns to the forest outside the cave in the evening. Hearing his voice, the baby bunnies come running. "Kids, it's time for lunch." Perhaps the bee no longer returns to its hive. A few days ago, Sejan discovered it was secreting honey. The poisonous bee released honey onto the large green onion in his hand. The system quickly updates the dish's name to honeyed green onion, where the sweetness of the roasted onion is enhanced by the poisonous bee's honey. Sedan and the rabbit family are happily enjoying the treat. "It's so delicious, truly wonderful," he exclaims, feeling relieved. "Haha, I was worried at first, thinking you were a dangerous monster, but thanks to you I've expanded the garden and harvested honey." Sejan feels proud, thinking that in the coming months he'll eat so much honey that even bears will be jealous. Suddenly, the system announces that the tower manager congratulates him. By the time he turns his head, the text has vanished. According to Sejan's calendar, the blue moon is approaching. It's unclear what he is worried about. It's quite concerning. He hopes the cave is high enough that nothing can get out. Everything should be fine this time. Sejan has harvested many tomatoes on his 121st day of being trapped here. It's unclear what he's preparing for, but this should be enough food. He hasn't seen the poisonous bee around for a while. It must also be preparing for the blue moon. Sejan turns to look at the rabbit family, who seem particularly anxious today. He urges everyone, "It's almost time, kids, let's get inside." Sejan is bewildered when he sees the rabbit couple pulling their children into a tight embrace. The rabbit family looks as if they are about to be separated. While he still doesn't understand what's happening, the bag of tomatoes in Sejan's hand drops to the ground as the rabbit couple walks away. He can't fathom why they are running back home. What the? The husband rabbit even waves goodbye to his children. Unbelievably, the rabbit couple then locks the door tight. Sejan is furious but helpless to do anything. "You rabbit couple, are you really abandoning your children? How can you be so heartless?" The blue moon is coming. He is stunned as the sun is suddenly eclipsed. The area is plunged into darkness. Sejan breaks into a cold sweat but still tries to look back. The baby bunnies before him seem to have been corrupted by darkness. This terrifies Sejan. What on earth is happening? The bodies of the baby bunnies suddenly become incredibly robust and muscular. They aren't just screaming, even their gaze has changed. The once adorable baby bunnies before Sejan seem to have transformed into different beings. A surge of purple energy radiates, dazzling his eyes. Their cute little pure white ears are revealed and their bodies are covered in snowy fur. Among the white bunnies, a black one appears. Sejan can't believe his eyes. "Kids," he mutters, completely stunned. "Have you all grown up? Your fur color has changed too." He finally regains his composure. "Since you were born, this is the 5th blue moon. So I suppose this counts as your birthday." Sejan covers his face and sobs. "I thought something terrible had happened to you." Sniffle, the black warrior rabbit, rushes over to comfort him. Unexpectedly, he takes advantage of the situation. "You're all so adorable. Come here, I have to give you all a big kiss." "Don't you dare run." The sun finally reappears at the mouth of the cave. Seeing the light, the rabbit couple opens their door and steps outside. By now, he has lit a fire and calls out to them. "Over here." He watches the happy rabbit family. "Should I throw a birthday party for them?" Suddenly, one of the baby bunnies raises its hand high. Instantly, a small shovel appears in its paw. Sejan is utterly amazed. "Oh, what are these things?" The system displays a series of information. White rabbit farmer sickle, white rabbit farmer cart, white rabbit farmer watering can. White rabbit farmer shovel. This is beyond his wildest imagination. Can you kids actually summon items? Sejan ponders for a long moment before suddenly realizing something. It turns out that once farmer rabbits reach maturity, they possess their own personal items that I cannot borrow. He only just realized that now. "Hey, what is your name?" The rabbit seemed to really like its title. Black Rabbit Warrior, Black Rabbit Warrior. Life in the cave wasn't so bad. Sejan watched as the father rabbit and a white rabbit with a watering can tended the garden, while the mother rabbit and another with a sickle diligently harvested green onions. One pushed a cart full of tomatoes, and another used a shovel to till the earth. He felt happy to have their assistance, saying, "Thank you, just leave it there," as he rubbed his eyes, touched to see the young rabbits even helping their parents. It was moving to see the little ones who used to run wild grow up so quickly. But when Sejan turned around, he was surprised to see the Black Rabbit Warrior lounging around. "What about you?" he asked, feeling helpless as he watched the Black Rabbit do nothing but eat tomatoes. Thinking it was quite useless, Sejan wondered what task he could assign it. "If you are a warrior, your duty is to fight, isn't it? However, we are inside a cave, and there are no monsters threatening the farm." So what was there to fight? Furthermore, that hammer was of no use for farming. Just as he wondered what to do, the Black Rabbit Warrior's ears perked up, and Sejan followed as it led him toward the pond. "Ah, that's right, you can catch fish in the pond. Hunting is a form of combat too, isn't it? Great, you are finally being somewhat useful." Sejan held a torch and cheered encouragingly. saying he would use the light to lure the fish for the rabbit to catch, urging it to show him the strength of a warrior. Sedan seriously waved the flame, and sure enough, a large fish leaped from the lake, demonstrating the perfect coordination between him and the black rabbit warrior. "Go for it," he cried, and with the black rabbit's striking power, the fish couldn't even struggle. However, the rabbit hit it so hard that the fish went flying straight into a boulder. Sejan stood frozen for 5 seconds, unable to believe the fish had splattered all over his clothes. Meanwhile, the black rabbit warrior felt it had done a great job by turning the fish into minced meat. Sejan could only resign himself to the situation, yet somehow that fish was still served. A somber atmosphere hung over them as the rabbit family and Sejan gathered around the meal. He forced a smile to encourage the black rabbit, telling it that it would improve with practice and to eat up. In this manner, the rabbits gradually grew accustomed to their duties. Sejan was always there to cheer on the black rabbit warrior, praising its perfect form. After the 125th day, the seed shop reopened, and the system sent out a notification. The seed shop was now open, and Sejan felt a surge of excitement, wondering what he should purchase this time. 3 random types of seeds were available for sale that day, but at his current level, he could only buy 1 item. He couldn't understand why this was happening. 50 sweet pumpkin seeds cost 1 tower coin, 10 watermelon seeds were 5 tower coins, and 200 waxy corn seeds were 0.5 tower coins. He was shocked by the prices. Sejan stood frozen at the skyrocketing prices of the seeds, unable to stop himself from exclaiming why they were so much more expensive than before. He sank into thought, muttering that he only had 0.9 tower coins left, and with such a small amount, he could only afford the waxy corn seeds. What should he do? If prices continued to escalate like this, he feared he wouldn't be able to afford anything next time. Furthermore, there was no way for him to earn more money in this place. He began weighing his options. The first was receiving rewards for clearing tower floors, but while the amounts were large, they were one time only, meaning the actual profit rate for hunters wasn't very high. The second option was hunting monsters and selling their remains to wandering merchants or the shop on the first floor, which was likely the best income source for hunters since profits were unlimited. The third way was completing quests for rewards. Sejan mused that while quests were varied, their outcomes were hard to predict. Among these 3 options, conquering a new floor seemed completely impossible for him. He hadn't even escaped this cave yet, so only one path remained. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he immediately asked, "Tower manager, can you hear me? Could you reward me with tower coins if I complete a quest right now?" The system displayed a message stating the tower manager didn't understand him, but would give them to him once he grew up. Sejan couldn't believe his eyes. The tower manager didn't know what tower coins were, and it would only give them once he grew up. Just how old was this manager? The status window replied that it was a secret. He sighed and asked how many more years he would have to wait to be considered an adult. The system sent a message saying the tower manager required him to be at least 300 years old. Sejan was so enraged he nearly went mad, shouting, "Are you kidding me? So I must record every tower coin I earn and pass them down through the generations until my 7th generation descendants finally reach 2 stars. In this situation, I can't even have children anyway." As the system interface vanished, he sighed, "Damn it, I lost." After some thought, Park Sejan finally made a decision to prioritize whatever was necessary to stay alive. "First, the only item I can afford is corn seeds." "Well, corn isn't bad," he told himself. "It's delicious whether boiled or roasted. I could even grind it into flour to make bread. I'm not sure if it'll work, but it's worth a try. All right, I'll go with the waxy corn." A series of system notifications appeared. "You have purchased 200 waxy corn seeds, and 5 tower coins have been deducted from Park Sejan's seed bank account. You have earned 5 seed shop loyalty points and can use the shop again in 30 days. A red seed pouch was then delivered to Park Sejan. He poured the golden kernels into his hand and showed them to the farming rabbit. "How's this? They look sturdy, right?" He invited the rabbit family to work, but his hunger stopped him. "Wait, I need to eat something first." The fragrant aroma of grilled fish rose from the fire as Park Sejan and the rabbits rubbed their full bellies. "Ah, I'm stuffed. I can't eat another bite, so let's dry the rest for later." He smiled when he saw the poison bee returning. "Welcome back. Honeybee, you've been spending a lot of time in this cave lately. Is it okay if you don't go home?" It seemed to enjoy being by Park Sejan's side. "If you don't go back, you're more than welcome to stay here. You're so cute." Suddenly, the poison bee turned serious and flew off, leaving Park Sejan worried. While he was confused, the hammer-wielding black warrior rabbit appeared. "A monster!" a voice echoed from the cave entrance. "Wait, don't misunderstand. I'm not some shameless cat here to steal food." Park Sejan and the rabbits were startled. A cat? What was it doing here? Just then, a yellow cat with a bag on its back leaped into the pit, landing safely and waving its paw. "Hello." Theo immediately recognized him. "You must be the customer, Park Sejan." He cheerfully introduced himself. "I am Theo, the wandering merchant." Park Sejan was surprised by Theo's arrival. He had heard that climbers sometimes encountered such merchants while ascending the tower. He never expected the traveling merchant to be a cat. He was quite impressed by Theo's sparkling eyes and adorable, soft cheeks. Park Sejan was smitten but tried to hide it. "I really want to touch those paws," he thought, his face flushing. This was unfair. He truly loved cats. Theo called out again, "Mr. Sejan?" He cleared his throat and feigned seriousness. You're right, I am Sejan, so what brings you here?" Theo spoke with a hint of hesitation. "I heard a rookie had traded with the seed shop, so I came to greet you and offer a few deals." Park Sejan grew interested. "A deal, huh?" Theo pulled something from his bag to show him. "Yes, I have a very excellent item right here." He began to sweat, unsure of what was happening with his stomach. Please excuse me, I haven't eaten anything at all today." "It seems I've made a poor impression on my customer." Theo scratched his head sheepishly. Park Sejan asked kindly, "Your name is Theo, right?" He warmly invited Theo. "Would you like some grilled fish?" Theo's eyes filled with visions of fish, but he tried to restrain himself. "I'm all right, sir." "I cannot possibly take food from a customer." Park Sejan cleverly played on Theo's feelings. "Are you sure you don't want any?" "This is the irresistible aroma of tender meat grilled over an open fire. It's a superb flavor that no cat should miss. You want to eat it, don't you?" "Take it." His invitation made Theo salivate. "Here, have some. The sun is already high outside the cave. Hurry up, kitty." "I'm so full," Theo said, collapsing onto the ground. That was delicious. I'm stuffed." Seeing this, Park Sejan remarked, "You ate 5 fish. You must have been starving." He quickly stood up and bowed to Park Sejan. "Thank you so much. You've treated me so well, I don't know how to thank you enough." He dismissed it as a small matter. "It's nothing. I'm the one who should thank you for traveling so far to see me." Theo then picked up his bag, ready to show his wares. Regarding the agreement, Sejan reached out to demand payment, but it wasn't 5 tower coins, leaving Theo momentarily bewildered and asking what was happening. He offered a perfectly sound justification, insisting that payment was required for the grilled fish that had just been eaten. "Isn't that right?" Theo was at a loss, but Sejan spoke plainly, telling him that nothing in this world is truly free. Sejan noted that Theo had come to make a deal, and surrounded by the rabbit family, Theo realized he couldn't just eat the customer's fish and run away. He reluctantly handed over 0.5 tower coins, which Sejan accepted happily with a word of thanks. Sejan had already planned his purchases now that he had 1 full tower coin, while Theo's tears began to fall to the ground. Theo lamented that he had come to collect money but ended up paying instead, losing profit before even starting his business, yet he tried to focus on his work. Refusing to be defeated, Theo declared he would definitely sell his items and asked Sejan to take a look at his wares. Theo quickly spread a cloth on the ground and excitedly introduced his trendy items, including a cup, a mini fan, and a hand warmer, each priced at 5 tower coins. Sejan was surprised to see items from outside the tower, and Theo excitedly realized that Sejan recognized their origin. Theo explained that the cup possessed preservation magic, allowing it to maintain the temperature of any hot or cold liquid placed inside. He claimed the mini fan held a wind magic spell activated by a switch, but Sejan interrupted before he could say another word. Sejan apologized for the interruption, but bluntly told a nervous Theo that the items he brought were nothing but junk. Theo angrily clutched his items, questioning how Sejan could call these valuable objects from outside the tower junk. When Theo failed to see their true value, Sejan revealed that he was also someone who had come from outside the tower. That revelation left Theo frozen as Sejan picked up the cup and calmly explained it was just an insulated tumbler with no magic at all. He started the fan and explained that both it and the hand warmer would only function for a few hours until the battery ran out. Theo remained skeptical of the truth since he still believed Scram's claims of magic, but Sejan was proven right when the battery died. Theo desperately hit the fan when it stopped working, leading Sejan to suggest that Scram had tricked him into buying the items. Theo looked down in despair, unable to believe that the man who had been so kind to him would lie, his voice even changing as he spoke. Theo sobbed and pounded the ground, cursing Scram as an evil goblin, while Shijun comforted him and asked to hear his story. Theo explained he was from the 75th floor's neutral zone and had long been in love with Marine, the most beautiful girl in Graina village. Encouraged to confess his feelings, Theo presented a bouquet of fish to Marine and asked her to go on a date with him. However, Marine was disgusted and threw the bouquet to the ground, complaining about the stench of the cheap anchovies. Theo was confused by her anger, but she simply turned away, ignoring the hard work he had put into his gift. As Theo lamented the effort he spent on the grilled anchovies, a large black cat mocked him and told him to know his place. Theo recognized the cat as Oren, the son of the village's wealthiest resident, who arrived with a delicious fish and scolded him. Oren insulted Theo for giving a lady inferior anchovies instead of a high-quality salmon like the one he carried. This infuriated Theo, but Marine, who usually avoided oily foods to stay thin, was suddenly captivated by the beautiful fish. Theo felt as if he had been struck by lightning as Oren put his arm around Marine and invited her home for salmon steaks. Theo rushed after them and grabbed her hand, asking if their shared memories were all lies and if everything she had said was just a lie. Theo's expression turned serious as he noted her tears, asking if she dared to swear by them while recalling their time in the meadows. Those were unforgettable days, but she did not hesitate to brush Xiao off as Ma Lin shouted in anger. "Hey, what on earth are you saying? Stop making things up." She didn't care about him. "I only smiled at you a few times, yet you've become this delusional. You keep pursuing me even though I told you I don't like you. You are truly annoying. I told you to stop following me." But Xiao still stubbornly chased after Ma Lin. Finally, Ma Lin pointed her finger directly at his face. "I despise poor, smelly cats like you who are like cheap anchovies the most." Suddenly, the space around Xiao turned pitch black. The rabbit family and Shijun both broke into a cold sweat as they listened to Xiao recount his tale. "I decided to leave everything behind to become a wandering merchant, hoping to earn a fortune and get my revenge." Xiao spoke with a sadness he couldn't share with anyone. "I even used my entire life savings of 50 tower coins to purchase the necessary license and equipment. With my remaining 5 tower coins, I planned to buy some goods from a peddler to resell for a profit." Just then, a voice called out, making Xiao turn his head. "Hello there, are you the new wandering merchant?" A man approached and introduced himself. "I am Si Lan. If there's anything you need to know, just ask me." Xiao recalled meeting Si Lan there. The eatery was packed with customers at the time. Si Lan acted friendly and told Xiao, "Items from outside the tower are extremely precious. I'm only telling you this, but if you take them to the higher floors, you'll make a decent profit. The people up there love collecting these things." Initially, Xiao was suspicious, asking why he would sell such good items so cheaply. Si Lan immediately played the emotional card, saying, "It's because I like you. Consider this a gesture of goodwill from a senior wanting to help a new merchant like yourself." Not stopping there, Si Lan skillfully backed Xiao into a corner. "If you don't want them, that's fine. I'll just give them to another merchant." In the end, Xiao decided, "No, I will buy them." Si Lan even handed over a piece of paper. "Since I'm in a good mood, I'll give you this as well. It's a map showing the locations of new customers for the seed shop. As a newcomer, you could earn quite a bit." Having said that, Si Lan quickly departed, leaving behind a final message. "Since I've given you some useful information, you'll cover the beer tonight, right?" Xiao thought he had met a kind soul. "Yes, of course, thank you." But afterward, Xiao felt immense regret. "I gave all the money I had to Si Lan to buy those items, hoping to resell them for a profit. I starved myself just to get here." He slumped his face onto the table, sobbing uncontrollably. "But they were all junk. The customers even took the rest of my money. I'm truly not good at anything." At that moment, Shijun had an idea. This cat was truly gullible. "Wait, I remember now, there is a way to earn tower coins." He gently comforted Xiao. "Calm down, why don't you enjoy a few more grilled fish?" This time, Xiao was more cautious. "You're treating me now only to demand money later, aren't you? I'm not stupid." Shijun insisted. "No, I'll give them to you for free. I'll even consider the food you just ate as a treat." Xiao grew interested. "Really?" Shijun made a proposal. "In exchange, what do you think about working with us?" In his survival diary, Shijun wrote, "I found a fool, oops, I mean a partner." Shijun's smile was a bit unsettling. "What do you think?" The wandering merchant cat looked at Shijun and asked politely, "Excuse me, sir, do you want us to cooperate?" Hearing this, Shijun replied with a smile, That's right, I need a skilled merchant to help me sell these items. The little cat pointed at himself in surprise and asked, "Do you think I'm capable of handling that job?" The traveler then said sadly, "Didn't you hear the story I just told? I'm just an inexperienced and useless wandering merchant." After hearing that, Shijun told the cat confidently, "No, you definitely have great potential even if you've made a few small mistakes. Furthermore, after the story you just told, you've already found yourself a business partner." The traveler asked in surprise, "A business partner?" Shijun cheerfully called out to the others. "That's right, a business partner, everyone." Immediately, the rabbit couple finished weaving 2 chairs from green onion leaves and invited the two to sit down and relax. Shijun enjoyed life while sipping water as both of them basked in the warm sunlight. Shijun turned to the wandering cat and asked, "You know for sure the items you carried were a scam and can't be resold, and you have no money left to continue trading, right?" The cat nodded gloomily. "Yes, that's right," Shijun said excitedly. "That is exactly why I am proposing a mutually beneficial business project. It's very simple. You will take items from me and resell them to others, and I will pay you a commission from the revenue." The traveler asked blankly, "Commission?" Shijun explained. "That is correct. You will sell the items at a higher price than my base rate," Sejan explains as the two rabbits grill fish. "You can certainly charge much more because of your unique skills, and you will receive a commission of 3-5% on each sale." Hearing this, the cat grows anxious, thinking a 3-5% cut is far too disadvantageous. With a pensive look, he wonders if Sejan takes him for a fool, but Sejan then adds, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you the most crucial part." He then signals the rabbits to bring over a dish, and upon seeing the grilled fish, LV Zing exclaims in surprise, "Meow," as Sejan proceeds. "Our agreement involves more than just that. I will provide you with 10 grilled fish or the cash equivalent every week as the core condition of my proposal." LV Zing begins to salivate at the sight of the fish, and Sejan calmly asks, "What do you think? Are you ready to sign this contract with me?" However, LV Zing tries to restrain himself, reminding himself not to be deceived again, yet the cat's hunger is becoming far too unbearable. But, the cat stammers while licking his chops, "If you give me 20 grilled fish, I might reconsider." Sejan smirks and replies, "Fine, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll give you 25 instead." The cat lets out a startled meow, unable to contain his excitement. "5 more, so 25 grilled fish in total," Sejan nods quickly. "Besides your weekly pay, you can eat as much grilled fish as you want whenever you visit." The cat cheers joyfully, and LV Zing immediately prepares the paperwork so they can both sign the contract, which Sejan declares finished. Suddenly, the cat cries out in panic, realizing he just signed a slave agreement in his excitement. He screams in regret, but the contract floats up and vanishes into the system. The system displays the lifetime distribution agreement to the cat, stating in Article 1 that the purpose is for Party A and Party B to mutually support the promotion and sale of Party A's produce for shared profit. Article 2 stipulates that from the moment of signing, Party B will sell Party A's agricultural products for the rest of his life and return all sales revenue. Regarding compensation, Clause 1 states Party A will provide Party B with 25 grilled fish or the equivalent value weekly, while Clause 2 grants Party B a 3-5% commission on sales. Special provisions. First, Party B receives produce as an initial transaction, and the contract terminates if total monthly sales fall below 5 tower coins. Second, Party B must sell the produce above Sejan's set price. And third, Party B is forbidden from creating additional accounts without Party A's consent. Fourth, Party B should use a meowish tone during sales. Both parties have signed, and LV Zing says despairingly, "Meow, how could I sign such a binding contract?" In contrast to LV Zing, Sejan says happily, "I've heard that tower contracts are vital documents that cannot be destroyed. I used to wonder why they were made so difficult to forge or break, but now I see their immense value and effectiveness. It's quite brilliant." The cat looks puzzled. "Wait, what is this fourth special provision? What do you mean by a meowish tone? Do I have to use a Granada dialect?" "That's so embarrassing," Sejan replies. "You'll understand eventually. Let's do our best from now on." The cat remains dissatisfied and speaks up. "How can I be sure I'll succeed? The first special provision clearly states that if I fail to sell the goods, I can terminate this contract." He comforts the cat, saying, "Don't worry too much. I'm certain they will be popular, don't you agree? I have full confidence in you." Thinking to himself, Sejan chuckles, "He's so easy to manipulate." He enjoys how simple the cat is. At that moment, the traveler asks, "But what exactly are you planning to sell?" Sejan responds with absolute confidence. Oh, that just some cherry tomatoes. The cat is stunned. Sejan picks one, hands it to the cat, and says, Here. LV Zing is still shocked, asking this thing. How much do you plan to sell these for? The cat asks. He thinks to himself that a magical cherry tomato increasing MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes is quite niche. I could probably get 0.01 tower coins from new awakened ones. Sejan then states his price. 0.05 tower coins each. The cat screams, What? Who would be stupid enough to buy this for 0.05? Suddenly, LV Zing has a different thought. No, this might actually be a good thing. The contract ends if monthly sales are under 5 tower coins. Plus, I get to eat grilled fish in the meantime. LV Zing then asks Sejan, Since this is the first batch, how many should I take? Sejan replies, 100. He points to the pile of fish and adds, And I've already prepared your 25 grilled fish for this week. But how will you carry all of this? The traveler pulled out a cloth and explained, I'll put them in my magic bundle. This bundle has preservation, space expansion, and weight reduction enchantments. I can carry a mountain of goods and they'll stay fresh for a long time. The cat immediately tossed the cloth over the pile of items, and everything was sucked inside, neatly packed away. Sejan was amazed and remarked on how convenient it was. The cat looked up and said, I'll be back soon, before they bid each other farewell. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, a spider monster attacked a group of terrified hunters who shouted, There's one more, corner it. As the spider lunged at someone, the others unleashed their powers, firing fireballs at it. Then, leader Jin Dongchai struck it down with a few sword slashes. They praised him, saying, As expected of the Phoenix Guild's leader, Jin Dongchai, I knew you'd finish it in a single strike. The leader spoke up, Stop the flattery and let's wrap this up. Especially you, Jessica, I won't let you rest if you're as lazy as last time. She replied flirtatiously, Oh, leader, you know how much I like you, right? He could only sigh in exasperation. Good grief, this woman. Just then, a noise from the bushes put him on high alert. He turned and shouted, Who's there? A cat stepped out from the bushes with a mysterious look and said, Humans. He then tipped his hat and smiled. Would you like to see some quality goods, Naya? Jin Dongcha gasped, A cat? While the others behind him were equally shocked, shouting, It's a traveling merchant cat, what a cat! The traveler smiled and said, Nice to meet you all, Naya. Hearing the cat's adorable voice, the girls squealed. It said, Naya, that's so cute. Oh my God, look at those jellybean paws, the cat asked blankly. Am I cute, Naya? Then he suddenly remembered Sejan's instructions. Remember to use the Graina dialect when talking to humans. It'll help grab their attention. Oh, so that was the reason. The cat immediately brought out a crate of cherry tomatoes and said, Please take a look at what I've brought, Naya. Everyone stared at the crate. They asked in confusion, What is this, cherry tomatoes? They continued to wonder, What's the deal? Did you come here to sell food? The leader turned away and said, If you're selling food, you should sell something like bread or meat. Cherry tomatoes are just. The traveler explained arrogantly, Hee, foolish humans. I knew you'd say that, Naya. These are different from the cherry tomatoes you know, Naya. The stats, the cat replied, Exactly. Why don't you check its stats for yourselves, Naya? A man in a hat gasped, Is this an item? It's called a miracle cherry tomato. It increases magic power by 0.01 for 10 minutes. That seems low. How much is it? The cat quoted, 0.05 tower coins each. Hearing that, the man shouted, Are you kidding me? I'd rather buy gear than waste money on this. Let's go, this is just a waste of time. Suddenly, a pink-haired girl spoke up. Wait, if I eat this, will I really lose 10 grams of fat? The other girls froze, then turned back in shock. I think it's for real. We can eat up to 10 a day. The girls immediately scrambled to buy them, making the traveler cry out in joy. 200, no, I'll take everything you have. The men watched the frenzy in total confusion. I'll buy them. Get out of the way, you've gained weight lately anyway. These are mine. The traveler then spoke up. Please form a line, Naya. The leader hesitated and said, Maybe I should buy some too. Someone behind him agreed, Me too. Meanwhile, Sejan was still busy harvesting tomatoes. The system kept notifying him, You have leveled up, you have received a bonus stat point. He turned to the rabbit wife and said, Theo must be doing well, right? He's probably met some hunters by now. He held up a tomato and said, At first glance, these cherry tomatoes just look like items that boost magic power. But they also automatically burn 10 grams of fat and improve the physique. This is undoubtedly the ultimate diet product that can't be found anywhere else. He popped a cherry tomato into his mouth and said happily, Plus, they have no side effects and taste delicious. This is great. Sejan looked up at the sky with confidence. These will definitely be a hit, he said with determination. I have full faith in Earth's dieting trends. Meanwhile, Theo panted heavily and said, They're sold out, Naya. Sejan looked at his crops and sighed. He thought to himself that out of the 100 carrot seeds he bought, only 700 had sprouted. Sejan crossed his arms. Turning to the rabbit husband, he said, So that's about a 70% success rate. Then he turned to the tomato garden to calculate further. Out of the 120 magical cherry tomato seeds harvested earlier, only 732 seeds had sprouted and were growing. Sejan picked up the seedlings, noting that the germination rate for the store-bought corn and sweet potatoes he planted was also around 60–70%. He glanced at the pile of carrots and remarked that the germination rates for carrots and cherry tomatoes seemed similar. He stared intently at the sprouts and said, It would be better if more sprouted, but perhaps my farming level is too low or the cave soil isn't fertile enough. Let's try again. I'm sure I'll find a way to grow them soon, he told the rabbit husband. For now, we need to harvest as much as possible to earn tower coins. Hearing this, the rabbit husband cried out, Buy Bia, buy Bia. Suddenly, a loud noise caught his attention. The black rabbit was dancing with a flaming green onion. He then hurled the fiery stalk into the middle of the pond, causing the fish to leap up to catch the flames. Seizing the opportunity, the black rabbit jumped up. With lightning speed, he struck each fish with his hammer. The fish instantly fell scattered across the ground. Seeing this, Sejan and the white rabbits approached and said, Oh, Black Rabbit, you're quite the skilled hunter, aren't you? Suddenly, the black rabbit began to glow. He exclaimed, Oh, your body is glowing. Are you leveling up? He patted its head in congratulation. Congrats on the level up. I've seen the white rabbits level up while farming, but this is the first time I've seen you do it. You're becoming a true hunter. The black rabbit puffed out its chest proudly. Sejan pulled a cup from his bag and suggested, Let's take a break. He opened the cup, poured in a coffee packet, and said cheerfully, Hee, Theo and the goblins really tricked Scram, didn't they? It looks like they didn't even open this cup. He tore the packet and continued, If Theo sold this coffee, I'd have to spend a fortune to buy it. Sejan poured the coffee into a water bottle and said smugly, Since they didn't know any better, I got this amazing stuff for free, even without a kettle. I can just add ice cubes to make an iced Americano. Drinking coffee here is wonderful. A bee appeared and gave him some honey. Sejan thanked it happily. Thanks, bee. Finally, he finished the drink and introduced it. There, a honey Americano, a blend of instant coffee, cold cave water, and rich honey. It creates a perfect balance of bitter and sweet. Just one sip and all fatigue and hunger vanish. He took a sip and exclaimed, Slurp, honey Americano, so sweet. He then invited the rabbits. Do you guys want to try? The black rabbit was the first to taste it. His face immediately turned pale as if his soul had left him, surprising the white rabbits. The black rabbit spat it out immediately, and the white rabbits also tried it but hated it. Sejan laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, it seems a rabbit's tongue is more sensitive to bitterness than a human's. Suddenly he saw a bee about to fly into a nest. Sejan called out, Hey, poison bee. The bee responded happily. Sejan asked curiously, Is that your nest? Then he exclaimed joyfully, Did you move in here? I was sad that you had to go home for dinner every day. Now I feel like we're family. That's right, we should have a party today. At that moment, a system notification appeared. New quest, give 10 tomatoes to the tower manager. Reward, none. Refusal, disappointment. Sejan smirked and thought, Since I kept delaying the quest, he must have realized something after my deal with Theo. The death threats have disappeared. Asking me like this makes me start to like them as much as I used to hate them. Fine, I'll give them some. He took out a few cherry tomatoes and said, Fine, take them. The system announced, Quest complete. The tower manager thanks you for your kindness. Sejan said arrogantly. Now they're even thanking me. How satisfying. Suddenly, he realized something. Sejan felt helpless and said, Why do I feel like I'm so easy to manipulate? The scene shifted to a small town where a blue demon slammed a beer mug onto the table. Scram said angrily, That damn cat. Why hasn't he returned yet? A nearby blue demon asked. The cat. Are you talking about that gullible cat that bought your items last time? Another demon added. You're so clever, hee. You managed to sell that pile of junk quite easily just by tricking him, so perhaps I should learn a few of those tricks myself. But why are you waiting for him? Lan replied upon hearing this. He spent all his money to purchase my goods, and even though some time has passed, he has not yet returned to the Traveling Merchant Alliance to report his failure to sell the stock. The demon beside him asked if he was worried about the possibility of his return, to which Lan replied that as a man of virtue, he simply could not ignore Fei. He continued by saying he was considering buying him a cup of milk, introducing him to a great opportunity, and lending him money to start a business. Hearing this, the demon beside him chuckled wickedly and exclaimed that their poor little cat would have to work himself to the bone to repay such a high-interest loan. The interest will be quite substantial, and he won't be able to pay it, causing the debt to compound until he eventually becomes my slave for life, he said with a malicious expression. A slave for all eternity, the demon nearby praised him as a genius, while another added that it was brilliant and suggested they go find him right now. It isn't easy to find such a gullible target. Lan spoke arrogantly, telling them that they still had plenty of time and shouldn't be in such a rush. There is no need to rush after the prey like that. His companion praised Lan's composure before opening the system to check the daily traveling merchant rankings, noting the recent update as Lan laughed. He laughed heartily, noting that he had finally broken into the top 100, while his two companions were amazed that Lan reached rank 999 when they weren't even ranked. Lan thought to himself that selling those watches to that fool was a wise decision, then checked to see which merchant he was about to overtake in the rankings. Lan could hardly believe his eyes and let out a loud scream, questioning how such a thing was possible while his companions whispered about the cat, and Lan slammed his hand on the table in a rage. "What on earth are you doing?" And elsewhere, the cat had returned and announced his arrival with a meow, but the atmosphere was strangely silent before Sedan sternly questioned him. "Where have you been?" The cat apologized and promised that in the future he would return immediately after selling the goods instead of wandering off to other floors, but Sedan asked what he meant. "He went off to play for 4 whole days. Sedan scolded him, reminding him that he had previously set a trip to the 30th floor and back would take at least 10 days. Yet you still had 4 days to play even after selling everything, and as the traveling merchant bowed his head in apology, a sudden thought occurred to Sedan. He had assumed it would take several days to sell the items, but the cat returned in only 14 days, making him wonder if the goods had been sold the moment the cat arrived. He then placed a hand on the cat's shoulder and commanded him to follow, his expression turning terrifying as he sternly told him to explain everything in detail if he didn't want to see his scary side. Theo trembled at the sight of that face while the entire group sat and listened intently as the cat, looking quite regretful, began to tell his story. He admitted that was what had happened, so Sedan crossed his arms and asked if the hunters had really bought everything after just a brief conversation, to which the cat nodded. He confirmed it with a meow and presented 50 tower coins, so Sedan looked at the money and gave one to the cat as a reward, praising Theo for his hard work as an employee. Theo asked in surprise if he was no longer the capable merchant Theo after receiving only 2 tower coins, but Sedan coldly replied that he had been demoted. "What kind of merchant returns after playing for 4 days? But if you work hard next time, I will restore your rank and increase your bonus to 5%. Hearing this, Theo happily promised to work hard and become a merchant again, while Sedan then suddenly asked about the progress of his sign language. Theo smiled and said he decided to live this way because humans seemed to prefer it, and Sedan laughed confidently, stating that people would soon know his name. Theo asked what he meant, and Sedan explained that the grower's name would appear in the item descriptions for the cherry tomatoes. He continued, saying everyone would soon realize he was the one who grew them, which struck Theo with terror as he thought to himself that he was completely finished. Meow. The system for apprentice traveling merchants forces the source of goods to be hidden to prevent wealthy merchants from stealing the suppliers of those just starting out. Since Theo was still an apprentice traveling merchant, Sedan's name was required to be hidden from view, and Theo worried that Sedan would be furious if he ever found out the truth. He feared he might be demoted to an intern or a part-time worker. Meow, and seeing the cat's expression change, Sedan asked what was wrong, causing Theo to quickly make an excuse. "It's nothing, just give me the magical cherry tomatoes, meow, and I'll be on my way, meow," Sedan said gently. "Don't be like that, take a few days off. You need to collect your pay for this week too." Theo immediately rushed to the cherry tomato patch and shouted, "Ha ha ha, let's get to work, meow. We're going to be very busy today." Meow, he thought anxiously while pulling his bag. "I must quickly surpass my limits and find the husband's name. That's the only way to earn 100 tower coils and become an intermediate traveling merchant." Seeing Theo act this way, Sedan exclaimed in surprise. "Does he finally trust me?" At a skyscraper in the city, a group of people were talking animatedly. A man wearing a hoodie spoke seriously. I'm serious, he said. The people around him mocked him. Stop bluffing, that's impossible. They continued their conversation, ha the last time. Suddenly, Dong Kai's phone received a message. His daughter wrote, Dad, the cherry tomatoes are delicious. All my friends are jealous of me. Will you buy more for your precious daughter? He was deeply moved after reading it. Seeing him tear up, a young man nearby asked, What's wrong, Dong Kai? He replied, My daughter has been struggling with her diet, and now she says she loves her father. He continued, Last time I only bought 20 and left the rest for others. I didn't realize she'd like them so much. I should have bought them all. The person next to him asked, Are you talking about the cherry tomatoes sold by that merchant cat? I don't know why women are so obsessed with dieting. Another young man bragged, I gave cherry tomatoes to the girl I'm courting and now we're dating. Hearing that, someone exclaimed in amazement, Wow, really? The man in the hoodie said, Oh, I bought some too and still have a few left. Immediately, someone asked to buy them. Can you sell them to me? Another person spoke up, Sell them to me. I'll pay 50,000 won, no, 100,000 won per tomato. Dong Kai spoke up sternly. We shouldn't act like this. The man in the jacket quickly replied, Yes, sir. Dong Kai continued to give orders, gather the rest of the team. We're heading to the 38th floor right now. The man in the jacket suddenly shouted, Hey, Captain, we just met up and we have to leave already. I'm sure everyone will complain. Suddenly, a female voice called out, We're ready, Captain. Everyone saw the girls and shouted in panic. It was Jessica and the other members. A girl standing next to Jessica said, We've prepared the tower coils to buy the tomatoes, for the expedition. Jessica spoke up, We're ready for the tomatoes, we're ready to defeat the monsters. Dong Kai immediately ordered, Very well, follow me. Everyone replied in unison, Understood, Captain. Dong Kai thought to himself, I will collect the magical cherry tomatoes and become a great father at any cost. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a different setting. Theo grumbled as he walked, When will I ever have 100 tower coils? He looked into his bag and said, The maximum number of cherry tomatoes this bag can hold is 150. Meow, if this continues, I'll have to go back and forth more than 10 times. Forget it for now. I need to focus on earning money, Meow. Meow, the cat said, looking around. This was the spot where everyone had previously gathered. Suddenly, someone called out to Theo, Found you? Then they all approached and greeted one another. Wandering merchant, everyone is over here. Theo asked blankly, Are you looking for me? Meow. A young man replied, That's right. We didn't know when you'd return, so we've been waiting here for 3 days. Theo thought to himself in surprise. 3 days just to buy cherry tomatoes, Meow. The young man asked, Cherry tomatoes are 0.05 tower coins each, right? Theo quickly interjected, Wait a moment. Actually, the price has gone up. Everyone asked in confusion, What? A price hike? Hearing the commotion, Dong Kai asked, What's going on? Theo replied, That's right, Meow. The young man turned to Dong Kai and said, The price of cherry tomatoes has increased. Dong Kai calmly asked, By how much? Theo answered clearly, It's now 0.07 tower coins. Internally, the cat wondered, Did I raise the price too much? Immediately, the young man tossed over the money and said, Then give me 200. Theo was stunned. The cat recalculated and thought, Right, it was strange for such a precious item to be so cheap. If I don't buy them now, I won't know where to find them later. At that moment, everyone scrambled to buy the cherry tomatoes, shouting, Give me 500, and I want 200. I want 400. In an instant, the stock was completely sold out. Theo exclaimed, Sold out again today? Even with the price hike, I still sold 150, Meow. Dong Kai turned to Theo and asked, Hey, wandering merchant, when will you be back? The cat replied immediately, Are you all going to wait for me here? Then I'll return in about 10 days, Meow. Dong Kai looked at the cat and said, Within 10 days, that works. It's enough time to reorganize the team after finishing the quest. We'll come back to buy more in 10 days. Then he turned to his teammates and shouted, All right, everyone, hurry up. We're going to finish the spider quest and leave the tower. The whole group responded in unison, Agreed. Seeing this, Theo was extremely excited, thinking to himself, Go ho ho, I finally got loyal customers. At this rate, I'll earn 100 tower coins in no time, Meow. Then he shouldered his bag and muttered, I need to quickly become a mid-tier merchant. Then I can restore my agency and go back to being a shop owner, Meow. Just then, a voice called out, Excuse me. A girl spoke timidly, Mr. Cat. The girls began whispering, He looks like a house cat, doesn't he? Yeah, he really does. Theo spoke up irritably, Don't call me Mr. Cat. My name is Theo, Meow. Seeing his annoyance, the girl quickly apologized. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Suha. Theo immediately asked. By the way, what did you mean by looks like? Meow. Suha explained. Oh, it's because you look like a cat I know. Immediately, the cat turned away and said, You're mistaken. I'm the only handsome cat in this world, meow. I'm busy now, so I'll take my leave. Seeing him walk away, Suha hurriedly called out, Wait, Mr. Cat, I mean Theo. Then she held out a cat treat stick in front of Theo. Suha asked, Do you want some churu? Churu is a famous cat snack from Korea. Theo was surprised. What is churu? Meow, I only eat grilled fish. Before he could finish, Suha stuffed the treat into Theo's mouth. After just one bite, he shouted, This flavor is so strange, meow. It smells like fish but tastes like nuts. It melts the moment I take a bite. Theo looked at Suha and asked, Hey, I've finished it. Do you have any more? Suha immediately showed him other flavors and said, I have different ones too. Theo stepped closer. Give me more, I want to eat more. Suha then set a condition. All right, I'll give them to you if you take a photo with us. The cat agreed instantly. A photo? Fine, but you have to give me all of those, meow. Meow, so they took a photo together. Just look here and say peace now. After the photo, Theo happily ate the treats while the girls gossiped. This is the first time I've seen someone bring cat food into the tower. He's even cuter than people say, isn't he? Another girl asked. Look at that big smile. Are you planning to come back and see him next time? Suha smiled brightly. She looked at the photo and said, Of course. Sunlight was currently shining down on the lush green onions. Meanwhile, the black rabbit was diligently practicing swimming in the pond, and Sejan kept praising him. Great job, that's it, keep going, Sejan shared. I'm conducting a special training session for the black rabbit family. You're probably wondering what happens if they run into piranhas, right? He turned to encourage the black rabbit. Relax, push the tube forward. You're doing great. Meanwhile, Sejan told himself, to ensure safety, I've temporarily blocked the holes where the fish could get through. He dipped his foot into the water and thought, I've checked it several times, but I'm still a bit nervous. Sejan stepped into the pond to continue guiding the black rabbit. All right, now try swimming without the tube. You've improved a lot since last time. Remember, you almost drowned because you were so happy you jumped into the lake after leveling up. I was really shocked. I thought the piranhas were going to eat you. Suddenly, the black rabbit stopped swimming and lay motionless in the middle of the pond. Sejan screamed in panic, then breathed a sigh of relief and said, Just thinking about it makes my heart skip a beat. The black rabbit laughed sheepishly. Sejan reached into his bag and said, Playing in the water is exhausting. I'm really craving something sweet. Let's see. Where is the honey? He pulled out a bottle and said disappointedly, Oh, is it empty? I've already finished all the honey I got last time. He looked up at the beehive and wondered, Now that I think about it. The poison bee hasn't left the nest since she went away. Is something wrong? Suddenly, Sejan stood up and shouted, Is that? Those are young poison bees. He was extremely surprised. It had been a long time since he last visited her. Perhaps the number of young bees had increased significantly. Are they the poison bee's children? I didn't even notice. It's been a while, maybe I should congratulate her. He looked at the flower petals and continued, But I can't visit without a gift. At that moment, the swarm of bees heard a call. Sejan held a few flower branches and said, Can you guys come out of the nest for a moment? I have a housewarming gift. The poison bees' eyes suddenly turned sinister. They pointed their stingers at Sejan, causing him to panic. Oh, what are you guys trying to do? Seeing this, Sejan and the rabbits shouted, Stop! Don't do that, we aren't enemies. The black rabbit immediately picked up his hammer, but Sejan quickly stopped him. Black rabbit, don't fight them. The bees began to attack Sejan, but suddenly a voice rang out, making them stop. Sejan looked at the bees in bewilderment, and then a large bee stepped out. He asked in astonishment, Are you? Then he shouted, That poison bee. The poison queen bee smiled at him. The black rabbit was so shocked that he dropped his hammer. In the current scene, someone is intently reading a book about poison bees, predatory insects that live in the tower and hunt using venom. All information about them is meticulously recorded in the book. The young dragon was trying to learn more about the poison bees and suddenly exclaimed. While reading, he muttered, There are no records of a case like this in the tower management guide either. Then, the dragon closed the book, looked toward the crystal ball, and said, Well, it's not dangerous, so I'll just keep an eye on them for a while. I'll ask my grandfather later. He looked at the image in the sphere and told himself, There will be a way to handle it anyway. The scene shifts to Sejan and the poison bee looking at each other in confusion. Sejan asked, Are you the poison bee? That small and cute poison bee. The queen bee cried out, Bee. Sejan asked loudly in shock, How did your appearance become like this? The black rabbit was equally surprised, his mouth agape as he cried out. Sejan gazed at the queen bee's beauty and said, You've changed so much. He began to think back to the day the poison bee first tasted nectar from his cave. Every time the poison bee ate the nectar, its body would emit a strong fragrance, and its weight would increase slightly. Sedan continued to think that this made the queen bee wary of the poison bee. Naturally, the poison bee soon realized why the queen bee's attitude had changed. He guessed the main reason was that the poison bee had gained the ability to reproduce. That was when the poison bee decided to survive independently. It built a nest in his cave, the safest place it could think of. At this time, the rabbit was carrying a watering can to water the plants. Sedan continued to speculate that after enduring pain in the new nest and undergoing several transformations, the humanoid queen bee finally succeeded in her evolution. The poison bee's appearance began to change, turning into the queen bee we see now. Sedan smiled and said, "Congratulations on evolving into a queen bee. Even if it's a bit late." Then he continued, "But this is my gift." The queen bee was moved when she saw the flowers and immediately hugged Sedan, crying out, "Bee bee." The bee hugged him even tighter, making Sedan cry out, "Queen bee." Two little poison bees looked at each other, and then the other small bees immediately hugged him as well. Sedan laughed happily and said, "Haha, I like you guys too." A few days later, the cries of the rabbits rang out as they shouted to wake Sedan up. "What's wrong, guys?" The rabbits pulled him up. Sedan grumbled, "I thought I'd be able to sleep peacefully during this blue moon." It turned out they wanted to show him a purple carrot. Upon seeing it, he exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, is this a carrot filled with blue moon energy? I thought it wasn't big enough to transform yet, but harvesting it early is fine too." Then he turned to look at the rabbits. "You woke me up for this, didn't you?" The rabbit immediately chirped in confirmation, and Sedan began to pull the carrot. "All right, let's get this out of the ground." The purple carrot was pulled up easily, and Sedan examined it with excitement. "Wow, it's about the size of a beer mug, isn't it? An agility carrot." The system then displayed the information. An agility carrot infused with blue moon energy and grown within the tower. It was delicious and highly nutritious, with a flavor enhanced by the lunar energy. Consuming it permanently increases agility by 0.05. Grower Tower Farmer Bay Sedan. Shelf life 45 days, grade E+. The system then announced that his job experience had increased significantly. His level 2 harvesting skill proficiency increased significantly, and he gained 70 experience points. Sedan mused, "An E-grade crop actually grants 70 experience points. Harvesting this kind is much more beneficial." He then handed the carrot to the rabbits. "Oh, that's right, this isn't mine. Here, you guys take it. Thank you for your hard work. Please keep helping me out in the future." The rabbits looked at the purple carrot joyfully as the one wearing a hat drew its knife. It tossed the carrot into the air and, with several skillful slashes, sliced it into perfectly even pieces. Each rabbit received a portion. Sedan was amazed. "Wow, such top-tier skill. Crescent Moon Rabbit, you cut them so evenly. That was an impressive performance, Captain Crescent." The group of rabbits enjoyed the purple carrot together. Meanwhile, Sedan was picking the purple cherry tomatoes. He noted that the blue moon had produced 5 of them this time. Then he told the system, "Here, take them. You asked for them earlier, right?" The system announced the quest was complete, and the tower manager expressed its gratitude. Sedan suggested, "If you're satisfied, give me another skill later." The system replied that the tower manager would consider it and grant a skill next time. Sedan grumbled, "What do you mean by consider it?" Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out, "Nia, don't do that, Nia." It turned out to be Theo. Sedan spoke up, "Theo, you're here." "Master Sedan, please tell these poisonous bees to stop attacking me, Nia." Sedan observed the situation and remarked, "It seems Theo wasn't around when these bees were born. Do they perceive you as a threat?" Immediately, Sedan hugged Theo tightly and said, "Hey everyone, see? Theo isn't an enemy, he's part of our family." The cat being squeezed cried out, "It's too stuffy, Nia." Sedan suddenly sneezed. "Achoo, achoo, it's your fur." "Thank you, Master Sedan, Nia," Theo said. Afterward, Sedan pinched Theo's cheeks and said, "Huh, do you think of me as a brother? You're just an employee. How dare you consider yourself my equal?" "But you just said we were family, Nia." "Ow, that hurts, Nia. I'm sorry, Nia." Sedan quickly changed the subject. "Employee Theo, let's calculate the revenue first. Bring out the money from the cherry tomato sales." Theo handed the pouch to Sedan. "Here it is, Nia." Sedan opened it and said, "So it's 75 tower coins in total." "You've worked hard, Theo." Theo gave a sly grin. "Hee hee." The cat then gleefully boasted, "Ta-da, those people had been waiting quite a while to buy the cherry tomatoes. So I charged an extra fee of 0.02 tower coins per fruit, Nia." As Sedan counted the gold, Theo continued to brag, "You must be surprised, Nia. I did great, didn't I?" Can I become a business cat now, Nia? Shijin handed some money to Theo. This is a reward for your hard work, employee Theo. Theo was dissatisfied. Nia, can't you give me a different title? I did so well, so why can't I be a business cat, Nia? Shijin said seriously. You're still a long way off, employee Theo. You need to work even harder, Theo slumped sadly. Sigh, I didn't know becoming a business cat would be this difficult. Inwardly, Shijin thought smugly, I actually knew about this beforehand. He recalled the system's notification to him. I noticed this cat is overcharging for each cherry tomato. Your tower manager is quite useful. I'll send you an extra blue moon fruit for this useful information. Suddenly, a strange sound caught Shijin's attention. It turned out to be Theo, happily munching on some cat food. The cat looked extremely happy while enjoying the food. Seeing this, Shijin asked, Theo, what are you eating? Theo looked up and replied, this is churu, Nia. Surprised, Shijin asked, Churu, where did you get that? Theo explained, I got them from a female hunter after taking a photo with her, Nia. This one tastes like chicken, but I think salmon is the best. After hearing that, Shijin thought in surprise, a human gave that to him. Sejin began to think more deeply. There were two ways to bring items from the outside into the tower. The first was teleportation, which was how he had entered. Through teleportation, newcomers could bring whatever they were holding into the tower. Typically, they were summoned to the first floor, where they could trade items for climbing gear. He continued. The second method involved an awakened hunter bringing items into the tower. It was reported that they could carry an additional 1 kg of items with them. However, when leaving, they could take as much as they wanted without any restrictions. Sejin analyzed further. Usually, hunters brought simple items like smartphones, also known as hunter phones, and instant food to consume while climbing. A hunter phone was a device equipped with a solar battery, allowing it to function regardless of the weather. It was an essential tool, featuring simple apps like a camera and short-range communication. There was also specialized hunter food, such as tower cigarettes. Sejin suddenly realized something. So a hunter brought something as unnecessary as churu just for a cat. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, and Sejin let out a sinister smile. I'm a genius. A new business idea just came to me. Seeing Sejin's scheming face, Theo became terrified and asked, Do you want a bite, meow? Sejin thought for a moment, then quickly took Theo's food and declared, I'm confiscating your churu. Theo immediately jumped up. He shouted, Give it back to me. Meow, I had to take a photo with a human to get that. Meow. Sejin hurriedly yelled, Stop right now, you're going to tear my clothes. Sejin looked at Theo sternly and said, That's right, you entered into a contract by taking that photo. He then picked up the contract and read, Special Clause 3. Party B may not accept new customers without the consent of Party A. This is a crucial term in the contract. Upon hearing this, Theo was utterly shocked and exclaimed, Is that so? I didn't know that. Sejin sat down gently beside him and offered comfort. Don't be too disappointed, Merchant Theo. It's better if we look for new customers together, isn't it? At this, Theo asked with teary eyes, Meow, am I a merchant cat again? Sejin smiled and replied, I'll let you hold that position for 1 hour. If you perform well in future deals, you'll be a merchant cat for even longer. Theo nodded in agreement. Fine, give it here. Sejin immediately picked Theo up and said, That's better. He then held Theo in his arms and asked, Merchant Theo, is it comfortable sitting here? Does the warmth from the fire make you feel more relaxed? Sejin tore open the cat food and said, You can lie here and enjoy this churu. Theo cried out happily, Meow churu. In his heart, the cat thought, Meow, does being a merchant cat come with this many perks? Sejin fed Theo, and the cat thought happily, This is the best feeling in the world, meow. Sejin asked, Do you like churu? Merchant Theo replied, I want to eat grilled fish too. Sejin immediately stood up and said, I'll grill some fish for you right away. Suddenly, Sejin turned back and asked, By the way, how did you reach the 38th floor without fighting monsters? Theo replied proudly, It's thanks to my traveling merchant license, meow. Sejin was bewildered. A traveling merchant license. Theo explained, That's right. This badge proves I'm a traveling merchant. I have to pay an expensive annual membership fee to keep it valid. The higher the rank, the larger the fee, but the benefits are also greater. If you have a license, you receive various protections from the association. Not being attacked by monsters is one of those privileges. After hearing this, Sejin asked, So, can you bring hunters to this floor right now? Theo immediately replied, I can't. While monsters don't attack traveling merchants, they still attack hunters. Furthermore, there's an exclusive path called the Merchant Shortcut. It's only for traveling merchants. If you want to use it to reach other floors, you must have a traveling merchant license. Theo continued. Without using the merchant shortcut, traveling from the 38th floor to here in just 5 days would be impossible. Sejan was utterly astonished and asked, "Oh, then what floor is this?" Theo answered immediately, "The 99th floor." Upon hearing that, Sejan froze for a moment, his eyes wide with shock as he stammered, "What?" Seeing Sejan's surprised expression, Theo said, "We are on the 99th floor. Didn't you know?" At that moment, Sejan collapsed, his face turning pale as if he had lost his soul, looking quite terrifying. Seeing him like that, Theo asked in a panic, "Master Sejan, what's wrong?" Sejan's mind began to race because Theo couldn't use waypoints like hunters, yet he could travel around the tower in just 10 days. "I thought this tower was only a few floors higher than the 38th floor at most," he told himself. "Get a grip, Park Sejan. This information doesn't change anything." He only knew the floor number he was currently on as Theo kept calling out, "Mr. Sejan, Mr. Sejan," seeing that he was still in a daze. Theo rushed over, grabbed his face, and shouted for him to wake up, to which Sejan finally responded, and Theo answered back immediately. Then Theo pointed at the grilled fish and said dejectedly that his weekly wage had vanished into thin air as the flames rose and charred the fish. While grilling, Sejan wondered if he should give up on leaving the tower since hunters only reached the 40th floor after weeks, yet he was on the 99th, just as Theo gave an order. "Grill it carefully and don't let it burn like last time. This is an order from the merchant cat," Theo said, but Sejan turned and told him his hour was already up. Hearing that, Theo cried out in shock that an hour had already passed before acting shy, but Sejan's gaze suddenly fixed on Theo's badge as he wondered to himself. "Wait, what is that?" he thought, while in a quiet area, a group of hunters rested as a young man opened his bag and sighed about their string of bad luck. It wasn't just the small rations, as they were nearly out of food entirely, a sentiment the girl sitting beside him agreed with due to the abundance of wild monsters. They couldn't even get the wounded to safety, leading the young man to cover his face in helplessness and curse their situation just as something happened. A voice called out suggesting the hunters looked like they needed help, and it turned out to be Sejan offering to let them take a look at some food. Theo also cheered that they were selling at low prices, and the hunters shouted in realization that it was the legendary wandering merchant and tower farmer Park Sejan and his lucky cat Theo. Sejan laughed triumphantly, noting his fame had spread, and the hunters immediately pulled out their wallets, asking him to accept their payment. They asked for cherry tomatoes and all the food available while Theo told them to line up, but it all turned out to be nothing more than Sejan's imagination. He asked Theo if he could become a wandering merchant, but Theo shook his head, explaining that only tower-born beings could do so, leaving Sejan feeling utterly discouraged. Theo added that despite the cool title, he had to give up on it, causing Sejan to lose his temper and scream out a curse at the wretched tower. Sejan's shout made the working rabbits freeze, left the honey-gathering bees bewildered, and even caused the dragon-eating skewers inside the tower to look up. The dragon wondered if he heard something as every eye in the cave turned toward Sejan, and Theo gently remarked that he had been frightened by the sudden outburst. Sejan told himself he should have been prepared since entering the tower, taking a deep breath and realizing that getting angry would only bring him harm. Since he couldn't leave the tower, he looked up at the sky and determinedly told himself to simply enjoy every single moment to the fullest. As cherry tomatoes were carefully placed on a table, a voice suddenly spoke up when McLaren asked if the rumors were actually true. He asked if it was the mysterious item hunters had been searching for lately, and Jenny, sitting nearby, immediately confirmed that it was. She explained that it belonged to her brother, a member of the Phoenix Guild, who claimed to have met a wandering merchant and purchased the item. McLaren asked in surprise if that was true, and Jenny replied that while she couldn't see its properties, he certainly could. Looking through the item's status window, Jenny, the CEO of Easter Pharmaceutical, watched as McLaren, the VP of Gauge and Food, picked up a magic cherry tomato and laughed. He asked what she planned to do with such nonsense, and Jenny addressed Michael McLaren, the vice president of Gauge and Food, in response. She questioned if the man controlling 39% of the global food market had lost his edge, prompting McLaren to ask if she realized the consequences of her words. Jenny snapped her fingers to reveal stats showing that consuming a magic cherry tomato broke down 10% of fat and increased the basal metabolic rate by 5 to 10%. Repeated consumption would reduce fat by 10 grams and raise the BMR by 0.17%, with BMR being the body's basal metabolic rate. It represented the calories burned for essential functions like breathing and digestion, causing McLaren to cry out in absolute astonishment. He asked what it was, and Jenny explained that, as expected, they were unable to extract any compounds from the items obtained from the tower. But the data we obtained during our brief research period has exceeded all expectations, McLaren said irritably. Why are you showing me this, Jenny? Isn't this a business you could have kept for yourself? Jenny crossed her arms. Mr. Vice President, I need the Tower Farm project that you previously failed at, she replied. McLaren asked in surprise, how did you know about that? Jenny laughed. Don't you think you should regain your father's trust? McLaren asked. The current chairman of Gaijin. Jenny touched a cherry tomato and said, I heard the board of directors will elect a successor to replace the current chairman, who is ill. McLaren nodded and cleared his throat. Jenny held out the tomato and asked, What do you think, Mr. Michael? Don't you think this magical cherry tomato looks truly delicious? At that moment, McLaren reached out, took the tomato and popped it into his mouth. After eating it, he praised, Ho ho, it's so sweet. It's delicious. Then he laughed loudly, Ha ha ha, it's so good. Do you have any more? Jenny replied, You even ate my portion. Go to the tower if you want to buy more. Sedan quickly wrote the words, Survey surroundings and necessities on the ground, then nodded. All right. He turned to the others and said, Since we've decided to settle here, we need to overcome our current inconveniences and gather essential daily items. He looked up at the sky and continued, We must also thoroughly scout the area to ensure our safety. Then he asked Theo, Theo, are there any monsters near the cave? The cat immediately replied, Meow, there are none nearby, but there is one a bit further away. Sedan asked in surprise, What kind of monster? Theo explained, Meow, it's a giant red bear. Hearing this, Sedan thought to himself, Isn't that the monster from last time? He repeated, A giant red bear. Theo said fearfully, It's very terrifying. Meow, every time I pass by it glares at me. Sedan pondered. It was just as he had predicted. Leaving the cave was still extremely dangerous. He looked toward the cave entrance and thought, Thousands of cherry tomato flowers will bloom soon. Sedan looked at the poison bees and mused. If there are many flowers, the number of poison bees will increase. If that happens, they will fly outside. He thought, I can use the poison bees to patrol near the cave. That will ensure no monsters approach. He continued thinking, Furthermore, I can have the bees tie a rope made of green onion leaves to a nearby tree. Then I can use the green onion rope to pull myself up and escape the cave. He said to Theo, Theo, I have a mission for you. Theo asked curiously, A mission? Meow, what is it? Sedan said seriously, This is an incredibly difficult task. Only a merchant cat like you can do it. Theo, can you handle it? Theo replied enthusiastically, Of course I can, meow. A few days later on the 38th floor, Theo stood on a high point observing the hunters and thought. Compared to last time, there are significantly more people here. Meow, it seems they've taken up all the space. Without hesitation, the cat jumped down and said excitedly, But it doesn't matter. Meow, the more buyers, the better. Theo's sudden appearance startled the hunters. Immediately, the cat clearly announced, I have arrived, meow. Instantly, the crowd of hunters rushed forward and cheered, Oh, he's here, it's the traveling merchant cat. A stout young man holding a pouch of money stepped forward and asked, Hey, merchant cat, you have the magical cherry tomatoes, right? I'll buy them all. The hunters nearby immediately protested. Hey, why are you cutting in line? Is this your first time here? The fat man refused to back down and replied, First come, first served. What's there to argue about? Does the Phoenix Guild intend to monopolize the 38th floor? How dare you be so aggressive? Seeing the tension, Theo spoke up. Wait, everyone, listen to me. Meow. The cat declared firmly, Actually, I'm changing the way I do business starting today. Meow. The hunters asked in confusion, Changing the way you sell? What do you mean? Theo explained, From now on, I will sell 500 cherry tomatoes to the highest bidder. The hunters shouted in unison, What did you say? Theo held up a basket of tomatoes and yelled, So those without money should leave, meow. Meow, 500 cherry tomatoes, starting price is 35 tower coins. Sedan thought to himself, The popularity of cherry tomatoes outside the tower is higher than I imagined. They even used churu to bribe Theo. That must be a tactic to secure the goods. He sat down and spoke to the rabbits. Since supply is limited and demand will only increase, the best way to make a lot of money is an auction, of course. Don't you think so, Black Rabbit? Afterward, he took a drink of water and continued, Besides that, I also gave Theo several other important tasks. I'll take this opportunity to evaluate the cat's business skills. He stood up and asked, All right, shall we get back to work? Black Rabbit, are you going to prepare dinner? Black Rabbit asked in confusion. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Side quest, offer the tower manager a glass of the honey-infused cherry tomato juice you just drank. Reward, a professional skill. Penalty for refusal, immense disappointment. Sejan replied, squeezing juice takes forever and I have work to do. Can I do it later? The system promptly issued a reminder. The tower manager commands you to finish the quest immediately, emphasizing that the reward skill is quite impressive. Sejan asked irritably, are you just trying to show off? Or do you just want the juice? Why not just give it to me directly? The system replied. The tower manager insists you must complete the task to earn the reward. Since these are the laws of this realm, there is no other way. Sejan finally relented. Fine, just give me a moment. As Sejan busily pressed the tomatoes, he muttered, I wanted some so badly that I squeezed 50 fresh ones, added honey, and shared them with the rabbits. He smiled to himself. It was so good they kept asking for seconds. After gathering more fruit, he thought, this should be plenty. Clutching a handful of cherry tomatoes, Sejan took a deep breath. All right, here goes. He channeled his strength into a divine palm to crush the fruit. He didn't forget to call for help. Queen Bee, I need your assistance. She immediately produced honey and drizzled it into the cup. Sejan noted with satisfaction. The honey-infused cherry tomato juice is ready. The Poison Queen's honey adds sweetness, while the pulp enhances the texture. He presented it to the system. Here, take it, the system responded. The tower manager is eager to taste it and is flapping his wings in anticipation. Sejan thought, puzzled, wings? What kind of creature is he? Meanwhile, the dragon sipped the juice and exclaimed, ah, so sweet and tangy, delicious. The system announced, the tower manager highly praises your juice. Sejan chuckled, haha, I'm glad you enjoyed it. He then tapped to claim his prize. Let's see what I got. A notification appeared, quest reward, special professional skill. You have learned a new skill, beekeeping rank 1, beehive count updated, maximum capacity reached. Sejan was stunned. Beekeeping, the system provided details. Beekeeping rank 1 allows the user to manage owned hives. Bees within these hives will not attack the user and you may issue them commands. Foraging range, egg-laying speed, and pollination efficiency are all slightly increased. Current hives, 1 poison beehive. Sejan was thrilled. I was worried the poison bees would follow me out of the cave, but you gave me exactly what I needed. He looked up and grinned. Did you hear me complaining? From the crystal orb, the dragon replied, thank you, tower manager. Hearing the gratitude, the dragon blushed and laughed. Haha, if you really want to thank me, then give me another glass of juice. Sejan then asked, tower manager, I have one question. Are you a pig with wings? The dragon's expression soured. The system flashed, foolish, gluttonous, brainless, go to hell. Sejan was baffled. Why is he so mad? The scene shifts to Theo. The hunters asked in bewilderment, where did this come from? Behind them, Dong Kai was panicking. No, if I don't get those cherry tomatoes today. My reputation as a caring father will be ruined. He immediately bid 41 tower coins. The girl beside him gasped, Captain Dong Kai. He spoke with resolve, buying these tomatoes is the priority. I can make the money back from other buyers later. The stout man refused to back down. He roared, 45 tower coins. The bidding war erupted, 45.5, 50, 51, 52. The price surged to 54, then 60. Seeing this, Dong Kai asked his companion anxiously, damn it, do you have any cash? She replied, not much, I only planned on buying a small souvenir. Suddenly, a voice shouted out a new price. I'll pay 100 tower coins for 500 fruits, McLaren declared arrogantly, and Theo immediately announced, 100 tower coins once, twice, sold, meow. After the sale for 100 tower coins, the hunters began to whisper as Dong Kai looked at McLaren, recognizing him as the vice president of Gaijin. McLaren, the man known as the young master hunter, what was he doing there? Dong Kai noticed him looking at a white-haired man and approached to inquire. Chris, what are you doing here? You aren't part of this mission, he said, to which a startled Chris replied, Captain Dong Kai, before explaining himself. Actually, my sister asked me to bring Mr. Michael to the traveling merchant cat. I'm sorry, Chris said, and Dong Kai suddenly remembered that Creed's sister was a pharmaceutical CEO. He gritted his teeth in frustration, realizing he had to compete with a major corporation and marveling at how quickly the rumors had spread. With only 2 rounds of bidding left, he was determined to win as Theo announced. Let's begin the next round of the auction. Meow. At that moment, Theo informed the group of hunters that the auction for the next item would begin with a starting price of 35 tower coins. Filled with determination, Dong Kai vowed to win this time and immediately bid 60 tower coins, but McLaren didn't hesitate for a second. 100 tower coins, McLaren shouted, causing a panicked Dong Kai to turn to his companion and beg for a loan just as Theo made an announcement. 100 tower coins once twice sold. The auction is a success, the cat declared before continuing. Next, the starting price is 35 tower coins. McLaren quickly interrupted. Stop right there, traveling merchant cat. I'll take all 150 fruits for 300 tower coins, leaving Dong Kai to cry out in helplessness. Damn it, my image as a noble father is ruined, he lamented, while his companion comforted him as McLaren's staff reported that the goods were verified and asked for further orders. Looking at the pile of tomatoes with a sinister glint in his eyes, he said, Good. Now let's return to the first floor of the tower immediately. He felt incredibly smug, thinking to himself that the high-quality product made his personal trip here well worth the effort. Sue approached and greeted Theo, who asked the girl who gave him churu for her name, and she smiled, pleased that the cat remembered her. Overjoyed, Theo guessed her name was Bew, and though her name was actually Sue, she felt it was enough that he remembered her at all. Wondering if she should just agree, she offered him a snack and asked for another photo together in exchange for churu, but Theo declined the treat. Sue was surprised he didn't want it, but Theo suggested she give him something called coffee instead, which looked like churu, prompting her to check her bag. She pulled out a coffee packet and asked if that was what he meant, to which Theo excitedly agreed before asking if she also had any salt or pepper. A bit dazed, Sue handed over the items and asked what he needed them for, but Theo simply laughed and thanked her repeatedly. The cat recalled Pu Shijan's instructions to ask for things like coffee, salt, or pepper if anyone ever wanted to take a photo with him. Depending on your performance, I'll consider letting you be a merchant cat for a few hours, Shijan had said, and Theo gleefully thought about the rewards. He anticipated a relaxing time on Pu Shijan's lap, and after posing for photos with Sue, both of them enjoyed capturing the memorable moment. Looking at the pictures, Sue excitedly praised how well they turned out and thanked him, while Theo felt just as happy about the exchange. Me too, thanks for the trade, Bew, he replied, but Sue's attention was suddenly drawn to Theo's paws, which looked like little mangosteens. She couldn't help but touch them, marveling at how soft they felt, which prompted a curious Theo to ask what she was doing. Sue happily explained that she couldn't resist because they felt so amazing. Then she handed him several packets of cat food as a gift. Churu, what for? Theo asked in surprise, and Sue smiled, thanking him for letting her touch his paws and telling him how relaxing it was. Does touching my paws really make humans feel that good? Theo asked, and Sue explained that it did because humans lacked such soft, adorable toes. For the 7 dragons, being able to touch them was already a stroke of luck. She thought to herself that cats usually dislike having their paws held. Theo was extremely surprised and asked if that was the reason. Soha confirmed it. Theo looked down at his paws and thought his tiny toes were lucky charms. Another girl nearby then asked Theo, Excuse me, may I take a photo with you as well? I gave you some pepper earlier. Theo immediately agreed, and the two of them posed for a picture together. Afterward, Theo told her to touch his toes and then requested his reward. As the girl handed it over, she thought to herself, He's so adorable, I should bring some churu next time too. Theo took the items and said happily that he only needed to let them touch his paws. He excitedly continued, thinking he could become a merchant for 24 hours. Then, Theo turned away and remembered he still had other tasks to complete. Soha then posted the photos online and laughed. Theo stood behind her and asked what Chirubuha was doing, which startled her. She asked in confusion if he hadn't left yet. Theo, the cat, then asked if she came from a place called South Korea. Soha was shocked and asked how he knew. Theo confidently replied that he recognized a familiar scent on her. Soha asked blankly about the scent, and then Theo asked for her assistance. She dazedly agreed. In a garden filled with vibrant flowers, honeybees were busily gathering pollen while Sedan skillfully collected drops of honey into a plastic bottle. A system notification appeared, stating he had obtained 1 ml of cherry tomato honey. His level 1 beekeeping skill increased slightly. The notification repeated once more before announcing that the skill had reached its maximum level and successfully leveled up. Everything is going so smoothly, Sejan said confidently. He thought to himself that his beekeeping skill must be improving because the number of bees had increased significantly. Sejan wondered if the queen bee was in her breeding season since she hadn't appeared for several days. The system then displayed the details for the special job skill, Beekeeping Level 1, which could be applied to owned hives. The bees in the hive would not show hostility toward their owner. The user could give specific instructions to the swarm, and the bees' foraging range would be expanded. The queen bee's egg-laying speed and the pollination rate increased slightly, while honey collection efficiency improved. Currently, he owned 1 out of 2 potential hives. Sedan read the notification carefully and muttered about the wording changing from slightly to a bit, wondering what the vague difference was. His hive capacity had increased to 2, meaning he could eventually split the hive and would definitely need more honey containers. Sejan added that the current bottle was sufficient for now. He leaned down to pull up a carrot and decided to plan more carefully later. "Hey, everyone," he called out. Sejan shouted for them to come and eat. The system notified him that he had harvested an agile carrot and his job experience had increased slightly. His level 2 harvesting skill increased slightly, and he gained 10 EXP. Sejan held the carrot up to the rabbits, noting it had been a few days since the Blue Moon carrot harvest. He thought to himself that he could now harvest regular carrots as well. Sejan distributed them to each rabbit, reflecting on how the variety of edible food in the cave had increased once again. Seeing the rabbits bowing to him, Sejan asked in surprise why they were doing that. As he and the rabbits gathered around the fire, he looked at a carrot and spoke. "Agile carrot." The system displayed information stating that these carrots grown within the tower were both nutritious and delicious. Consuming it would reduce body fat by 10 grams and increase agility by 0.1 points for 10 minutes. This effect could stack up to 10 times within an hour. It also helped improve eyesight. The grower was Tower Farmer Park Sejan, with an expiration date of 30 days and an E rank. Sejan took a bite of the carrot and spoke. He noted that it even helped with fat reduction and vision. If he could increase the harvest and sell them, they would undoubtedly become very popular. "This is delicious. I'll finish eating quickly and then harvest the rest to put into storage." Sejan and the rabbits were busy with the carrot harvest. One group of rabbits loaded carrots onto a wheelbarrow, while another gathered the pulled ones into a pile. Sejan was working just as hard, diligently pulling carrots from the ground. Suddenly, the black rabbit flopped onto the ground. Seeing this, Sejan asked if it was exhausted, but upon closer inspection, he saw it was chewing on a carrot. "Hey, stop being so sneaky," he scolded. "Stop snacking on them." He then looked toward the storage area and suggested they stop and tidy up since the warehouse was nearly full. At that moment, a system notification appeared, stating he had harvested a ripe agile carrot. His job experience increased slightly, and his harvesting efficiency improved. "You have gained 10 XP and leveled up." The system further announces that you have reached level 10, earned a stat point, and a quest has been triggered. Sejan was surprised, wondering when he hit level 10. A quest? The system then clarified that the tower manager wasn't responsible for this, prompting Sejan to ask curiously. "What is this, tower manager?" The system explained it was a class quest triggered at level 10, which must be completed to unlock a new class trait and advance further. Sejan nodded, recalling that he had heard of class quests before. He mused that while typical hunters received combat-oriented missions, such as slaying monsters, his task as a farmer would likely differ. The quest appeared, requiring him to expand his land by 50 square meters. Sejan looked at his plot and thought, this would be easy. Upon completion, the system announced that the quest was finished and rewarded him with a level up to level 11. He received 1 stat point, 10 tower coins, and a class trait. Sejan breathed a sigh of relief that it was over as the system displayed his new trait. He would now earn XP for every square meter of rice planted. Sejan smiled, pleased with the trait, and felt fortunate to have finished so quickly. Sejan lay exhausted on the ground, sighing that the planting area had grown larger than expected after his meal and carrot planting. He was too spent to continue. Propping up his feet, he told the others to head to bed and leave the rest for tomorrow, praising their hard work. Just then, the guard rabbit ushered the white rabbits outside. He slammed the door shut, locking them out. As the white rabbits wailed and pounded on the door to enter, Sejan heard the commotion and went to investigate, asking if they had been evicted. Looking at the rabbits, he remarked that they had grown up and it was time for them to be independent, though it was too late to dig burrows. He then invited them to sleep with him. Soon he and the rabbits were all asleep together. Sejan smiled, thinking that moments like this were nice, and felt a sense of warmth as he gazed at the sky. Elsewhere, Dong Kai was feeling uneasy, muttering that his daughter would surely scold him. Suddenly, Suhi appeared and called out to Captain Dong Kai. Surprised to see Theo with her, he asked why the traveling merchant cat was there. Suhi explained that Theo had something to discuss, and Theo stepped forward to speak. "Are you the leader of the Korean group?" Theo asked. Dong Kai nodded, wondering why he was asking. Theo then proposed a contract, leaving Dong Kai bewildered by the suggestion. Theo handed him a document, confirming his offer. Reading the contract, Dong Kai saw it mentioned 50 million for Pu Shijan's family in the Siu Sha district and asked if it was a settlement. Theo pulled out a bag, adding that he must inform the family that Mr. Shijan was doing well. In exchange, they would pay him 50 tower coins and more. Theo produced a crate containing 200 magical cherry tomatoes. Dong Kai was stunned by the sight of them, immediately realizing the immense value of what he was holding. Overwhelmed with emotion, he thought this would make him the best father to his daughter. However, he then asked for clarification on who Mr. Pu Shijan actually was. He surmised that since it was a message for family, the man must be a hunter currently unable to leave the tower. T.O. hesitated, recalling Shijan's trust in him to handle this. Keeping the secret that Shijan was on the 99th floor, T.O. told Dong Kai that Mr. Pu Shijan had saved his life back on the 45th floor. He claimed to be merely running errands for him. Dong Kai was shocked, asking if he meant the 40th floor, and wondered if a hunter had truly managed to climb that high. He asked if Shijan was the one who discovered the magical cherry tomatoes. T.O. shook his head, stating he couldn't reveal that, but affirmed that Mr. Pu Shijan was a great man. And as such, he kept many secrets. Dong Kai mused that reaching the 40th floor was an incredible feat, even for a guild comprised of the most elite members. Surpassing the 39th floor remained a daunting challenge, and he had never heard any official reports of a hunter managing to advance that far into the tower. He speculated that if the man was an independent hunter unaffiliated with any guild, he had to be an individual of extraordinary talent. He realized this was a golden opportunity. If he could maintain contact, he might even be able to recruit such a person into his own guild. Additionally, they could secure the exclusive distribution rights for these rare tomatoes. He quickly agreed to the proposal and suggested they finalize the contract. He noted that a simple signature would suffice. Dong Kai signed the document, declared the deal complete, and mentioned that the agreement remained valid even outside the tower. "I will see you again in 10 days to update the situation and ensure the correct information has been delivered. Please inform Mr. Park Si-jun for me." Finally, he clearly declared that I am Dongshik of the Phoenix Guild, would take responsibility for informing the man's parents. Shifting back to the cave, Si-jun thought about how the rabbits were busy building their home when the black rabbit pulled him over, prompting him to ask if they had finished. Si-jun couldn't help but exclaim in praise, telling them it was wonderful, which made the rabbits feel incredibly proud. Si-jun noted that the roof was made of green onions and the walls of sturdy earth, remarking that the scythe rabbit and sickle rabbit must have worked very hard. Seeing that the rabbits had created a small room for resting, Si-jun said enviously that they had even built a space to relax during work hours. He wished he had a room like that as well, then patted the rabbits' heads and told them they did a great job before continuing his narration. It had been a few days since the young rabbits moved out of their parents' home, so he suggested throwing a cozy housewarming party. Si-jun added that while the young rabbits started building their own homes, the rabbit couple remained as inseparable as ever. Later, they all raised a toast to the hardworking rabbits as he poured tomato juice for the black rabbit. He offered a glass of juice to the black rabbit, thanking him for the high-quality fish, and remarked on their cleverness for carving out carrots to use as cups. Although the cups were a bit small for him, he enjoyed being able to eat them after drinking. Then he watched the rabbit couple being affectionate and spoke. He found the situation quite suspicious and wondered why they made the children leave, then turned to the rabbits and said he thought they would soon have new siblings to look after. Just then, the system suddenly appeared to announce that the seed shop had opened, causing Si-jun to cry out in excitement at the news. Realizing it was the deadline he had nearly forgotten, he quickly clicked on the shop to see what was available, and the system displayed 3 choices. There were 100 strawberry seeds for 0.5 tower coins, 100 potato seeds for 5 tower coins, and 100 lettuce seeds for 0.1 tower coins, making Si-jun shout with joy. He admired the lettuce, but then sat down dejectedly, admitting he craved samgyeopsal but had no meat to wrap in the leaves. He decided he might have to skip the lettuce for now and hesitated for a moment, weighing his options between the potatoes and the strawberries. Although he had enough money, he could only afford one and found the choice difficult, but he finally clicked his selection, declaring that starch was always the top priority. He chose the potato seeds, and the system announced the purchase of 100 seeds while deducting 5 tower coins from Sejan's account. He earned 50 loyalty points, bringing his total to 56 and allowing him to use the level 1 seed shop for another 30 days, just as the seed bag appeared and hit him in the face. He opened the bag to inspect the potatoes and remarked on how delicious they looked, expressing his desire to plant them immediately for an early harvest. Sejan salivated as he imagined steaming, boiling, or even making potato pancakes, feeling excited just thinking about cooking them all. He asked the rabbits if they agreed and determined that they would rest today, so they could focus on planting the potatoes tomorrow. Suddenly remembering something, he wondered if Theo was doing all right and assumed he must have finished the errands he was running for him. In the bustling commercial center of the district, the atmosphere was lively as Theo carefully searched through the crowd for the necessary items. He muttered a list of blankets, pillows, ladles, bowls, and spoons, then exclaimed that a pan he found was perfect for frying. He then brought the items to the seller, a dog, and asked for the total price, to which the seller glanced over and began calculating the cost of the bowls and ladles. When told the total was 1.6 tower coins, Theo asked for a small discount, making the shopkeeper laugh and remark on his bluntness since he was a new face. The seller agreed to a discounted price of 1.5 tower coins, but Theo didn't stop there and asked for even more, causing the seller to shake his head. The seller insisted he would make no profit if he lowered the price further, but Theo looked skeptical and threatened to take his business elsewhere. Seeing this, the dog quickly stopped him. "Wait, customer, you can't just leave like that." Theo turned back and asked Meow, "Didn't you just say you couldn't lower the price any further?" The seller finally gave in. "Fine, 1.3 tower coins then." But Theo didn't back down. 1.2 tower coins or I'm leaving right now." Finally, the dog agreed. "All right, 1.2 tower coins, no more discounts." Theo quickly handed over the money, clutched the items to his chest, and said, "Thanks for the discount." The seller smirked. "Ha, I thought he was a novice, but he's a pro." Suddenly, the dog noticed something. He looked at the coin and asked, "What is this mark?" Theo panted heavily. The cat breathed a sigh of relief. "It's finally over." Theo exclaimed joyfully, "I actually bought something without being treated like a fool." Theo recalled Shijun's teaching. You can stop being a foolish consumer. It was time to apply Shijun's lessons to avoid being cheated at the market. Shijun taught Theo, first, when they give a price, ask for a discount no matter what. Second, if they refuse, walk away. Third, if they call you back, continue to demand a lower price. Shijun emphasized, remember, just follow these 3 steps and you won't be scammed at the market. Theo thought to himself. Indeed, Shijun's advice really worked. Theo walked confidently. "Poo-poo-hoo, now I'm a merchant who knows how to bargain." Then Theo heard a voice. "These are items from outside the tower," Sikal Lan was selling. From the outside. He continued, "I'm only telling you this in private. I want to help new merchants quickly become high-level ones." Theo saw Sikal Lan and thought angrily, "That bastard Sikal Lan." Seeing him scamming new merchants, Theo couldn't contain his rage. Immediately, Theo shouted, "Hey, Sikal Lan." He approached to settle the score. "I finally found you," Sikal Lan stammered. Theo. He then used sweet words, "My dear friend. You're finally here. Where have you been? Do you know how long I've waited? Those items I gave you worked well, right?" Theo brushed his hand away and said, "Get lost. How dare you pretend to be close to me? Don't believe this bastard." "He's a scammer." Sikal Lan flatly denied it. What? What are you saying? I cared about you, so I sold you those amazing items at a fair price. Yet you repay my kindness with such hostility." Theo shouted angrily. "Don't mess with me. He probably told you this jar is magical, right? Don't believe him. The jar's design isolates the interior from the outside world. It blocks all heat exchange, causing the temperature to drop gradually." Theo cursed directly. "Magic? My foot. Everything he sells is just pure garbage." Sikal Lan thought to himself, "That bastard, where did he get this information?" He slickly replied, "This must be a misunderstanding, Theo. I must have been a bit confused about these items. Haha, let's sit down and talk." Theo shouted, "Guards, this devious goblin is scamming a new merchant." Sikal Lan threatened him furiously. "Theo, just you wait, I won't let this slide." Then he ran for his life. Theo sighed in relief. "Phew, that wicked scammer is all talk. Don't believe a word he says." The hooded person thanked Theo. "Thank you, I escaped thanks to you. May I ask what your name is?" Theo introduced himself. "My name." "I'm Theo," the other replied. "Ah, so you're Theo." The hooded person bowed in gratitude. "Thank you so much for helping me." Theo said, "It's nothing, I'm leaving now. Be careful in the future and don't get scammed again." The hooded person's eyes now gleamed with a sinister look. He coldly ordered, "Mission accomplished. Everyone withdraw immediately. Just then something landed on the building from above. 3 agent dogs appeared instantly. The hooded person barked angrily, "What's going on?" "I told you to eliminate every factor that could affect the mission," the white dog hurriedly reported. "Forgive us, Agent Jai. We controlled the entire 100-meter radius according to plan. I don't know how that traveling merchant cat managed to slip in." Jai took off his hat, his face showing dissatisfaction. "We have nothing more to discuss." All the agents said in unison, "Yes, Agent Jai Lada." A high-ranking agent of the Wandering Merchant Alliance's secret intelligence organization, coldly judged. "How can you even say that? The mission to capture Ka land that we prepared for months has failed. Withdraw to headquarters for now." He turned to the white dog. "Write 100 apology letters for me." The dog replied, "Yes, Agent." Jai continued with a cold gaze. "To reflect on today's failure, all of you will write 100 apology letters." The group of agents huddled together, trembling. Jai began to think. Recently, the organization had received many reports of scams within the Wandering Merchant Alliance. After a lengthy investigation, we have identified Yelting Scaram as the primary culprit. He continued his analysis, noting that the man knew how to acquire rare items from outside the tower. However, we have yet to determine if he is using illegal channels, so we cannot rush to deal with Scaram. Gerard recalled the situation. After posing as a newly arrived merchant, I managed to approach Scaram. But just before catching him in the act, he sighed. We were interrupted. Gerard decided he had to change the plan. "That guy is Theo, right?" He thought further. It seems he and Scaram have some sort of grudge, so he needs to be investigated thoroughly. Meanwhile, Theo was enjoying his meal, giggling while eating fish. The scene shifts to Theo instructing the rabbits. "Do you understand?" Sedan was also teaching the rabbits how to cut potatoes. "You have to cut them like this." The rabbits followed exactly, dividing the potato into 4 equal parts. Sejan nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Well done, keep doing it like that." He continued his instructions, explaining that after wetting the soil, you place a potato piece down like this. He stood up and exhaled in relief, asking if they were impressed. This was his brilliant plan to grow 400 potato plants from just 100 seedlings. Sejan recalled that he had once seen a comic book in a museum. He never expected that something he thought was just for entertainment during meals would turn out to be so useful. A system notification appeared. "You have planted 33 square meters of potatoes and received 10 EXP. After reading it, Sejan remarked, 1 EXP for every 3 square meters. Although it wasn't much, he considered it a nice bonus. Then he turned to the rabbits and suggested, "The potatoes are almost done, so let's go dig up some sweet potatoes, since you were just little bunnies." "I haven't eaten sweet potatoes in a very long time." He looked out at the garden and continued, "But before that, you all know what needs to be done, right? I'm talking about those sweet potato sprouts. We have to pluck the leaves before we can dig up the tubers." He added that while the rabbits felt a bit desperate, they couldn't just discard sprouts that could produce more tubers. "Right," the black rabbit then turned to speak to the white rabbits, recounting the previous events. The system appeared again. "You have planted sweet potato sprouts. The effect of the level 1 sowing skill has increased the growth rate of the sweet potato sprouts. The proficiency of the level 1 sowing skill has also slightly increased." The whole group laughed happily upon hearing this announcement. Sejan sat down and said seriously, "Do you think planting sweet potato sprouts is my sole responsibility?" "Not at all. From today on, I've decided not to monopolize the joy of farming. Farming is closely tied to timing. I cannot compromise the core of this work by dragging out the time just to increase my proficiency." The rabbits looked dejected after hearing this. At this time, the rabbits were busy pruning the plants. The fat rabbit pushed a wheelbarrow while the black rabbit was sweating from exhaustion. Everyone was working hard, and even Sejan was drenched in sweat. The system notified him again. "You have planted 500 square meters of sweet potatoes." Next, it showed, "You have received 150 level-up EXP and 1 bonus stat point." Seeing this, Sejan said, "Oh, even though I didn't plant them alone, I still received the full experience." The lead rabbit called out, the wife rabbit hummed along, and the baby rabbits wiggled their tails and sang loudly. The rabbits on the other side did the same. They surrounded Sejan, making him feel flustered as he asked what they were doing. The system explained that the white rabbits were praying for a bountiful harvest. This is said to be a harvest dance exclusive to those who specialize in farming within the tower. The tower manager also shouted, "A bumper crop of sweet potatoes, a bumper crop of sweet potatoes." Along with the white rabbits, Sejan then said, "Great, now let's dig them up together." He began to unearth the soil. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth. Sejan was blinded and exclaimed, This is the sun god's sweet potato. A large, round, sweet potato that absorbed sunlight when the sun reached its zenith, carrying the power of the sun god. When eaten, it burns 100 grams of fat and grants immunity to cold for 24 hours. Grower Tower Farmer Park Sejan. Storage period 30 days. Grade E. The system displayed a notification. You have achieved the feat of growing a new plant species in the tower. Sejan asked in confusion, What? Then he shouted, I grew a new species. The scene shifts to a large city where a car stops and a foot steps out. Dong Kai said, This place is. He held a gift box and continued, Sejan's house. Everyone looked at the sweet potato with great interest and excitement. The system appeared again. You have achieved the feat of growing a new plant species in the tower. You must harvest the sun's sweet potatoes. Your job experience has slightly increased. Your level 2 harvesting proficiency has slightly increased, and you have received 10 EXP. Sejan thought to himself, Wait a second, a new plant species. The system continued. The tower grants you exclusive cultivation rights for this new species. Sejan exclaimed in delight that it was wonderful, since no one could cultivate sun's sweet potatoes without his permission. This meant he was the sole individual capable of growing this variety, and even if he sold them, others wouldn't be able to replant them because he held the cultivation rights. Feeling extremely satisfied, he began planting again, noting his curiosity about the taste but deciding to prioritize cultivation since it was a new species, urging them to grow quickly. He suggested digging up a few more sweet potatoes before pulling up a vine, and as the clear sky turned to night, the whole group gathered to roast them together. Once the roasted potatoes were ready, someone poked the bundle with a branch as steam billowed out, and after everyone blew on them to cool them down, Sejan excitedly snapped one in half. He marveled at how delicious it looked while the rabbits ate with delight, and Sejan couldn't help but laugh out loud when the father rabbit ate so hurriedly that he began to choke. He told him to eat slowly just as a system notification appeared, revealing that the tower manager was patiently waiting for a turn while still busy weeding the sandia. Seeing this, Sejan expressed his gratitude for letting the rabbits eat first before taking out 10 sweet potatoes and speaking. He presented the 10 sweet potatoes, and the system flashed again as the tower manager showed great appreciation, promising to savor every single one of them. Sejan glanced at the pile of roasted potatoes and suggested that the scythe rabbit lend him a hand if he had finished eating. Meanwhile, the dragon was busy peeling a sweet potato, and after devouring the whole thing, he regretfully wondered if he should ask for more since he had finished it all. At the same time, the dragon noticed Sejan meticulously drying small slices of potatoes on top of the green onions as he cheerfully explained his actions. He mentioned that they could flip the slices once or twice after they dried like that, then turned to the scythe rabbit and asked for one more sweet potato. The rabbit immediately tossed a potato into the air and sliced it into perfectly even pieces with a single stroke, earning high praise from Sejan for his consistent technique. Just then, the system notification appeared again, as the tower manager angrily questioned why he was throwing away such delicious pieces of sweet potato. Sejan quickly explained that he wasn't discarding them, but was drying them to make a tasty treat, then asked if the manager had ever heard of dried sweet potatoes. The scene shifted to Dong Sik ringing a doorbell, and when a voice from inside asked who it was, he politely inquired if this was the residence of Park Sejan. The family rushed out and stared at the stranger in confusion before asking about Sejan in unison, eventually inviting Dong Sik inside to serve him fruit and drinks. Sejan's mother mentioned that they hadn't hosted any guests for a few days, so she wasn't sure if the refreshments would be to his liking. Dong Sik replied that even a glass of water was appreciated, prompting the father to ask why he was looking for Sejan, noting that his son was currently missing. Upon hearing that, Dong Sik apologized for the late introduction and identified himself as Kim Dong Sik, the leader of Team 5 from the Phoenix Guild, before handing his card to the father. The father looked at the card in confusion while Sejan's younger brother shouted in surprise, asking if it was really the famous Phoenix Guild. The father asked Sedan what was happening, and Sedan stammered in disbelief as he held the card, confirming that it truly was Kim Dong Sik. He exclaimed that the man was the leader of Team 5 in the Phoenix Guild, which was one of the top guilds representing the country. He added that the man was a top-tier hunter, to which Dong Sik chuckled and said it wasn't that impressive, causing the family to bow in a panic once they realized his status. Sejan's father wondered aloud why such an important figure had come to their home, and hurriedly asked his wife to bring out the premium watermelons. He told her to slice them and bring them out, but Dong-sik quickly stopped them, insisting he wasn't that special and asking them to please remain comfortable. Pu Shijan's mother asked tentatively, "If you are a hunter, do you happen to know if our son, Pu Shijan, is currently inside the tower?" The father beside her added, "When did he even go in there, and why have you come here?" Dong Kai finally revealed his purpose. "I've come to deliver this at the request of Mr. Pu Shijan." He then pulled out an envelope, which the family immediately noticed. Tears welled up in their eyes. "Oh, that boy Shijan!" The family wailed in grief, crying out, "You unfilial son, what are we supposed to do if you leave us behind like this?" The younger brother, unable to believe his eyes, muttered blankly, "Brother." Seeing the situation, Dong Kai stood up to explain, No, it's not a suicide note." The father asked in confusion, "Wait, it's not a suicide note." He opened the envelope and pulled out a stack of cash. Staring at it, he shouted, "What is this? 1020 zeros? 50 million won." Dong Kai then explained, Pu Shijan felt guilty about entering the tower so suddenly. "He wanted to let you know he's doing well, so he asked me to bring this to his family." Hearing this, the father laughed heartily. "Haha, that clever boy, he's just like me. I knew he would succeed wherever he went." The mother then asked, "Is Shijan doing well? Why didn't he come here to give this to us himself?" Dong Kai replied, "He said he couldn't leave because of a mission. For hunters, that's quite common, so there's no need to worry." Then he turned and asked, "You said your name is Shidong, right?" Pu Shijan's younger brother knelt and replied, "Please, Captain, feel free to call me by my name." Dong Kai continued, "All right, Shidong, I just heard from your parents that Shijan was missing. Didn't you know he had entered the tower?" The brother answered. "Yes, we lost contact with him about 5 months ago and haven't heard anything since. We even checked with the association to see if a Pu Shijan was registered, but they said no." He continued, "By the way, everyone in there uses aliases." Dong Kai nodded. "Sometimes that happens. It might be a minor error. I'll check with the association through the guild later." Dong Kai thought for a moment. According to the family, he entered 5 months ago without any record from the association. Has he already reached the 40th floor? And as a solo player, it's been 10 years since the tower appeared, and no hunter has ever climbed to the 40th floor in such a short time. Could this be the birth of an unprecedented genius hunter? Shidong asked, "Captain, does your guild have any talent development programs?" Dong Kai tapped the boy's head and said, "Your brother is stuck in the tower, so why talk about helping him outside?" The boy cried out, "Well, I might have talent too." Dong Kai shook his head. "Being a hunter is a very dangerous profession. You could lose your life. Even the association doesn't recommend having more than 1 hunter per family. 1 risk is enough." Then he stood up. "Well, I'll be going now." The father hurriedly said, "We haven't served you anything yet. You should at least stay for a meal." Dong Kai declined. "I can't. I came here straight after leaving the tower, and I need to see my own family too." The mother sighed, "Oh dear, we've held up a busy man. Take care." Dong Kai walked to his car, sat down, and sighed. Suddenly the system appeared, "Contract mission complete." Dong Kai smiled, mission accomplished. "Now where should I go?" Just then his phone rang. It was his daughter. "Hello, Dad." Dong Kai beamed with joy upon hearing her voice. "Does my precious daughter miss her daddy?" He then began to tease her curiosity. "Guess what I brought home? It's something my dear daughter loves." Under a clear blue sky, bright orange carrots bobbed in the cool water. Someone was working hard to plant them. Pu Shijan, who was enthusiastically farming, realized how effective this method was and exclaimed, "Wonderful! This way, the carrot planting mission will be easy to finish." The system announced, "You have completed the carrot planting. Your level 2 farming skill has improved, and you are now eligible to reach level 2. Pu Shijan shared his secret. With the leftover carrot tops, soak the heads in water for a few days, just like the rabbit's daily menu. Once the sprouts appear and grow large enough, plant the bottom half in the soil. He also noted, since the roots were eaten and won't regrow, you must wait for the plant to flower before you can harvest the seeds. As a result, you'll get beautiful white carrot flowers." After finishing, Pu Shijan gazed at his achievement with pride. He smiled and told the rabbit that he loved farming because hard work eventually yielded rewarding results, and the rabbit nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the system asked Pyro Shijan if he had finished the dried sweet potatoes for the tower manager, and he replied immediately. He promised to check them right away and stood up to take action, accompanied by his black and white rabbits. They went to the drying area together, where Pyro Shijan marveled at the perfectly dried potatoes before picking one up to show the rabbits. He invited the excited rabbits to try some. and upon taking a bite himself, he experienced an immediate explosion of flavor. He couldn't help but shout out in delight at the divine taste, praising the crispy exterior and the moist, sweet interior. No one could resist such a perfect combination, and even the adorable rabbits were fond of the treats Pio Shijin had prepared. The potatoes were sun-dried for 24 hours to concentrate their sweetness, creating a snack with a rich, irresistible flavor. After the success of the first batch, a joyful Pio Shijin decided to dry more so he would always have snacks available. While absorbed in his work, he received a system message indicating the tower manager was asking if he had forgotten something. Pio Shijin chuckled and apologized while chewing, asking for a moment as the system continued to urge him on. The tower manager was eager to taste the snacks and requested that he finish the task and send some over while Pio Shijin held a bowl of them. When the system asked what he was doing, Pio Shijin asked the manager to wait just a little longer. He felt it was impolite to use a leaf bowl and prepared a proper package despite the manager's request for him to just send it quickly. Pio Shijin reassured the impatient manager that it would be ready soon, eventually producing an elegant and beautifully wrapped bag of treats. He proudly displayed the finished gift wrap, mentioning his past experience working at a packaging factory. He noted that beautiful presentation adds to the joy of eating and helps retain moisture, yet the tower manager offered no immediate reaction to his excitement. Pio Shijin froze in confusion, wondering if the gift was no longer wanted until the system finally relayed a thank you. He sat with his arms crossed, puzzled by the lukewarm response to a gift he expected would be highly appreciated. While Pio Shijin worried he had offended him, the tower manager was actually trembling with joy, finding the gift too adorable to even eat. Despite the manager's dramatic reaction, Pio Shijin sat under the clear sky, peacefully enjoying his handmade snacks. He wondered how 40 sweet potatoes could disappear in a single day while sitting among his group of small rabbits. When the queen bee arrived with news and a yellow object, a surprised Pio Shijin asked what was the matter. The system announced he had received corn pollen, increasing his beekeeping proficiency and revealing that the cornfield had finally produced ears. Pio Shijin marveled at the corn's rapid growth and realized the flowers contained no nectar after watching the queen bee. Seeing the bees gather pollen instead, he looked at the grains and considered trying some himself. Knowing that pollen is often used as a health supplement, he decided to taste a grain of the corn pollen. He found it slightly bitter but mostly sweet like candy, declaring the unique flavor to be absolutely wonderful. Suddenly, a swarm of queen bees arrived and handed Pio Shijin a large amount of corn pollen, for which he thanked them happily. He held the abundance of precious pollen in his hands, feeling that it was far too valuable to even consider eating. At that moment, Theo the merchant cat returned and greeted Bei Shijin loudly, announcing his arrival, to which Shijin smiled and welcomed him home. Immediately after, Theo spotted the queen bee and froze before shrieking in terror that he was afraid of them, prompting Bei Shijin to quickly calm the frightened cat. He assured Theo that the bees knew he was an ally, and the queen bee, understanding the situation, smiled and offered Theo some pollen nectar. Theo took a sniff and wondered what it was, but as a cat, he absolutely detested the scent of pollen, contrary to the queen bee's hopes. He immediately wiped his nose on Bei Shijin's shirt to get rid of the powder while complaining about the smell, though Shijin tried to stop him. He told Theo not to use his clothes as a rag since it was his only t-shirt, and then Bei Shijin asked the cat if he had finished his task. When asked if the task was done, Theo happily replied that he had exceeded the target, leading Bei Shijin to ask if the message had reached his family. Theo replied that he was about to do it right away, and mentioned that he also had a completed contract with him. Bei Shijin read the contract and saw the mission was complete, noting that his 50 million won should have already been transferred. Theo confirmed that tower contracts were always ironclad, though he still intended to go and check on things personally at a later date. Bei Shijin praised Theo for being reliable and then began to confide in him about his parents and his younger brother, Sedan. He admitted that he felt like a helpless ant when he first entered the tower, and he knew his parents must be worried, never imagining he was now farming with rabbits. He wondered what their reactions would be if he told them he was a farmer in the Tower of Trials, as he reminisced about his life back home. He recalled how Sedan used to tease him constantly and remembered his father's fondness for growing flowers. He thought about giving his father gardening advice, realizing that his own agricultural talent was likely inherited from him. He also thought of his mother, who always prepared a table full of kimchi stew, fondly remembering those warm family meals. Overwhelmed by homesickness, Bei Shijin gazed into the distance until his pets suddenly approached to offer him comfort. They gently consoled him, and seeing this, Bei Shijin felt a wave of happiness as he told them that they were his family now. Theo joked that he was family too, and Bei Shijin laughed, agreeing that Theo was indeed his one and only dedicated employee. Theo the merchant cat giggled and asked Bei Shijin to guess what treasures he had brought back, noting that 50 coins were used for the contract fee. After paying 14.2 coins to the errand runner, 208 coins remained, which made Bei Shijin cheer in delight as he held the money. It felt like paradise, and Theo added that just as Shijin had said, trading truly increased a person's worth. Suddenly remembering something else, Theo presented a pile of items like pots and pans to Bei Shijin. Bei Shijin was incredibly excited to see these remnants of human civilization again, exclaiming how long it had been since he last saw such things. Not only Bei Shijin, but even the little rabbits were fascinated by the items as Shijin began to read the descriptions of these vintage goods. He noticed they were all made in the tower and bore item marks, including a cast iron pot described as being very sturdy. It had a comfortable wooden handle and no usage notes, but Bei Shijin wondered why the manufacturer was listed as undisclosed. Suddenly, Bei Shijin spotted a strange knife, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he picked up the dagger, noting it was his first real weapon in the tower. The dagger required level 10 and a strength stat of 5, with an undisclosed manufacturer, but one detail left Bei Shijin feeling puzzled. He wondered why there were question marks in the description, and immediately asked Theo where he had managed to find such an item while the cat played with a white rabbit. Hearing that, he replied, "I heard the blacksmith's lottery corner was having a massive sale, so I stopped by to see if there was anything worth buying." Park Sejun was quite surprised to hear this. "A lottery?" he asked. Then he added, "Well, I've already met the requirements to use it, so should I?" Just as he was about to, Park Sejun received a system notification. The tower manager warns that if you recklessly use an unappraised item, you will face significant trouble. Park Sejun was startled. "Oh, it hasn't been appraised yet." "So what happens if I use it anyway?" The system then announced that the tower manager would send an appraiser to help Park Sejun inspect the item. Subsequently, the system assigned him a new quest: send the unappraised dagger to tower management. The reward for this quest was nothing, and the penalty for refusal was the inability to have it appraised. Next, the system issued a second quest: send an additional package of dried sweet potatoes to tower management as a thank you gift. The reward was the appraised dagger, with the penalty being the permanent loss of the weapon. The system even added a humorous comment: the tower manager is vehemently protesting, insisting that they aren't doing this just because they want to eat more dried sweet potatoes. After reading the message, Park Sejun immediately became suspicious. "Wait, something feels off about this. Are you sure?" Then the system sent another funny message: the tower manager is currently wiping away drool from cravings. Sejun read this and immediately grew angry, cursing under his breath. "I knew it. You already took so much last time." However, after a moment, he calmed down and accepted the compromise. "Fine, it's not safe to use an item with such vague information anyway. Here, take it." The system continuously updated the information. The tower manager is performing the appraisal skill. Fortunately, they realized that this item is not harmful. Quest completed. Park Sejun received Kent's training dagger as his reward. After being appraised, the dagger had reached a new level, appearing beautiful, luxurious, and high quality. Detailed information about it was also provided. Kent's training dagger, a short blade that the Kent warriors of the Red Mountain used for training during their childhood. Crafted from black iron ore, it feels heavier than a standard dagger. During the forging process, a small amount of platinum was added to maintain its sharpness for a long time. Usage restricted to level 10 and above. Strength +5. Creators: Black Crow Blacksmith and Black Hammer Dwarf. Skill: Proficiency increase level 1. All proficiency gains while using this dagger will increase in speed by 5%. After reading the info, Park Sejun shouted in shock, "The weapon's name. Is this actually a named piece of equipment?" He sat down, holding the dagger to admire it while lost in thought. Normally, in auctions, named equipment costs at least 100 million won due to its rarity. Yet, he had managed to obtain it from a lottery prize. Thinking this, Sejun suspiciously observed Theo from a distance. Soon after, he smiled with satisfaction. "Oh, wait a second. I thought this little guy was just a naive, easily fooled kid." But he's actually quite talented, isn't he? Theo was unaware that Park Sejan was silently praising him as he was busy playing with the baby rabbits. On the lush green field, a bear was searching for something, looking adorable when it turned around. Inside the cave, Theo was savoring some cat pate, happily exclaiming as he ate, "Churu is just so delicious." Meanwhile, Park Sejan was engrossed in practicing with his new dagger. He slashed horizontally and vertically, cutting down the green onions he had planted. After finishing his destruction of the garden, Park Sejan was extremely satisfied with the results. He laughed loudly and asked, "How do you like my dagger skills? Pretty skillful, right?" At that moment, some rabbits were busy harvesting the green onions, while others clapped in praise of Park Sejan. Seeing Park Sejan so happy, Theo asked, "Do you like that dagger, Mr. Park Sejan?" Park Sejan immediately replied, "Yes, I like it very much. Thank you for bringing it, Theo." Hearing Park Sejan call him that, Theo suddenly felt annoyed and said angrily, "It's Merchant Theo. You promised me just an hour ago." Park Sejan had to pat the finicky cat's head to soothe him, saying gently, all right, Merchant Theo, you're wonderful." Theo's anger subsided upon hearing those words. He high-fived Park Sejan and said, "HMPH, I'll let it slide this time, but make sure you remember it." Park Sejan was surprised by Theo's maturity, thinking, "I thought this kid was just an easygoing cat, but who knew he was like this?" Then he took Theo's paw and silently remarked, "But he really does have a golden touch. No golden claws. Suddenly he seems quite adorable." Seeing Park Sejan keep touching his paw, Theo shouted in frustration, "What are you doing, Mr. Sejan?" Park Sejan replied, Your claws are just so cute." Then he picked Theo up. He said happily, "Merchant Theo, I'll give you another churu, okay?" Theo thought to himself, "Haha, in the end, Sejan is just a human after all. All humans must kneel before my claws, meow. These are truly the claws of a lucky golden cat," he told Park Sejan in a bossy tone, meow. "Isn't that obvious? Hurry up, I don't have much time, meow." Hearing this, Park Sejan frowned inwardly and wondered why he felt so uneasy. He carried Theo over to get some cat pate, and a short while later, Park Sejan announced that Theo's hour as a merchant was up, causing Theo's face to fall. Dejectedly, he pleaded, "That was too fast, meow. I want to be a merchant a bit longer, just a little more, meow," despite his earnest begging. Park Sejan stood his ground and firmly said no, so seeing that his pleas were ineffective, Theo decided to change his tactics. "This won't work, I have to use my secret technique to extend my time as a merchant." Theo then reached into his bag, pulled something out, and told Sejan to look as he tossed it. Park Sejan's attention was immediately seized as he stared at the items with his mouth agape, only able to utter the word, "seasonings." Seeing Park Sejan's intense fascination with the items, Theo looked triumphant and asked him what he thought. He mentioned they received many rewards for taking photos, while Park Sejan remained focused on the seasonings, testing each one in turn. Starting with the salt, he poured some onto his hand and tasted it, noting its saltiness before moving on to the pepper and other spices. Park Sejan kept commenting on how spicy the pepper was and how wonderful the aromas were, while Theo watched him, noting his clear delight. Feeling halfway to success, Theo asked if he deserved to be a merchant and suggested extending his time by another 2 hours. In high spirits, Park Sejan readily agreed and even offered a bonus, laughing that he could be a merchant for 24 hours if he wanted. He even picked Theo up and spun him around in celebration, while Theo cheered happily about being a merchant for the next 24 hours. At the base of the tower, the delicious aroma of food wafted everywhere as Park Sejan finished the fish and seasoned each piece with salt to enjoy. He skewered the fish and vegetables to grill them, filling the tower with the warm, savory scent of roasted food and the spices Theo had provided. The fragrance woke the sleeping rabbits, who emerged from their burrows to sniff the air and hungrily called out for Park Sejan. He smiled at them and asked if they had slept well, greeting them for the morning and inviting the hungry group to come sit down. Park Sejan laid out a flavorful spread and proudly told the rabbits that he had to show off his culinary skills today. The rabbits were incredibly excited as Park Sejan handed each of them a dish, explaining that he had prepared specially seasoned fish for them to choose from. Watching them eat, Park Sejan noted that the white rabbits seemed to find it a bit spicy, and they agreed as their faces turned red from the heat. Seeing Theo asleep, Park Sejan gently shook him awake, telling the merchant it was time for breakfast and that there was grilled fish. Though still groggy, Theo caught the scent of the grilled fish and cried out for it, prompting Park Sejan to ask if he wanted some. Instead of being happy, Theo reacted unexpectedly, asking if he was insulting the fish god, which saddened Park Si-jun until he realized Theo preferred whole grilled fish. He grabbed a whole fish and ate it happily while sitting on Si-jun's lap, remarking with satisfaction that this was how grilled fish should taste. After the meal, Si-jun and the rabbits resumed harvesting the tomatoes, which looked incredibly appealing in their plump, bright red state. The system announced that Park Si-jun had harvested 7 ripe Bima Magic tomatoes, increasing his experience slightly and granting 70 XP with a 5% boost from level 3 harvesting productivity. Park Si-jun focused on cutting the tomatoes, explaining that Kent's dagger wasn't just for combat, as it boosted all skill speeds by 5% to help increase his productivity. After cutting a fresh bunch of tomatoes, Park Si-jun happily showed them to Theo and told the merchant to take them, though Theo replied with slight annoyance. He grumbled that as a great merchant he shouldn't have to do such things, but Park Si-jun retorted that even as the chairman, he was still doing the work himself. Theo asked in surprise, "Wait, you're the chairman?" Park Si-jun replied, "Yes, so move quickly, Merchant Theo." Theo obediently followed the instruction. "Understood, but the chairman holds a higher rank than a merchant, right?" Theo suddenly realized something intriguing and remarked, "Oh, I've just learned something new. I'll put in my best effort." While working, a thought occurred to Theo. "Once I become the chairman, I'll have Park Si-jun's lap and knees all to myself." After filling his bag with harvested tomatoes, Theo informed Park Si-jun, "I'm finished, I'll be heading out now." Si-jun asked, "Already?" Park Si-jun suddenly recalled something and instructed Theo, "Oh, Merchant Theo, when you pass the shop, remember to buy the items we need and stop by the forge. Pick something you like from the lottery machine." Si-jun thought to himself, "I can't let Theo's potential go to waste." Theo waved goodbye and left a message. "Certainly, I'll see you later." Park Si-jun waved back at him. Once Theo had departed, Si-jun looked over his tomato patch and said, "I should probably finish picking these cherry tomatoes and then take a break." The system sent a message to Si-jun. "You have successfully harvested 6 ripe magical cherry tomatoes. Your experience has increased slightly, and your harvesting proficiency has improved. Harvesting proficiency level 3 has increased by 5%, and you earn 90 EXP. After reading this, Park Si-jun said in shock, "What? 90 experience points? I only harvested 6 fruits, yet I received that much." Magical cherry tomato, a highly nutritious and flavorful variety grown within the tower. Consuming it burns 20 grams of fat, increases mana by 0.2 for 10 minutes, and boosts physical strength. Eating 10 or more extends the duration to 1 hour. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Si-jun. Expiration, 60 days. The fat-burning effect, mana boost, and shelf life have all doubled and the taste has improved. "Shall we eat and then rest for a bit?" he said to the black rabbit. On his way, Theo suddenly felt a pang of sadness and wondered why he felt so regretful. Elsewhere, the tower manager was admiring a statue of himself glowing with a beautiful blue light. It was a black dragon ice sculpture created by Kaiser Brittany, modeled after Eileen Brittany using ice fragments from the Blue Penguin Kingdom. However, for some reason, the tower manager shattered the statue. It turned out he had hidden roasted sweet potatoes inside. After retrieving them, he said happily, "Hee, this treasure is permanently preserved by magic. I'll save this instead of eating it for my human. I mean because Si-jun gave it to me. I should probably check what Si-jun is doing through my crystal ball." He immediately took out the orb to check, but contrary to his expectations, Si-jun was sleeping. Seeing this, he grew angry. Is he sleeping without any concern for the dangers surrounding him? Should the great black dragon Eileen go on patrol? Suddenly, he spotted something and stammered, This is." Meanwhile, Park Si-jun was napping peacefully with the rabbits when a message arrived. "Wake up, wake up." A groggy Si-jun asked, What's wrong, tower manager?" The system replied, "The tower manager says this is no time for a nap." Park Si-jun jumped up, looked up, and noticed something unusual, shouting, "A monster!" The system urged him to move. At that moment, a red bear appeared at the tower's edge, looked down, and kicked some rocks loose. Sensing the approaching danger, Park Si-jun urged the rabbits to flee. It turned out the bear had slipped and fallen. Fortunately, Si-jun caught it in time. He wondered, "What just fell? A dog? Wait, this is." It was a massive-headed giant red bear cub that looked incredibly adorable. Holding the cub in his arms, Park Si-jun said in amazement, "A tiny giant red bear." Recalling the beast from the Blue Moon night, he thought, "Don't tell me this is the offspring of that Blue Moon monster." Park Si-jun lifted the cub to examine it. He compared it to the giant red bear from that night. While that one was terrifying, this cub was small and cute. The giant red bear cub, unaware of his thoughts. opened its large, round eyes and squirmed around in his arms. Suddenly, a status window appeared. The tower manager asked, "Why did you catch the giant red bear cub?" Park Si-jun frowned in confusion. "How could I just leave it? It was in danger." Suddenly, two notifications appeared on the display. The manager demanded that Park Si-jun quickly remove the cub from the cave, while also warning that its mother might be searching for it nearby. Park Si-jun placed the small, giant red bear on the ground, feeling reluctant to let it go. The cub began toddling toward the group of rabbits. Si-jun watched it and said, "It's so small, will it be all right? It might be better if its mother comes to fetch it." The status window updated with more information. Giant red bears are famously gluttonous. This cub might end up eating everything in the cave. Park Si-jun broke into a sweat and asked in disbelief, "What? But it's still so small, so why are you exaggerating?" he asked as the little cub played happily with the black rabbit, who raised a paw to its head and let out a friendly cry, to which the cub responded joyfully. The swarm of poisonous bees flew diligently forward to gather nectar, and the cub's eyes sparkled as he followed the queen bee, while the fierce worker bees glared at him. They watched him with wary eyes, causing the frightened cub to stop in his tracks as the poisonous bees drove him away, sending him running back toward Pu Shijun in fear. Surprised and confused by what was happening, he asked what was wrong as the cub cried out loudly. Pu Shijun knelt to embrace the little bear, blocking the angry bees and speaking softly. "It's all right, they aren't bad people," he said, turning to the cub who was wiping away tears and comforting him by explaining that the bees only reacted because he had approached them. "Stop crying, did you come over because you smelled something sweet?" he asked, thinking to himself how adorable the cub was before turning his gaze toward the queen bee. He spoke up, asking the queen bee for a favor, and though she seemed displeased, she nodded in agreement and produced a bead of delicious, fragrant honey. He caught it with both hands and placed it in the cub's paw, happily coaxing him to try the honey as Pu Shijun knelt down on one knee. Watching the cub eat the honey, he smiled and remarked that the scent must have drawn him there, to which the cub let out a joyful cry as Pu Shijun continued speaking. "Bears really do love honey," he said, ignoring the status window that appeared with an ellipsis as his gaze remained fixed on the small yet great crimson bear. Having finished the honey, the cub toddled toward him with open arms as if asking for a hug, letting out a soft, gentle cry. Pu Shijun reached out to support the cub with a tender expression and an affectionate voice, asking if he had finished it all, if it was tasty, and if he wanted more. The status window suddenly trembled as if the tower manager on the other side was furious, immediately appearing right in front of Pu Shijun and causing him to gasp as a notification popped up. A new quest appeared: drive the great crimson bear out of the cave. The reward was a professional skill, while the penalty for refusal was starvation. Before his surprise could fade, another message appeared stating that the tower manager absolutely loathed this great crimson bear, and despite it being a mere display window, Pu Shijun and everyone nearby could feel the manager's intense rage, while the great crimson bear opened its eyes wide and let out a sorrowful cry with an aggrieved expression. Pu Shijun cried out in alarm and indignation, asking the manager what he was doing and why he was acting this way toward such a small creature that barely ate anything, prompting the window to change as the manager explained. "I'm merely removing monsters that could pose a threat to the tower's farmers," the manager stated, causing Pu Shijun to frown and declare with dissatisfaction that he was being far too cruel. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen into this cave in the first place," he argued, to which the manager replied through the window that it was just an accidental error and urged him to obey. Pu Shijun pulled the great crimson bear into his arms to protect it, his voice trembling with emotion as he repeated the word, "mistake," while looking down sadly at the creature in his lap. "People also told me that entering this tower was a mistake," he said before falling silent, while the status window lingered on the manager's command to obey as everyone turned to look at Pu Shijun. No one uttered a word as the bees and the rabbits watched him in surprise, and even He Long, the tower manager watching from the other side of the crystal ball, was stunned into silence, unsure of how to respond. He Long frowned with dissatisfaction until the status window finally changed once more a moment later. The tower manager told him to do as he pleased, leaving Pu Shijun to stare at the status window in sheer amazement. Park Si-jun frowned and pouted in annoyance as the window vanished, grumbling that the manager was overreacting to the cub's appetite before deciding he would eventually have to let it go. He turned to the giant red bear cub with a comforting smile, telling it to wake up because the boogeyman was gone, only to suddenly freeze in his tracks. Seeing the cub's eyes tightly shut, Park Si-jun realized it had fallen asleep and gently placed it down beside his bed of green onions. He rested his chin on his hand and watched the cub with a delighted grin, thinking it was precious and deciding to let it sleep inside the cave for the day. As the sun's rays poured through the massive opening in the cave's ceiling, Park Si-jun's voice drifted through the air as he decided to wait until tomorrow to release it. Park Si-jun soon fell into a deep slumber himself, snoring loudly with drool pooling at his mouth, until the giant red bear cub eventually sat up. When the black rabbit finally emerged groggily from its home, its eyes snapped wide in utter disbelief, and it let out a piercing scream. The black rabbit continued to shout, "Bia, yeah," into Park Si-jun's ear until he woke up, rubbing his head and grumpily asking the baby bear why it was making such a fuss. Park Si-jun sat up dazed, only to realize the giant red bear cub was missing from the bed, leaving him wondering where it could have gone. He questioned the agitated rabbits before him, but the black rabbit simply pointed in a direction and cried out, "Bia," in a fit of rage. Park Si-jun's eyes bulged, and his mouth hung open in shock as he realized his green onion crops had been completely trampled. Carrots and sweet potatoes were scattered everywhere, ruthlessly gnawed upon, just as a rustling sound came from behind the massive pile of onions. The giant red bear cub was sitting there, happily devouring a carrot amidst a mess of half-eaten vegetables strewn at its feet. It looked back at Park Si-jun with an innocent expression, leaving him devastated while the black rabbit brandished a hammer and the fat rabbit stomped its feet in fury. The cub continued to rummage through the onions as if searching for more food, prompting the black rabbit to lose its patience and strike it on the head with the hammer. Park Si-jun lifted the remaining onions only to find the space beneath them empty, sadly noting that the cub had eaten a third of the crops but ignored the cherry tomatoes. The cub fled toward Park Si-jun after being struck, while the enraged rabbits pointed their fingers and gave chase. As the rabbits fumed, the cub wiped away its tears, and Park Si-jun was shocked to find it had grown significantly larger than it was just yesterday. He suddenly remembered his dispute with the tower manager and the warning that the giant red bear cub possessed an insatiable appetite. It dawned on him that animals within the tower grew at an incredible rate, and he realized with a pale face that he should have listened to the manager. A new notification appeared from the manager stating the cub could eat 100 kilograms of food a day, leaving Park Si-jun utterly speechless. He bowed his head in a sincere apology to the tower manager, and a message appeared saying it was acceptable as long as he admitted his mistake. As the cub looked on sadly, Park Si-jun told it to reflect on its behavior, admitting he had wrongly thought the manager was merely being envious. The status window updated with the manager's demand to release the cub immediately, putting Park Si-jun in a very difficult position. He looked up at the large opening in the cave's ceiling and began weaving a long rope out of green onions to facilitate the cub's departure. After tying the rope around the cub and finishing it with a decorative bow, he expressed his satisfaction with how secure the knot was. Park Si-jun waved to the rabbits at the cave's entrance and asked if they were ready as the black rabbit took a firm hold of the rope. Standing below, Park Si-jun signaled for them to begin, and the poison bees joined in to help pull the giant red bear cub upward. With the rope anchored to a large tree nearby, the rabbits strained to pull the cub toward the mouth of the cave. As the cub was hoisted into the air, Park Si-jun cheered them on, though the frightened cub began to squirm and cry out in distress. Pu Shijun handed the cub a honey candy, which it accepted, and he smiled warmly, telling it to return to its mother as it was hoisted upward. Pu Shijun waved goodbye, and the cub happily returned the gesture. Once it cleared the cave entrance, a notification appeared announcing the quest's completion. You have acquired the level 1 seed harvesting job skill, slightly improving the chance of finding quality seeds during harvest. Pu Shijun watched the rabbits descend into the cave and asked if the cub was home, while the exhausted black rabbit wiped its brow and received his praise. He complimented their hard work while looking at the chaotic mess the bear had left behind. Then Pu Shijun sighed and rubbed his hungry stomach. After his stomach growled, he looked at the rabbit parents with a smile and a soft sigh, suggesting they eat cherry tomatoes. A few days later, the fruit had ripened to a bright red. Pu Shijun and the rabbits gazed up at the cave entrance, where the baby rabbits watched with fear and excitement as the cub sat waving, "Yi," followed by its massive mother, causing Pu Shijun to break into a cold sweat. His face turned pale with disbelief as he cried out, drenched in sweat, while the black rabbit stood before him, blocking the path with a hammer. The rabbits behind him were in a state of panic, and he couldn't believe his eyes, wondering why the mother bear was there and fearing she had come to eat him. Pu Shijen envisioned a terrifying giant red bear with bloodshot eyes lifting him up with one hand and opening its maw to swallow him whole. He imagined her accusing him of kidnapping her cub and refusing to show mercy. Terrified and pale, Pu Shijen covered his mouth, wondering if he was about to die as he called out to his parents and the hearse. He collapsed to his knees and begged the mother bear for mercy, claiming he wasn't tasty because he only ate tomatoes, while the black rabbit beside him looked on in confusion. The giant red bear mother also stared at him with a puzzled HMPH, and at that moment, Pu Shijen's status window flickered into view. The tower manager stated that they had no intention of harming him, and Pu Shijen gasped in shock, asking if the manager could actually understand their speech. The status window updated to confirm the manager's ability and explained that the giant red bear wanted to provide honey for her cub, causing Pu Shijen to ask for clarification in surprise. He questioned if she truly wanted to feed her cub honey, and as the mother bear roared in affirmation, the tower manager explained she offered to protect the area in exchange for the sweet treat. She reached out a friendly hand with a HMPH and placed her paw pad on the ground right in front of Pu Shijen, who turned to see the rabbits smiling happily. The rabbits looked at him with pure delight, so he turned back to the mother bear and agreed to provide the honey with a smile as the status window updated once more. The tower manager instructed him to climb onto the bear's leg, and Pu Shijen complied immediately, seating himself upon the bear's soft paw pad. Feeling himself rise toward the cave entrance, a joyful smile spread across his face as Pu Shijen looked down to see the black rabbit waving up at him. From his high vantage point, Pu Shijen marveled at the perfectly straight rows of crops and thanked his plants for growing so well despite the difficult conditions in the cave. Pu Shijen felt the vastness of the sky outside the cavern and took a deep breath of fresh air, causing the color to return to his face. He realized he had finally escaped that place as he saw the brilliant light and the actual tower, squinting at the world that lay beyond the cave. He shielded his eyes from the blinding glare, and when he opened them again, Pu Shijen was amazed to find himself standing on the mother bear's palm, looking out at the vast world. Countless mountain ranges rolled toward the horizon where a colossal tree pierced the heavens, leaving him stunned by the sight. He could hardly believe his eyes, marveling at the scale of the tower as he shielded his eyes from the bright light and squinted at the distant tree. At that moment, a system window appeared identifying the structure as a waypoint, which took Pu Shijen by surprise. A waypoint is a structure powered by a massive magic stone, serving as the sole means for hunters from the outside to travel between the tower's floors. Pu Shijen clenched his fists with joy, realizing that using the waypoint would allow him to leave the first floor and exit the tower entirely. However, he began to wonder how he would actually get there, while the giant red bear cub at his feet raised its arms and let out a cry. The cub cried out, "Kuan, Kuan," happily as the mother bear lowered her hand, but Pu Shijen remained lost in his contemplations. "Do I really have to travel that entire distance?" He hopped down and approached the cub. Pu Shijen lifted the giant red bear cub and pointed toward the far-off pillar. "Hey, giant red bear, could you take me over there?" The mother bear appeared sorrowful as a status window popped up, notifying him of her refusal. Pu Shijen was taken aback. "But why?" The status window immediately updated, explaining that the area was outside her territory and he would need to defeat 300 monsters to reach it. Pu Shijen glanced at the pillar. "I see, so there are monsters blocking the path." The mother bear then pointed in a different direction. Ding, the status window shifted, explaining that her domain only extended from the forest to the surrounding area. While most monsters avoided this place, protecting Pu Shijen would be difficult once he left her territory. He let out a disappointed sigh. "I understand." By then, the rabbits and the queen bee had reached the cave entrance. Pu Shijen took his backpack from the black rabbit and gave a friendly smile. "Thanks, Black Rabbit." The black rabbit responded with its usual cheerful paya. The giant red bear cub tightly hugged the black rabbit, lifting it up to nuzzle against its small friend. The black rabbit gently patted the cub's head as affectionate cries of "Paya, Paya" filled the air. The mother bear exhaled a soft breath toward Pu Shijen. Ding, Kuang, Kuang. Pu Shijen suddenly remembered something and opened his backpack to pull out a jar of honey. "Oh, that's right, here's the honey," he smiled brightly. "Let's have some, shall we?" The giant red bear cub, who had been licking the black rabbit, turned its head at the sound. Its eyes sparkled as it reached out both paws for the honey. With eyes gleaming with joy, the cub happily savored the delicious honey. Pu Shijen held the remaining jar and looked at the mother bear. "Would you like some?" The mother bear looked down sadly. A status window appeared, explaining that she was foregoing food to save it for her cub, as there was nothing to eat in the area. "That is why my child grows so slowly," the status window updated again. "However, since being with you, my child has been growing much faster." Pu Shijen recalled how the cub had devoured most of his food reserves. He gave a wry smile and thought to himself, "Growing much faster, huh? It certainly eats enough to empty my entire warehouse." The mother bear spoke again, and the status window continued to update. "The sweet scent of honey helps the cub grow quickly." Pu Shijen turned to the queen bee resting on his back and chuckled. "Queen bee, she says your honey is helping the cub grow fast. Haha, are you blushing?" He then turned back to the mother bear. "But if there's no food here, are you just staying hungry? I heard from the manager that giant red bears have massive appetites." The mother bear looked at him with shimmering, emotional eyes. A status window appeared. "I haven't eaten anything for 3 days while searching for this cave." Pu Shijen was stunned. "3 days, your child is important, but you shouldn't starve yourself like that." He turned to the black rabbit standing nearby. "This won't do, wait a moment." He pointed at the black rabbit and spoke urgently. "Black rabbit, get ready." The black rabbit chirped in response as Pu Shijen pulled out vegetables and a pan, a confident smile on his face. "I'll show you the skills of Chef Pu Shijen." The black rabbit skillfully used a torch in one hand to lure a school of fish in the lake. With its other hand, it used a hammer to strike the fish as they surfaced. Meanwhile, the chef rabbit nimbly diced the carrots. Pu Shijen began preparing the meal, adding fish, carrots, green onions, tomatoes, and water into the pan before cooking it over a high flame. Before long, a fragrant, flavorful pot of soup was ready. Pu Shijen took a spoonful to taste, smiled with satisfaction, and said, "It's done." The two rabbits quickly prepared the plates for him. A status window displayed information about the freshly cooked tomato fish soup with carrots, surrounded by various other dishes. The mother bear stared at the feast in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. The giant red bear cub's eyes lit up as it began to drool in anticipation. "Kuang." Pu Shijen stood confidently with one hand on his hip and the other holding a ladle. "Nutritious tomato fish soup. We're a bit short on ingredients, but I guarantee it's delicious." "A mother needs to eat well for her child to grow quickly, right?" The giant red bear cub couldn't restrain itself and dove into the meal, eating happily. Nom nom. Suddenly, the massive mother red bear used her soft paws to wrap tightly around Park Sejun, startling him before she reached for the two rabbits. The rabbits looked up in shock as the mother bear pulled all three into a tight embrace, causing Sejun and the rabbits to cry out in surprise. Watching the scene through her crystal ball, the Black Dragon Tower manager let out a sigh of relief while the mother bear let out a low cry. A notification appeared on Park Sejun's status window saying the bear was thanking him, but he shouted, "Wait, I can't breathe." I Long crossed her arms and smiled, having watched them since the cub left the cave, relieved the mother bear chose to be friendly instead of attacking. She recalled using the status window to relay a message to the mother bear, promising to pass her words along to the human. She glanced at the sphere on the table, surprised by the turn of events, and looked at the ceiling happily, noting that Sejun's expansion and the bear's protection meant more food and less work for her. "Two birds with one stone," Hai Long chuckled arrogantly, praising her own genius as Aileen Brittonima while her laughter echoed. At the Wandering Merchant Investigation Bureau, the atmosphere was bustling as people moved in and out, while a fox held a document containing Theo's details and began reading aloud about the new merchant from Graina Village who traded on the lower floors. With an unknown supply source and an unexplained ascent to the highest floors, the fox rubbed his chin, muttering that the vague info and the scram incident suggested he wasn't a skilled merchant. He wondered how Theo managed such high sales just as a pure white dog entered the room carrying a file for Mr. Gerard. The dog looked at Gerard and reported that following the warehouse theft at landlord Gristel's property on the 55th floor, some of the stolen goods had surfaced in small quantities on the black market, and he had brought the requested list of items. Another dog burst through the door, reporting that an agent managing the shortcuts had spotted a wandering merchant, likely Theo, who had reached the 75th floor using the merchant's shortcut, prompting Gerard to stand up and head out, deciding to review the list upon his return. The white dog bowed respectfully as Gerard donned his hood, determined to uncover the secrets of the wandering merchant, Theo. In his role at the Wandering Merchant Investigation Bureau, Gerard set out, while Theo was seen happily buying snacks from a grilled meat stall on the street. The mother red bear appeared at the cave entrance with a growl, while her cub raised its paws and cheered, catching Park Sejun's attention. He waved to them, wishing them a good morning and asking to be picked up, marking 3 days since his agreement with the mother bear. Sejun handed a large bundle of food wrapped in green onion leaves to the mother bear, instructing her to eat it while she was out on patrol. The mother bear grunted in response before heading out for her morning patrol, leaving the cub behind as Sejun and the rabbits waved goodbye. After leaving the cave, the rabbits and I began moving everything one by one as Sejun surveyed the rocky ground and started clearing the area. Sejun knelt to inspect the soil, while the white rabbit struggled to dig with a shovel, finding the task far too difficult. He frowned, realizing the rocky, arid terrain was a far cry from the fertile soil of the underground land he was used to. Farming would be a challenge, and as the white rabbit looked on sadly, Sejun suddenly heard a peculiar noise nearby. He turned to see the red bear cub playfully digging through the piles of dirt and stone, letting out a cheerful cry. Sejun watched in amazement as the cub continued its game, completely oblivious to the fact that it was being watched, laughing happily. As the cub laughed, the fat rabbit and the black rabbit followed behind with a wheelbarrow, collecting the stones the cub had unearthed. Sejun clenched his fist and cheered for the cub, realizing that clearing the stones would be much easier now, and brought him a sweet potato. He patted its head and praised it. "Good job. Very good. Here, eat this," as the baby giant red bear grinned happily. Kuhihi. The 2 rabbits continued merrily clearing away stones, while Pu Shijun watched the baby giant red bear in shock, noting it was nearly his height after just a few days in the cave. He took a sprouted sweet potato and buried it in the soil while the white rabbit worked hard with a shovel, as Pu Shijun muttered about the ground being too barren. "I'll plant the roots first," he said, just as several status windows appeared regarding the sweet potato and the influence of his level 3 planting skill. The sweet potato's rooting ability increased, and your job experience points rose slightly due to the effects of the level 3 planting skill. The sweet potato's rooting ability improved, and because proficiency reached level 1, the level 3 planting skill's effectiveness increased by 5%. Pu Shijun continued to grumble about needing to plant cherry tomatoes soon, but a sudden noise from behind made him turn around in surprise. The baby giant red bear was relentlessly digging up the soil where he had just planted the seedlings, and Pu Shijun watched in shock as it ran to him with a sweet potato in its mouth. Pu Shijun waved his hands and scolded the bear for being naughty since they weren't hunting for treasure, while the bear just stared back with wide eyes before he sighed. "How depressing. You've eaten everything I worked so hard to grow, and now I have to fix the whole garden," he lamented as the bear hung its head in dejection. Pu Shijun rubbed his chin and thought that if the bear stayed, he would have to teach it how to farm, while the creature suddenly began to cry from feeling wronged. "Kuan," the white rabbit chattered while pointing at the bear, as the scene shifted to the lush forests and towering stone pillars of the 38th floor. Theo stood before a crowd and confidently announced an auction for 300 lots of magical cherry tomatoes, totaling 180 fruits, which prompted an excited bid of 25 tower coins. Another person quickly raised the bid to 27 tower coins, and Theo declared them the winner as the crowd continued to bid fervently for the cherry tomatoes. Eventually, Theo sold everything and collected 3 bags of money, though he gloomily wished for another easy target since he made less gold than before. One bidder remained behind and asked Theo to check if their previous contract was finalized, prompting Theo to turn and greet Mr. Jin Dongjia. Jin Dongjia shyly covered his mouth and asked Theo to tell Pu Shijun that he from the Fenghuang Guild had spoken with his family, to which Theo nodded in understanding. When asked why he didn't join the tomato auction, Jin Dongjia reached into his pocket and explained he needed something else this time, leaving Theo quite surprised. Grinning like a child, Jin Dongjia pointed his phone camera at Theo and asked if they could take a photo together because his daughter was very fond of cats. Theo held out his paw and demanded a reward, so Jin Dongjia handed him a pouch of red powder and identified it as red chili flakes. Explaining that Koreans couldn't eat without it, Jin Dongjia was ignored as Theo hastily opened the bag and shoved a handful of the powder into his mouth. Jin Dongjia tried to stop him, but Theo was already jumping in agony and screaming as the chili powder fell, his cries about his burning tongue echoing through the woods. A round-eyed deer smiled kindly while placing a bag on the table, announcing the knapsack upgrade was finished, and Theo stepped out with a flushed, red mouth. Wiping his still stinging tongue, Theo stepped into the street and shouldered his bag, delighted that its increased capacity would allow him to carry hundreds of additional tomatoes. He chuckled smugly, thinking that using all his perks to upgrade the bag was a wise investment that would surely earn him another 100 tower coins and intermediate merchant status. He felt a surge of joy imagining himself as a chairman, envisioning the day he would finally make Pu Shijan kneel before him in submission. Deciding to finish Pu Shijan's errands at the alley shop, he was suddenly interrupted by a delicious aroma that wafted toward him, catching his attention. He spotted a fox grilling skewers across the street and approached the stall, swallowing hard, as he decided that a snack was exactly what he needed to soothe his burning tongue. Theo requested a skewer with a sly smile, but when the fox asked for 1 tower coin, he immediately began haggling for a discount until he was eventually walking away happily munching on his fish. "Ha ha ha, another discount secured," he cheered, just as a cloaked figure appeared and greeted him, leaving Theo wondering who the stranger could be. That person was Gerard, whom Theo pointed out, and he happily remarked that gullible people are easily tricked. Gerard cheered, "Ah, you still remember me." Gerard forced a strained smile, but he was boiling with rage inside. He was being called a fool, yet he was the one who had ruined his own tactical plan. Gerard tried to act friendly and said, "I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Gerard." Theo looked at him and asked, "What's the matter?" Gerard replied, "I haven't repaid you yet, so I'd like to buy you a drink." Theo interrupted him and walked past, saying, "I refuse, I'm very busy." Gerard was stunned by the rejection and turned to watch Theo walk away. He hurriedly chased after him, pleading, "Don't be like that, how about some tea?" Having finished his fish skewer, Theo coldly replied, "I don't want to, I can't handle hot drinks." Gerard gestured wildly, "There's a famous dessert shop nearby that requires years of reservations, and I know the owner. You can enjoy their high-quality special pudding." Theo frowned with no interest. "I hate sweets too." "You really are stubborn," Gerard thought. Gerard gnashed his teeth in anger at the man's stubbornness. Unwilling to give up, he sighed and suddenly knelt at Theo's feet, feigning misery. He wailed, "Brother Theo, please listen to me." Startled and sweating, Theo asked, "Hey, why are you suddenly making such a scene?" Gerard clasped his hands imploringly. "I've only recently become a wandering merchant and lack experience. When you saw through Scram's evil plot and saved a stranger like me, I felt your kindness. I respect you and want to learn merchant skills from you. You are a magnificent wandering merchant." Theo's ears twitched with joy at the praise. With the phrase, "magnificent wandering merchant," stuck in his head, he crossed his arms and acted reluctant. "HMPH, if you say so, I can teach you a bit." Gerard asked in surprise, "Really? Thank you," while laughing to himself, "Haha, it worked. This trick never fails." Theo reached out to help him up. "This is embarrassing. Please stand up." Gerard noticed the crowd and stood up while awkwardly scratching his head. "Ah, haha, yes." Then he asked, "But where are you going?" Theo smiled and replied, "I need to buy some things at Smithy Alley." Gerard tilted his head skeptically and crossed his arms. Watching Theo walk ahead, he wondered what amazing thing the man was going to buy. Theo suddenly pointed and said confidently, "Ah, this place should work." Gerard looked around in surprise. "Wait, what is this place?" Theo gently knocked on the door handle and asked softly, "Is the owner in?" They entered a spacious room filled with various items. Gerard followed closely, feeling a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. He looked at the cobweb-covered junk and thought that this place was full of items that couldn't be appraised or sold individually. In other words, it was just a shop for trash. Gerard glanced at Theo, wondering what kind of skills he was supposed to learn here. Gerard picked up a shiny sword and exclaimed, "Wow, this is beautiful." The shopkeeper continued reading his newspaper without even looking up. "Most items here can't be appraised, so I can't give a set price. If you buy something rusted, we'll reforge it for you. Pick whatever you like." Suddenly, Theo slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Boss," then pleaded, "Give me a discount." Gerard stood there stunned, staring at Theo in disbelief. He broke into a cold sweat, his mouth hanging open in silence. Is this his merchant skill? Without any shame, Theo continued his request, "Shopkeeper, give me a discount, meow." Gerard's jaw dropped. Could he really get a discount here? Was he asking for even more? Surprisingly, the owner didn't mind, only glancing at Theo before speaking. "HMPH, fine. I'll charge you 18 copper coins." Gerard was speechless that a discount was actually given, but Theo wasn't satisfied yet. Theo didn't know when to stop. He smiled and showed his paw pads. "Lower it more, meow." Gerard was worried, but the owner looked at Theo and said, "How bold, 15 copper coins." No more, no less. Theo slammed the table. Make it 13 copper coins, meow. I'll visit often, meow. It's true, meow. Give me a discount, meow. The owner finally put down his paper and looked at Theo with interest. Ho ho, it's been a long time since I've laughed. 13 copper coins it is. Gerard was in disbelief. Theo raised both hands and cheered, yay. He turned to Gillade standing nearby and asked arrogantly, did you see that? Meow. Gillade gave a forced laugh and replied, ha ha, you are very cool, Mr. Theo. She clapped while breaking into a sweat, thinking, even if he is a bit stubborn. She watched him curiously and asked, do you really intend to buy something here? Theo looked around for a few moments. Let's see, meow. After searching through everything, he laughed and said, here it is. He happily picked up a straw hat. I will buy this, meow. Gillade asked in disbelief, you plan to buy that? Are you serious? Theo replied nonchalantly. I am, meow. Is there a problem? Gillade pointed at the straw hat and asked in confusion, what do you mean? It is not even a weapon, just a straw hat. It is 100% a worthless item. The shop owner frowned in dissatisfaction and asked, what? Are you unhappy with my shop? Gillade waved her hands in a panic. Gah, no, not at all. Theo looked at Gillade with annoyance and said, you are quite bothersome, meow. Gillade bowed her head and apologized. I am sorry. She felt dejected and thought resentfully, why do I have to be the one apologizing? Theo happily held the straw hat and thought to himself, I like this one anyway, meow. Since Lord Sedan told me to buy whatever I like, meow. Theo walked out with the straw hat while Gillade followed dejectedly behind him. Theo turned back with a smile and said, I have shown you everything, so I am going back now, meow. Gillade was surprised and apologized. Theo patted her shoulder and laughed. My business techniques were used well, right? I hope you become the best merchant, meow. After speaking, he raised the straw hat high and turned to leave. Bye-bye, meow. Gillade stood there dazed. Ah, yes, she felt a bit disappointed. I cannot handle this. Following him like this feels so unnatural. I should withdraw for now. Suddenly, Gillade remembered something and was startled. She spun around, wanting to find Theo's silhouette. Theo was happily skipping and singing while holding the straw hat, and Gillade stared at the hat in his hand. She recalled the item list she had seen earlier. She crouched down, breaking into a cold sweat as she muttered, hey, no way, it cannot be that right. Sedan was focused on using a small stick to separate seeds into a bowl. He meticulously filtered every single seed. He was surprised to see the carrot seedlings blooming earlier than expected. He told himself, I will plant half in the cave and the other half in the ground. Because of the bear cub, I must reduce the number of carrots in storage by half. The rabbits are starting to get scared of the cub, so they need time to get used to each other. At that moment, a rabbit was pushing a cart full of fish while the black rabbit beside it cried out happily, Payet, Payet. Sedan turned to look at them in surprise. Oh, is it already time to eat? He stood with his hands on his hips and ordered, today's menu is fish soup. Can you all help the sickle-wielding rabbit clean the fish? The sickle-wielding rabbit raised its hand. It seems the mother rabbit hasn't eaten anything for a few days. I will bring her some fresh cherry tomatoes. He used a knife to cut a bunch of fresh tomatoes, and a status window appeared. You have harvested 10 mysterious cherry tomatoes. A series of notifications followed. Your job experience has slightly increased, and harvesting level 1 has improved. The effect of the level 1 ability has increased, and harvesting level 3 has risen by 5%. Harvesting level 3 is now at maximum capacity, so it will level up. A new effect has been added to harvesting level 4. Sedan was surprised. Oh, the harvesting skill leveled up. A new effect was added. The status window changed. A new effect has been added to harvesting level 4. Harvesting level 4 optimizes the harvest of fruits that are nearly ripe or overripe. With a very low probability, the rank of the harvest can increase by 1 level, and Park Sejun was pleased that the ripe fruits would be gathered first. He felt quite happy at the thought of harvesting higher quality produce and being able to eat even more delicious cherry tomatoes. He carefully examined the text on the status window, noting that he would gain an additional sub-skill once his job skill reached level 4. He needed to work hard to level up quickly and gain another sub-skill. Just then, the husband rabbit called out from a distance, Beepia, Beepia. Park Sejun turned to the couple and realized it wasn't the time to be distracted, so he chopped some cilantro into a bowl and smiled, saying it was finished. He placed the bowl before the rabbits, announcing that the clean fish soup for the pregnant rabbit was ready as the enticing aroma wafted, and the status window appeared. This fish soup, filled with Sejun's affection for the mother rabbit, was made by simmering fish, carrots, and green onions for a long time to create a rich, refreshing flavor. He remarked that even if she didn't want to eat, she would find it delicious, as health was paramount for a pregnant rabbit, while the husband rabbit rubbed his head in agreement. Beepai, Park Sejun continued, telling the father rabbit not to worry since the others were working hard, and that he should focus on taking care of his wife. He then turned to the black rabbit with a squinted smile, telling him to look forward to meeting his younger siblings very soon. The black rabbit responded happily with a beepia, as the giant red bear cub waved to Park Sejun from the cave entrance with a cooong. Park Sejun picked up his luggage and stood, telling the cart and sickle rabbits to eat while he left the harvest in the cave for them to manage. Beepai, Park Sejun tied the bag to the end of the rope and secured another cord around himself before declaring that he was ready. He gripped the rope tightly and signaled the giant red bear cub at the cave entrance to start pulling, and the cub gave a strong tug with a cooong. As the rope ascended, the giant red bear cub rejoiced while Park Sejun waved to the rabbits below, promising to see them again soon. A few days prior, Park Sejun had reached the cave entrance using a rock as a lever with the mother bear's help, and he greeted the cub that morning. Cooong, they had managed to create a manual elevator, and he began his day by heading to work with the giant bear cub in the morning. However, they needed breakfast first. Park Sejun looked back and marveled at how wonderful everything was as he recalled past events. He had only asked for a stone to anchor the rope, but the mother bear brought a massive boulder, making him smile at the sheer difference in scale. Perhaps it was because they were on the 99th floor, but thanks to that, he could climb easily, so he patted the cub's head in praise. Park Sejun remarked that work would proceed faster thanks to the cub's sturdy body, which made the little bear let out a happy coo-hee-hee. Seeing how much faster the cub pulled him up today, he assumed it missed him, but its unusual expression made him realize the truth. He realized the cub just wanted to eat, so he opened a bag of roasted sweet potatoes and offered them, noting the cub usually ate raw food. He mentioned that the cub likely never had roasted potatoes before, and that he had saved some last night, despite the tower manager's potential disapproval. The giant red bear cub happily took a potato and ate it, its eyes lighting up and mouth watering as it let out a joyful cooong. The cub then reached into Park Sejun's bag to devour more roasted potatoes, prompting him to tell the bear to slow down. In an instant, only one potato remained in the once full basket, causing the giant red bear cub to let out a startled cooong. It stared at the final roasted potato before suddenly getting an idea, snatching it up in its mouth and dashing off toward a clearing. It began digging, and when a curious Park Sejun asked what it was doing, the cub buried the roasted potato and looked at him happily. Cooong, Park Sejun was stunned, asking if the cub was actually trying to plant the roasted potato so it could eat it once it grew. The giant red bear cub landed firmly and exhaled while Brother Crab, Bei Shijin, and the rabbits rolled around laughing. Hee, bee, Bei Shijin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, how adorable. The giant red bear cub turned to look at everyone. Looking dazed and confused, Bei Shijin sat up straight, tears of laughter streaming down his face. You won't grow just because you planted yourself in the dirt. Cooked food doesn't have that effect. The giant red bear cub turned pale and gasped. Q, Bei Shijin asked curiously, is it that delicious? I'll cook more for you next time. After speaking, Bei Shijin wiped the remaining tears from the corners of his eyes. Ha ha, it's been a long time since I laughed this hard. Just then he heard a strange noise nearby. He reached out and touched a pale white fish that seemed dead, yet it was buzzing around. Bei Shijin turned pale at the sight of a pile of fish stacked together. Both he and the rabbits were struck with terror. Bei Shijin muttered, we're going to need a knowledge supplement class. The rabbits agreed, BPIA. The giant red bear cub sat sadly on the ground. QA. Meanwhile, at the poison bee nest, a swarm of bees constantly flew in and out while the queen bee sat inside. Golden light shone in as she looked at the cocoon in her hands with a sorrowful expression. The giant red bear cub, with its muscular build, had eyes glowing red. Facing the black rabbit holding a hammer, the brave rabbit shouted BPY, while the red bear raised both arms and cheered QA. With the speed of the wind, the red bear charged at the black rabbit, but the rabbit nimbly leaped high, swung its hammer 3 times at the bear, and landed safely. However, the red bear refused to lose, using its massive paws to snatch the black rabbit, hugging it tightly and licking it all over while giggling. He, QA. The red rabbit resisted helplessly, shouting BPIA and continuing to strike the bear with its hammer. Bei Shijin watched from afar, wondering if they were training or just playing. The cart-pushing rabbit called out BPI, and Bei Shijin turned around, took a cup of water from the cart, and smiled. "Ah, I was just getting thirsty, thank you." As Bei Shijin finished the water, he noticed a swarm of poison bees leaving the cave. He remarked that they seemed to be on patrol. Suddenly, the queen bee rushed up from the burrow, startling Bei Shijin into warning her to be careful. The queen bee appeared before him carrying something and buzzing. Bei Shijin asked curiously, "Huh, queen bee, why have you come out? Aren't you supposed to be breeding?" The queen bee flew to him, placed the object she was holding into Bei Shijin's hands, and then flew back sadly. Bei Shijin took the object and muttered, "Huh, what is this?" The queen bee turned and flew away. Bei Shijin unwrapped the leaf holding the object to find a pure white cocoon inside. Information appeared, poison queen bee cocoon. The poison bee larva is ready to emerge as a queen after accidentally digesting royal jelly. There are 10 days left until it hatches, and it will recognize the first person it sees as its master. Bei Shijin looked at the cocoon in shock, realizing the queen bee hadn't been a ruler for long, so the nest's power was still weak. As the queen bee flew back to the nest, he realized a new queen being born in a nest not ready to split meant their already weak strength would diminish further. He said sadly, "That's why she gave me the cocoon. This child must be very important to her." Suddenly, Bei Shijin stood up and spoke with determination. "Let's work hard so you can hatch into a magnificent queen bee. Cheer up, poison queen bee cocoon." He looked at the pure white cocoon with faint glowing spots in his palm and whispered, "I'm really looking forward to the day we meet." Deep in the jungle, Theo walked along happily, singing Naya ha ha ha. He skipped forward with a bright smile, thinking about reaching the cave soon. Theo blushed as he imagined Bei Shijin kneeling while he enjoyed the authority of a CEO. At the cave entrance, Theo suddenly saw the backside of a giant red bear pointing toward him. He screamed in panic, "Hey, what is this? Who are you? What are you doing in front of the cave?" The giant red bear turned its head, holding Bei Shijin's bag in its mouth. Theo shouted in agitation, "Hey, isn't that Bei Shijin's bag? Why is it outside the cave?" Theo turned pale and cried out in a panic. "It can't be. Did you kill Shijin?" Theo collapsed to the ground in despair, muttering in pain, "Damn it. Why is it that my bad premonitions are never wrong?" The giant red bear looked at him with total confusion. Theo's expression darkened as he muttered, "No wonder I've felt a bad omen since reaching the 38th floor." He bared his sharp claws, crying and shouting, "I thought I should run as fast as possible. But I haven't even had the chance to enjoy my remaining time as a merchant cat yet." With tears streaming down his face, Theo lunged at the giant red bear. "I'll avenge him," he screamed, startling the giant red bear into dropping the bag from its mouth just as Park Sejan appeared. He smiled warmly and asked, "Oh, Theo, you're here?" causing Theo to turn, freeze for a moment, and then leap down to embrace Park Sejan. "Sejan, are you all right?" he cried out in a panic. "Did that thing bite you anywhere?" Park Sejan felt a tickle and asked, "What? What's wrong?" Theo asked anxiously as he scurried to Park Sejan's feet to check on his knees and ask how he left the cave, making a flustered Park Sejan cry out that he might fall. "I'm falling," Theo screamed while climbing onto his face to ask about the bear, leaving Park Sejan to helplessly ask him to slow down while his mouth was being squished. On the 99th floor, amidst the lush jungle, Park Sejan gestured toward the massive creature to introduce it to Theo, saying, "As you can see, this is a giant red bear. He accidentally fell into the cave and we've become friends," he explained with an arm around the bear. "In exchange, his mother protects the surrounding area. I've agreed to provide him with honey and food." The black rabbit chimed in with a bippy, while Theo exhaled in relief, having thought the bear had eaten Park Sejan. "It's understandable you'd think that given his size." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "But giant red bear is a bit too generic. I want to give him a name." Park Sejan turned to Theo and asked, "Theo, could you ask him what his name is?" The giant red bear let out a sound. "Kuan," Theo pointed at the bear and translated. "He says he doesn't know his own name." Park Sejan chuckled. "Then can I give him a temporary name? I've already thought of a few." The giant red bear looked incredibly eager. Looking up at Park Sejan with curiosity, Theo also asked what the name was, leading Park Sejan to rub his chin and confidently announce, "Kuan," while laughing with his hands on his hips. "Since you're always saying Kuan, it's the perfect name for you." Theo and the rabbits behind him stood there dazed until Theo finally remarked that Park Sejan had no talent for naming things. Park Sejan spun around in shock and asked, "What?" He then walked over, scratching the bear's head and neck. "It suits him perfectly, doesn't it? You like it too, right, Kuan?" he coaxed, and the bear, feeling ticklish, rolled on the ground laughing, "Kuan, kuhihi." Park Sejan was quite satisfied. Just as I thought, I knew you'd love it. Theo jumped onto his head and reached into his bag with an annoyed expression, saying, "Stop it and look at this." Theo pulled out a pouch of coins and said, "I've finished all the tasks and sold everything, so how many treats are you going to give this merchant Theo?" Park Sejan took the pouch and praised him. "Well done. Including the previous amount, that's about 38 hours worth." Theo raised his paws in joy. "Great, I'll use them all right now. Give me the rewards." Park Sejan pulled out the treats and happily fed them to Theo. "Now, Mr. Merchant, enjoy these treats." Theo closed his eyes, savoring them contentedly, and thought, "Yes, I did a great job." As the treats were being fed to him, Theo ate happily until Kuan suddenly barged in, pushed Theo's head aside, and licked up the snack, making Theo snap his eyes open in annoyance. "What do you think you're doing?" Kuan drooled, letting out a cry. Theo screamed in rage, "How dare you put your tongue in my treats? How dare you sit on his lap?" "This is unforgivable." Park Sejan grabbed Theo by the scruff to lift him up and calm him down, quickly pulling him away from Kuan as the bear clutched its slapped cheek. Tears fell as it wailed sorrowfully, "Ku, Ku," leaving everyone in shock while Park Sejan stared intently at the mountain that was now shaking violently. "The mountain," he shouted. From the heart of the peak, a colossal figure erupted with terrifying speed as the mother bear soared into the air. Park Sejan looked up at the sky, cold sweat pouring down his body, as both he and Theo stood frozen in terror, eyes wide and mouths agape. The mother bear slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, causing the earth to tremble violently as she radiated a terrifying aura of pure fury. Theo's ears drooped in terror as he froze, while Park Sejan rubbed his head and realized they were in deep trouble as the mother bear's eyes glowed purple with an overwhelming aura. She exhaled sharply, venting plumes of heat that could incinerate anything, and though Theo broke into a cold sweat, his instincts as a traveling merchant cat helped him stay calm. He stammered, "Hello, I'm Theo, a traveling merchant cat." Panicking, he pulled out the badge pinned to his cloak. "This is my official wandering merchant's badge. I believe there's been a slight misunderstanding regarding your cub." The giant mother red bear let out a roar. The thunderous roar forced Park Sejan to cover his ears, and her breath was so powerful it felt as if it would blow everyone away. Nearby grass was uprooted and scattered everywhere. "Kuung, Kuung," the cub cried out. Theo looked miserable, drenched in the mother bear's saliva. With tears welling up, he sobbed, "I'm so sorry, we won't fight anymore." Park Sejan quickly stepped in to mediate, saying, "It was just a minor squabble. Nothing serious happened, I promise." The giant mother red bear exhaled a long sigh. She then turned and disappeared into the forest. Park Sejan patted his chest, feeling relieved that he had avoided a major disaster. Theo slumped onto the ground in despair. As tears continued to stream down Theo's face, Park Sejan rushed over to comfort him. "Are you okay, Theo? Calm down." Theo continued to sniffle and sob. "Thank you for speaking up for me," Theo whispered. Park Sejan pulled him into a hug, feeling guilty. "I'm sorry, I should have told you sooner." Theo continued to sob as the black rabbit licked his face to comfort him. Soon, the entire group of rabbits gathered around, licking him until he cried out. In a heartwarming scene, Theo was surrounded by the rabbit colony. Their licking made him giggle from the tickling sensation. A small rabbit also licked Park Sejan's face, making him laugh and ask, "Do you want to groom me too?" Huang watched from a distance, feeling left out as he lowered his gaze. He eventually approached Park Sejan and licked Theo's face as a gesture of reconciliation. Theo happily replied, "I'm sorry too. Let's be friends from now on, Huang." He wiped his tears, still a bit hurt, and added, "But please don't eat my food anymore." Park Sejan let out a wide yawn and said, "That's right, everyone should be friends." Theo yawned as well, and suddenly the entire group felt overcome by sleepiness. Park Sejan leaned against Kuang while Theo curled up on his chest. The rabbits sprawled out over both of them, creating a scene filled with warmth and happiness. Just then, the father and mother rabbits emerged from their burrow. The father rabbit noticed Theo's bag on the ground, with a straw hat peeking out from inside. He took the hat out and walked over to the mother rabbit, who pointed toward the sleeping group. After a brief exchange, the father rabbit placed the straw hat over Park Sejan's face. Under the warm sun, they all slept peacefully together. Happy smile played on Park Sejan's lips. Meanwhile, in another realm, a group of black dragons surrounded a figure who was casting a magical spell. The man attempted to draw power from a glowing blue stone but was repelled by a massive force. Startled and frustrated, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, why won't the tower open?" Anton Fratani then appeared. "Please calm down, father," Anton said soothingly. The man turned around and shouted in a rage, How can I possibly be calm in a situation like this? I don't even know if Aileen is all right. The man was Kaiser Furtani, and he rubbed his forehead in distress. It had been over 10 years since her last seizure. I finally obtained the medicine, yet for some reason the gate won't function. He glanced at the massive glowing stone. Even the tower's emergency system showed no response. We're stuck out here with no way of knowing what's happening inside. Anton spoke calmly. Father, if the Black Tower's emergency system hasn't reacted, it means Aileen hasn't had a seizure yet. We still have time. Behind him stood two other black dragons, all sharing Kaiser's anxiety. Anton continued, We've all gathered here for Aileen's sake, and of course we are just as worried as you are. At the heart of the mana flowing through the tower lay the sanctuary of the Tower Master. Countless black dragons had appeared there over time, taking turns managing the tower while using its power to grow stronger. Anton calmly added that all these dragons had abandoned such an ideal place solely because of Aileen's illness. He reminded Kaiser that they had faced countless dangers and losses just to secure her cure. The dragons had gathered there to heal Aileen's unstable condition and the long unattended wounds within her heart. Anton continued, noting that every dragon present shared the same devotion to Aileen. Kaiser replied somberly, Anton, no matter what you say, there is nothing we can do right now. Anton closed his eyes. I understand, Father, which is exactly why I must remain calm. His eyes filled with sorrow as he added, Aileen is my daughter after all. He lowered his gaze. I trust her more than anyone. I'm certain she's fighting her illness with everything she has. Kaiser paused, then relented. Fine, if that's how you feel. He waved his hand and declared, Dragons of Furtani, please wait until the tower opens. The surrounding black dragons finally flapped their wings and dispersed. Anton looked up at the sky. The predicted day for the illness to return had already passed. Perhaps her father wondered if Aileen's dragon heart was finally improving as he looked at the glowing blue gemstone. I hope so, he sighed worriedly. My granddaughter, I only wish for her to eat and sleep well. At that moment, Aileen was happily enjoying the cherry tomatoes Pu Shijian had grown, lounging comfortably while she read. She picked up a tomato and noticed the flavor was much richer, perhaps because the plants had been trellised. Savoring the taste with her eyes closed, she realized that while she once needed a mouthful to taste anything, now just a few sufficed. Suddenly her heart gave a powerful throb, causing Aileen to bolt upright and stare down at her chest in disbelief. It hadn't beaten once in 2 centuries, yet it had just spontaneously functioned to absorb mana for a brief moment. Realizing her seizures should have relapsed by now, she eyed the basket of cherry tomatoes with growing suspicion. She picked one up, remembering that human-grown crops could boost mana, a characteristic she had nearly forgotten. Aileen giggled with sparkling eyes, delighted that these tasty treats could actually heal a dragon's heart. She laughed softly and declared with pride that she, the 200-year-old black dragon Aileen Furtani, had finally found someone worth protecting. Filled with resolve at the chance to restart her dragon heart, she vowed to protect Pu Shijian with everything she had. Approaching the crystal ball with a smug grin, she chuckled. Hee, you should feel honored to be noticed by me. She marveled at how he had acquired a hat without her noticing, impressed by his skill even as Pu Shijian slept soundly. As he rubbed his nose in his sleep, several status windows appeared, with the tower manager inquiring about the straw hat. Pu Shijian blinked his eyes open, startled to find the status windows hovering so close that they blocked his vision. The display refreshed, as the tower manager warned him about the dangers of using unappraised items recklessly. Adjusting the hat, Pu Shijian complained that he had been startled awake and asked what the manager meant. Confused by the term unappraised item, he took off the straw hat and wondered how it had even ended up on his head. Just then, the rabbit appeared carrying Theo's BEPI bag, making Pu Shijian realize that Theo must have brought the hat along. He poked the sleepy cat's belly to wake him, but Theo just grumbled, so he placed the cat on his back and examined the hat. A status window appeared for the farmer's straw hat, showing requirements of level 20 and 20 points in both strength and stamina. It was created by an unknown maker and possessed the level 1 skill, Mother Earth's Protection. This skill granted protection to all owned land and slightly increased the rate of soil fertility recovery. Pu Shijian was amazed by the lack of a size limit on the land, though the high usage requirements gave him pause. The tower manager advised him to have the hat appraised first, so Pu Shijian asked for a quest to facilitate it. A new quest appeared to send the item to the manager. The hat vanished from Pu Shijian's hands as he accepted the terms. Upon completion, Aileen received the hat and prepared to showcase her appraisal skills with great enthusiasm. Her eyes glowed as she channeled magic into the straw hat, activating the appraisal skill and enveloping the item in light. Aileen gasped in surprise at the item's nature, while Pu Shijan's status window updated with the tower manager's satisfied report. "Congratulations, this item is truly remarkable," the tower manager said. Park Sejun was astonished. "Wait, is she congratulating me?" he thought as the status window reappeared. A new quest appeared. The tower manager wanted a promise to offer crops filled with blue moon energy in the next cycle. Reward: the appraised item. Penalty: if you refuse, you cannot reclaim the straw hat. Park Sejun studied the notification, pondering the requirement of blue moon-imbued crops. "Ah, the blue moon is coming soon, and since my land has grown larger, I can offer even more." He immediately accepted the quest, saying, "I promise." The status window updated. Aileen Fratani wanted you to raise your pinky finger and make a promise to her. The tower master had revealed her name and expected you to understand that this was a great honor. Park Sejun frowned. "Aileen Fratani, you didn't necessarily have to reveal your name," he muttered as his status window flickered again. The tower manager irritably asked if he still wanted the straw hat back, while the girl excitedly stomped her feet on the floor, declaring that this was a massive honor. Park Sejun quickly offered a flattering smile to appease her. "Yes, of course, Lady Aileen Fratani, it is truly an honor to know your name." Then Park Sejun raised his pinky and grinned. "I, Park Sejun, promise to offer my crops to Aileen Fratani once I have finished harvesting the plants filled with blue moon energy in the upcoming cycle." The status window announced that the tower master considered this Park Sejun's first promise to her. He stood there dazed by the words, "first promise," while Aileen watched him through the crystal ball and raised her pinky too. She laughed joyfully, saying, "That's right, this is the first promise between us." At the same time, another notification appeared on Park Sejun's status window. "You have completed the quest. Reward: artifact St. Patrick's straw hat of fertile lands." Park Sejun watched the shimmering straw hat appear before him and reached out to take it with a look of pure shock. An artifact. The status window identified the item. Artifact St. Patrick's straw hat of fertile lands, the hat that the farmer Patrick always wore. He was hailed as the saint of fertile lands for saving many people from starvation through his farming. This is one of only 10 artifacts that exist within the Black Tower. Restrictions will be lifted based on the owner's job level, though usage is limited to those with agriculture-related professions. Creator Patrick, type appraised, skill Mother Earth's protection level 1. Park Sejun's eyes widened in disbelief. One of the 10 artifacts in the tower. This is the first time I've heard of equipment ranked as an artifact. Suddenly, he was stunned to see that the initial level and stat requirements had vanished. Instead, there was only a requirement for those in agricultural jobs. Park Sejun placed the appraised straw hat on his head, an item capable of growing based on its owner's job level. It seemed to confirm ownership the moment it was worn, as a series of status windows immediately appeared before him. The notification stated that St. Patrick's straw hat of fertile lands was verifying the owner's job and level. Park Sejun was confirmed as a rank D tower farmer, and the artifact's rank rose to D accordingly, leaving him standing there dazed. Immediately after, more windows appeared. Rank E restrictions lifted, and the limit on Mother Earth's protection level 2 was removed. The skill farmer's body level 1 appeared, and the rank D restrictions were lifted. The limit on Mother Earth's protection level 3 was also removed. Farmer's body level 2 and blessing for a good harvest level 1 appeared. The rank D St. Patrick's straw hat of fertile lands was now ready for use. Mother Earth's protection level 3 provides stronger protection from Mother Earth to all owned farmland and slightly increases mental energy recovery. Farmer's body level 2 keeps the farmer's body healthy and increases all stats by 3 points. Blessing for a good harvest level 1 ensures a bountiful week for up to 100 pyong of owned land. While the blessing is active, crop yields will increase by 50%. Park Sejun couldn't contain his excitement at these incredible skills. "So this is one of the tower's 10 artifacts." He clenched his fists and said happily, "This item is miraculous. I'm so lucky to have it. These are all the skills I need to transform the barren wasteland outside the cave. This is truly a massive help." Park Sejun turned to look at Theo, who was sleeping soundly and couldn't help but admire the cat's talent. His intuition was indeed correct. He walked over and hugged Theo tightly. His heart was filled with pride. "Oh, my adorable and talented merchant cat." But just then, Theo used his paws to push Park Sejun away. The cat broke into a cold sweat and opened his eyes, looking at him with deep suspicion. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked, while Park Sejun just smiled happily. "Theo, are you awake?" He crossed his arms and continued. "You'll be a brilliant merchant cat for the next week and receive wonderful benefits." Theo jumped in surprise and shouted excitedly, "Really? You're letting me be a merchant cat for a full week instead of just 38 hours? Pio Shijun then lifted Theo into the air. Smiling broadly, he said, "That's right, merchant cat Theo, you adorable fellow." Theo rejoiced. "I'm not sure why, but I feel incredibly thrilled." The cat grinned happily. "I am the brilliant merchant cat Theo." Outside the cave, the sky appeared small as the cart-pushing rabbit sat on the ground with a worried expression. The black rabbit frowned and clenched its paws, its legs trembling incessantly. Pio Shijun sat on a rock with his arms crossed, his feet tapping the ground so hard his whole body shook. Theo, sitting on his lap, shook along with him until the cat finally couldn't take it anymore. Looking up, he asked, "Can you stop shaking your leg? It's driving me insane." Pio Shijun was startled and replied, "Huh, I'm only shaking because I'm nervous." He glanced toward the rabbit burrow, where time seemed to drag on without any news. Theo looked at him and remarked, "Waiting is so exhausting. Hey, Shijun, could you give me some soup?" Pio Shijun replied awkwardly, "All right, but it might take a little while." "Let's take a short break." Just as he stood up holding Theo, the door to the rabbit house opened, and he turned around in surprise. As the white rabbit emerged, Pio Shijun rushed over and asked, "Are they born yet?" "How many are there? Are they all healthy?" The cart-pushing rabbit couldn't help but cry out, "Pio," as the white rabbit cradled 3 newborn bunnies in its arms. It squealed happily, "Pio." Pio Shijun couldn't hide his excitement at the sight of the 3 little ones. Just then, the father rabbit emerged from the burrow, also crying out, "Papai." Pio Shijun looked over and was astonished to see the father rabbit also cradling 3 chubby, adorable bunnies. "3 more," Pio Shijun exclaimed. That meant there were 6 newborn bunnies in total. The adult rabbits gathered around the infants, creating a heartwarming scene. Pio Shijun sat down with a wide grin and said, "6 in total. I should prepare some soup to help the mother rabbit recover after such a long morning. What a joyous occasion. Haha, oh my, they're just so precious." Pio Shijun pulled Theo closer and asked, "Theo, what are you doing? Come over here." The cart-pushing rabbit chirped while Theo frowned and asked nervously, "Is it okay if I get closer?" Pio Shijun laughed and replied, "Of course, aren't the bunnies beautiful?" Theo gazed at them in awe and exclaimed excitedly, "They're so tiny." Pio Shijun chuckled and said, "Theo, you've officially become an uncle now. Say hello to Uncle Theo." Theo jumped in surprise and looked at him in disbelief. "I'm an uncle," Pio Shijun nodded. "Of course. Make sure you take good care of those bunnies, Uncle Theo." Theo then pulled some hidden soup out of his bag, catching Pio Shijun off guard. Theo offered the soup to the bunnies and announced, "Your great Uncle Theo is giving you his favorite soup. Eat up, little ones." Pio Shijun interrupted, "They're too young for soup." Theo blinked. "Oh, is that right?" Pio Shijun crossed his arms. He looked at Theo with a teasing grin and said, "It seems you're still hiding more soup, aren't you?" Theo broke into a cold sweat and laughed nervously. "Wait, that's just for emergencies. Please let it slide this time." Pio Shijun replied, "Well, since today is such a wonderful day, I'll let it pass." Inside the cave, the cherry tomatoes had already ripened into a deep red. On the 179th day of being trapped in the tower, new family members were born. Meanwhile, in a desolate and barren land far in the distance, a towering teleportation gate reached toward the sky, constructed around a central stone that emitted a brilliant blue light. The stone shimmered with concentrated magical energy. Before the massive stone, a group of figures stood tall. From above, their leader let out a thunderous cry that echoed through the air. "My brave warriors, listen well. The blue moon is approaching." The Minotaur King spoke calmly under the fiery gazes of his kin. "Our hunger ends today. Advance and scour this desolate, barren wasteland." The Minotaur army marched forward with a thunderous roar. Footsteps echoed everywhere as the leader slammed his double-edged axe into the ground, his crimson eyes flashing. "Seize everything edible." A long scar across his eye heightened his ferocity. He was the Minotaur King, the Demon King and terrifying boss of the 99th floor. Meanwhile, Park Sejun was happily tending to the garden beds with the others. He sat down, gazing at his crops, and whispered that the 7th blue moon was nearing. He figured the bears were preparing for the blue moon since they hadn't shown up, so he needed to get ready too. Suddenly, a pipia sound erupted as Theo chased a group of baby rabbits. "Stop running, little ones," the cat shouted, holding a fish bone and complaining about the mess. Seeing the rabbits about to leap into the fire, Sedan quickly intervened, warning them of the danger. Theo gathered the bunnies, gently scolding them to stay close because everything was dangerous. Sedan smiled at the sight, surprised the little cat had become their guardian, and approached him. "How does it feel to be an uncle, Merchant Theo?" The cat sighed, admitting it was exhausting, but then happily added that he actually loved his new role. Hearing this, the rabbit couple gave a thumbs up in approval, and Sedan quickly returned the gesture. Theo let the bunnies climb onto his back and excitedly told them to hold on tight for an adventure. Sedan called out, reminding them to return before nightfall. The sky was unusually clear today as the poisonous bees returned to their nest and the rabbits closed their hutch. Sedan packed his bag, noting that everything was ready for the night. Watching Theo rummage through his things, Sedan asked what he was doing. Theo explained he was preparing to hide from the blue moon using a bag that could block its energy. Theo added that while his bag was only the size of a tent, other wandering merchants carried bags as large as entire buildings. Sedan remarked on how versatile the bag was before leaning down to search his own pockets, calling out to Merchant Theo once more. "Could you take this with you?" he asked. The cat looked confused as Sedan handed him a seed, prompting Theo to ask what it was. Sedan explained. "It's the queen bee's cocoon." Theo gasped in surprise at the mention of the queen bee, then tucked the seed into his soft fur, promising to keep it safe there. Sedan smiled. "I'm counting on you," Sedan said. He then wrapped himself in a blanket as the event began, with the moon starting to obscure the sun. Looking at the sky, Sedan wondered if the bear family was safe. Sitting in a corner of the cave eating cherry tomatoes, he grew anxious. What was that? I've never heard that sound before. Did a monster enter their territory? If so, I should use the slap cherry tomatoes, he thought. Suddenly, a massive boom startled him. Sedan looked up, wondering what that sound could possibly be. It sounds like a bull lowing. Are there cattle on the 99th floor? He mused. When a cluster of cherry tomatoes suddenly appeared on the vine, he spoke in alarm. Is the blue moon's energy even stronger today? How much has it gathered? Just then, a beam of light shone directly onto a cob of corn, making Sedan shout with excitement. That's the cornfield. Is the corn absorbing the blue moon's energy too? He stood up immediately, laughing and saying, Hee, this is great, truly excellent. Is it because the field is under the bountiful harvest skill? These blue moon crops look like they'll yield a great harvest. As the sun rose, Theo hopped out of the cave, looked around, and told Sedan the coast was clear. Sedan climbed out of the cave, relieved. Theo asked, wouldn't it be better to wait for the bears to arrive? It's very dangerous out here. Stepping out, Sedan explained, monsters were lurking nearby before the blue moon. I need to make sure the fields are still intact. Don't worry, I'll just take a quick look and come back. I also need to harvest the crops that absorbed the moon's energy. Right then, Theo clung to Sejan's leg, begging to come along despite his fatigue. Sejan turned and smiled. Thank you, Merchant Theo, he said. As they looked out, Sejan muttered, they probably destroyed the entire sweet potato field by now. He noticed massive footprints and exclaimed, What are these, hoof prints? They're huge. Sejan grew worried, noting that the creatures must be powerful based on the displaced earth. Suddenly, he spotted something, and an idea struck him. He climbed onto a rocky ledge. Seeing this, Theo asked, Master Sejan, we've been out here a long time. Shouldn't we head back? Sejan replied, Wait a moment, there's something I need to check. He picked up a soil sample and noted that, as expected, the texture was unique. Not dry or hard, but soft, moisture-retentive, and perfectly adhesive. This soil is incredibly nutrient-rich, Sejan remarked, surprised to find such earth in this desolate place, realizing they could now cultivate the area into a flourishing field if he could just till and mix it. However, lacking farming equipment like carts or tractors meant digging deep would be exhausting for the rabbits. But then the system appeared, conveying the tower manager's confusion regarding his activities. Startled, Sejan addressed the tower manager as the system explained that while the blue moon had passed, the monster territories remained in ruins. It is dangerous out here, so you should return to the cave immediately, the system warned, prompting Sejan to quickly descend while promising to head back at once. He then asked the system if the tower manager, Aileen, was doing well after yesterday, to which the system replied that she was fine and there was no need for concern. She urged him to be more cautious, leading Sejan to smile and note her unusual level of worry before excitedly mentioning the bountiful blue moon harvest he had for her. After descending the rope and praising the hard work done, Sejan was followed by Theo, the merchant cat. Theo announced he was going to sleep, while Sejan harvested a cob of corn shimmering in the morning light as the system notified him of successfully gathering stamina corn infused with blue moon energy. His experience points increased, and his farming skill reached level 1, granting a 5% bonus to the effectiveness of rank 4 harvests. He gained 100 EXP and marveled at the stamina corn, a nutrient-dense and fragrant crop nurtured by the tower's blue moon energy. Consuming it would increase stamina by 0.1, and as a rank D crop harvested by the tower farmer Park Sedan, it possessed a 60-day growth cycle. Realizing this rank D produce had double the stats of rank E, he decided the most important thing was to taste it, but the system immediately reminded him of his prior commitment. The tower manager asked if he had forgotten his promise, so he quickly picked the blue magic cherry tomatoes and spoke to the system. "This harvest turned out great, so take these 5, he said, and the system relayed the tower manager's gratitude along with a promise of a future reward. Sejan looked forward to it, thinking that even after 300 years, it was a significant amount, while the dragon received the 5 cherry tomatoes infused with blue moon energy. If regular cherry tomatoes made her heart race, she was certain these blue moon variants would do the same, and she promptly tossed all 5 into her mouth. She cried out in delight at the taste, before composedly telling herself to focus on the flow of her dragon mana instead of the flavor. The dragon exerted her power to dig a bit deeper and let out a cry of pain, just as Sejan placed the purple corn into a steamer. He was finally able to use the pot he had obtained from Theo, using the corn husks to create an air gap so the corn could be perfectly steamed. He planned to dry the leaves to make tea, adding another beverage to his stock, before greeting the rabbits and asking about the well-being of the kits. Assuming they were sleeping with their mother, he prepared to boil the blue moon corn to share, but the rabbit husband held up a green cherry tomato and spoke cryptically. Sejan asked if he had enough cherry tomatoes and wanted him to eat the blue moon corn first, expressing his constant gratitude to the rabbit father. Looking at the rabbits, he explained they couldn't eat just yet, suggesting they finish breakfast and harvest more corn before having a feast together for dinner. While the bees worked diligently in the garden, Sejan opened the pot of purple corn and marveled at its beautiful color, though he quickly let go because it was too hot. With his rank D farming skill and the blue moon's energy, he was sure it would be delicious as the rabbits enjoyed purple tomatoes, and he began eating the corn. He wished everyone a good meal as the rabbits ate the purple cherry tomatoes with gusto, especially the chubby rabbit who ate remarkably fast. The rabbit husband picked up 2 purple cherry tomatoes and chirped, leading Sejan to realize he was taking them back to the nest for the mother rabbit. He took a large bite of the corn and marveled at its sweetness, noting how each kernel was delicious and the flavor intensified with every chew. It felt like he was playing a harmonica as the system announced he had absorbed the blue moon energy, and Sejan finished the cob, feeling completely satisfied. He tossed the corn cobs into the fire before turning to the rabbits, suggesting they harvest more. Looking at the ripening crop, Yun Shen remarked that the ears were finally ready. With a smile, he began picking the corn as the system flashed notifications that he had harvested perfectly ripe ears, slightly increasing his experience and level 4 harvesting skill. His farming skill rose by 1 level while his level 4 harvesting skill increased by 5%. After gaining 20 experience points, Yun Shen curiously asked what effects this corn possessed. The system explained that this tower-grown corn was nutritious and boosted stamina. Consuming it would burn 20 grams of fat and increase physical strength by 2 for 10 minutes, stacking up to 10 times. For the unawakened, it would reduce fat and improve skin elasticity. Produced by the Northern Tower farmer, Park Yun Shen, the grade D item had a shelf life of 60 days. Yun Shen happily noted that his mother would love the skin elasticity effect. He told the rabbits he would send some home next time and wondered if he should include some plants as well. Just then, the 2 red bears cried out in delight. Yun Shen looked at them and asked the cub if that was its mother before climbing up the rope to greet them. He asked the cub if it was unhurt and handed over a bottle of red honey. Seeing the bear's joy, he remarked that it must have been difficult going without food since yesterday. When the mother bear called out to him, Yun Shen quickly promised her that he would bring some grilled fish for her during their next meeting as well. Theo emerged from the cave rubbing his eyes and announced his departure. Hearing this, Yun Shen asked why he didn't try to sleep a little longer. Theo replied that as a merchant cat, he couldn't afford to waste time sleeping and insisted on getting straight to work. He claimed to be the most professional among all wandering merchants, prompting Yun Shen to marvel at his true merchant spirit. Theo affectionately clung to Yun Shen's leg and begged to be taken to the merchant's path. Suddenly, the red bear cub reached out and bit down on Theo's cape. Yun Shen waved goodbye as the cub offered to carry the cat. Theo screamed as he was hauled away, while Yun Shen laughed and told him to wait for his return. Yun Shen surveyed the land and wondered if they should restore the destroyed fields. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to a place where many bulls had gathered. The leader clutched a handful of muck and roared in anger, demanding to know why his subordinates had brought back nothing but mud instead of the food he ordered. His subordinates lowed in response, explaining to the leader that it had been a very long time since they had seen any grass in their territory. They added that even if they tilled all the earth, they would find only sludge. The leader sat back in his chair, feeling utterly helpless as he brooded over their plight. He reminisced about the past when this land was a lush meadow filled with the highest quality green grass. The strongest monster in the Black Tower, the High Ren Yao, was responsible for guarding the 99th floor waypoint. Fearing the Blue Moon's energy would fail to sustain the tower, the Yao Wang ordered his subjects to spread out and consume all the grass during that period. However, the minotaurs were massive creatures with such voracious appetites that the rate of consumption far outpaced the grass's ability to regrow. Eventually, the land became a barren wasteland without a single blade of grass, and the leader worried that the young one's muscles were failing to develop. To maintain their immense strength and pride as warriors, they required high-grade grass. When a bull arrived late and apologized, the leader comforted him, saying his safety was all that mattered. Suddenly, the leader's eyes widened as he stared intently at the bull. He stepped closer, leaving the confused creature to ask what was happening. Standing before the third bull, the leader shouted and pointed angrily at its horn, demanding to know what was stuck on its head. He asked about the sweet-smelling substance on the horn. The bull looked up and lowed in confusion as the leader continued to yell. Elsewhere, the dragon woke up and clutched its head in pain. It muttered wearily, wondering if it had lost consciousness. Suddenly, a chandelier poked it in the back. It cried out in pain, wondering why the light fixture was hanging so low. The dragon looked at the glowing orb and realized with a shock that the lamp hadn't lowered. Rather, it had grown significantly larger. The dragon wondered why it had grown so suddenly, realizing that the cherry tomatoes from the Lan Yue moon contained 10 times the usual amount of mana. The dragon speculated that eating 5 tomatoes caused its heart to react and trigger this change, though it was only temporary since the heart hadn't fully awakened, which might be problematic in the long run. It joyfully kissed the orb, showing Bei Shijian, the tower farmer, realizing its dragon heart was beginning to heal, even if only slightly. It was adorable until the dragon saw Shijian and the rabbits eating purple corn and screamed in anger, wondering why he was eating something so delicious without sharing. Unable to see clearly and too massive to fit through the door, the dragon grumbled that it should have used the large orb from its grandfather since the exit was too narrow. The dragon wailed that it wanted to eat too, begging Bei Shijian for delicious food before the scene shifted to the cave where the red bear greeted everyone. On the floor below, everyone was working productively and happily as Shijian praised the rabbits for their excellent performance. He picked up the baby rabbits and happily told them to wrap the remaining corn while the others gathered for dinner, then checked the pot and found the boiled corn smelled perfectly cooked just as a system notification appeared. The tower administrator mentioned she also wanted some corn, so Shijian responded by promising Aileen that he would send some her way regardless. He asked if she could wait a moment while they finished grilling so he could send it all at once, and the system showed the tower administrator nodding in agreement. The rabbits brought the grilled corn to Shijian, who praised them and told them to leave it there while they continued grilling on the porch as he laughed at how great it was. He picked up a piece and noted that the seeds Theo brought back were luckily corn, and though he couldn't make buttered corn, this was still good enough. Watching the corn grill, Shijian added sugar until it browned and then sprinkled shredded cheese on top, wondering who could have possibly brought cheese into the tower. Sejan reached into a black bag for the finishing touch, pulling out chili powder he had discovered in Theo's luggage after the cat returned wearing a straw hat, annoyed that he hadn't been told about such a wonderful spice. He thought the cat deserved to lose his Merchant Meow title, but decided to let it slide this time as he sprinkled the chili powder over the grilled corn. The grilled corn, made with sugar Theo obtained from hunters and topped with cheese and chili powder, was a delicacy that no one could resist. Shijian took a bite and marveled at the spicy, sweet, and rich flavors that allowed him to taste the comforts of home even within the tower. Feeling that watching YouTube cooking videos every day had finally paid off, he held up a plate and invited Aileen to enjoy the meal. The system announced the quest was complete, and the tower administrator was grateful. So Shijan asked the rabbits if they enjoyed the food, noticing the parents were busy breaking off pieces for their young ones. Realizing the parents hadn't eaten because they were feeding the babies first, Shijan quickly grabbed a spoon and bowl to take over the task. Using a spoon to scrape the kernels into a bowl, he handed them to the white rabbits and continued to assist them. He told the parents they didn't need to feed the babies grain by grain since they could eat alone, promising to watch them while he prepared to take a bite himself. Just as he was about to eat, the cries of the baby rabbits caught his attention, and he turned to find that he had accidentally spilled all the corn. The baby rabbits were covered in corn kernels and laughing loudly, prompting Shijan to chuckle as he began picking the grains off their fur, telling them they looked hilarious with food smeared all over. He sighed while cleaning them up, remarking that babysitting was never easy and admitting that he truly missed Merchant Meow Theo. In his Lost in the Tower diary, Shijan recorded the corn harvest they shared before the scene shifted to a hunter, slamming his fist onto the ground in a fit of rage. The man cursed and asked why the traveling merchant was later than usual as they waited at the Phoenix Guild's temporary camp on the 38th floor. A hunter sitting opposite him asked what was wrong, questioning why he wanted more cherry tomatoes when his girlfriend had already purchased some previously. The other man replied by asking if he hadn't heard that wealthy people outside the tower were currently paying a premium for those magical cherry tomatoes. A female hunter noted that with each tomato worth over 500,000 won, they should buy as many as possible before rumors spread, and everyone started stockpiling them. "What should we do, Captain? We should be preparing for the scheduled tower conquest. If we wait any longer, I fear we'll run out of supplies. We also need to report back to the guild." Captain Chain stood up and said there was no other choice but to leave some people here for the auction. "The rest of you prepare to enter the tower. I'll stay behind as a precaution since I'm acquainted with the traveling merchant. Everyone, move out now." Suddenly, Chain turned to Sue and said he thought Jessica would stay, but he didn't expect Sue to be the one remaining. He recalled Jessica's words. "I've already lost enough weight," she had said, happily leaving this chance to him. He then asked Sue if she intended to bid on the Bissau tomatoes. "No," she replied mischievously. "I'm more interested in teasing Theo." Chain laughed loudly at that, agreeing that Theo was indeed quite charming, just then. Theo was singing as he walked, thinking about how the kids were waiting for their cool uncle. The cat was at the traveling merchant's passage on the 60th floor. Looking down from the heights, Theo scanned the area and told Bill he had arrived. Then he muttered to himself that perhaps it was just his imagination. But he felt the passage here was the largest. Theo looked up at the skyscraper and marveled that it felt like he was climbing toward the heavens. At that moment, a dog on a platform gave an order for the next person, and Theo stepped forward. The dog asked him to state his affiliation and rank. Theo replied that he was a novice traveling merchant wishing to use the passage to reach the 38th floor. Behind him, the red eyes of a wolf pack watched as their leader asked if that was him. A subordinate looked closer and answered that he thought so, as the target was a cat, though the drawing looked nothing like him besides his species. The blacksmith's drawing skills were pathetic, he noted. Elko of the Silver Wolf clan spoke up, doubting the cat was the one holding the straw hat. Elke called him a fool, saying the cat must have put it in his inventory since no one would carry it around. Another wolf asked Chief Elka why Lord Grit wanted such a plain hat. Chief Elka replied that it didn't matter, as the Silver Wolf clan were the most loyal mercenaries in the tower and must do as their employer commanded. The two wolves decided to keep tailing him for now, confirming they both had their mercenary IDs. At that moment, Fox standing behind them overheard the conversation and wondered why the Silver Wolf clan was following Theo, fearing that more trouble was coming his way. The fox wondered what was so special about that straw hat for Lord Grit to hire people, then decided to follow them as well. A new day dawned with a beautiful clear sky. The rabbits were working hard at their tasks. Pu Shijan noted they were working together to restore the fields destroyed by the blue moon. Two red bears were also helping out. Seeing this, Pu Shijan exclaimed how amazing it was that the mountain of debris had vanished so quickly. He told everyone they would be planting something new today, then opened a bag of peanut seeds and looked at them with excitement. As they planted the peanuts, Pu Shijan mentioned he had reached level 6 after finishing the corn harvest. Sweating slightly, he remarked that increasing his agility was worth it. His work speed had increased significantly, allowing him to finish the peanut field in just a few hours. He added that the seed shop had also changed slightly. Pu Shijian recalled the system showing 3 options: 100 cucumber seeds for 2 tower coins, 100 red radishes for 0.1 tower coins, and 100 peanut seeds for 5 tower coins. He deliberated, noting that peanuts were great for restoring soil fertility. Since they grew well even in Earth's harsh conditions, he decided to buy them. The system immediately notified him that he had purchased 100 peanut seeds, and 5 tower coins were deducted from his seed bank account. He had earned 50 seed shop experience points, bringing his total to 106. 100 points would be deducted to increase his rank. Pu Shijian was surprised he could rank up again. The system then announced that Pu Shijian's rank had risen from novice to commoner. At the commoner rank, 4 types of seeds would appear randomly. He could buy as many as he wanted, as long as the price didn't exceed 5 tower coins in the upgraded level 1 shop. He would be able to use the level 2 seed shop in 30 days. At that moment, the peanut seeds fell into Pu Shijian's hands. He joyfully noted that he had been promoted from a novice to a commoner, increasing the number of seed types he could buy from 3 to 4. Sedan eagerly looked forward to his next visit to the seed shop, thinking he had become quite greedy and wondering how many more varieties he could eventually acquire. The scene shifts to everyone harvesting corn as Sedan continues his narration, mentioning his need for more seeds and new varieties. The little red bear handed him a bundle of stalks, and Sedan thanked her, to which she happily replied that they were for him as he continued his story. They chopped the stalks and spread them over the peanut patch under the brilliant sunlight shining down on the cornfield as Sedan went on with his tale. This was done to prevent moisture from evaporating during the day, and as he sat down to shuck corn, he explained that it allowed him to extend the watering cycle. While stripping the kernels, he added that this gave him free time for other tasks, just as a series of system notifications began to appear. You have obtained corn seeds, slightly increasing work efficiency. Level 1 seed harvesting proficiency is full, and you have leveled up, causing Sedan to sigh in relief. He finally finished gathering seeds for the next planting and planned to soak them for a day. But suddenly, a group of baby rabbits hopped into the bowl to eat them. Seeing this, Sedan lifted the bowl out of reach and told them those weren't for eating, leaving the little rabbits looking quite dejected. Feeling sympathetic, Sedan noted their loneliness, realizing that since everyone was busy expanding the fields outside the cave, the little ones had no adults to play with, until a sudden idea struck him. He announced a great idea and rummaged through his bag, calling the little rabbits over to assign them an exciting task as they each received a small pouch. Sejan remarked on how adorable they looked, resembling kindergartners, as he pulled out some carrot slices to eat while giving them instructions. He told them to keep their pouches secure and deliver a carrot slice to every hard-working adult rabbit, and the little ones hurried off with their bags. Sejan called them back, telling them not to rush and to return so he could fill their bags completely, before ordering the support squad to deploy as they delivered carrots to the rabbit couple and their siblings. He wondered if he should discuss buying cute outfits for the little rabbits with Theo when he arrived, imagining the tiny white bunnies dressed up. He exclaimed how precious they would look and lamented being unable to take photos, as the scene shifted to a barren, rocky landscape where a bull was searching for something. Confused, he muttered about his location, noting that the blue moon had clouded his memory, but it had to be nearby, cursing his leader for assigning him such a task. The bull recalled his leader shouting, asking Dream Bull number 3 where he found the grass and fork, to which he had hesitantly replied that it was somewhere near the boundary. The leader had roared in anger, asking if he had left their territory, but the third bull blankly replied that the blue moon had caused his memory loss, prompting the leader to stuff a bulb into his mouth. The leader remarked that he had never seen such a thing in their lands, and noted its pleasant aroma before devouring it while his subordinates watched hungrily. Suddenly the leader let out a loud cry, exclaiming that the more he chewed, the sweeter it became, feeling a surge of energy as his muscles began to swell. The leader slapped Dream Bull number 3 on the shoulder and ordered him to find where the grass grew immediately, claiming the future of the Minotaur tribe was at stake. Invoking a warrior's honor, he commanded Dream Bull number 3 to succeed, and as the memory faded, the bull worried that failure would lead to being crushed by Captain Yuan Jiacheng's massive muscles. He noted he was at the edge of the territory where the forest met the wasteland, worrying about what would happen if he encountered a red-furred bear. Lacking the confidence to fight, the bull suddenly caught a scent and let out a loud cry as he spotted a pile of corn stalks. He realized it was grass and noticed the ground was covered in delicious-looking vegetation, so he began devouring the green leaves, giving thanks for the meal. After eating, the bull exclaimed in delight at how delicious it was, wondering what kind of grass it could be before deciding it didn't matter as long as it tasted good. He then gathered a bunch of green onions to take back, certain that the leader would praise him, as the scene shifted back to the forest. Suddenly, the red bear's purple eyes snapped open, and she stood up abruptly, dropping her cub to the ground, who looked up at his mother while still half asleep. The mother bear's expression was now incredibly fierce and menacing. Meanwhile, the dragon girl sat leisurely, sipping water. Soaking in the hot spring, she remarked contentedly, "Ah, this is wonderful. Now that I've grown, I can finally enjoy the adult spa. It was so difficult to use when I was small." Suddenly, the system appeared. A notification appeared. The giant red bear was summoning the tower manager. The dragon reacted instantly. "How dare you disturb Alan Fratani, the Black Dragon's time?" "What is it?" As the system displayed more information, the dragon cried out in shock. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, Sedan was still fast asleep. Suddenly, the system flickered to life and woke him. "What's going on, Lord Alan?" The system announced that the tower manager reported. The giant red bear had discovered traces of another monster near the cave. Sedan asked in surprise, "What? Another monster?" The red bear stood by the cave and let out a thunderous roar. The group looked around the empty garden, everyone stunned and panicked. Sedan asked anxiously, "What happened here?" He scratched his head in confusion. Had all the corn leaves covering the field really vanished? The scene shifted to a lush garden where Theo shouted joyfully, "Humans!" Having reached the 38th floor, he greeted the hunters, "I'm back." Meanwhile, Sedan and the others remained in a state of helpless panic. He deduced the harvest had been stolen, yet he hadn't heard a single sound last night. Anxiety was etched on the mother bear's face. The system explained that she suspected those horned bastards were the culprits. Sedan asked in confusion, "Horned bastards?" He wondered if they were the same monsters that had dug holes during the Blue Moon period. "This is trouble." Sedan sat down to talk with the rabbits. "Luckily, they only took the top leaves and didn't destroy the field. We can just use green tomato leaves from the cave to cover it." The mother bear seemed to have something to say. The system relayed that she would expand her territory and begin patrolling starting today. Sedan smiled. "I'd be glad if you could do that." He cautioned everyone, "But don't overexert yourselves. Staying safe and healthy is what matters most." The mother bear set off immediately. Sedan said with a hint of worry, "I'm glad no one was hurt, but we must prepare." He put his arm around the cub. "Just as I thought, I need strength to protect myself." Back in the cave, the rabbits were busy using corn leaves to shield their seeds. Sedan waved to the black rabbit and said, "Thanks for the help, see you later." Internally, he noted that today was the day the queen poison bee would hatch. He decided to let the rabbits continue farming. According to the system, he needed to witness the hatching. Sedan recalled that the queen would imprint on the first person she saw. There were now about 200 bees in the cave. Munching on a carrot, he continued, "If a second queen poison bee emerges and forms a force outside the cave, it would be the perfect defensive shield for this area." He yawned. "It should hatch soon. It's been a while since I've had a break. I'm so sleepy." Sedan picked up a flower and said, "I'll give this to her to make a good first impression. I wonder what kind of flowers she likes." "Tomatoes or sweet potatoes?" he asked sleepily, then added, "Thank you for being born, Queen Bee," before drifting off to sleep as the seed suddenly began to transform. Brilliant light radiated from the seed before gradually fading, and a tiny hand gently reached out from beneath the corn leaves as a little bee appeared with a cry. That was the second-generation poison queen bee. The newborn began flapping her wings, struggling to fly high, before heading toward the spot where Sedan lay sleeping. Suddenly, the bee paused in surprise and gazed intently at Sejan's sleeping face with shimmering eyes, as the system announced the newborn poison queen bee had recognized Park Sejun as her master. The bee chirped happily and looked at a yellow flower with delight until the first queen bee flew out from the cave, surprising her, and greeted her before they both soared into the sky. After playing joyfully, the second bee bowed to the first queen bee and flew to Sejan's face, landing gently and waking him from his slumber. The system displayed several notifications. The poison bee and the queen bee had hatched, and you had successfully made the poison queen bee recognize you as her master. Your beekeeping proficiency reached level 2, and you leveled up, leaving Sejan to ask in confusion what happened as he searched for the newborn poison queen bee, only to find the hive empty. Great Bull number 3 stepped forward, holding up a corn stalk and explaining it was what he found, prompting the leader to ask if it was left at their territory's border. The leader took the corn stalk, examined it closely, and remarked that this grass was entirely different from anything they had seen before, calling it a new species. "It is too small to share with many," Great Bull number 3 sighed apologetically to the commander, who gripped the corn stalk and thought for a moment before speaking. "It is fine, for eating a lot is simply the instinct of our minotaur race," the leader said before taking a bite and praising the leaf's uniquely sweet flavor. Right after eating, the leader exclaimed in surprise at how delicious it was and how energized he felt, patting Great Bull number 3 on the shoulder and praising his good work. "Great Bull number 3, if we had more of this grass, this barren land would surely become prosperous," the leader said, gazing into the distance and wondering what had occurred in these mountains. He wondered why such strange grass appeared here, and if something was about to happen on the 99th floor, thinking that he would personally go to collect as much as possible if he could. "But I cannot leave the waypoint recklessly, especially without knowing the quantity of grass there," the leader muttered while looking at a diamond, noting his limited time before shouting for Great Bull number 3. Great Bull number 3 immediately responded, and the leader pointed at him, ordering him to find the exact location where this grass was growing. "If it appeared here, there must be much more," he continued, instructing him to uncover the identity of whoever might have planted it, to which Great Bull number 3 nodded. "Yes, Commander," he replied, but then yawned and asked for permission to sleep a bit before leaving, as he felt drowsy from eating so much. The leader immediately hoisted his axe and threatened him to leave at once, prompting Great Bull number 3 to hurriedly promise he would return soon. A voice called out, "Humans!" as Theo stepped forward and announced his return, causing the hunters to shout and rush toward him upon seeing him. "The wandering cat is back. Why are you so late?" they asked, and Theo seriously explained that he was sorry but had been occupied with some business. "In exchange, I have something special to sell today. Magical cherry tomatoes," he said, prompting a curious hunter to ask what was so special about them. Theo shook his head at the hunter's comment and presented a D-rank magical cherry tomato with a 60-day shelf life, leaving everyone in a state of absolute shock. Only Suha praised how cute it was, while the other hunters discussed excitedly that it was truly D-rank, reducing 20 grams of fat and increasing mana by 0.2. With a shelf life of up to 60 days, Chain stood dazed, thinking to himself that he had never seen a D-rank magical cherry tomato before. "Incredible, I can eat and store twice as much as before," he thought, as Theo quickly pulled out a basket of tomatoes and made an announcement. "There are 200 in total today, and I will sell them in batches of 400, he declared, and the hunters immediately began bidding 70 and then 90 tower coins for the sets. Theo turned and agreed to the sale, and everyone immediately handed him a pile of money. With a joyful expression, he laughed, thinking he would earn over 100 tower coins this way. "I can finally become a professional wandering merchant," Theo said smugly, noting that once he achieved that status, crop marking restrictions would be lifted, and he would no longer have to hide Park Sejun's existence. Hahaha, just then Suha appeared and suggested, "Theo, let's take a photo together." With a proud look, Theo replied, "Ahem." "Now let's begin the next business venture as a professional wandering merchant," he shouted. "Line up now, grab my paw, and receive your reward." The surrounding air suddenly fell silent. Theo looked around in confusion and asked Suha, "Why are you the only one here? Isn't there anyone else?" Suha explained that since he hadn't visited in a long time, everyone had already left the Tower of Trials. Hearing this, Theo panicked and exclaimed, "No wonder it feels so deserted." Suha comforted him, "Don't be disappointed. Here, have some treats." Theo said sadly, "This is a matter of pride." He thought to himself dejectedly, "I wanted to gain even more merchant cat privileges this time." "But is my paw no longer lucky?" Suddenly, two guests appeared and asked, "Is this the place?" "Ah, there he is, the wandering merchant cat." The two girls approached Theo and said, "Look how cute he is. Hello, are you the wandering merchant cat? Can we take a photo with you?" Theo asked in bewilderment, "How do you know me?" The girls excitedly showed their phones and said, "We saw you on Instagram, let's take a picture together." Theo asked in surprise, "Instagram?" His eyes lit up as he thought to himself, "I can already smell the scent of money in the air." Theo quickly said, "If you want a photo, you must give me a reward." Looking at Suha's Instagram account and seeing it filled with his pictures, Theo remarked, "So?" Theo stared intently at the phone and asked, "Do humans see these photos and then want to come here to take pictures with me?" Suha replied. That's right, I'm sorry for not telling you beforehand, she worriedly thought. I wonder if he's angry because I posted his photos without permission. Theo suddenly shouted in anger, "Of course you should apologize. Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Suho was completely taken aback. Theo stepped closer and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take more photos to post." Immediately, Theo began posing for Suha to take pictures. She quickly gave directions, "Try this pose or this one, look here." Suha snapped photos rapidly and praised him. "That's it, just like that, look over here," she cheered happily. "Theo, you're so adorable," Theo asked. "Are we done yet?" He continued to pose and joked, "If anyone wants to meet Theo, the wandering merchant cat, tell them to come to the 38th floor," he added excitedly. "If there are plenty of rewards, Theo will even dance for you." And so the first star cat in history was born. Theo walked away and sighed. Phew, that was actually quite tough. Then he licked his fur and promised himself, "Next time I take photos, I'll groom myself properly." He proudly continued, "I can smell the rewards. Look at me, the merchant cat. Maybe I should even surpass the cat chairman." He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew into Theo's face, making his fur look messy and unkempt. He cried out, "What was that? I just finished grooming and now it's all ruined." At that moment, a pack of wolves appeared before Theo, and he gasped in fear, "Wolves!" Another wolf standing behind them was the wolf patriarch with a terrifying face. He intended to capture Theo and roared, "Are you the merchant cat who bought the straw hat from the blacksmith in the merchant district?" Theo replied tremblingly, "What did you say?" seeing that he didn't answer. The wolf roared, "Answer me now, cat. What did you do with that hat? If you don't give me a proper answer, I'll tear you to pieces." Theo cried out in terror. "Meow, meow," the wolf shouted, "Answer me, where's the straw hat?" Suddenly, something was thrown. The wolf looked confused. "What is this?" Smoke began to pour out from a pinecone. The wolves screamed, "Smoke!" They covered their noses and cried, "This is a stink bomb. My nose is ruined." Amidst the thick smoke, a pair of eyes glowed. A hand grabbed Theo's paw. He turned around and recognized Zerat. Zerat signaled him to be quiet and pulled him away. "Quick, run with me." The wolf recovered and shouted, "Ah, he's running. What are you standing there for? Chase them." The subordinates covered their noses and wailed, "Help us! Brother Elka, this smell is making my nose fall off." The leader muttered helplessly, "Damn it, we failed." Theo and Zerat were completely out of breath. Theo chuckled while panting, "Ha ha." Zerat immediately replied, "They won't be chasing us anymore." At that moment, Theo turned to thank Zerat. "Zerat, thank you, I thought I was a goner." Zerat smiled and replied, "You saved me too, so consider this my way of returning the favor." Theo patted Zerat's shoulder and said cheerfully, "But I still owe you a big thank you. I'll definitely repay you for this." "Do you like grilled fish?" Gerard thought to herself. "This is my chance." She then suggested, "In that case, may I accompany you on this journey?" "I really enjoyed your previous insights on trading." Theo agreed without hesitation. "Sure, let's go." Gerard flashed a bright smile and said, "Thank you." Gerard turned around and proposed, "Then let's head back to the merchant district. I know a very fast shortcut." Theo shook his head, "But I need to go to the merchant guild first to register for a promotion to intermediate merchant." Gerard was startled and couldn't help but exclaim, "What? An intermediate merchant? But you've only been a wandering merchant for a few months." Theo asked in confusion, "How do you know that?" Gerard immediately realized her slip of the tongue and thought, "Oh no, I can't reveal my identity as an inspector for the Wandering Merchant Bureau." Theo looked at her suspiciously. "That's fishy. Could it be?" Gerard stammered, "Haha, well, it's just." Suddenly, Theo shouted, "Did you talk to that bastard who scammed me?" Gerard unexpectedly admitted it. "That's right. I didn't ask, but he told me everything." Theo remained angry. "What a deceitful scoundrel. He doesn't even know how to keep his mouth shut." Gerard breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness." She turned to Theo and asked, "But how did you manage to collect 100 tower coins in such a short time?" "Even a wandering merchant like me couldn't achieve that. May I know what special item you're selling?" Gerard thought to herself. It's true that without some kind of special support, it would be impossible to earn such a large sum so quickly, she continued to ponder. There's no telling what power stands behind him or what dangerous goods he's selling. If that's the case, I'll have to arrest him to protect the honor of the Merchant Bureau. Theo replied cheerfully, "I sell cherry tomatoes." Gerard was stunned. "Cherry tomatoes?" she asked blankly. "Those small, round, red fruits," Theo confirmed. "That's right." He continued, "I've sold them all so I don't have any left to show you. Maybe next time." Theo then said, "Let's go now. We don't have much time left." Suspicion welled up inside her. He earned 100 coins just by selling cherry tomatoes. "How is that possible?" She followed Theo, her heart full of doubt. This is truly suspicious. The scene shifts to America. A voice rang out, "This is." McLaren looked at the cherry tomato and exclaimed, "A grade D magic cherry tomato." Then he immediately popped it into his mouth. He chewed greedily. It reduces 20 grams of fat, has double the quality of grade E, and tastes even better. Simply incredible. Afterward, he asked Jenny if there were any results regarding cultivation on Earth. Jenny replied calmly, "As you can see, it grows just like a regular cherry tomato." McLaren nodded, "Just as I thought, since it's a product of the tower." He continued to ask, "What about growing it inside the tower?" Jenny replied confidently, "Who do you think I am? I am the director of Easter Day." She continued seriously, "We planted 100 grade E seeds on the first floor. 10 have sprouted and are nearly ready for harvest." McLaren exclaimed, "Is that so? That's our Jenny." Jenny replied modestly, "It's all thanks to our technology and your support, Mr. Chairman." She added, "We will soon double the germination rate." McLaren nodded with satisfaction. Everything is going smoothly. Jenny then asked, "What about the budget for the Tower Farm project?" McLaren answered, "I have already submitted the proposal to the board. We will hire awakened individuals to build the farm and fend off nearby monsters." He said with determination, "The Tower of Trials Farm project is finally being restarted. My long-delayed plan is back in motion," he thought to himself. "It's all thanks to this magic cherry tomato." Back to the previous scene, the clerk handed Theo a coin and congratulated him on his promotion to intermediate merchant. Theo said excitedly to Gerard, "Haha, I've finally become an intermediate merchant." Gerard also offered her congratulations. "Well done, Theo." Holding the coin, Theo said enthusiastically, "Thanks, I'm going to the wholesale market to buy things to celebrate." Gerard was filled with doubt. The wholesale market? Scene changed to the wholesale market, a hub for intermediate trade where merchants freely showcase their abilities. First is the auction house, where high-quality goods from farmers and artisan workshops are sold at the best prices. Merchants are evaluated based on their trading prowess. Gerard thought to herself, "This place is like a battlefield. There's no room for hesitation." She continued to ponder, "It's completely different from the shop we visited yesterday. I wonder what trick he plans to use." Theo immediately said, "I'll buy my goods here." Suddenly, Gerard looked up and stammered, "Where is this?" She looked at the sign and read, "A general store." Entering the shop, Theo quickly picked out several items like pots, needles, thread, and a saw. Then, looking at the pile, he asked the shopkeeper, "How much for these 2 pots and the sewing kit, boss?" Gerard, standing beside him, asked in surprise, "I thought you came here to buy wholesale goods to resell on other floors." "As I've already explained, I'm selling cherry tomatoes," Theo replied, leaving Zerat stammering as she wondered what kind of skill he was about to use. The merchant smiled and announced the total was 2.4 tower coins. Zerat looked at the items and thought the price was fair, but adding the others changed things. The total didn't even reach 2 tower coins, making her suspect the shop was trying to swindle him as she imagined the merchant making threats. "Ha ha ha, I'm overcharging you, so pay up," she imagined him saying, but then Theo softly asked the merchant for a discount. Zerat was stunned, wondering if he would really accept it that easily, thinking he was still resorting to his old begging tactics. The merchant politely declined, claiming it was already at wholesale price, while Zerat noted that such tactics only worked on low-quality goods before. "Since I like you, I'll give you a discount," the merchant said cheerfully. "It's now only 2.2 tower coins, ho ho ho." Zerat looked at the merchant with disdain, thinking this was an ancient trick of starting high and lowering the price to exploit the customer's psychology. She imagined them fighting, with the merchant doubting Theo would accept, while she remained wary of the shopkeeper's cunning nature. However, Theo continued to plead for a further reduction, but the merchant refused, insisting that no one else would offer such a wholesale price. Hearing that, Theo simply said, "Is that so?" before turning to leave and telling Zerat it was time to go, much to her surprise. "What, Theo, aren't you going to bargain anymore?" she asked, but he calmly replied that the man wouldn't budge, prompting the merchant to stop them with a sigh. "Wait, why are you in such a hurry? I give up, I'll lower it to 2 tower coins," the merchant said, secretly thinking Theo looked like an easy target. Theo still refused and countered with 1.8 tower coins, or he would leave, forcing the merchant to finally agree to the lower price. Theo happily thanked the owner while Zerat watched with admiration, thinking his bargaining technique left the opponent with no room to maneuver. Whether to sell or not was the choice, but the shopkeeper was utterly defeated in what she saw as a predetermined victory from the start. Zerat hesitated, thinking that as a professional she shouldn't have been outdone so quickly, still doubting if he really sold cherry tomatoes for 100 tower coins. She watched him, wondering if she was seeing a genius merchant, while Theo smiled to himself, glad he followed Shijan's advice to bargain 3 times. That was Theo, the one who always insisted on 3 discounts. Later, as they headed home, Zeret bid him farewell despite his offer to buy her dinner. She politely declined, not wanting to be a burden, and told him she had learned a great deal from him that day. "Thank you for making me realize my own shortcomings," she said sincerely, leaving Theo confused as to how he had actually helped her. "You're too modest. Be careful or you might run into a wolf next time," she laughed, leaving Theo to mutter about how strange that fox girl was. He walked away, thinking about taking a nap in Shijan's lap, while the scene shifted to a large building where Zeret was busy writing. She leaned back and sighed, just as someone entered to report that the commander wanted a meeting regarding the stolen goods incident. "Tell him I'm busy," she started, then changed her mind and headed to the office while a dog looked at her paperwork and asked what it was. "It's a report on a wandering merchant I've been monitoring. Tell the route manager to remove his name from the watch list," Zeret explained. The dog read the document, which identified Theo as a bargaining genius, promoted to intermediate merchant specializing in cherry tomatoes, leaving him bewildered. A bargaining genius, the dog wondered, while Zeret put on her hat and remarked that she had finally encountered a true merchant after a long time. Back in the forest, Shijan began stacking corn husks, breathing a sigh of relief that the patrol was over and his crops were safe for now. Shijan stood up and looked around, noting that after planting corn and cherry tomatoes, his fields had finally expanded beyond the cave's entrance. Suddenly, Sejan noticed his rabbit friend struggling because no water was coming out to irrigate the plants, so he sat down and asked if there was no water. He wondered if the water supply was infinite, but just then, a black rabbit rushed over in a panic, and both rabbits began frantically babbling to him. Sejan was bewildered and couldn't understand a thing, only able to utter a confused, what, before the poisonous queen bee landed on his shoulder. Numerous crawfish had suddenly appeared in the lake, causing Sejan to cry out in shock at the sheer number of mud lobsters. He speculated they came from the piranha hole, and remarked on how absolutely delicious YouTube said they were while looking at them hungrily. He ordered the black rabbit to catch them, then pulled out a knife and remarked that they were tasty and the rabbit would surely love them. The black rabbit drew its hammer as Sejan declared he wouldn't miss this chance for a savory meal, and they both dove into the lake. They began battling the swarm of crawfish as Sejan gripped his knife and focused his gaze on a lobster in the pond. The crawfish stared back with wide eyes before the entire swarm leaped out of the water, and Sejan immediately delivered a series of rapid slashes. A system notification appeared stating he had defeated a mud lobster and gained 30 XP, prompting Sejan to shout for the black rabbit. The black rabbit struck the crawfish repeatedly with its hammer, while the baby rabbits gathered them, and the sickle rabbit prepared to process one. The sickle rabbit looked at the crawfish with hesitation before turning to its mother and shaking its head, unable to bring itself to butcher it. Sejan happily picked up 2 crawfish and explained that their shells were very hard, so they should be grilled with green onions first to make them easier to peel. The black rabbit agreed as Sejan wrapped green onions around the crawfish, while the other rabbits brought more over to him. Sejan placed the food over the fire to roast, and as the savory scent of the crustaceans filled the cave, he couldn't help but exclaim at how amazing it smelled. He used chopsticks to remove the green onions and checked if they were done, praising the bright red, perfectly cooked crawfish and their fragrant scent. This was grilled mud lobster wrapped in onion leaves and roasted with corn and tomatoes, with the salty essence of the sea stimulating the taste buds. He cracked a crawfish open to demonstrate how to enjoy it, and the rabbits watched with great excitement as he gave instructions. He explained how to easily separate the head and the body, and as he broke it apart, the delicious aroma made everyone gasp in anticipation. Sejan remarked on how the meat made his mouth water before distributing a portion to each rabbit, who cheered happily as they ate. Sejan took a bite and praised the rich, savory flavor that didn't even need sauce. Then the mother rabbit held out a lobster head to ask him something. He explained that they wouldn't throw the heads away, because the juices inside could be used as a dipping sauce for the meat. He dipped the meat into the juices and exclaimed that it was a true delicacy, eating heartily and remarking that it made him want a drink. He invited the black rabbit to try some, and after watching closely, the rabbit stuffed it into its mouth and cried out in joy as it continued to eat. Sejan asked if it was delicious and offered more, but then the red bear cub cried out, prompting Sejan to tell it to wait a moment. He promised to bring the cub some so it wouldn't fall, and the red bear was extremely excited upon seeing the pile of crawfish. Sejan tried to instruct the cub on how to twist the head and body apart, but the bear stuffed the entire crawfish into its mouth, leaving him surprised. The red bear happily replied to his question, and Sejan laughed, noting that the shells were nutritious before the scene shifted to the tower's second floor. The skeleton village was being engulfed by a ferocious fire, as hunters relentlessly slaughtered the skeletons who were running in all directions. One skeleton was in a state of total terror, but couldn't react in time to a fatal strike from McLaren, who smiled sinisterly as a hunter greeted him. "It seems the land reclamation for farming is progressing smoothly," a subordinate reported. "As you can see, we've mobilized all the mercenaries and captured over half of the skeleton village on the second floor." McLaren frowned. "Only half," the hunter apologized awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Vice Chairman McLaren then asked, "So how much longer do you estimate it will take?" The subordinate replied that because the area was vast and the new mercenaries were still weak, it might take several months. McLaren said nothing, simply showing the hunter a list from the system. Surprised, the man asked, "Vice Chairman, what is this?" McLaren explained that they had those who ran out of money and those seeking to awaken sign contracts to work for them. Then, he turned away and issued an order. "They don't need to leave the tower. I'll give you 1 week. Focus on the task." The hunter bowed, thanking him as an orange-haired girl approached. "Vice Chairman, we've been waiting for you," she said, introducing the ripe cherry tomatoes. "Would you like a taste?" McLaren proudly picked one, examined it, and muttered, "As expected, it's not an item." He decided to taste it and popped the tomato into his mouth, but his face immediately paled and he spat it out. Everyone panicked, asking, "Vice Chairman, what's wrong?" McLaren angrily shouted at the orange-haired girl, "What on earth is this?" She looked bewildered and asked what the problem was. McLaren yelled, "It tastes terrible." Disbelieving, she tried one herself. She spat it out immediately, crying, "Impossible." The research team awkwardly explained that despite providing high-grade nutrients, the fruit still tasted bad. Everything was below average. They would be considered low-grade if sold. Enraged, McLaren threw a tomato down and crushed it. He suddenly realized something and shouted, "There are no seeds," meanwhile in the cave. Sejan was fast asleep. Bull number 3 appeared, sinisterly placing corn leaves over his face before happily munching on grass, fresh grass. A thief appeared in the field once more. In a peaceful, spacious, and fresh plot of land, a 2-story building stood tall, on a wooden table. A tiny, ripe, bright red tomato sat on a large white plate. Michael McLaren sat there with his arms crossed, his pensive gaze fixed intently on the tomato. He muttered, "No seeds. Without seeds, improving the breed and farming is truly impossible." He rubbed his chin, his brow furrowing as a flash of suspicion crossed his eyes. "Don't tell me it's because of that," he thought. 10 years ago, Michael McLaren stepped through the gate into the tower, papers from his briefcase scattering everywhere. He reminisced. "It appeared not long after I entered the tower. I was fortunate enough to make it inside." After shedding his business suit, he purchased equipment for himself. With armor and a sword, he was still a novice then, surrounded by people eager to explore the world within the tower. Before the young Michael McLaren lay a new, vast, and mysterious land. "When I was young, I achieved my dream upon seeing the expansive territory inside the tower," he recalled. He began his exploration step by step, discovering a sky where the sun never set and a land that was rich and fertile. Michael McLaren was thrilled by the quality of the soil. "If I can farm inside the tower, monopolizing the global food market will no longer be just a dream," he told himself. He returned to the real world to convince his father. "I went to the company to plead with my father," he recounted. Michael McLaren was overjoyed when his father nodded in agreement, and everything proceeded smoothly. "I had to reach a certain level before leaving the tower," he said. He began by collecting a vast array of crop seeds. "That was the first step in my plan to farm inside the tower," he explained. Michael McLaren managed the labor, tasking them with bringing seeds into the tower, but then problems began to arise. "Damn it, such a vast and fertile land, yet nothing has grown after all this time," he lamented. Michael McLaren collapsed to his knees on the ground. His hands fumbled over the empty planting site. Why aren't any seeds sprouting?" he wondered. He picked up a handful of soil, his voice filled with doubt. The soil was loose and rich, yet it was absolutely impossible to grow anything. "I've invested a fortune over the years to create a perfect environment within the tower." Why won't a single seed sprout? On the TV screen, a news anchor reported that the latest research showed awakened individuals lose their reproductive capabilities upon entering the tower. This was a temporary side effect caused by the sudden intake of mana. However, this ability would be restored once they reached a certain level. This news shocked the world, including Michael McLaren. Plants still bloomed normally, but it was as if they had lost their fertility. I can't level up seeds from outside the tower. To find a solution, Michael McLaren began consulting wandering merchants. He thought to himself, I need another way. That was when I considered using the crops available within the tower since they were similar to Earth's food. But a white bear merchant I consulted informed me that seeds were unavailable because a greedy man named Greed on the 55th floor had monopolized them. Upon hearing this news, Michael McLaren was completely stunned and speechless because he had only reached the 10th floor at that time. In the real world, he was abandoned by everyone due to his failure, having squandered a fortune and being labeled useless by his father and the directors. Youthful passion was his only excuse, as he collapsed before the massive tower where his dreams of conquest had been shattered. His dream farming project had collapsed before the tower's high walls, but returning to reality, Michael McLaren stared intently at the tomato, bit his lip, and swore an oath. Cursing that he could not give up, he stood and summoned 3 men in suits, ordering them to take all their hunters to the 38th floor, which left the trio utterly bewildered. After they complied, they were shocked to see him hurl a massive bag of money onto the table, declaring with a resolute gaze that he did not care how much they spent. Bring every grade D cherry tomato from that wandering merchant here. He picked up a tiny fruit and declared that if grade E failed, he would try growing grade E, believing that higher ranks might yield different results with his unparalleled determination. He crushed the tomato and muttered its name under his breath. Then Michael McLaren raised his juice-stained hand and laughed hysterically, vowing that he would certainly reach his goal. Meanwhile, Theo the cat was strolling happily through the forest when he spotted several green onions scattered on the ground and cried out in suspicion. He used his adorable paws to pick up a stalk, wondering in a daze if these were the green onions grown by Lord Sedan. Then Theo ran around gathering a pile of scattered onions while noting their presence everywhere. Suddenly, Theo's head struck something hard, causing him to cry out in surprise and flatten his ears. As he rubbed his head and looked up, he saw a massive black bull 10 times his size sitting there munching on green onions. The black bull turned his head and let out a suspicious low, staring at Theo with shimmering yet puzzled eyes while asking a question through mouthfuls of food. Asking if he was a wandering merchant, the chubby Theo pointed his plump paws directly at the giant black bull's face and interrogated him sternly. The black bull possessed a rippling six-pack that stood in stark contrast to Theo's cute and plump appearance. The bull pointed toward a nearby patch of land and claimed he had simply gathered them from over there, moo. He insisted it was impossible since those were the plants Lord Pu Shijan cherished, which could never be scattered all over the ground, as he recalled the image of Pu Shijan happily tending to his crops. They could be used as bowls or even made into ropes to bind others, so Theo fumed with rage and scolded the black bull, demanding to know how he dared steal such precious grass. Enraged that a tiny creature like Theo dared to criticize him, the black bull slammed his fist down with a thud and bellowed, asking how he dared insult a minotaur warrior who lived for honor by calling him a thief. Theo's tail fur bristled in response. Theo's eyes welled with tears of fear as he faced the angry black bull who was still fuming with rage. Even if you are a wandering merchant, the bull continued. I will not tolerate this. Despite his terror of the massive opponent, Theo bristled his tail and looked up defiantly. I am not lying. Theo stood tall on his hind legs, his trembling gone as he pointed a paw directly at the black bull's face. Go ask Mr. Park Sejun and see who is right. The black bull's hand shook as he considered the proposal. After a moment of hesitation, he agreed. Fine, Mew, take me to him. Theo immediately waved his paw. He signaled for the black bull to follow him. Very well, follow me. The massive black bull then trudged along behind the tiny orange cat. As he walked, he seriously wondered if this Park Sejun was truly the one who grew this grass. Mew, but why is such precious grass scattered all over the ground? He began to daydream, mumbling happily to himself. The commander also ordered me to find the source of this grass. Mew, hehe, I'm about to be praised again. Mew. Meanwhile, Park Sejun was snoring loudly. He was fast asleep on a bed of green onions, completely oblivious to the world. In the middle of a pleasant dream, he suddenly heard an urgent cry. Chairman! Before he could even open his eyes. Theo pounced with lightning speed, his forepaws slamming directly into the man's stomach. "I'm back," he shouted. Park Si-jun clutched his midsection, trembling from the bone-deep pain of the impact. Seeing him like that, Theo said hurriedly, "Now is not the time to be lying around. Come outside and see for yourself." Park Si-jun, face dripping with sweat from the pain, looked at the smug cat. What's going on?" Theo patted his furry chest. He was incredibly proud of his achievement. "I caught a thief." Hearing this, Park Si-jun frowned in confusion. A thief. After following Theo up the vines, he discovered that the thief was actually a massive, muscular black bull with bulging six-pack abs. Looking up at the giant creature, Park Si-jun turned pale. Theo, is this the thief you were talking about?" he asked, sweating profusely as he stepped down from the cat's shoulder. Theo pointed at the black bull like a child reporting a bully to his parents. "Hey, go scold him right now." Then he held out the bag of green onions he had gathered. He presented it to Park Si-jun as evidence of the crime. "Look, this Ren Niu stole our grass." Park Si-jun took the green onions from Theo's paws. He immediately recognized them as his own crop. "Aren't these my green onions?" The Ren Niu quickly fired back. "I only picked them up from the ground, if you didn't want them thrown away." "Then why did you leave them on the dirt?" A notification window appeared before Park Si-jun, identifying the black bull's race as a Ren Niu. He thought to himself, could the Ren Niu be the forest species that Mother Bear mentioned? Park Si-jun recalled the time he and Theo went to inspect the devastated fields. They had destroyed the crops during the blue moon. Later, they had gone with Mother Bear and the young rabbits to the ruined cornfield. It was the place where the corn leaves they had buried not long ago had been stolen. Park Si-jun surmised he must have been caught by Theo for stealing green onions the other day as well. The Ren Niu continued to protest his innocence. "I am a Ren Niu warrior. There is no way I would ever steal." Theo refused to back down and snapped back. "No, we didn't throw them away. Hey, you are definitely a thief." While the two argued, Park Si-jun rubbed his chin in thought. A Ren Niu, so they're basically bulls, right? They must be excellent at digging. This could work. When Theo couldn't force the Ren Niu to confess, he turned to Park Si-jun. "Chairman, tell him whether this is your grass or not." Park Si-jun put his hands on his hips and declared firmly, "Of course I didn't throw them away. They are cover crops used to maintain soil moisture." His statement left the Ren Niu speechless, while Theo cheered like a happy child. The Ren Niu stammered, "That's impossible. I didn't realize I was stealing." "I apologize, I truly didn't know." Park Si-jun cleverly seized the opportunity. "A mere verbal apology isn't very helpful, is it?" He held out his hand with a smile, demanding compensation. 100 tower coins. I will take 100 tower coins as restitution for destroying the field and stealing the grass." The Ren Niu was so shocked by the exorbitant amount that he sputtered. "What, 100 tower coins? Is that grass really that expensive?" He sat huddled in regret, realizing how terrifying the consequences of theft could be. Theo didn't miss the chance to keep pressuring him. "Do you understand now? Hurry up and pay the 100 tower coins." He then searched the Ren Niu, only to find that the creature was wearing nothing but a loincloth. Theo cried out, "Chairman, what should we do? This guy literally has nothing on him." Park Si-jun, who had anticipated everything, crossed his arms and said with a smile, "What do you think? If he has no money, he'll just have to pay with his physical labor." The Ren Niu asked in astonishment, "My strength?" Theo was equally confused. Raising a finger, Pu Shijun offered a suggestion. "You should come here every day to work, and I'll pay you 1 tower coin daily. You can use that money to settle your debt." The Ren Niu nodded in understanding. "You want me to work here to pay it back?" Pu Shijun nodded and added an enticing offer. "I'll provide your meals too. You like green onions, right? I'll let you eat as much as you want. I'm no cruel boss. What do you think? Isn't this a great deal?" Before he could even finish, the Ren Niu eagerly agreed. "I'll do it. If there's food, I'm in." Having successfully persuaded him, Pu Shijun reached out his hand and said to the Ren Niu, "Then the contract is settled. You can start working tomorrow." The Ren Niu happily extended his soot-covered finger and immediately agreed. "All right, Mew." Then the man and the Ren Niu shook hands happily, finalizing a deal that left Theo wide-eyed with shock. Witnessing this miracle, Theo couldn't help but admire Pu Shijun. If someone has no money, they can pay with their labor. As expected of Chairman Meow, I've learned another valuable lesson, Meow. Being a diligent and obedient cat, Theo took out a pen and paper to seriously record this interesting lesson. "I should write this down so I don't forget, Meow." Though he arrived in anger, the man and the cat waved goodbye to the Ren Niu as they departed. After seeing him off, Pu Shijun praised his cat. "Theo, you did great. You caught the thief." And even got me a new employee. It's all thanks to you. Theo raised a tiny fist, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Did I really do well, meow? Really, truly? How well did I do, meow? However, Pu Shijan's next words instantly dampened Theo's spirits, making his ears droop. I'll be expanding your business model and territory as a traveling merchant cat within a month. Theo immediately lunged forward, clawing at Pu Shijan's pants. Nanny, give me more time, meow. Pu Shijan shook his leg to shoo Theo away. You're going to tear my pants, get off. The next day, the sky was clear with fluffy white clouds and a refreshing breeze. Deep blue waves crashed against the cliffs, sending spray everywhere. Pu Shijan stood with the black rabbit warrior on his shoulder, preparing to trap the massive lobsters. Seizing the moment, he shouted, "Go, Black Rabbit!" Full of fighting spirit, the rabbit charged with its hammer, "Payu Payu!" What followed was an impressive display. With a few basic hammer swings, the lobsters were utterly defeated. The black rabbit took charge of catching them and tossing them onto the shore. Meanwhile, Pu Shijan sat leisurely on the bank, cleaning them with a knife. He looked over at the pile of lobsters being stacked up by two white rabbits. Pu Shijan said, "All right, that should be enough. This is plenty of food for Q-An and his mother." He watched as the black rabbit landed on the ground with a payu payu. As he put away his knife, Pu Shijan praised him. "You worked hard, Black Rabbit. Your skills are really improving." Suddenly, the black rabbit's entire body began to glow. Pu Shijan was astonished. "Black Rabbit, your body is growing." Not just his body, but the hammer in his hand also began to glow, upgrading to a more advanced version with a new spike. The black rabbit stared wide-eyed at his new weapon. Pu Shijan exclaimed in shock, "Your hammer has transformed." Overjoyed by the good news, he cheered, "This isn't just a normal level up, it's your second awakening, isn't it?" "That's amazing, Black Rabbit." The group of white rabbits also clapped enthusiastically. The black rabbit replied proudly, "Payu Payu." Taking this opportunity, Pu Shijan entrusted him with a task. "I'll leave the lobster catching to you from now on." The black rabbit happily gave an okay sign. Suddenly, the mother bear poked her head out of the cave and called out urgently, "Kyuwang, Kyuwang." Pu Shijan looked up, puzzled. "What's wrong?" He quickly climbed up to the cave entrance using vines and asked the cub, "Q-An, what is your mother saying?" The cub raised a chubby paw and cried out, "Q-An, Q-An." Pu Shijan looked in the direction he pointed. Near the rock where the vines were tied, a massive beehive had appeared. Pu Shijan was surprised. "Oh, there's a beehive there. Since when has it been here?" From the small opening of the hive, a cute little bee with sparkling eyes poked its head out. Seeing Pu Shijan, the bee buzzed happily, "Bee." It flapped its wings and flew toward him, continuously chirping, "Bee." Pu Shijan was amazed. You're the second-generation poison queen bee that hatched back then, aren't you?" Recognizing the bee, he welcomed it warmly. "Ha ha ha, it's great to see you again. Where have you been? I was so worried about you." The poison queen bee waved, calling out two of its bee companions. Park Si-jun understood immediately and asked if the bee had left to start her own swarm, expressing relief at her safe return before introducing her to the baby bear. He told the bear to say hello to the second-generation poison queen bee who had recently hatched, and the little bear tilted his head to greet her. With the poison queen bee perched on his hat, Park Si-jun earnestly told the baby bear to protect her home so she would work hard to produce his favorite honey. The baby bear and the poison queen bee's swarm began to bond as happy cries and buzzing filled the air while the two youngsters played together. Mother Bear and the old father figure Park Si-jun watched with smiles as the baby bear let out excited shouts of joy. Suddenly, the stomping merman appeared and announced his arrival for work with a loud shout, prompting Park Si-jun to wave a welcoming hand. Before Park Si-jun could finish his greeting, Mother Bear suddenly stomped her feet in a rage and roared threateningly at the fierce, dark merman. Facing the enraged Mother Bear, the merman grew alert and clenched his fists as his muscles bulged, coldly remarking that he hadn't expected to see her there. Park Si-jun rushed to intervene, but was swatted away by Mother Bear's massive claws just as Theo, the orange cat, and the rabbits arrived to investigate the noise. Theo asked what was happening, and Park Si-jun immediately hoisted the cat onto his shoulder and urged him to help stop the impending fight. He worried that they would both be injured if a battle broke out, while Theo let out a sharp cry from his position on Si-jun's shoulder. Park Si-jun ran toward the two combatants and waved his arms frantically, pleading for both Mother Bear and Joe Meng to stop. When Mother Bear ignored him, Park Si-jun shouted that Joe Meng was there to work and was not an enemy they needed to fight. Mother Bear growled in response, and Theo translated that she wanted Si-jun to return to the cave because she couldn't forgive Joe Meng for trespassing. Park Si-jun tried to mediate with Jo Meng, but the merman flatly declared that as a warrior, it was unacceptable for him to avoid a challenge. Park Si-jun clutched his head in frustration as the baby bear approached with the rabbits, letting out hungry cries. Theo suggested letting the baby bear talk to his mother, just as Aileen appeared to report that the tower manager was asking for snacks. Park Si-jun told Aileen they were too busy for snacks, but she continued typing until a new message appeared on the screen. The tower manager questioned Jo Meng's presence and demanded a quick resolution because she was hungry, which only made Park Si-jun more annoyed. He snapped that he would have settled it already if they would listen to him, while the baby bear tugged on his clothes and cried out for food. Theo translated the bear's hunger as the merman began to power up with steam and a mighty roar, matched by Mother Bear's fierce determination. She bared her sharp fangs and roared back, while Theo joined the baby bears in meowing and pleading with Park Si-jun for attention. Theo begged to return to the cave, leaving the venerable Park Si-jun caught in an incredibly difficult and stressful situation. The baby bears and Theo continued to clamor for food and treats, while Aileen kept pressuring him to finish the matter quickly. At his feet, the innocent rabbits added to the chaos with their own noisy demands for a meal, pushing Park Si-jun to his breaking point. His face turned bright red with anger until he finally lost his patience with the unruly group. He screamed that if no one listened to him, there would be no more food for anyone, a threat that instantly froze the two warriors in their tracks. Jo Meng turned pale at the thought of losing his grass, the baby bear teared up over his honey, and the rabbits wailed about their carrots. Aileen shrieked from behind her crystal ball about her tomatoes, while Theo wept bitterly at the prospect of having no more fish. The group finally realized the terrifying power of Park Si-jun, the man who held the ultimate authority over their stomachs. They all trembled, their faces turning pale as they cried out in unison. Pu Shijun pointed sternly at the ground and barked, "Everyone sit down." No one dared to disobey the man who controlled their food. They all sat down submissively, gathering around him. Even Aileen, though not physically present, was obedient, waiting with bated breath for her godfather's lecture. With his hands on his hips, Pu Shijun scolded them. "If you both lose your tempers like that, it won't just be the fields and crops at risk. Everyone nearby will be caught in the crossfire." After reprimanding the two giants, Pu Shijun turned his attention to their hunger. He looked at the rabbits and let out a relieved sigh with a smile. "Phew, all right then. First, we need to have a meal to clear up the misunderstanding between you two. Now, my rabbit friends." The rabbits looked at him, confused, and cried out, "Park, Payet, Payet." Pu Shijun grinned and clapped his hands to signal them. "Let's eat." Immediately, a high-speed food production line was established. The black rabbits caught fish and shrimp. The crescent rabbits harvested green onions, and others grilled fragrant corn. The remaining rabbits transported food and drinks while Pu Shijun handled the cooking, with everyone's roles clearly defined. The meal was prepared in no time, consisting of grilled corn, roasted fish, and stir-fried green onions. Niu San had never seen such an abundance of delicious food before. He let out a long, low moo. Then he and Mother Bear, two giants who had just been fighting, sat side by side, devouring the food. "Thank you for the meal, Moo," Niu San said happily. Pu Shijun sat across from them. He spoke with great generosity. "Take your time and eat." Not forgetting the one who wasn't there, he lifted a basket of grilled corn. "Here, enjoy your meal, Lady Aileen." Aileen took a deep breath and replied, "The tower administrator thanks you." Meanwhile, Niu San reached for the fragrant corn while stuffing his mouth with green onions. "This is so good, Moo." Unfortunately, Mother Bear also reached for the corn at the same time. Their paws collided, and they began to growl at each other, neither willing to back down. Pu Shijun and the rabbits watched helplessly. Finally, he had to step in. Now, listen to me while you eat." Pu Shijun introduced them warmly. "This is Keikoma's mother. She protects the fields and the cave along with her child." The cub laughed gleefully. "Hee, Keikoma." Pu Shijun then turned to introduce the minotaur. "And this is, well, his name is." The minotaur introduced himself. "I am Niu San, a minotaur warrior, Niu San." Once they were acquainted, Pu Shijun said kindly, "This is Niu San, and he will be helping us with the farm work." Mother Bear growled in understanding. Pu Shijun warned them sternly, "Do you understand? No fighting here. If you fight, I won't give you any more food." At the mention of losing their food, Mother Bear and Niu San turned pale. Realizing they shared the same goal of eating, they decided to call a truce. Mother Bear and Niu San looked at each other with newfound camaraderie, confirming their peaceful cooperation. The negotiation was complete, seeing the bear and the bull in harmony. Pu Shijun gave a satisfied thumbs up. That's it, well done. Mother Bear nudged him, wanting him to notice their handshake. Niu San then asked, but what kind of work should I do here, Mu? Pu Shijun muttered. You're asking what your job is. He scratched Theo's head while asking back, isn't it obvious? He then led Niu San to a vast stretch of land with towering mountains in the distance. He instructed with his hands on his hips. Just like how you dug up the earth during the blue moon, you just need to till the soft soil evenly before lunch. Niu San pointed at himself and asked hesitantly, Mu, is that all? And you'll really give me lunch too? Pu Shijun smiled with pride. He replied, of course, I'm not a heartless boss. Suddenly, both the man and the cat were stunned as Niu San bowed low to the ground. After channeling his strength, Niu San's two horns gradually grew longer and larger, leaving the onlookers wide-eyed and speechless. Niu San then used his 2-meter-long horns to plow a perfect straight line through the empty field, letting out a long, powerful moo. As he tilled the soil, he shouted joyfully, Food! I love food! I must work as hard as I can, moo! Watching Niu San work like a beast of burden. Pu Shijun remarked contentedly, Great, now we can till the land with ease. His next task was to collaborate with the adorable rabbits. He assigned the tasks, time to plant the green onions, but going down to the cave to fetch them one by one is such a hassle, he told himself. For some reason, I feel like we need to ramp up our green onion production. The rabbits chirped in unison, Payet, Payet. While Niu San plowed the earth and flexed his muscles for the cubs, Park Sejun eagerly began planting green onions. He explained that increasing production was simple. After studying their structure, he noted they only needed to harvest the mature stalks while leaving the roots. New leaves would sprout from the stems, and over time, the roots would divide and grow from the cut area, allowing the separated parts to be replanted. Holding 2 sturdy roots, Park Sejun remarked on their strength before the tower notified him that he had created a 660 square meter field and earned 200 experience points. After a day of hard work, Park Sejun finally stood before a lush green onion patch, sighing with content as he ate an onion and planned for the future. Since onions grew rapidly in the tower, he realized that dividing the plants as they matured would quickly expand his farm. As he watched the rabbits diligently water the crops, he realized there was one more problem he needed to solve. When a rabbit's watering can ran dry, the creature began pounding on it repeatedly, much like someone trying to fix a malfunctioning television. Since the can wouldn't refill itself, Park Sejun noted that its limited capacity made it impossible to water the entire expanding field. This remained a difficult challenge, until the rabbit suddenly began to glow as brightly as a star in the night sky. The watering can transformed into a shimmering golden tool, causing a shocked Park Sejun to exclaim that it had completely changed. Wondering if this was a second awakening like the black rabbits, he excitedly congratulated Father Rabbit and hoped the timing of this evolution was perfect. He questioned if the tool had reached its limit through constant use, and asked if the water capacity had finally increased. Father Rabbit proudly held up 2 fingers and let out a beep, leading Park Sejun to marvel at the fact that the capacity had doubled. He called for the field's expansion, while Niu San worked to pay his debt to Park Sejun, leaving Niu Wang at home sighing in loneliness. Niu Wang wondered why Niu San hadn't returned yet on this beautiful day, as white clouds drifted across the blue sky. On the baby rabbit's first day out of the cave, Park Sejun opened a large bag and invited them to meet Kyoung the bear cub. He introduced Kyoung as their big brother, and the bear cub smiled before they all shared a traditional greeting by touching noses. After sniffing them, Kyoung playfully licked a baby rabbit's face, causing the startled group to scatter and scream in a panic. The little rabbits huddled together and stared up at the massive bear, but they soon began to feel a sense of affection for him. They started jumping onto Kyoung's shaggy fur, making the bear cub cry out in joy as Park Sejun watched them play together. Park Sejun remarked that Kyoung was a great babysitter, which annoyed Theo as he tried to lead the rabbits on an adventure. However, none of the rabbits followed Theo, preferring to play with Kyoung instead, leaving the cat standing there in shock. Heartbroken and tearful, Theo wailed about being forgotten by the little ones while Park Sejun tried to offer some comfort. He reminded Theo that children grow up fast, but the cat threw a tantrum on the ground, crying about the hardships of raising them. Seeing no other choice, Park Sejun picked up the sobbing cat and tried to soothe him with gentle words. Knowing that food was the best remedy, he offered Theo some premium soup, and the sulking cat eventually agreed to eat. While feeding him, Park Sejun asked Merchant Theo if it was finally time for him to head to the lower floors to trade. Theo looked down dejectedly, explaining that while he wanted to go, he didn't believe it was possible for him to leave just yet. As Kyung and the rabbits played nearby, Theo's ears drooped in embarrassment as he explained the situation, causing Park Sejun to shout. "What?" he asked in astonishment. "A pack of wolves is searching for this straw hat?" Park Sejun stroked the straw hat on his head while Theo the cat reached out clumsily and said sheepishly, "Exactly, which is why I can't head down." Things had become quite complicated. Park Sejun took off the straw hat and wondered why they wanted it, considering it was just an artifact. Its effects were decent, but only a farmer would truly need it. He wondered if there were other farmers on the different floors of the tower. With that thought, he put the hat back on and told Theo the orange cat that he didn't need to worry, giving him a thumbs up. He confidently declared he had a way to resolve the issue. When Park Sejun announced he had a solution, Theo looked skeptical and asked how that was even possible. Park Sejun smiled, raised a finger, and suggested that Theo hire a bodyguard, specifically Niu San. Theo was enlightened, as he had never considered such a brilliant idea before. According to the records, being a mercenary was a profession reserved for tower denizens like wandering merchants, and many famous figures had taken up the role. Per the regulations of the mercenary and wandering merchant guilds, mercenaries were permitted to use the exclusive merchant passages for a small fee. Furthermore, non-mercenaries could use the passage if hired by a wandering merchant, allowing Theo to hire Niu San as his protector. Park Sejun nodded with his arms crossed, mentioning his own desire to visit the lower floors. However, only tower residents could become mercenaries for wandering merchants. Theo praised him, impressed by how well he remembered the rules. Still, Theo worried if Niu San would agree, noting that despite being a bit slow, he was still a powerful monster from the 99th floor. Park Sejun remained confident, suggesting they could pay Niu San triple his usual wage in power chives if he agreed to escort Theo. Once again, Theo was amazed by Park Sejun's ingenuity. He jumped up and removed the man's hat, attempting to pat his head, though his short arms couldn't quite reach. "You're so brilliant to come up with that, I never would have thought of it," Theo praised. Park Sejun put his hat back on, pulled out a snack, and laughed. "It was nothing. You could have thought of it too, want some more." Theo meowed happily in agreement, then proceeded to lick his snack soup contentedly while nestled in Park Sejun's arms, making a mental note of the plan. He decided to remember this tactic for future use. Meanwhile, in a barren, rocky wasteland devoid of life or anything edible, Niu San peeked cautiously from behind a large boulder, scanning his surroundings, when another minotaur suddenly approached from behind and startled him. "Niu San, where are you off to?" a female minotaur asked petulantly, claiming she had been searching for him for 3 days. Niu San gasped in shock. "Oh, Niu Si." He tried to hide his guilt, but it only became more obvious. "It's nothing, just go away," he stammered. Niu Si, knowing him well, stepped closer and pointed out his flushed face. "You're eating something by yourself, aren't you?" she demanded, shaking his shoulders. "Whatever it is, take me with you." Niu San tried to deflect, claiming it was a secret, which only annoyed Niu Si further. She pointed at him and delivered her final threat. "I'll tell on you, the leader is looking for you, and he might just find out what you're hiding." This hit Niu San right where it hurt. He swallowed hard, realizing he couldn't keep the secret any longer. With a defeated sigh, he surrendered. "Fine, all right." Niu Si beamed. "Good." Niu San then led Niu Si toward his secret spot, warning her along the way to keep everything strictly confidential. Niu Si happily agreed. Back at the quiet forest of Park Sejun's territory, he and Theo were heading toward the cave when they were suddenly confronted by 2 massive minotaurs staring intently at them. Park Sejun looked at the female minotaur and asked Niu San if he had brought a friend along. Niu Si introduced herself warmly. "Hello, I'm Niu Si." "Are you the one who pays in food for plowing the land?" she asked. Park Sejun turned to Niu San, who lowered his head apologetically. "Could you let my friend work here? I'll be in big trouble otherwise," Niu San pleaded. Park Sejun crossed his arms and thought for a moment before replying that they didn't really need more help with plowing. Since they didn't need extra help, he was about to refuse when an idea struck him. He turned to Niu Si and said, "I'll let you work here, but I have a request first." Niu Si agreed without hesitation. Park Sejun pointed to the cat on his shoulder and explained that Theo, the wandering merchant, was currently being threatened by a pack of wolves. Theo meowed in agreement. "It's quite a problem," he continued. "If you escort Theo as a mercenary, I'll pay you triple the plowing wage, 3 power chives. What do you say?" Despite the generous offer, Niu Si flatly refused. "I don't like you," she said, surprising Park Sejun, who asked why since she had wanted to work, only for the innocent Niu Si to explain she couldn't eat coins, leaving both him and Theo wide-eyed. Realizing the Minotaur's simple nature, Park Sejun quickly changed the terms to 3 meals a day plus a snack, which Niu Si immediately accepted, prompting Niu San to eagerly ask to join her. Feeling pity for the hungry Niu San, Park Sejun readily agreed to hire them both and then added another detail. He promised to pack food for their journey, making Niu San and Niu Si jump for joy as Niu Si cheered and threw her arms around Niu San. Overwhelmed with happiness, she thanked Niu San for introducing her to such a wonderful place, while Niu San turned bright red with embarrassment from being held so tightly. He was so delighted that he began to pant, trying to act dignified while saying he was happy if Niu Si was happy, as Park Sejun watched the affectionate scene. Sensing the situation, he rubbed his chin with a soft "oh" before starting to harvest green onions for their journey as agreed. Working with the rabbit couple, they gathered a massive pile of green onions, making Park Sejun wonder if such a large amount would even be sufficient. Theo, the assistant, stepped up to say he was going to get tomatoes, but Chairman Park Sejun looked down at him skeptically, asking if he really had room for more. He questioned if there was any space left in the bag for tomatoes, but Theo confidently waved a cloth and told him not to worry. Using his paws to toss the cloth over the pile of green onions, he gave a shout as the fabric transformed into a spatial bag and sucked everything inside. When the tiny bag containing all the onions fell back into Theo's hand, a surprised Park Sejun asked if it really fit, and Theo proudly pointed to the shiny badge on his chest. He explained that as a veteran cat merchant, his bag capacity had increased, prompting Park Sejun to admire the badge and realize that its color had indeed changed. Theo grumbled about his lack of observation, but Park Sejun simply pinched his cheek and sternly told him to stop dawdling and get ready to go. While Theo grumpily rubbed his sore face, Park Sejun cheerfully asked if he could deliver a gift to his family, to which Theo confidently raised his paw in agreement. Assuring him it was no problem, Theo shouldered his magic bag and set off with the two towering minotaurs, Niu San and Niu Si, as they waved their final goodbyes. Park Sejun waved back from a distance, telling Niu San and Niu Si to stay safe and make sure they protected Theo well until the three of them disappeared from sight. As Park Sejun and the rabbits watched them leave, he wondered aloud if they might eat Theo once the food ran out, a thought that left the black rabbit visibly shaken. In the Merchant Valley, where towering trees lined the paths and moss-covered houses stood amidst the bustling crowds of traders. On a bridge, a werewolf returned with 3 chicken legs and reported to Elka, who praised him before asking how much food they had remaining. The werewolf replied that it was their last portion, so Elka turned to Elko, who was lounging on the bridge railing, and told him to eat, but Elko dejectedly refused. Looking at Elko with a pitiful expression, he complained about how much longer they had to stay, expressing his boredom with watching passers-by and his desire to return to the 85th floor. Elka suddenly exploded in anger, shouting at him for being foolish and asking if he had forgotten about their starving kin back on the 85th floor. Baring his teeth in a furious glare, he reminded Elko that they would never obtain food if they failed to complete this mission. Their tribe's very survival depended on this task, and as Elko was grabbed by the collar, he tearfully apologized and begged Lord Elka not to be angry. "I was wrong," the wolf said, holding the food and looking awkwardly at Ai Ka, who sighed and rubbed his forehead, while Ai Ki sobbed bitterly in the corner as he offered him a chicken leg. Wiping away the tears, he said, "Even if you aren't hungry, you must eat," as the werewolf offered a gentle smile to comfort Ai Ki. "This food was purchased with our tribe's savings for this mission. You need your strength," he said, before handing a portion to Ai Ka as well. Ai Ka seemed lost in thought as he reached out to take the chicken leg, but at that moment, he sensed the very presence he had been waiting for. Ai Ka's expression instantly turned grim as he rushed to the edge of the bridge, prompting the other 2 wolves to ask in confusion, "What is it, Lord Ai Ka?" From the bridge, Ai Ka clearly saw Theo walking happily below and muttered, "Found him, that wandering cat merchant, meow," as his face twisted into a savage scowl. "This time, no matter what, I must get information about that straw hat and reclaim it," he vowed, while the beastmen in the valley witnessed a truly bizarre sight. They stared wide-eyed at 2 massive, muscular black minotaurs who were several times their size, as the merchants huddled together and whispered, "It's them, isn't it? I never thought I'd see a black minotaur with my own eyes. This is the first time I've seen monsters from the 99th floor. one merchant remarked while witnessing the scene. The merchants felt skeptical that a wandering merchant could hire black minotaurs as freelance mercenaries, but then a pair of twitching ears appeared as someone asked, "Ahem, were you looking for me?" The two wolves looked down to see the tiny cat, Theo, proudly puffing out his chest, and wondered what was wrong with this small wandering cat merchant. Hearing this, Theo shouted angrily, "It's me. I am the wandering merchant Theo, the one who hired those minotaurs as mercenaries, ha ha ha." The two wolf merchants remained skeptical, saying, "You're the one who hired them, Theo. This is the first time I've ever heard that name." "You'd better not be lying," they warned, so Theo, hurt by their disdain, turned around to call his subordinates. "Niu San, Niu Si, get over here." However, Theo didn't expect that neither Niu San nor Niu Si was standing behind him. The space was completely empty, leaving him wondering where they had gone. While Theo faced trouble in the distance, Niu San and Niu Si were casually strolling through the merchant market to explore the area. This sight made a small hamster tremble in fear as Niu Si called out, "Niu San, come look at this. This grass looks so strange, doesn't it?" Niu San drooled hungrily and replied, "Moo, it looks delicious," while Niu Si leaned down and asked a mouse merchant if it was for sale. The mouse merchant begged for mercy as Theo arrived out of breath, shouting that he had finally found Niu San and Niu Si after searching for them for so long. Despite being small, Theo had a personality so strong that even the heavens would find it hard to argue with him as he scolded them for not acting like elite guards. He asked why they were there, and Niu San honestly apologized, saying they couldn't help themselves because the place was so interesting, leaving Theo surprised. Theo asked if it was their first time in a village, and Niu San rubbed his head sheepishly, admitting they had never left the 99th floor until now. Then Niu San asked why it was called the Merchant's Passage, prompting Theo to laugh arrogantly and call him a country bumpkin from the 99th floor. Theo looked around and saw a pile of high crates, so he happily hopped up to the highest one to stand at eye level with the two bulls. Confidently, Theo began to explain, "This intermediate wandering merchant, Theo, will be happy to explain it to you," before telling the story with great passion. Once upon a time, all the passages in the tower were long and branched out from the first floor all the way to the 99th floor, where many small merchants encountered monsters. The first great wandering merchant, who founded the Wandering Merchant Alliance, reorganized the passages and led his team to slay the monsters and clear the obstacles. After removing the dangerous routes, the Freelance Mercenary Guild and the Magic Tower formed a covenant to provide resources and manpower to manage the safe paths. Together, they formed a covenant to provide the resources and manpower needed to manage the passages, though they remain under the control of the Wandering Merchant Guild. Theo pointed his finger toward the sky and proudly explained that it was called the Merchant's Passage, while the two bulls clapped and cheered in awe. "Wow, that's incredible. How do you know so much about that?" Moo. Theo's face lit up with joy at the praise, though he pretended it was nothing special. "Haha, this is just fundamental information for an intermediate wandering merchant." Internally, Theo laughed with glee, remembering it was on the very first page of the merchant's handbook. It was a good thing he had read it. After providing more details, Theo explained that, as he mentioned before, every inhabitant of the tower is permitted to use the pathways. However, there is a unique route that only wandering merchants like myself are allowed to access, which can be considered a shortcut, Niu San asked in astonishment. "Is it a toll passage?" Moo. Theo the cat leaped onto Niu San's massive palm and answered, "That's right. We can utilize this path because of my status as a wandering merchant. Taking the standard route would cost us a significant amount of time." The cat went on to explain that the village passage serves as a hub for various branches where toll routes are concentrated. Niu San lowered his hand, allowing Theo to hop back onto the ground. The cat added that since their destination was the 38th floor, they would take the toll passage down to the 40th floor before switching back to the standard route. Niu San found the whole process quite complicated and exclaimed that it was such a hassle. Moo. Theo agreed, stating that was precisely why before they proceeded. They should find something to fill their stomachs first. He swiped his thumb across his face and shouted with excitement, "Let's go find some food." The two minotaurs cheered in delight. "Excellent," Theo guided the two minotaurs, remarking as they walked that this was his favorite fish shop, while the cat was enthusiastically describing various fish dishes. A wolf suddenly leaped down from above to launch an attack. Theo, the cat, spun around in shock and cried out. The wolf was 100 times larger than Theo, causing the cat to jump in fright. The wolf Elka bared his fangs and growled with fury, stating he had finally found the wandering merchant cat. Theo cowered in terror, his ears drooping in a pitiful manner. He instantly recognized the wolf standing before him. At that moment, Elka opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as he demanded to know where the cat had obtained that hat. Then Niu San raised his fist and charged forward. Elka swiftly evaded the attack, causing Niu San's punch to strike the ground and create a massive crack. Elka had to dig in his claws to regain his balance. He cried out in astonishment, questioning if it was a minotaur. Niu San shielded Theo, eyeing Elka cautiously and asking who he was. Theo pointed directly at Elka and identified him as the one. That is the scoundrel who has been stalking me this entire time. Upon hearing this, Niu San made up his mind, deciding they should just take care of him. In that instant, two wolves from Elka's pack lunged from above, ferociously attacking Niu San while calling for their leader. However, Niu San was not alone. Niu Si appeared with incredible speed, her fists prepared, before the two wolves could even react. Niu Si unleashed a rapid succession of strikes. Elka watched as his two subordinates were taken down in an instant, unable to stop himself from shouting the names of Elko and Elki. Niu Si raised her fist with pride and laughed, remarking that there seemed to be two more adorable puppies, She then turned to Niu San and instructed him to keep Theo safe. Niu San cradled the tiny cat Theo in his palm and spoke with confidence, stating he would handle things from there. He acknowledged Niu Si, while Theo gazed up at him. He anxiously inquired if Niu Si would be all right on her own. Niu San responded with assurance, asking who he thought they were, as they were monsters from the 99th floor, the very highest level. Those guard dogs are no match for us at all, Furthermore, Niu San placed absolute trust in Niu Si's abilities. He blushed, his eyes shimmering as he looked toward Niu Si and mentioned that she was even more powerful than he was, Upon hearing this, Theo's paws twitched and his eyes widened in sheer amazement. Just like Niu San, Theo had complete faith in Niu Si's prowess. From the safety of the palm, he shouted a reminder for her not to kill them. Niu Si cracked her knuckles as she stepped forward with an imposing aura, speaking with a contemptuous smirk. I'm not sure if I can manage that, Opposite Niu Si, Elko was tending to his two fallen comrades. He helped Elko up while inquiring about their condition. He asked Elko and Elki if they were all right. Elko struggled to his feet and replied that they were fine, while Elki, recognizing their opponent's power, asked the leader for their next move. Elka's eyes turned cold. He spoke with determination, stating they could not back down now. If they lost track of that merchant cat, they might never get another opportunity. The three wolves formed a line, preparing for an assault. Elka glared at his foe and instructed Elko and Elki to get ready, as they would all charge forward together. Elka bared his teeth and growled, his furious gaze fixed on Niu Si, who stood confidently before him. The disparity in strength between the two sides was obvious. Meanwhile, back at the tranquil stone cave, where Park Si-jun was living his life as a farmer, the sickle rabbit used its tool to groom the fur of the spade rabbit. Once finished, the sickle rabbit cheered happily with a series of beeps. The spade rabbit wiped away the drool from its nap and let out a soft sound. The crescent moon rabbit's grooming skills were truly impressive, and Bei Shijun stood nearby, clapping and cheering for a job well done. The rabbit squealed with delight over its new fur, crying out happily as it showcased its talent. Bei Shijun felt confident enough to entrust his own hair to the crescent moon rabbit, as it had grown long enough to poke his eyes and cause constant irritation. He asked for a simple trim, but as the rabbit worked, the mischievous bear cub snuck up and blew into its ear, making the rabbit's nose twitch from the ticklish sensation. Suddenly, the rabbit let out a massive sneeze, causing it to accidentally snip off a large chunk of Bei Shijun's hair. Both the rabbit and the bear cub froze in terror, their faces turning pale as if the world were ending. Meanwhile, Bei Shijun remained blissfully unaware of the disaster at the back of his head, humming to himself in eager anticipation. Elsewhere, a fierce struggle broke out between three wolves and Niu Si, with the wolves realizing they couldn't afford to lose the merchant cat's trail. Elka commanded Elko and Elki to prepare themselves, declaring that they would launch a coordinated strike to ensure their target didn't escape. The three savage wolves lunged forward simultaneously, with Elka performing a professional maneuver to leap directly at Niu Si's face, though she countered with a lethal punch. However, Elka was merely a distraction, allowing Elki to dive beneath Niu Si's line of sight and lunge forward with his jaws wide open. Attacked from every direction, Niu Si was unable to react in time as Elki sank his teeth into her arm while Elko bit down hard on her leg. With the two subordinates pinning her limbs, Elka extended his sharp claws and slashed at her face, grabbing one of her horns and causing her to grimace in pain. Elka used his claws to secure her neck before spinning in midair and biting down firmly on her throat, believing his plan had finally succeeded. Yet even though Elki, and Elka had been biting and holding her limbs for a significant amount of time, Niu-C refused to collapse. Elka gnashed his teeth in frustration, but Niu-C's skin was so tough it made him break into a cold sweat. She merely smirked, noting that the hide of the bullkin was not easily pierced. Without hesitation, she delivered a powerful blow to Elki's face, sending blood spraying as she grabbed him by the collar and hurled him into the nearby crates. The crates shattered upon impact, and Elko stood frozen in shock at seeing his companion tossed aside like a sack of rice, only to realize a knee was flying toward him at high speed. Niu-C's kick landed squarely in Elko's stomach, leaving him dazed and breathless before he collapsed onto the ground, completely defeated in a matter of seconds. Niu-C then turned her attention to Elka, who was still desperately clinging to her neck with his claws, refusing to let go despite the danger. He watched in horror as she took down Elki and Elko with single strikes, realizing he had to hold his ground even as Niu-C's overwhelming strength began to make him dizzy. With his vision blurring and his breath coming in ragged gasps, the silver wolf Elka lay helpless on the earth, looking up at Niu-C as she raised her fist high. He stared at her impending death punch and let out a desperate cry as his mind began to drift back into the memories of his past. He remembered being a small child standing before his tall, majestic grandfather, who spoke in a warm, resonant voice, telling him to listen closely. His grandfather explained the pride of their race, stating that as purebred silver wolves, they would become guardian spirits for the tribe after death. He emphasized that their pack-hunting instincts were refined and passed down through generations, making their tribe superior to all others. With the ability to enhance their hunting skills through ancestral inheritance, his grandfather patted his shoulder with pride, telling him to hold his head high. Those childhood lessons were etched into Elka's soul, warning him never to bring shame to their ancestors, as he recalled the happy days spent with his smiling grandfather. His grandfather promised that one day he would find his purpose if he worked hard to protect the tribe, and young Elka had vowed to do so for the honor of their lineage. But then a prolonged drought turned the land barren and dried up the rivers, leaving the fish to rot and making Elka wonder if this was the answer he was meant to find. As food supplies vanished, the Silver Wolf tribe fell into despair while the western tribes began slaughtering one another in the chaos of the drought. Other tribes eventually arrived to massacre the Silver Wolves, and in his final moments, Elka's grandfather sacrificed himself to let Elka escape, leading to the day Elka became the new leader. The great wolf leader voiced his frustration at Elka's cowardice, questioning if he truly served under Orgris. "Are you not ashamed before our ancestors watching from the heavens? Yet you submit to those boars," he criticized. Elka roared in fury for him to shut up, gritting his teeth in agony as he cried out that they had no other choice. He wondered if they would even survive until tomorrow, stating they must consider their descendants' future as he sternly patted a cub's head. For the children's sake, he would sacrifice his honor, believing the ancestors would understand, before selling his soul to the capitalist boars. He bullied the weak and slaughtered innocents on the boar boss's orders, his sins mounting even as he continued to mutter to himself. "Grandfather, you understand me, right?" Back in reality, Niu-C withdrew her smoking fist as Elka lay unconscious, still muttering about the children. Theo cautiously approached and, seeing no movement, grew bolder and grabbed the man's hand, asking if he had passed out. Still full of energy, Niu-C cracked her knuckles and asked if she should break his legs to stop him from following, startling Theo. Crossing his arms, he noted the man's sins were grave, but breaking his legs was too much, so they should let the chairman decide his fate. Thus, the Silver Wolves were bound and carried off by Yu Sansi, while over at Park Sejun's peaceful cave entrance. The Sickle Rabbit and Baby Bear broke into a sweat after accidentally balding their boss, as Park Sejun cheerfully asked if they were finished. Feeling the bald patch, he cried out in shock, wondering why there was a hole on his head while the two animals stood frozen. Touching his hair, Park Sejun lamented that he couldn't see and should have asked Theo for a mirror, while the Sickle Rabbit bowed in apology. Chuckling, Park Sejun didn't blame them but kindly comforted the rabbit, saying everyone makes mistakes and no one would see it anyway. He joked that only monsters were around to see him. Then the optimistic farmer donned his straw hat and laughed to mask his inner pain. He kept laughing, but his underlying devastation was clear, making the two animals feel even more remorseful for their mistake. Mother Rabbit approached the two and asked if they were tired, but upon hearing the story, she frantically asked if Park Sejun was all right. Escorted by the rabbits, Park Sejun shed silent tears under his hat while insisting he was fine, before wrapping a towel around his head. While the baby bear carefully covered him, Mother Rabbit reached into her magical pocket and pulled out a pair of giant pruning shears. With a confident smile, she declared that a professional grass cutter like her would handle it, while in her tower, Eileen lounged lazily reading. However, reading without snacks felt incomplete, so Eileen looked at her empty cup and sadly muttered that she was out of cherry tomatoes. Since she had grown larger, food was never enough, and she recalled Park Sejun teasingly asking if she was a pig with wings. She worried that asking for more would lead to another misunderstanding, torn between her craving for snacks and the risk of being called a pig. Deciding that food was the priority, she used the communication orb to summon Park Sejun, insisting that she needed more to eat immediately. As the orb displayed Park Sejun in the cherry tomato field, Eileen frowned in confusion, wondering what was going on with his appearance. Receiving her call, he was puzzled when the tower master asked what had happened, questioning what she meant as the message board updated. Realizing she was asking about his changed appearance, he removed his hat and explained that Mother Rabbit had given him a haircut. Sporting a dashing Korean-style middle part, Park Sejun shyly asked if she thought he looked handsome with his new hairstyle. Upon seeing his new look, Eileen was so shocked her jaw dropped at the sight of the handsome farmer standing in the tomato field. His honest and simple smile left Eileen completely mesmerized, while Pu Shijun, seeing no response on the communication board, called out to her in suspicion. He waved his hand repeatedly in front of the screen, asking what she thought and why she wasn't responding while on the other side. Eileen remained fixated on the image of Pu Shijun standing with his arms crossed in anger, as a suspicious blush gradually spread across her face and she felt it burning. Pu Shijun's image suddenly enlarged within the communication orb, making Eileen cry out in surprise, while he stopped and muttered in confusion at the message, saying the tower administrator didn't want him close. The communication board flashed repeatedly, with messages stating that nothing was wrong, and that she simply couldn't look away for even a second. The tower administrator asked for some of the crawfish from before, so Pu Shijun put his straw hat back on and chuckled, suggesting she should eat them more sparingly for a while. He pushed himself up from his knees and explained that the crawfish population was dwindling, possibly due to the piranhas, before standing with his hands on his hips. Closing his eyes with satisfaction, he mentioned he had only been eating vegetables lately, which felt a bit empty but would be beneficial for her health as well. He walked over to the produce basket, pulled out a golden ear of corn, and offered her some tomatoes and corn as a substitute instead. He held up the basket with a knowing grin, assuming she had run out of dried potatoes, and the communication board displayed a message of gratitude from the tower administrator. He muttered in doubt while looking at the final characters on the screen, as the board slowly displayed a message, saying his new hairstyle suited him. The text vanished quickly as if to hide her true feelings, making him smile as he teased Aileen about her newfound ability to give compliments. He stretched to regain his focus and get back to work, while on the other side, the black dragon Aileen trembled uncontrollably as she clutched the basket of corn. She looked down at the corn with a lingering blush, placing a hand over her heart and wondering why it was racing so frantically. Questioning if something was wrong with her heart, she shook her head to dismiss the thought and tried to find a way to calm herself down. She told herself she was just surprised by Pu Shijun's sudden change in appearance and decided to eat, glancing once more at the golden corn. Recalling Pu Shijun's gentle words about the food being good for her health, she set aside her meal and headed toward the bookshelf to search for something. Remembering its location, she spotted a thick brown volume titled The Great Cookbook and cried out in delight with a voice full of anticipation. Hiding her embarrassed face behind the book, she softly promised to make something special for Pu Shijun with all her heart as the scene shifted. Theo the cat arrived glowing with energy and announced his presence to the excited crowd, who warmly welcomed the wandering merchant. They urgently asked how many tomatoes he had today, prompting a confused Theo to wonder why everyone was in such a desperate rush. He produced a massive basket of cherry tomatoes and announced an auction for 3,600 fruits in lots of 400, causing the crowd to erupt in shock at the news. Bidding for the 3,600 tomatoes began immediately, with offers for 400 piece lots rising from 120 to 160, and then 200 tower coins. After several successful sales, Theo checked his bag and noted that only 2,000 tomatoes remained. Suddenly, a man stepped forward to interrupt the wandering cat, holding up a bulging pouch of money to make an offer. He offered 1,600 tower coins for all the remaining miracle cherry tomatoes and turned to the crowd with a triumphant look. He challenged anyone to beat his price before the deal was finalized, and Theo waved goodbye to the frustrated crowd, promising to return next time. People grumbled that there were no cherry tomatoes left outside the tower and complained about a company that held a monopoly on them. Jin Dongchai sighed in regret, questioning how a large corporation could monopolize everything and make prices too high for ordinary hunters to afford. Another man clutched his head and cursed in frustration, having planned to buy some for his meeting with his future in-laws next month. A bystander asked curiously when he would send a new invitation, but Jin Dongjai still held on to hope, thinking he could trade with Pu Shijun on the 40th floor through Theo. He believed a deal was possible, but suddenly someone shouted in shock for everyone to look at the status of those cherry tomatoes, as the previously hidden grower's identity was finally revealed. The man in the suit examined the tomato and discovered the grower was tower farmer Pu Shijun, leading the high bidder to guess he was Korean based on the name. Jin Dongjai stepped forward in shock, snatched the tomato from the man's hand, and asked to see it, finding the detailed info for the miraculous cherry tomatoes grown in the tower. They possess high nutritional value and a superb taste. Consuming them reduces body fat by 20 g and increases MP by 0.2 for 10 minutes while aiding recovery. The effects stack up to 10 times per hour, listing tower farmer Pu Shijun as the grower with a 60-day shelf life, making Jin Dongjai realize he was a tower farmer. The man seeking exclusive rights decided to return to the guild's first-floor camp to find Pu Shijun immediately, intending to recruit him and send American hunters to South Korea. He laughed loudly, boasting about finding such valuable information and expecting a promotion from the vice chairman, while Jin Dongjai felt a burning sense of urgency. He worried that a precious talent would be lost if this continued, and remembering Pu Shijun's warm family photos, he realized the man's family was now in grave danger. Imagining the worst-case scenario, he understood that to the wealthy elites outside the tower, these cherry tomatoes were far more valuable than gold or silver. They would likely take his family hostage to monopolize the business, so Jin Dongjai stroked his chin as he carefully recalled the details. Based on what Theo had shared, Pu Shijun had never left the tower for any missions, and since he only received news through the cat, he was surely unaware of the current situation. Just then Theo spotted Jin Dongjai and called out to him, but before the cat could finish his sentence, the man scooped him up and bolted away. The cat cried out in protest as Jin Dongjai carried him to a secluded area, and after checking the surroundings, a startled Theo asked what was happening. After being set down, the cat faced a barrage of anxious questions from the man, who demanded to know what had happened to the grower's information. He asked why the names were now visible when they were previously hidden, and Theo patiently explained that it was because he had become an intermediate wandering merchant. He noted that names are hidden to protect novices, but since his rank had increased, he asked if there was a problem with the information being revealed. Jin Dongjai spoke bluntly, informing him that Pu Shijun's family was in peril, a revelation that caused the cat to jump in shock as the man continued his explanation. He explained that while the producer was previously unknown, Pu Shijun's name was now exposed, and many would commit crimes to monopolize the tomatoes by targeting his family. Theo asked worriedly if it was his fault for leveling up and exposing the grower's identity, wondering what he should do now that they were in trouble. Fearing he would be reprimanded by the chairman, Theo was comforted when Jin Dongjai placed a hand on his chest and gave his word not to worry. He pledged to protect Pu Shijun's family even if it meant wagering the honor of the Phoenix Guild, a promise that finally allowed Theo to breathe a sigh of relief. Jin Dongjai noted that he needed to return to the lower floors quickly to assess the situation, but Theo reached into his bag with his claws and spoke. 2 large baskets of corn and carrots appeared as the cat explained they were gifts from Chairman Pu Shijun for his family, priced at 200 miraculous cherry tomatoes. Jin Dongjai was stunned as he inspected the items, marveling at the sight of agility carrots and stamina corn while praising how incredible they were. He wondered what would happen if the world knew of these, and when Theo asked if it was dangerous, He confidently told the cat to assure Pu Shijan that he would deliver them. Theo thanked him sincerely, and after they waved goodbye, Jin Dongjai waited until the cat was out of sight before looking at the vegetables with a worried expression. He muttered that his suspicions were correct and looked up at the cloudy blue sky, sighing as he realized the situation had become far more complicated. Meanwhile, at the 38th floor corridor entrance, Yusan and Yusi sat in silence while Elka, tied up on the ground, hurled insults at the bulls for losing their pride. Elka's anger grew as he berated them, asking how their pride could have vanished from their tiny brains and why they were serving such a lowly wandering merchant. Why must we obey a cat? It seems the legend of the 99th floor monster is a total sham. Ha ha ha, Niu-si asked his companions while eating. Should I bash his head again to shut him up? Niu-san immediately intervened. Niu-si, stop, you'll kill him. Just then, Theo the cat rushed back, prompting a surprised Niu-san to ask, Theo, you're back already. Mew, Theo the cat cried out in distress. Niu-san, it's an emergency, we have to leave right now, Niu-san asked anxiously. An emergency? What happened? Mew, Theo stammered. It's Chairman Shijan's family, I'll explain as we go. Theo glanced at Niu-san, who was carrying Orca. The captive continued to growl, let me go, you minotaurs. Meanwhile, Niu-si was hauling Elko and Elki. He grumbled in dissatisfaction, I'll have to make up for this meal once we get home. Theo looked toward a nearby small shop and spoke. Niu-san, Niu-si, wait here a moment. I'm going to stop by that roadside shop. He picked out a necklace with a purplish-pink jade pendant and asked the shopkeeper, how much for this, Mr. Raccoon? The shopkeeper replied, the price is 2 tower coins. Seeing the massive frames of the 2 minotaurs behind Theo, the shopkeeper hesitated. Theo quickly tried to haggle, can you give me a small discount, Mr. Raccoon? Meanwhile, Jin Dongchai trembled as he listened to the report. Pu Shijan, 26 years old, is believed to have entered the tower during the disappearance phenomenon and reached the 40th floor in a very short time. After a brief pause, he continued. His exact location is unknown, but it was recently discovered that he is the producer behind the cultivation of those miraculous cherry tomatoes. They are distributed through a traveling merchant cat. After finishing the report, he bowed his head and remarked, a tower farmer, how interesting, Dongchai. The man standing upon the cold rock was Han Taejun, the former leader of the Phoenix Guild and a current member of the Korean Awakened Association. Jin Dongchai couldn't help but ask, Chairman, is your body holding up all right? Han Taejun's voice suddenly dropped as he replied, are you asking if I'm okay? Suddenly a flame ignited above his head. He stomped violently on the rock beneath him, shattering it to pieces, and roared, do you think I look okay? As the flames spread across his face, Han Taejun screamed in a frenzy, I can't believe you kept this talent a secret from me until now. And to think he's already reached the 40th floor. Meanwhile, I've had to lock myself in this freezer, doing nothing but sucking my thumb. Do you really think I'm fine? In contrast to Han Taejun's explosive temper, Jin Dongchai calmly adjusted his hood and said leisurely, you're acting too hastily, Chairman, even if it's unofficial. But haven't you already cleared the 52nd floor? That comment only added fuel to the fire as Han Taejun roared with his mouth wide open. That's a completely different matter. Tell me, Jin Dongchai, are you hiding anything else? Jin Dongchai replied with a hint of guilt. I am merely relaying the information that was reported to me. He watched the flames die down on the man across from him and added, the profession of a tower farmer is an unidentified class that has never appeared before. Ah, the report, Han Taejun muttered as he slumped into his chair. He cleared his throat and said, forget it, this isn't fun at all, cough, cough. Jin Dongchai looked at the fire still smoldering on the man's hand and warned, the fire curse is spreading further. Han Taejun raised his hand. He clenched his hand, extinguishing the flames, and grumbled, this barely even tickles. If it weren't for this, I would have charged into the tower immediately. Once he regained his composure, he got straight to the point. So, what brings you here? Surely you didn't come just to watch your chairman struggle like this, did you? Jin Dongchai didn't hesitate to answer. I've come to request protection from the Awakened Association for Pu Shijan's family. Since the producer of those miraculous cherry tomatoes has been identified as Korean, we'll be facing immense pressure from all over the world, Han Taejun remarked nonchalantly. Don't worry about that. I established a security detail the moment I received the call. You'll be in charge, as your existing relationship with him will make things much easier. We cannot allow such a valuable talent to be snatched away by other nations, he added. I've heard that several countries are already attempting to make contact. Go and verify it. Jin Dongchai replied. Yes, it's already happening. As expected of you, Chairman, thank you. With that, he presented a basket of tomatoes to the man. Chairman, these are for you. Han Taejun stared at the small, bright red fruit and questioned. Tomatoes? Jin Dongchai began to explain. These are the miraculous cherry tomatoes grown by Pu Shijin, which I obtained from the traveling merchant cat. They might not be much, but they should be of some use to you, Chairman. He picked one up, examined it closely, and asked, Oh, so these are the miracle cherry tomatoes? To test the rumors, he took a bite and then cried out in excitement. Wow, this is delicious. Having completed his task, Jin Dongchai headed to Pu Shijin's home and presented 3 baskets of vegetables, leaving everyone stunned. Pu Shijin's father asked in confusion. What is the meaning of all this? Shijin asked skeptically. Corn, carrots, and cherry tomatoes? Recalling the rumors, he asked with growing excitement. These are the items from the tower that have been so famous lately. The weight-loss cherry tomatoes, the carrots, and the corn. Did you actually farm all of these yourself? Jin Dongchai dropped a bombshell. You may not be aware of the current situation, but there are many people currently targeting Pu Shijin. Therefore, none of you are safe, as they might try to kidnap you to gain leverage over Pu Shijin, he continued with a solemn expression. The Korean Awakened Association wishes to protect you, so please prepare to leave this place immediately. Realizing it was rude to keep their guests standing, they all sat down at the table to talk. Pu Shijin's mother asked anxiously, Leave? Where are we supposed to go? We haven't even finished paying off the mortgage on this house yet. Jin Dongchai tried to reassure her. Please don't worry about that. We have already prepared a residence for you in Hanam-dong. Upon hearing the location, Shijin stood up abruptly and asked, Hanam-dong. Isn't that where all the celebrities live? That's amazing. Who will our neighbors be? Jin Dongchai replied calmly, My family and I live there. He sat back down looking disappointed. Oh, I was hoping a girl group or someone famous lived nearby. Jin Dongchai smiled and asked. Shijin, do you like girl groups? Perhaps you've heard of LGSN. Shijin replied with a bright smile. Of course, every citizen in Korea knows that group. Then he suddenly gasped, No way. Jin Dongchai held up his phone, showing a photo of himself with a young woman, and proudly announced, My daughter is Sheila, a member of LGSN. If you're a fan, I'd be happy to invite you over. Shijin shouted in excitement. Oh, the leader and main vocalist of LGSN, the genius among geniuses who composes, writes, and produces for the group. And she's a visual genius too, that's Sira. He then turned and bowed deeply to Jin Dongchai, completely changing his tone. In the album credits, she mentioned her father was a hunter. So that was you, Captain Jin Dongchai? Father-in-law, please take me with you right now. Hearing his son say, I love you, Dad, thank you, Dad. Pu Shijin's father asked his wife in confusion, Why is he calling that man Dad? Then he asked her with concern. Honey, what's the matter? He asked as she sighed. Resting her chin on her hand with a troubled look, she replied, I'm worried about Shijin. He promised to be a filial son. He said he would earn money inside the tower, but who would have thought he'd end up farming there? He must be working so hard. I wonder if anyone is looking after him. Inside the tower, Haelong Ailin was following a recipe from a book. I'll add some miracle mushrooms and a hungry ghost from the Millennium Dimension. She then sprinkled in some tiny grains, muttering, If I season it with this. Suddenly, the pot began to emit a blindingly bright light. Aileen opened her eyes and looked at the results with satisfaction, concluding after checking her book that the plump, white-green onions were finally ready. Pu Shijin recalled gathering the seeds 2 weeks prior, and informed the black rabbit that the onions grown from them were flourishing and ready for harvest. He cut a leaf to test his theory, having planted them outside the cave in hopes of obtaining an item, but grew dejected when no status window appeared. The clever black rabbit pointed at the base of the plant with a series of beeps, prompting him to doubtfully pull the entire onion from the soil. Upon harvesting, a notification window emerged stating he had obtained a detoxifying green onion, followed by a flurry of additional messages. Due to the level 4 harvest effect, he received a higher-grade product along with significant job experience and a 5% increase in skill proficiency. The details revealed that these tower-grown onions were nutritious and could neutralize grade C or lower toxins within an hour of consumption. With Pu Shijin listed as the grower, the grade C+ item had a shelf life of 135 days, leaving him quite pleased with the result. Realizing that planting seeds or fruits guaranteed such items, he regretted not doing so sooner before he and the rabbit took a curious bite. He wondered about the taste of the detoxifying onion, but noted after chewing that it tasted ordinary and provided no immediate sensation of detoxification. Considering its effects, he remarked that the liver-stimulating properties would be perfect for heavy drinkers, as he noticed how quickly the onions grew. He contemplated selling the surplus until another rabbit's cries led them to the river, where he wondered if it was time to eat. Observing the water, he noted that the piranha and crayfish populations had dwindled to the point where even blood bait failed to lure them. The two rabbits were saddened by the news that meat was off the menu just as a notification appeared, causing Pu Shijun to question Aileen. The screen displayed a message from the tower manager, announcing she had prepared a gift to commemorate his 200th day in the tower. He was deeply moved that she had prepared something for his 200-day anniversary and eagerly asked what the gift could be. Aileen issued a new quest requiring him to provide one magical cherry tomato, stating the reward was a secret he could not refuse. Pu Shijun handed over the tomato without hesitation, and as soon as it vanished, a notification confirmed the quest was complete. He stood frozen in shock as his reward, a massive pot containing Aileen's nutritious soup, suddenly materialized before him. His jaw dropped in horror at the sight of the bubbling green liquid filled with frog heads, honeycomb, bones, fingers, and even eyeballs. The status window identified it as the first dish cooked by the great black dragon Aileen Pratani, promising great effects despite the questionable taste. While it promised to increase all stats by 3 if the consumer survived, it also carried side effects of grade C paralysis and acid poisoning. Pu Shijun wondered if this was truly an item, and if she really expected him to eat it, just as a message stated she was going to sleep. He was stunned that she had exhausted herself to such an extent while Aileen herself lay in bed, giggling at her own handiwork. She drifted off to sleep after insisting he eat every drop of the meal she had poured her heart into, promising to check on him later. She threatened to kill him if he didn't finish it all before her snoring filled the air, leaving Pu Shijun calling her name in vain. He turned to his companions for help, but the rabbits fled in a panic the moment he asked if they would share the soup with him. As they bolted as if pursued by hounds, he pleaded for them not to abandon him, but even the bees shook their heads in refusal. While Aileen slept soundly, Pu Shijun's face darkened as he stared dejectedly at the pot filled with the horrific concoction. The system reiterated that while the soup would grant a permanent stat boost, it also came with the risk of grade C paralysis. After reading that it contained grade C corrosive poison but increased all stats by 3 points, Shijun hesitated, thinking that while the boost was good, the paralysis was dangerous. Suddenly, the black rabbit beside him called out with soft, pie sounds, and happily pointed at the green onion in its hand as if it had discovered something great. Shijun quickly understood that they had grade C detoxifying green onions, so it should be fine, and the rabbit then brought over a cart full of green onions for him. Holding the onion, he told himself he wouldn't die of poisoning and started eating. A status window appeared, stating he had consumed a detoxifying green onion. You can neutralize grade C or lower poisons for 1 hour, so Shijun excitedly prepared to continue, thinking that while it looked gross, it might actually taste good. He scooped up a spoonful of the green liquid, said, "Thank you for the meal," and became quite enthusiastic after eating the green onion. Although he didn't know how it would taste, he braced himself to enjoy it despite the dish's somewhat terrifying appearance. Thinking it might be delicious, an excited Shijun lifted a spoonful of the green liquid to his mouth and gave thanks for the meal. However, the moment the spoon touched his lips, he sprayed it out like fireworks, the liquid gushing like a stream onto the heads of those standing below. Disgusted, Shijun collapsed to the ground and vomited violently, crying helplessly at the terrible taste while remembering that bitter medicine is supposed to be good for you. But this was just too awful. A system notification appeared. You have consumed AI Lin's nutritious tonic. You were afflicted with grade C paralysis. After the poison was neutralized, Shijun muttered angrily, cursing that damn AI Lin and asking if she was trying to kill him as an image of her flashed in his mind. She was brewing medicine with a sly smile and saying she no longer needed the tower farmer, so he resolutely gripped the jar and gulped it down while sweating profusely, terrifying the rabbits. With his brows furrowed in concentration, he encouraged himself that he was almost at the bottom, but instead of the bottom, he found a hideous fish that nearly made him gag. Panicked, Shijun hurled the jar away, screaming, "What on earth is this?" while the rabbits stared in shock at what had fallen out. The jar landed in the nearby pond due to the force of the throw, and as the green liquid dissolved into the water, Shijun realized in horror that he had accidentally thrown it away. The system notified him that he had finished AI Lin's nutritious tonic, increasing all stats by 3, and then announced he had killed a predatory fish, gaining 2 experience points. Sedan sighed in relief that he had only eaten the soup, but notifications kept popping up, stating he had killed a crawfish and earned 30 experience points. Then he received 500 experience points for killing a giant electric eel, a name Sedan repeated in utter shock. Looking at the jar in the middle of the pond, he realized the water was now poisoned, while the rabbit beside him chirped "Pai Pai" as if scolding him. Apologizing for his panic, he told the rabbits they could no longer eat from the pond, but could still drink water from the rabbits' watering cans. He looked at the drainage hole with concern, worried that many predatory fish, crawfish, and even the giant electric eel had perished. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Sedan realized the significant drop in the predator and crawfish population was causing the troubles he was currently facing. However, he suddenly clenched his fist with a gleam of joy, realizing that if he could solve this problem, they would have a new source of meat in the future. The black rabbit chirped "Pai Pai" in agreement and began spinning around, pointing its paw toward the drainage hole leading outside. Surprised, Sedan asked if it intended to swim through that hole, but warned the black rabbit that the poisoned pond would kill it even with the green onions. He explained that the hole was too small and it would get stuck and die, then comforted the rabbit by saying he understood how it felt. He told the rabbit it was too precious to risk and they must wait for the poison to clear, then turned to the others and said, "All right." He encouraged the rabbits, saying they still had enough food for a while, and the group of rabbits cheered together to boost their spirits. Far away at the Minotaur King's stronghold, the king sat on his throne with his chin in his hand, looking pensive before suddenly erupting in anger, demanding to know why Niu-san was not there. Has he forgotten my orders? He turned to ask the bull with the X mark on its chest, standing beside Niu-chi. Niu-si went to find Niu-san and hasn't returned yet, right? The bull replied hesitantly, "Yes, great Niu-wang, she hasn't come back yet. Perhaps they both wandered into the red-furred bear's territory or were attacked by poisonous bees while foraging. Or perhaps they even clashed with those wicked ones." The bull looked worried. "I heard that if one gets lost there, not even a corpse remains." However, Niu-wang remained calm. "If it were that blockhead Niu-san, it might be possible, but Niu-si isn't easily defeated." He slowly stood up and ordered, "Niu-yi, gather everyone from yourself to Niu-ba at the base. You will make decisions in my stead for now." Niu-wang gritted his teeth with a worried expression. "It seems I must go find those two myself." On the field, Sedan had just finished harvesting green onions, which were piled up like a small mountain. He looked at the pile exhaustedly and exclaimed, "Phew, there's so much. This is enough to feed 100 minotaurs." The young red bear didn't care. It jumped onto the pile of green onions and played happily. Sedan smiled at it. "Haha, Kuen. Do you like it? It's as soft as a mattress. Take some back to make a bed for you and your mother." Just then, a system notification appeared. "Expectation of a bountiful harvest level 1 has been activated." Sedan was puzzled after reading it. Expectation of a bountiful harvest. The green onions on this plot of land have been blessed. The harvest rate will increase by 50% for the next week. The green onion roots in the ground suddenly glowed as if lit by lamps. Sedan looked down in delight. They were already growing fast, and now they were even faster. "With this effect, I can harvest 3 times as much," he excitedly said to the rabbit. "Scythe Rabbit, will you help me?" At that moment, a message board appeared with a question from the tower administrator. "Have you finished the soup I cooked?" Sedan cheered happily. "Aileen, of course. I leveled up thanks to you." The next message appeared as the tower administrator asked about the soup's flavor. Sedan was flustered, not knowing how to respond. He stammered, "The taste. Haha, how did it taste again?" Well, the next message made Sedan even more anxious. "It tasted terrible, didn't it?" he quickly shouted. "No, it was delicious. Really, I ate every last bit. It was to die for, haha." Hearing this, the tower administrator became excited. Picking up a pot, she said, "If you like it, I'll cook more." Sejan hurriedly stopped her. "Wait, Aileen. You used up all your energy to cook that soup. There's no need to work so hard. I enjoy talking to you like this. So you don't need to exhaust your energy for me anymore. I'll handle the cooking. I want Aileen to eat better food." Aileen fell silent, her heart filled with gratitude. Sejan continued with a smile. "So you don't have to struggle with cooking anymore, okay?" Inwardly, he pleaded, "Please, I beg you." Touched, Aileen thought to herself, "Does he care about me that much? Hee." Feeling shy, she absent-mindedly smashed a nearby pillar and exclaimed, "Park Sejan, I'm so proud of you." Sejan received the message from the tower administrator. "All right," he sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank goodness." Then another notification appeared. "What's on the menu for tonight?" Just as Sejan was about to reply, a violent earthquake shook everything. He screamed in panic, "What's happening?" A massive foot slowly descended, causing the earth to tremble. It was Niu Wang wielding a fearsome axe. Sejan's jaw dropped in shock. It was another minotaur. From a distance, Niu Wang let out an earth-shattering roar, the pressure of which forced Sejan and the rabbits to cover their ears. He realized in terror that this was a bull-headed demon unlike Niu San or Niu Si. A notification appeared as the tower administrator explained that he was Niu Wang, the boss of the 99th floor. Sejan was stunned. "Niu Wang, the 99th floor boss?" The tower administrator continued. "The 99th floor boss is the guardian of the waypoint, so he rarely leaves that area." Sejan thought to himself. "Is the waypoint what helps me leave the tower? Niu Wang is the monster Ku En's mother told me I must defeat." He turned to ask Aileen, "But why did the boss suddenly appear here?" However, there was no reply, only text appearing. "The tower administrator is silent. She will speak with him again." Meanwhile, Aileen was flipping through pages of books. She suddenly remembered the regulations stating that the 99th floor boss is not permitted to leave the waypoint area. This was clearly stated in the guidebook her grandfather had left behind. She immediately reached her hand toward the crystal ball and declared, "Using the tower administrator's authority, I summon the 99th floor boss, Niu Wang." However, the system immediately flagged an error. Her command could not be executed. Aileen was confused, not understanding why the status window failed to respond to her request. The authority of a tower administrator was supposed to be boundless. Yet now he faced rejection, and simultaneously the system informed Si Jun that the attempt to converse with the tower administrator had failed. Si Jun was baffled by the situation, but in his confusion, he suddenly spotted Niu Wang charging toward him and panicked, wondering how to stop the beast. The mother red bear stood her ground to face Niu Wang, prompting Si Jun to shout for Yin's mother to stop, fearing she couldn't possibly hold him back. He was deeply concerned for her since Niu Wang was the formidable 99th floor boss, who then kicked off the ground with immense power to soar into the air. From above, he brandished his axe with a terrifying gaze and aimed a strike directly at the mother bear while letting out a thunderous roar. It was a menacing display that left Si Jun, the cub, and the rabbits huddled together in terror, while Ai Lin screamed out in fear for boss Si Jun. Unexpectedly, Niu Wang's axe struck the ground with a heavy thud, and Si Jun turned around, stunned to see the boss sitting down and occupied with something else. It turned out he was simply feasting on the pile of green onions Si Jun had just gathered, howling with delight as if he hadn't enjoyed such a meal in ages. Si Jun watched in silence, realizing the creature was ultimately just a bull, while the entire group stood helpless as Niu Wang focused entirely on his meal. They marveled at the sight of a massive bull with a craving for green onions, but mid-meal, Niu Wang seemed to remember something and stood up to grab a handful of onions. Clutching the onions and holding his axe in his teeth, he let out a cry and walked away, leaving Si Jun to watch as his silhouette slowly vanished. He remained puzzled by the boss's sudden appearance until a notification appeared, stating the tower administrator reported Niu Wang was returning to the waypoint. Exhausted, Si Jun collapsed to the ground and sighed in relief, noting his limbs were numb from fright before asking the others if they were scared and thanking the mother bear. He expressed his gratitude to Mother Guan for protecting them, and she let out a cheerful cry in response, while Si Jun looked at his ruined crops with a heavy heart. He and the rabbits began salvaging the remaining onions while he lamented how much had been taken, and the tower administrator messaged that she felt guilty about the destruction. Si Jun reassured Ai Lin that she didn't need to worry because he was still in good spirits, which left the tower administrator confused about his meaning. With a smile, Si Jun explained that he would soon need to visit Niu Wang on the 99th floor, noting that the Hai Niu tribe deeply values a warrior's honor. He added that Niu Wang was no exception, and Ai Lin stared at Si Jun through the crystal ball, sensing his intentions and asking if he was planning something as he flashed a devious grin. Since the boss had trampled the fields and left without paying for his meal, Si Jun contemplated how he should go about collecting that debt. Si Jun prepared a lavish meal of grilled corn, tomatoes, and green onions for the rabbits, urging them to eat quickly so they could restore the field, but the young ones began to cry. Kneeling down, Si Jun picked up a few bunnies and gently asked if they were upset about the lack of meat, telling them they needed to eat to help their parents. He pointed to Yin, who was eating quietly, and noted how well-behaved he was before reminding them that they would grow once the blue moon rose. He asked if they didn't want to grow up, which prompted the young rabbits to stop crying and eat, while Sedan praised them for being such well-behaved, adorable white rabbits. Afterwards, Sedan patted Yin's head and complimented him for not being a picky eater, to which Yin responded with a happy cry. Sedan looked at the cub curiously, wondering why he hadn't grown larger lately despite his potential, and leaned down to check on him. He checked if the cub was lacking food or in pain when a voice called out from behind as Theo, the traveling cat, appeared and waved a greeting. Theo announced his return, and Sedan walked over, happily asking what they were carrying as UC dropped several bound wolves onto the ground. They were silver wolves, and when Sedan asked for clarification, Theo hopped onto his shoulder and explained that the pack had targeted him. UC had given them a harsh lesson and brought them to Sedan, who decided he first needed to hear why they attacked Merchant Theo. Noticing they were still, he asked if they were asleep, and UC replied that he had struck them quite hard because they were being too noisy. While they were talking, Theo asked from Sejan's shoulder why the field was in such a mess, and Sejan stammered in response. He then turned to Yusan and UC, informing them that the Fish King had already come and gone, leaving both of them stunned. Terrified, Yusan asked UC how the leader knew their location, fearing they were doomed, but Sejan interrupted to tell them to discuss it later. He praised their hard work and invited them to eat, prompting the two oxen to happily rush off while chanting about their hunger for corn. Theo then whispered into Sejan's ear that he had something vital to report, which piqued Sejan's curiosity. As Theo spoke, a wolf suddenly awoke with bloodshot eyes full of killing intent, lunging its claws directly at Theo and Sejan. Sensing the immediate danger, they turned around in shock, but fortunately, Ku Yin appeared just in time to knock the wolf away and save them. Everything happened so fast that Sejan stood there dazed, calling out to Ku Yin as the agile wolf managed to dodge the counterattack. The wolf skidded back, muttering in frustration about the bear cub, while Theo noticed that Sejan's hat had been knocked off. Theo informed him that his hat had flown away, and Sejan reached up to his head in shock, realizing it was indeed missing. At that moment, two other wolves leaped over to join the first one, with the silver wolf holding Sejan's stolen hat in its mouth. The wolf mockingly thanked him for the straw hat, revealing that it was their true target, causing Sejan to cry out in panic for his property. By the time Yusan and UC turned around, the wolves had already fled with the hat, leaving Sejan clutching his bare head in distress. Theo screamed at the wolves for faking their injuries to steal the hat, but the lead wolf ignored him and signaled his pack to retreat. As they turned to leave, a massive foot blocked their path, and the mother crimson bear appeared with a terrifying gaze that made the wolves tremble in fear. Without a word, the mother crimson bear slammed the ground, sending debris flying everywhere before letting out a powerful, threatening roar. The lead wolf immediately surrendered and dropped the hat, allowing Sejan to joyfully retrieve it and dust it off, relieved that it was still intact. Sejan was about to speak to the wolves, but UC interrupted by threatening to break their legs, a sentiment the mother crimson bear supported. Sejan broke into a cold sweat, unsure how to handle his angry companions, especially when Ku Yin suggested they simply eat the wolves. Sejan gasped in disbelief at the suggestion and quickly began stroking Ku Yin's head, trying to coax him out of the idea. Ku Yin's eyes sparkled at the mention of honey, so Sejan entrusted the task of feeding him to the poison bee queen and her second-in-command. After distracting Ku Yin, Sejan turned to calm UC and the mother crimson bear, inviting them to sit down and rest. The silver wolf watched in confusion, wondering why the minotaur and the crimson bear, the strongest beings on the 99th floor, obeyed a mere human. The wolf wearing a black scarf noted that Shang Miao also called the man chairman, wondering if that was a specific title used on this floor. Suddenly, the wolf in the brown scarf shouted that he must be the great black dragon, the manager of the tower, as no one else could command such monsters. Overwhelmed by fear, the wolf became convinced that chairman was how they addressed the great black dragon, a theory that left the lead wolf feeling unsettled. He looked at Sejan with suspicion, wondering if this was indeed the great black dragon testing them, perhaps the very opportunity his grandfather had once mentioned. Meanwhile, Sejan settled things with his companions and asked the wolves why they had chased Shang Miao and Theo, just to steal his hat. Upon hearing his question, the wolves immediately knelt and begged for forgiveness from the great black dragon, admitting they hadn't realized Shang Miao was his subordinate. Sejan was left utterly bewildered by the title, while the actual black dragon, watching from a distance, was equally stunned by the turn of events. AI Lin leaped for joy and laughed, thinking it was a good idea to let them continue their misunderstanding. But a sudden notification left Shijun stunned. The tower manager said she would grant him a special pardon for impersonating the Great Black Dragon. A new quest appeared for the Silver Wolf Chief to witness the Black Dragon's greatness. The reward was AI Lin's joy, while her disappointment awaited if he refused, leaving Shijun dazed after reading it. The tower manager wanted him to demonstrate the Black Dragon's majesty on her behalf and promised to assist him, and it was at that moment that Shijun finally managed to react. Panicking internally, he wondered if AI Lin was actually the Black Dragon herself rather than a winged pig. Then he crossed his arms and tried to stay calm, remembering she had already identified herself as the tower manager while Theo sat on his shoulder. Noticing Shijun's transition from panic to composure, Theo found it strained and asked the chairman what was happening while Shijun remained immersed in his thoughts. Since AI Lin wanted it, he decided to play along for her sake and slowly spoke up, feigning that his identity as the Black Dragon had finally been exposed. He remarked that he hadn't expected them to recognize him in this form, placing a hand over his face with a cold gaze and a deep voice that even frightened Theo on his shoulder. He demanded to know how they dared to covet his belongings and threaten his servant, declaring it unforgivable. As silence fell over the area, AI Lin watched from the side and shouted in confusion at his performance. Niu-san asked Niu-si if it was true, but Niu-si just hit him on the head, while Theo also wondered what Chairman Shijun was doing and admitted he was a bit scared. Shijun immediately brought out food to bribe Theo, calling him his lovely servant and asking if he no longer wanted the Great Black Dragon's reward, which the cat seemed to understand perfectly. He jumped down and hid the food before placing a paw on the wolf's nose with an arrogant look, announcing that Chairman Shijun was the Great Black Dragon and he was his servant. He commanded everyone to kneel before the Black Dragon, prompting the timid wolf to apologize profusely for the unforgivable sins they had committed against his greatness. Elka, the chief of the Silver Wolf clan, offered his own life as atonement, but begged the Great Black Dragon to show mercy to their lowly existence and forgive them this once. Upon hearing this, Shijun granted them mercy and told them he would give them a chance to atone, leaving the wolves bewildered and asking if he was serious. He extended his hand with an excited expression and demanded 10,000 tower coins as the price for threatening the merchant Theo, promising forgiveness only if they paid in full, which left both wolves speechless. They repeated the amount in shock while Theo's eyes lit up, asking Chairman Shijun if his life was truly worth that much, to which Shijun firmly confirmed that it was. He explained that as a mutual merchant responsible for distributing farm products, Theo's role and the contracts he handled were extremely valuable. Theo searched his bag for the contract, while the Silver Wolf Chief timidly informed the Great Black Dragon that they did not have that much money. Theo threw the contract onto the ground and shouted that they should pay with their bodies instead, leading the confused chief to repeat the phrase while Theo wore a devious smirk. He told them they had to work there, but the wolf in the black hood interrupted to ask the chief about their contract with the other person, causing the chief to close his eyes in thought. After a moment of reflection, he knelt and declined, apologizing to the Great Black Dragon because he didn't believe they could do it, which caused Shijun to exclaim in surprise. AI Lin became angry and sent him a notification stating that the tower manager could not forgive those who refused the Black Dragon's request, but Shijun remained silent. Instead of getting angry, he calmly sat down and asked if there was a reason they could share with him, prompting the wolf chief to explain that their home on the 85th floor was suffering from a food shortage due to a drought. He explained that the strong members of their tribe were forced to become mercenaries for a master to secure food for the 85th floor. Then he pointed toward Shijun's straw hat and continued. Their current mission from the Lord was to recover a lost straw hat, but they had now realized that the item actually belonged to the Great Black Dragon. Since their mission had failed, the food supply for the 85th floor would be cut off, and if they worked for the Black Dragon, the young wolves of their tribe would starve. Chief Elka concluded his explanation with a voice filled with profound sorrow. Please show us mercy, and in return we shall offer our lives to you, Great Black Dragon. Shijun reached out and asked, What is your name? Elka bowed and replied, I am Elka, Great Black Dragon. Shijun then asked, Elka, what do you think this place is? Elka looked around and answered honestly. This is a place where people cultivate and harvest crops. As soon as he finished speaking, Elka seemed to realize something and exclaimed. Shijun then extended his hand to persuade him. I will add a condition to the contract. You will work here for me and I will provide food for your tribe. He smiled at Elka and asked, "What do you think?" The two wolves standing behind them rejoiced and embraced upon hearing Sejan's terms. "Chief, we no longer have to listen to that damn pig anymore." "We are saved." Elka immediately told the two wolves to kneel and said, "Thank you, great black dragon." Elka spoke while being moved to tears. New San and New Si were also happy for the wolf tribe. Ai Lin watched how Si Jun handled everything and was dazed, seemingly growing even more fond of him. Si Jun received a notification that the quest was complete. The tower manager was very pleased that the great black dragon was being praised. Elka signed the contract, and Si Jun turned to Theo. "Very well, according to the contract, the merchant cat will manage you from now on and you will work under him." Theo crossed his arms excitedly and said, "You should listen to me from now on." Then Theo led the wolves to introduce them to New San and New Si. "They are your seniors, so show them respect." Elka scratched his head and apologized. "We are sorry, please take care of us." After settling things, Si Jun stroked his chin in thought. "A lord truly holds great power within the tower, which could be a threat in the future. For now, I have the silver wolves to protect me when I go to the lower floors to sell goods. This means New San and New Si can work in the fields with peace of mind." While Si Jun was thinking, Theo approached him and complained of hunger. "Chairman, I'm so hungry. Give me some fish to eat with the wolves." Si Jun hesitated and said, "Theo, actually." The merchant replied excitedly, "Yes." Upon reaching the cave, Theo screamed in despair because there was no fish, crying on the ground, "No fish, no more fish. Chairman, you're a liar." Si Jun looked at him helplessly. "Are you just going to keep sighing like that? I'm doing everything I can hear." Theo grumbled for fish. "I won't work if there's no fish." Si Jun turned to the black rabbit. All right. The poison in the lake has subsided, hasn't it?" He stood up and asked the black rabbit, "Are you ready?" The black rabbit wagged its tail with determination and replied, "Yes." The black rabbit jumped high, raised its hammer, and struck the ground with all its might, shattering the rocks to reveal a massive cave. Si Jun praised him in surprise. "Well done, Black Rabbit. The entrance is much wider now, so you can enter and exit easily." Si Jun then watched as the black rabbit swam into the cave, and a moment later it swam back to shore. Panting as if he were about to run out of breath, he asked how the rabbit felt. The rabbit rubbed his eyes with both hands and replied, "I'm fine." He asked again, "Is it too dark to see anything?" Even though the entrance was wider, the interior was still very dangerous. He then turned to the yellow cat playing with the baby rabbits and asked, "Do you have any items that help with seeing in the dark? Like a lantern?" The cat replied while playing, "I don't have anything like that, Chairman. But I have some random items in my bag. Let me try to find something." He then poured everything out of his bag. "This is all the money from the tomato sales. And these are the items I bought on my way here." Suddenly, he reached down and picked up a purple jade necklace. "A scratched jade necklace. It's past its expiration date. Unknown creator, E-rank." He wondered to himself, "A scratched necklace?" Then he called out loudly, "Ai Lin, can you appraise this necklace like you did with that straw hat?" The tower master told him to leave the appraisal to her. She said it was the perfect item for the current situation, and he asked excitedly, "Really?" His hands trembled as he held the basket of tomatoes. The system announced that the quest was complete, and his reward was the appraised Necklace of Light, a shiny amber necklace containing light magic. Requirements, level 5 or higher and more than 3 mana. Skill, Illuminate level 1. When the skill is used, the surrounding area is lit up, and the higher the user's level, the stronger the light. The light will shine even brighter. He excitedly held the necklace and said, "Illuminate the surroundings. With this, we can see the interior of the cave beneath the lake." The yellow cat asked, "Is it that useful?" "Will I be given more time to work as a merchant?" Si Jun replied, "as expected of the golden clause of item selection." He then grabbed its paws and said, "From now on, you will be a merchant forever. No more time tickets needed." The cat asked emotionally, "Do you mean?" He said, "From today on, Theo, you are appointed as our merchant, responsible for distributing our crops. You've worked hard all this time, Merchant Theo." Having said that, he hugged him and lifted him high as the cat rejoiced. The cat exclaimed happily, "Really? From now on, I'll always be a merchant. Meow ha ha ha." "I truly care for you," he said with a smile. "To celebrate your promotion, you shall serve as the chairman today." The cat leaped with joy, exclaiming how much he loved the idea. It turned to the black rabbit and commanded, "As chairman, I order you to use that ring to bring the fish back," while he encouraged the rabbit to try again. Under a brilliant blue sky, the stunning scenery felt like a reminder of their upcoming meal as Pyo Shijin put on the amber necklace. which immediately emitted a soft, impressive glow. Remarking on the beauty of the light, he explained to the black rabbit that a higher user level resulted in a brighter radiance and suggested that the rabbit try wearing it. The black rabbit agreed, and once the necklace was on, an intense light erupted that made Shijin squint and speak with a touch of jealousy. "It must be because I have less mana than you," he noted as the black rabbit laughed, adding that such a bright light would make the dark cave no trouble at all. Shijin told the black rabbit to be careful and eat some green onions for detoxification, then tied a safety rope around its waist and told it to hold on tight. "If you can't breathe or find yourself in danger, tug the rope twice and I'll pull you up," he said, handing the black rabbit a dagger and a bag. He explained that a hammer would be difficult to use underwater, and after finishing the preparations, Shijin told the black rabbit to stay safe and reminded it that the gear was expensive. Taking a deep breath, the black rabbit began its dive into the cave, swimming slowly into the depths until it spotted a shimmering light ahead and moved toward it without hesitation. The black rabbit swam toward the light, and after passing through another opening, entered a magnificent world of glowing crystals, winding vines, and vibrant coral. Schools of fish swam about in a fairy-tale-like scene, and the black rabbit watched in awe as a massive blue whale glided gracefully above its head. Suddenly, the black rabbit saw a blue catfish, and remembering its task, swam quickly toward it and used a blade to make a cut on its body. Brilliant light shone from the incision to reveal a golden pearl, which the black rabbit took while smiling at the thought of being favored by Shijin while the cat was ignored. It quickly put the pearl in its bag and tied the safety rope around an electric eel, but then it sensed a massive shark with sharp teeth charging toward it. Luckily, the black rabbit dodged the attack, causing the shark to bite the electric eel instead, but the force of the strike sent the rabbit flying and caused it to lose its oxygen in a panic. While the electric eel was bitten in half, the black rabbit lost consciousness from the lack of oxygen, though it managed to instinctively tug the rescue rope twice. Shijin received the signal from the black rabbit and shouted the news to everyone, immediately signaling for them to pull the rope up as fast as they could. The whole group pulled the rope together while Shijin worried for the black rabbit, and the white rabbits all began to shout in unison. He finally pulled the black rabbit from the cave and, holding it in his arms, shouted its name and began chest compressions, desperately calling for it to wake up as it remained still. He placed the rabbit on a rock and kept shouting for it to wake up, while the yellow cat asked what to do and a sweating Shijin turned to the queen. "Queen, please hold my hat for me," he said, and after she agreed, he puckered his lips to give the black rabbit mouth-to-mouth resuscitation and leaned toward its face. Suddenly, the black rabbit spat water all over his face, and the yellow cat cheered that it was awake while the white rabbits joyfully rushed to hug their friend. Shijin was disgusted by the water on his face, but he looked at the black rabbit and wept with joy, relieved that it was finally all right. The black rabbit pointed at him and spoke angrily, but as Shijin tried to soothe it, the little dragon watched and cried while he continued to talk to the rabbit. "I almost had to give up my first kiss to save you, you know," he said, putting on his straw hat and grumbling, though he was glad the rabbit had woken up. "But why does the water taste so salty?" he asked, and the system explained that the black rabbit had likely been in the interdimensional sea. Shijin asked what the interdimensional sea was, and the system explained that it was the space located between the floors of the tower. Because of the dangerous monsters there, people usually use specific paths to travel between floors, but sometimes rifts appear that can pull someone into that sea. For example, a rift had appeared beneath the pit, and while many monsters lived in that sea, some of them were actually quite delicious. Shijin suddenly realized that the presence of crayfish explained why marine life was appearing in the freshwater pond, then turned to the black rabbit. He asked the black rabbit where the rest of the fish were, and the rabbit pulled a yellow orb from his bag, which the system identified as giant electric eel essence. Shijin was stunned to see the giant electric eel essence, while the golden cat stared wide-eyed in complete disbelief. The system explained that this radiant essence, charged with electrical energy, only forms within a century-old giant electric eel. This A-rank consumable grants the rain and thunder skill to those with over 10 mana, causing Shijin to shout with uncontrollable joy. After the black rabbit confirmed he found the eel and the cat asked if it was tasty, the rabbit began hauling a rope up from the water. He hauled the bound giant electric eel out of the murky water with a loud splash, catching everyone completely off guard. Pu Shijan, the golden cat, and the rabbits all stood with their mouths agape, unable to believe the size of the eel's head. As small fish and crayfish swarmed out of the hole, Pu Shijan excitedly cheered at the abundance of predatory fish and crayfish. Realizing they had followed the eel's head, he joyfully hugged the black rabbit and called for a feast to celebrate their new supply of meat. A delicious pot of soup was soon simmering on the stove, filling the air with its aroma until a startled voice suddenly cried out. Pu Shijan asked if his family was truly in peril, and the golden cat confirmed that Jin Dongchai had promised to keep them safe. While the other animals enjoyed the feast, Pu Shijan worriedly asked the golden cat if his tomatoes had become famous outside the tower. Fearing his family might be in danger because of his success, he asked the cat to check on their safety during his next trip down the tower. The golden cat excitedly agreed to gather more information, while Pu Shijan expressed his gratitude toward Jin Dongchai of the Phoenix Guild. He vowed to return the favor someday, and the golden cat mentioned that Jin Dongchai also seemed to enjoy cherry tomatoes. Pu Shijan happily decided to gift him more crops, while the golden cat snuggled up to him and begged for a fish as a reward. He promised the cat 2 fish, but then the glowing orb fell from his bag and caught the golden cat's attention. Realizing it was the item from the black rabbit, Pu Shijan picked up the eel's essence that he had momentarily forgotten. He explained that the consumable could grant a new skill, prompting the curious cat to sniff the fragrant orb and ask about its function. He described it as a lightning-based skill related to rain and storms, which the cat compared to simple static electricity. The cat immediately leaped away to protect his fur from the electricity, though Pu Shijan thought he would look quite adorable that way. He laughed, excited that he could finally learn a skill other than farming since arriving at the tower. When he claimed to look like an adventurer, the golden cat teased him for never leaving the area and asked why he hadn't eaten the item. The cat suggested that eating it would be more efficient, but Pu Shijan shook his head and admitted he couldn't use it yet. Pu Shijan sadly explained that his mana was only 8.05, while the essence required at least 10, causing the golden cat to point and laugh. The cat rolled on the ground, clutching his stomach in laughter, mocking Pu Shijan for being so weak and lacking mana. When he asked about the cat's own mana, the cat refused to answer, so Pu Shijan placed an amber necklace around his neck to find out. A blinding, sun-like light erupted and startled the nearby bears, leaving Pu Shijan demoralized by the fact that everyone had more mana than him. The golden cat boastfully declared himself the new boss, while the bear approached to comfort the chairman and tell him it was okay. Pu Shijan said dejectedly, "Are you trying to make me sad too, Kuion? You can't eat this either, it isn't honey." The bull family was enjoying a delicious meal of grass, while the wolves expressed their gratitude to the fat rabbit for providing them with a bountiful feast. He approached and asked if everyone was enjoying the food. The wolves immediately bowed respectfully, thanking the great Halong. This gesture flustered him, and he quickly told them to continue enjoying their meal. One wolf spoke up, saying the great Halong was truly kind for sharing his food and that it was delicious. He looked at the wolf and asked, "Elka, what is wrong? Are you thinking about your tribe members on the 85th floor?" Hearing this, the wolf looked worried and apologized, saying he could not hide anything from the great Halong. He comforted the wolf, telling him not to worry too much. "You will be reunited with your pack soon. In a few days, the Lanyu will arrive, and you must return to the 85th floor, right? If you work hard. I will reward you with plenty of fish to bring as gifts for your pack." The wolf bowed joyfully once more, thanking the great Halong. He turned to the cat and said they should harvest the remaining produce to sell, entrusting the task to Theo this time. The cat replied that he would handle it. Then he told the wolves to follow him, and they shouted their agreement in unison. He then went to the bull family and told them to prepare as well, as they would need to lead him to a few places the next day. The bull asked where they were going, and he replied that they were going to collect a debt from their leader, the Minotaur. The bull family was shocked. "What?" Meanwhile, at the Minotaur kingdom, the young bulls were devouring grass, exclaiming in joy that it had been a long time since they had eaten such delicious food. They were incredibly happy, as if it were a festival. Meanwhile, the Minotaur leader looked somber, realizing he had caused a great deal of trouble. He had gone to the border to find Yu San and Yu Si and saw the red-furred bears and other species, but he had become so excited that he uncontrollably ate all the grass there. He felt unworthy of being a Minotaur warrior and leader. However, he had brought back some of the grass he took from the farm. He wondered who the person standing next to the 2 red-furred bears was, as he seemed to be the one who grew it. He still looked at him for a moment, wondering how he had mistaken the white rabbit for the farm owner. He then thought that if the rabbit were the owner, it would make things easier to discuss. He didn't know why the red-furred bears were with the white rabbit, but found it interesting. As a minotaur warrior, he felt he shouldn't have taken things from smaller creatures. He ate the grass while thinking about the upcoming Lanyu. According to the guardian of the 99th floor, he could leave this place for a short period of about 1 hour. He clenched his fist with determination, thinking that although the time was short, he could go to the farm and buy more of that grass since he couldn't miss the chance to eat it again. But then he reconsidered, thinking that since he was strong, perhaps he shouldn't pay them at all, revealing his treacherous and thieving nature. A giant blue crystal emitted a massive surge of power. What would Pu Shijian's group have to do now? The scene shifted to his farm, where lush green grass was growing beautifully. Gentle but decisive slashes cut through them. It turned out the rabbits were busy harvesting the grass. A rabbit wearing a straw hat was diligently watering the plants, working tirelessly on the thriving cherry tomato vines. Standing in the tomato garden, he told the queen bee and the rabbits that they would be away for a while, so they should harvest as much as possible before leaving. He took off his hat. He handed it to the bee and wiped his sweat with a towel before continuing his work. The system announced that he had harvested 9 magical cherry tomatoes at once. His job experience increased slightly and reached the maximum level. His rank as a rank D tower farmer rose to rank C. He was surprised that he had been too busy to notice his rank was about to increase. The system continued, stating that his job rank had increased and his job traits were enhanced. He had become more attuned to nature and his hidden talent had awakened. He was shocked to learn that his hidden talent, friend of nature, had awakened. This talent allowed him to communicate easily with animals and plants, even without a shared language. He exclaimed that being a friend of nature would make communicating with animals and plants much easier. He looked at the rabbit in the straw hat and called out to him. The rabbit replied, "Shijian, did you call me?" He fell back in disbelief. He asked, "Can you answer me again?" The other rabbits also asked what was wrong, which left him utterly amazed. He hugged the rabbit tightly with a beaming face, asking him to speak again. The fat rabbit looked flustered and annoyed, telling him to let go. "Is that you, uncle? I'm going to be cross with you," it said while pushing his face away. Holding the chubby rabbit, he joked, "Are you trying to make me go bald again?" "Then you'd better watch out for my sickle," it replied. Both the chubby rabbit and the one in the straw hat exclaimed, "He actually understands what we're saying." He stood up excitedly and cleared his throat. "That's right, I've acquired a new skill." The 2 rabbits looked at each other in excitement and shouted to the others, "Everyone come over here." After hearing the news, the whole group gasped in shock. "What? Sedan can understand us?" The rabbit with a tuft of fur on its head asked the one in the straw hat with a look of pure doubt. "Be honest with me, brother. Sedan didn't eat something strange again, did he?" The straw hat rabbit replied, "No, that's not it." He told him, "I didn't eat anything weird, Father Rabbit. Don't you trust me?" The rabbit with the tuft of fur stood there wide-eyed and exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, is this actually real?" The black rabbit jumped up joyfully to hug him and said, "Uncle, is it true? You can really understand us now. I want to talk to you so much." He then spoke to the group. "Black rabbit, watering can rabbit, tilling rabbit, cart rabbit, sickle rabbit. You all must have been so bored, right? Let's talk about everything we couldn't say before." He looked up at the queen bee and said, "Ah, queen bee." The swarm looked at him in confusion. "Could it be that you can hear me too?" He stroked her head, which she clearly enjoyed. "Of course, poison queen bee, I can hear your voice very clearly." Hearing this, the queen bee was overjoyed and her eyes sparkled with delight. She immediately lunged forward and threw her arms around his neck, followed by the entire swarm. Some clung to his head, others to his ears, and some to his neck. One was even sniffing his armpit. He really didn't know what to do with this swarm. He laughed happily and said, "Ha, I love you all too." Then he sat up and spoke. "I need to share this good news with everyone outside the cave as well." The rabbits held up his hat and said, "Here, this is yours." He thanked them, but then a system notification appeared that took him by surprise. The achievement for Earth's St. Patrick's straw hat has confirmed that the wearer's professional rank has increased. Tower Farmer rank C has been verified. The achievement rank for Earth's St. Patrick's straw hat has risen to rank C, he exclaimed. "Wow, what's this? The hat's abilities improved this much just from 1 rank up." The rank C limit has been removed. The level limit for the skill Mother Earth's Protection level 4 has been lifted, as has the limit for Farmer's Body level 3. The limit for the skill Bountiful Harvest Expectation level 2 has been removed, along with the limit for Growth Supporter level 1. He stared at the system screen. What's this? A new skill? Growth Supporter Level 1 had been unlocked. Upon clicking it, a description appeared. Growth Supporter Level 1, an active skill that accelerates the growth of 10 crops by 1 week without any side effects. He exclaimed, accelerating crop growth by a whole week. That's amazing. Then he excitedly told everyone, that's it, I have an idea. It was a beautiful sunny day on the farm. He was planting new crops among the old grass when a system notification appeared. You have planted a solar pumpkin sweet potato. Under the effect of sowing level 3, the germination rate of the solar pumpkin sweet potato has increased. Your proficiency in sowing level 3 has increased. Due to the effect of a 1-level proficiency boost, sowing level 3 proficiency has gained an additional 5%. He activated the growth supporter skill, and the sprouts immediately began to glow. The system announced that he had used growth supporter level 1, accelerating the growth of the solar pumpkin sweet potatoes by 1 week. He exclaimed, "This is great. I've been waiting for the right time to plant these solar pumpkin sweet potatoes outside the cave. Thanks to growth supporter, they can sprout quickly." Due to limited space, he decided to plant them alongside the companion leaf plants. He wondered if that would be all right, but suddenly the entire field lit up. The sweet potato plants shook strangely and began to grow at a dizzying speed. The growth was visible to the naked eye. He gasped in surprise. Mutated sweet potatoes sure grow fast, don't they? Just then, the system notified him that energy from the companion leaf's bountiful harvest expectation had permeated the solar pumpkin sweet potatoes. Once the bountiful companion leaf effect concludes, the yield of the solar pumpkin sweet potatoes will increase by 50%. He said excitedly, "A double effect. Luckily, we can harvest these much sooner than I thought." Suddenly, Kuhun cried out. "Father," she yelled, leaping up to hug him and making him break into a cold sweat. He cried out in fear as Kuhun pinned him to the ground and said, "Father, I heard it from the black rabbit." "You really understand me now, don't you, Father?" Kuhun licked his face while he remained dazed. "Father, you're calling me father when I haven't even been on a single date yet. Will it really be okay if Kuhun's mother hears this?" Then the great bear asked with sparkling eyes, "Do you truly understand what we are saying?" She smiled and said it was fine, feeling relieved that it was Sedan since the cub trusted and clung to him so much. "Once again, thank you for looking after me and my son," she said as Sedan played with the little bear. "If you say so, then it's all right. Just think of it as having a cute and chubby child," he replied. The little cub chimed in, "Dad, I'm hungry. I want honey, green onions, and sweet potatoes, too." "I have so many things I want to eat," the cub added. He chuckled and replied, "Is that so? Does our Yuan want to eat that much? Then we shall have something special today." The little bear asked curiously, "Something special," he explained. "I harvested some new crops today, including potatoes." With that, he pulled a potato from the earth. He held it happily. Power potato, grown within the tower, nutritious and delicious, cultivated by a professional farmer. Flavor and efficacy have been enhanced. Effects can stack up to 10 times within an hour. Grower, Tower Farmer Park Sejan. Shelf life 90 days, grade C. Afterward, he began cooking the potatoes. As he opened the pot's lid, a rich aroma filled the air. He brought out a basket of cooked potatoes and invited everyone to feast. All the animals gathered for the meal. Meanwhile, up on the hill, the bear, wolf, and bull families were gathering for a specific purpose. The little cub, Yuan, was acting spoiled and crying. It turned out he wanted to follow him, crying, "Yuan wants to go too. Yuan wants to stay with Dad." Nearby, he had already donned his backpack and dressed for the journey. "Theo, you packed the green onions, right?" he asked. The yellow cat replied, "Yes, I put in plenty." He then turned to scold the cub, "Goodness, how long will you keep this up? What did I tell you?" The cub looked dejected. "Dad said I have to protect the queen bee," the cub answered. He replied, "Then are you still going to insist on coming along?" The cub sniffled and said, "I won't go, but you must come home soon." He hugged the little bear and said, "I'll return as quickly as I can. Our Yuan will be a good boy and wait for me, right?" He then looked at the cub and smiled. The alpha wolf turned to him and said, "Let's move out. Great black dragon, I shall lead the way." He praised the wolf, and soon after, he and the yellow cat set off. With the black rabbit riding on the wolf's back, they departed. He turned to the bull family and said, "Let's head out, Yu-san and Yu-si, to the waypoint where King Yu is." The group of 6 began their journey. Before long, they reached a vast plain surrounded by rolling mountain ranges. He surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "That was fast. I didn't expect us to arrive so quickly." Meanwhile, the yellow cat and black rabbit rubbed their eyes, complaining about the dust. "Chairman," suddenly he looked ahead in surprise. "Wait, what is that?" It was a forest, but it felt strangely ominous. Yu San grimaced and said, "That is where those scoundrels live." He asked for clarification. Yu Si explained, "The 99th floor is divided into many territories. We are entering Minotaur territory, while you are currently in Red Bear territory with the corrupted lands to the west." "The corrupted?" he asked. Yu Si replied, "Yes. Rumors say they weren't always that way, but it's best not to know the details for now. That place is extremely dangerous. So don't go anywhere near it," he thought to himself. "I see. I wonder what happened to those corrupted ones. I'll have to ask Aileen about it later." Suddenly, something resembling dung flew straight into his face. The unidentified substance knocked him to the ground. The animals immediately swarmed around him, asking if he was all right. "Are you all right, oh great black dragon?" He sat up, wiping away the sludge, and said, "Yeah, I'm fine. What is this? Is it mud?" A strange and unsettling sight unfolded before him. A herd of bulls was fighting over mud to eat. "They're eating mud. Is there really nothing else to eat in this region?" he wondered. It turned out that was why they had been so excited to see grass. The yellow cat clutched his hat in terror, forcing him to try and calm the feline down. "Theo, come down now," he urged, but the cat held on tight, muttering, "I really hate eating mud." The wolf apologized, saying, "I am deeply sorry, great black dragon." Yu Si turned and shouted at the herd, "Who threw that food?" Suddenly, a bull with blonde hair, wearing a loincloth, slowly approached and spoke. "Look who we have here, Yu San and Yu Si. Where are you two going together so cozily?" he continued. "And who is this? Yu San, why did you bring such a flimsy toy with you?" "Let me have a look. I want to see how it feels to play with something like that." Before he could finish, Yu Si punched him squarely in the face, twisting his features. The blow was so powerful that he crashed headfirst into the ground. As the other bulls trembled, Yu Si put her hands on her hips and barked, "You talk too much. Take us to King Yu immediately." Bei Shijian and Ling Miao watched the scene in terror, finding Niu Si truly frightening, before a bull subordinate reported to Niu Wang that Niu San and Niu Si had returned. They were accompanied by some strange individuals, which surprised Niu Wang, and upon entering, Niu Si announced their return with guests from the red-furred bear's territory. The eyes of the 8 surrounding bulls gleamed at the mention of that territory, while Niu Wang thought it was perfect that he no longer needed to leave to meet them. He welcomed the red-furred bear's servant and the white rabbit farmer, but then looked at Bei Shijian and exclaimed that he was no rabbit, asking who he was. Bei Shijian introduced himself clearly, while Ling Miao introduced himself as Theo the merchant, leaving Niu Wang to ponder the name Bei Shijian for a moment. He remarked that he had never heard of such a species, but acknowledged his hard work in arriving, mentioning the delicious grass he had eaten at his field days prior. He noted how difficult it was to survive on the 99th floor with such meager strength, and questioned why he was serving under the red-furred bear. He offered to rescue him from the red-furred creature if he faced any injustice, claiming it was his priority to assist such weak monsters. He encouraged him to speak his mind, but Bei Shijian stood with hands on his hips and told Niu Wang that he was mistaken. When Niu Wang questioned him, he explained that he did not work for the red-furred bear, but rather Jun and his mother were the ones assisting him. Furthermore, he stated he wasn't seeking rescue, but had come to demand compensation for what Niu Wang had stolen from his field 3 days ago. He scowled with disdain, suggesting Niu Wang was a thief, which infuriated the king, who stepped forward and demanded he repeat himself. He roared that a lowly being dared to call the strongest on the 99th floor a thief, shouting so forcefully that spit flew onto the man's face. Bei Shijian shielded his face from the gale and glared back, calling him nothing but a thief, while Theo, the merchant, chimed in with the same accusation. He pointed directly at Niu Wang, asking if black bulls were not honorable warriors and why he was angry instead of being ashamed of his actions. The surrounding bulls began to whisper, wondering if their leader truly stole the grass, causing Niu Wang to suddenly shift his demeanor entirely. His ferocity vanished, replaced by an unusual gentleness as he claimed there was a misunderstanding and identified the field owner as the Waypoint Guardian. He explained that his actions were limited and he could not leave at will, claiming he had departed in such a rush that he couldn't return, leading to the misunderstanding. He admitted to not returning anything yet, proving he could change his tune faster than an ex-lover, before laughing heartily and promising full compensation. He then asked if that would be satisfactory. "Ha ha ha," he laughed, then continued, "Tell me, what is your desire? Do you seek a legendary item from this tower?" Park Sejun replied, "Could you grant me access to the waypoint?" Niu Wang was taken aback. "What?" Sejun firmly repeated, "Please let me use the waypoint, Niu Wang, that is my wish." Niu Wang stared at him before nodding. A waypoint, you say? Very well, I shall permit it. His words left both Sejan and Theo stunned. Niu Wang continued, For the sake of our mutual honor, come forward, Park Sejan. Hearing this, the two were overjoyed. Sejan climbed toward the top of the gate, thinking to himself that he could finally leave the tower at last. Before him stood the waypoint, a portal featuring a blue crystal gem at its center. Sejan reached out, preparing to touch the gem. As his hand made contact, a system notification chimed. Floor 99 waypoint saved, loading other floor waypoints, identifying waypoints. The system then announced that no waypoints other than floor 99 had been saved. You cannot travel to other floors, Sejan was shocked. What? I can't go anywhere because I haven't registered any other waypoints. Niu Wang crossed his arms and spoke indifferently. It is useless to you, an outsider not born within this tower. I do not know how you reached the 99th floor. However, external beings must register waypoints on every floor, starting from the first, in order to travel between them. This is the law of the tower, designed to restrict those invited from the outside. Is floor 99 your only registered waypoint? You cannot move to another floor without having saved its waypoint first. Hearing this, Sejan felt utterly powerless. He clenched his fists and sank to his knees. With his head bowed in despair, he thought he was finally leaving the tower, but now that hope had vanished. Sejan slowly looked up. Theo stood beside him and gave him a sympathetic pat. Sejan sighed, his demeanor shifting to one of resignation. Indeed, once I realized this was the 99th floor, I knew leaving would be impossible. I also felt everything was futile upon realizing that. Niu Wang felt a bit awkward but spoke sincerely. Park Sejan, I apologize for your current predicament. However, I have granted you access to the waypoint. Please accept that. Between you and me, Niu Wang, the debt is now settled. Sejan stood up slowly and smiled. Of course, you owe me nothing more. Niu Wang nodded. In that case, it is time to return. Suddenly, Sejan spoke up with an unexpected proposal. Niu Wang widened his eyes, looking at him with a mix of surprise and suspicion. What was that? You dare make a proposal to me? Sejan gave a radiant smile and turned to Theo. Come on, open that bag. Theo immediately obeyed, pulling out a pile of vibrant green onions. Niu Wang was startled by the sight. The fragrance of the fresh onions and grass instantly drew the surrounding bulls, who gathered around, marveling with watering mouths. This is the delicious grass we grazed on before. It looks so tasty I can't hold back. Even Niu Wang was stunned. Park Sejan. What is the meaning of this? Sejan replied softly. This is a gift I wish to offer you as a close neighbor. Niu Wang was dazed. A gift. Sejan exhaled and continued. However, I am also facing a bit of a challenge. I've been expanding my fields lately and require more labor. If the expansion is successful, we could enjoy green onions once every 3 days. What I mean is, he gave a playful wink. Would you like to strike a deal with me? Under the clear blue sky, Kwon sat silently with a somber expression. The poison bee noticed his friend's melancholy. He called out the name with a worried tone. Suddenly, both of their eyes lit up as Sejan appeared in the distance, the person Kwon had been longing for. He smiled broadly and waved to the two little ones. Kwon dashed towards Sejan like an arrow, his face brighter than ever as he cheered, Papa, Papa, you're back. Sejan hugged his young son tightly and praised him. You've become much better behaved, haven't you? Kwon isn't a crybaby anymore, he's grown into a good boy. The white rabbit also appeared, excitedly asking Sejan, You're back so soon? Did the meeting go well? Sejan laughed happily. Yes, everything went very, very smoothly. Come on, everyone, over here. The bulls stepped forward gently. It seemed the deal was a success, and they had followed Sejan to this land. They spoke eagerly, We're so hungry. Are we tilling the soil here? This is my first time in this place. Sejan announced to the little ones, These bulls are going to help us. I've made a deal with Niu Wang, so we can now expand our operations with peace of mind. The bulls enthusiastically asked Sejan, Where should we start tilling? We're ready to go. Theo looked at them with admiration and exclaimed that their muscles were incredible. The bulls looked at Theo and asked if he was the one. I've heard Niu San talk about you. You look even braver than I imagined. Niu San, I'm very close to him, Theo shouted excitedly. I showed Niu San around the fields, and now I'll give you all a tour. Follow me, it's great. Afterward, we'll start working together. Sejan couldn't help but smile as he watched Theo, thinking the little guy was quite adorable. Now, let's prepare a meal for the bulls. Everyone replied in unison. Theo puffed out his chest and confidently asked to join. The familiar game of rock, paper, scissors began as the bulls played happily. They cheered, I get to go tomorrow. Damn, you've already picked 10 people, right? Follow me to work tomorrow. Niu San watched and told Niu Wang he hadn't seen them this excited in a long time. He also seemed interested in the upcoming task. If they did a good job, this land would be covered in fresh grass instead of mud. Right, Niu Wang nodded in agreement. I think so too. Niu San whispered that their friendly neighbor would surely make the 99th floor very lively. In the lush green forest, hardworking bees gathered nectar. Theo watched happily as they filled jars with honey while Sedan stood nearby, smiling. You filled the bottles for Theo to take back, haven't you? I thought the bees would be busy preparing for the blue moon. Sejan turned to the queen bee and asked if they were feeling stronger lately. He looked at Theo affectionately. Here, Theo, have some honey, make sure to drink it. Theo giggled. Hee hee, this is great. Sejan then asked Theo's mother if she had to go deep into the forest today, and she confirmed it was because of tomorrow's blue moon. Sejan handed her a jar of delicious honey. I'll prepare some food for you to take. For now, take this honey. Theo's mother thanked him repeatedly. The dog nearby spoke up. Black Dragon, we plan to go there to welcome the blue moon. Sejan smiled and told them not to worry as he would prepare for them as well. He praised the black rabbit for catching so much seafood. Huh, that much? They bowed sincerely in thanks. Sejan told the black rabbit it was nothing, then worriedly asked how they would carry it all. The dogs explained. We don't use ordinary bags, we have a special kind. They immediately demonstrated by vacuuming all the seafood into tiny pouches. Within seconds, the pile of seafood was tucked away in 3 bags. The little ones from the field waved to Sejan, saying they'd see him after the blue moon, then leisurely departed. Sejan thought to himself, well, I should get ready for the blue moon too. Just then, the system screen appeared, and the tower administrator asked why his expression had changed. Are you no longer worried about the field? Sejan gave an awkward smile. Yeah, there's so much to do with the blue moon coming. I have to go help my parents. The system continued to inquire. The tower administrator asked if he trusted her, questioning if he hadn't seen her subdue monsters during the blue moon before. Sejan smiled. I saw it. Every year around this time when the blue moon appears, monsters usually go on a rampage, about a month before that. During the blue moon, I always worried about Niu San destroying the fields. When it happens, everyone hides to avoid injury, but the surface fields are defenseless. I shared this concern with Aileen, and she decisively declared she would help me protect the fields. Sejan thought to himself, still feeling a bit anxious. He didn't know how she would do it, but the black dragon he saw during the blue moon was indeed Aileen. He smiled reassuringly. All right, I trust you, Aileen. Meanwhile, Aileen spoke with a cheerful and eager attitude. Trust in the great black dragon, Aileen Pratani, and focus on your farming with peace of mind. Aileen stretched her body. Now I should get ready for the blue moon as well. Her hand lightly touched the door, and as it opened, light came pouring in. Aileen slowly climbed the stairs. With every step she took, the light grew brighter. After a few minutes, she entered the main hall. The sky was clear, the wind rustled, and the lake was calm, surrounded by a magical white mist. Aileen stood on the balcony, looking at the peaceful scenery below and took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh, cool breeze after being inside for so long. Then Aileen looked toward the main hall where a small black pedestal stood, her eyes burning with determination. She gently touched it to activate the system. Seeing a strong reaction, Aileen cheered happily. Great, it's finally my turn to act. She laughed with joy and excitement while operating the system. This is the last time I'll be coming in here, isn't it? Inside the forest, young sprouts were budding and flowers were blooming in full splendor. On a plot of land filled with adorable miniature houses, the diligent farmer of the tower, Sejan, is admiring his handiwork. He smiles confidently, thinking that covering the charcoal like this should be enough, when suddenly a startled cry breaks the silence. Theo is seen clutching the golden rabbits tightly, tears of overwhelming joy streaming down his face as he realizes how much the little ones have grown. Sejan gently warns him that the blue moon is approaching and that he must hurry to take proper care of them. He reassures Theo to call him immediately if anything happens and to keep the rabbits close at all times. Sejan explains that the poison bee queen gave him an item this morning because the hive has grown to the point where cocoons are constantly appearing. He sighs with regret, wishing for more hives, before hiding the item in his fur as the surrounding light begins to fade. Sejan notices the change immediately and exclaims as a massive circle appears in the sky, signaling the start of the blue moon. Under the eerie glow of the blue moon, the animals descend into a frenzy, glaring at Sejan with bloodshot eyes full of rage. He watches them and mutters that he can never get used to how quickly they change, covering his ears against their terrifying screams while worrying that Aileen hasn't arrived yet. He suddenly notices the once adorable rabbits have transformed, their eyes glowing red as they lose their sanity, causing Sedan to recoil in panic. Recalling how they turned into white rabbits during the last blue moon, he wonders why they look so feral now and desperately shouts for them to snap out of it. His gentle pleas have no effect, and unwilling to strike back, he can only cry out while raising his arms to defend himself. In the midst of this tension, a beam of light descends from above, catching Sejan's attention as he looks up. He cries out Aileen's name in joy as a massive tree-like beast steps forward, its calm golden eyes contrasting with the red-eyed creature's. This creature is a branch ant, an inhabitant of the 99th floor of the tower. The beast makes pleasant rustling sounds as Aileen, in her dragon form, soars through the sky before landing gracefully, causing the tree beast to flee in fear. Aileen giggles, showing off her performance as her true self. The tower administrator controls the system from within. She explains that she is using an illusion tool created by her grandfather, since she cannot leave the administrator area during the blue moon. Floating in the sky, she is thrilled with the adult version of herself that she designed for this purpose. This remote technology allows her to manage up to the 99th floor, but the illusion will vanish the moment it touches the ground. Aileen smiles brightly, wondering if Sejan realizes it's her, before flying higher to deal with the remaining crazed monsters. As the monsters fall silent, a burst of light appears behind Aileen, and her healing power restores the rabbits to their normal state. Sejan, still dazed, rushes over to embrace the rabbits, weeping with relief that they are safe. "I could hardly breathe," he gasps, just as the nearby sprouts begin to emit small, mysterious flickers of light. He quickly gives the order to harvest during the blue moon, as the fragrant steam rises from the roasted potatoes. Sejan's eyes sparkle as the system identifies the solar pumpkin sweet potatoes, now infused with the energy of the blue moon. He also harvests power potatoes and miraculous cherry tomatoes, all brimming with the power of the lunar event. After collecting 13 tomatoes, 3 potatoes, and 7 sweet potatoes, he offers the hot snacks to Aileen, telling her to let them cool first. The system relays a message from the tower master thanking him and promising to handle future blue moons, while Aileen rests, exhausted but happy with her tiny prize. Still, this is quite useful. Perhaps I should try it to soothe my dragon heart. Acting on her thought, she popped the sweet potato into her mouth and gulped it down. Instantly, a soft purple glow emanated from Aileen's body, and she felt a sense of profound peace wash over her soul. Minutes later, Aileen cheered in joy as her dragon heart began to beat, sensing a steady flow of mana unlike anything before. She quickly checked the system and was stunned by the message. "What is this?" she wondered, seeing that the sweet potato had unlocked the Forgotten Tastes of the Tower achievement for honey sweet potato. Aileen stood dazed, muttering that it was impossible. Meanwhile, Sejan was savoring a delicious roasted sweet potato drizzled with honey, while Aileen watched with growing irritation and began to throw a tantrum. "That human Sejan, how could he give me plain potatoes while he eats something so delicious?" she fumed, just as the system announced she could reward the achievement with a special profession skill. A new prompt appeared on the screen to confirm the special profession skill, and Aileen marveled at how perfect a reward it was for the tower's farmer. The system detailed the blue moon honey potatoes and honey-glazed power potatoes. Sejan looked at the treats and excitedly remarked that while salt was fine, the sweet version was far superior. He offered the food to the eager rabbits, telling them to dig in, but one rabbit suddenly stopped the others and loudly reminded them of their father's instructions. "Papa said we must give the entire blue moon harvest to him because he is far too weak," the rabbit explained, a statement that left Sejan frozen in shock for several seconds. Overwhelmed with emotion, he apologized for his weakness, but the rabbits crowded around to comfort him, insisting he eat while they stuck to regular crops. Sejan began to eat heartily. "This is incredible. The sweet honey and improved texture are addictive," he said, just as the system notified him that he had consumed a blue moon power potato. Sejan glanced at the system notification for the Forgotten Tastes, honey potato, achievement, and blinked in disbelief, wondering if he really earned it just by drizzling honey over steamed potatoes. The system then announced that the tower master was pleased with his great achievement and issued a new quest to serve honey potatoes to her. The reward was a rejected profession skill, with a message stating she would be deeply but quietly disappointed if he refused, leaving Sejan standing there in a daze. Is this all because I put honey on a potato? He muttered, but curious about the skill, he accepted the quest, wondering if using honey with regular potatoes would also work. Sedan immediately applied honey to the potatoes, and the system flashed a series of notifications confirming the quest's completion and the acquisition of a new profession skill. As Sedan finished applying the honey, the system notified him that he had learned level 1 cooking, which improved the taste and effects of tower-sourced ingredients, leaving him stunned. Under the Cooking tab, a long list appeared with the registered recipe for Blue Moon honey potatoes, detailing the combination of power potatoes and honey. The dish offered a sweet, soft texture with slightly improved flavor, though the mana boost from level 1 cooking was too small to display. Rank C Tower farmer chef Pu Shijan wondered about recipe collection. It wasn't entirely unexpected, but he mused about being both a farmer and a chef now before turning to address the group of rabbits. First, we need to prepare more honey potatoes for the others. Will you help me? He asked, and as they agreed, time slipped away and the blue moonlight began to fade. Giving way to the dawn, Shijan recorded a new entry in his Lost in the Tower diary, noting that the 8th blue moon cycle had passed peacefully. To the west of the forest, a tree-like beast wandered aimlessly until it suddenly tripped over a stray branch and collapsed heavily onto the ground. As it groaned in pain, a massive hand descended from above and snatched the creature up in the blink of an eye. The beast struggled, snapping several of its own branches in the process, its entire body trembling with rage as it stomped violently against the earth. In an instant, it transformed into an ant, with flames erupting inside its body and its legs turning into long, sharp branches that anchored themselves firmly into the ground. It let out a chilling scream toward the vast clearing where Shijan was laughing happily near a new sprout, while the tower farmers worked busily, and the wolf distributed seafood to his pack. After receiving their heartfelt thanks, the wolf leader's wife approached him and asked if he intended to depart so soon, to which he gave his reply. "I must leave now that the blue moon has passed," he explained, gently taking his wife's hand as she urged him to at least wait until their children had awakened. "We are currently serving the great black dragon and have no time to spare. I will return shortly." After saying this, he turned to leave and added with a bright smile, "Now, let's go, in the village." Panic-stricken cries rang out, urging everyone to hurry and run. The rabbits fled at full speed, terrified of being caught. One rabbit left behind cried out in fear, "Brother, wait for me." A ferocious wolf with bright brown fur was in hot pursuit. The lagging rabbit was swiped away by the wolf's claws. The other rabbit stopped in horror, staring blankly as the wolf approached with bloodshot eyes, its shadow looming over their trembling, waving hands. A wolf stood dazed, listening to a strange sound, and wondered what it was. "Are we not moving anymore?" it asked. In its grip, a small rabbit trembled violently. Its neck was squeezed to the point of suffocation. The fierce wolf glared at its prey and spoke in a threatening voice, "You damn slaves, where do you think you're going? Do you have any idea how many floors we had to climb just to catch you?" Not just one, but 3 wolves together crushed the poor rabbits, laughing sinisterly. "I didn't expect you to actually dare to escape." We're having rabbit meat today." However, they still felt a bit hesitant. If it was just one rabbit, would they be found out? The aggressive wolf aimed for its prey, mouth watering. But before it could act, the wolf leader pinned its face to the ground and gently picked up the rabbit. The other wolf shouted, "You Elka, you are Griss's subordinate. Why are you attacking us? We are hunting down slaves." "If Griss finds out about this, he won't be pleased." Elka replied indifferently, "I don't care if you tell that wild boar or not." Then Elka bared his teeth, threatening the aggressive wolves, "Get lost before I tear your throat out." The wolf immediately trembled in fear, looking bewildered. Elka's subordinates also appeared. "Leader," they said, "let's go." One subordinate seemed uneasy about the consequences. Elka sighed. "I'm sorry, but I have no other choice." Another asked worriedly, "What should we do with these rabbits? If we leave them here, they'll just be recaptured by those guys." The rabbits were still trembling, looking at everyone warily. The leader sighed, "For now, just bring them along. They might be of use to the great black dragon." Elsewhere, Sejan was elated. "I have big news to announce today." He closed his eyes with a look of pure self-satisfaction. "My mana has reached level 10 after eating the blue moon crops." His friends looked at Sejan in surprise, and Theo spoke up, "Is that really something worth bragging about?" Sejan replied boldly, "Listen carefully." He held up a small golden ball and announced loudly, "Now I can finally eat the giant eel's internal organ. This means I will acquire a new skill." Theo yawned deeply and asked, "Can I go to sleep now?" Sejan growled, "No, cat Theo. You must wait to see my new skill before you can leave." After saying that, Sejan chewed the round pill and exclaimed, "Huh, this is actually tasty. It has an orange flavor." The system immediately displayed a notification. You have consumed the giant eel's internal organ and learned the skill Rain and Thunder level 1. Sejan asked in surprise, "Learned?" "Not acquired." The system quickly explained, "You lack a significant amount of mana to use the Rain and Thunder level 1 skill effectively. To ensure safety, the Rain creation skill has been sealed. The skill details read, Rain and Thunder level 1 allows you to create dark clouds and utilize rain and lightning. Create dark clouds using mana. The more mana you use, the larger and denser the clouds become. However, if environmental conditions are unfavorable, the chance of rain will be very low. Rain creation is currently locked, requiring over 30 mana. Thunder creation is also locked, requiring over 70 mana. Sejan was stunned as he read, "What? I need more mana. It wasn't like this before. If I can't use rain or thunder, how can this even be called a skill?" He tested it by attempting to create dark clouds. Immediately, a dark cloud gathered into a pitch-black mass against the clear blue sky. However, the cloud only hovered slightly above eye level. The surrounding animals cheered and applauded, but Sejan sat on the ground in utter disappointment. "Damn it, I used a third of my strength just to make this tiny cloud." The white rabbits looked at him with weary eyes. "We're going back to work now." Only Theo stayed behind to comfort Sejan. "Don't be discouraged. Even if you're weak, you're still the chairman." Sejan immediately understood the underlying meaning. "Are you actually trying to comfort me?" At that moment, the little girl ran over with a bright face. "Father, I think it's really cool. The cloud even blocked the sun. It will grow bigger later. You're the best, Father." Hearing that, Sejan burst into tears. "Why, truly only you stay by my side. I'm so happy." Theo, meanwhile, lay stretched out on his lap. "Is that so?" "The sun is no longer blinding me, so please shift that cloud a bit further. It is quite bothersome," but just then the wolf leader returned. "Great Black Dragon, we have returned," Elka announced, and Pu Shijan welcomed him back while noticing the trembling rabbits at the wolf's feet. Pu Shijan asked in surprise what these gray rabbits were, and one immediately knelt, pleading for its life and begging not to be eaten. He noticed the rabbits were covered in scars and asked the leader where he found them, just as the white rabbits nearby dropped their tools in shock. The two white rabbits stared in disbelief, realizing these were their kin, and Father Rabbit shouted out to ask if they were truly still alive. The gray rabbit cried out, "Uncle," before they all rushed to embrace each other, leaving Elka and Pu Shijan watching the scene in total confusion. Pu Shijan watched the emotional reunion and wondered aloud if they were already acquainted, as everyone from the merchant cat to the wolves looked on. Father Rabbit, Mother Rabbit, the bee, and the wolf were all stunned, while the younger rabbits continued blissfully munching on fragrant roasted carrots. One rabbit began to choke from eating too quickly, prompting Mother Rabbit to rush over with water while Pu Shijan gently told it to slow down. After drinking, the gray rabbit thanked the great black dragon, but Pu Shijan smiled and told them to simply call him Shijan. When the massive wolf addressed him formally, Pu Shijan interrupted, saying the title was too long and unnecessary since they were now part of the family. "Just call me Shijan," he insisted, and the alpha wolf bowed respectfully while the other wolves behind him whispered the word family in awe. Pu Shijan stroked his chin and began to ask about the gray rabbits, but the merchant cat suddenly clung to him, begging for some soup. Among the newcomers were an artist with perky ears, a carpenter with floppy ears, and an engineer distinguished by a white spot on its chest. Realizing they were all skilled professionals, Pu Shijan cleared his throat, sat on the ground with the cat in his arms, and began his inquiry. "So you climbed to the top of the tower to escape an oppressive farm, and Elka rescued you just as your pursuers were closing in." When he asked which floor they had fled from, the engineer rabbit revealed it was the 55th floor, causing Father Rabbit to scream in utter shock. Father Rabbit shook the engineer rabbit frantically, demanding to know the fate of their kingdom, the queen, and the monsters that had attacked. Pu Shijan placed a steadying hand on Father Rabbit's shoulder and urged him to calm down and explain the history he was referring to. With a heavy heart, Father Rabbit explained that their original home on the 55th floor was known as the Red Hood Kingdom. Pu Shijan was surprised to learn a kingdom had existed there, and the group fell silent as Father Rabbit recalled its fall decades ago. He described the Red Hood Kingdom of the past, reminiscing about the incredibly fertile soil that once sustained their people. They had cultivated various crops and nutritious foods, living among beautiful architecture and a culture that he had deeply cherished. Their lives had been peaceful, and they possessed the strength to defend themselves. But then everything changed in an instant. A black rabbit wielding a sword looked on in terror as crimson monsters suddenly began to descend from the sky. Panic ensued as the rabbits fled, leaving only the black rabbit to fight while blood and destructive shadows consumed their once great civilization. Father Rabbit sat despondently, explaining that the kingdom collapsed immediately under the assault of those mysterious creatures. The king, queen, and princess were separated from the people during the chaos, forcing everyone to wander in search of a safe haven. Pu Shijian looked skeptical, doubting that the 99th floor was a suitable environment for rabbits to truly thrive and build a life. Father Rabbit admitted they thought the monsters had devoured everyone on the 55th floor, but the engineer explained they had simply been trapped. However, for some reason, the monsters suddenly vanished, and the one waiting for us in that devastated wasteland was, the gray wolf suddenly shouted, "Gris." Pu Shijian was surprised. "Gris," the gray rabbit engineer confirmed. "Yes, Gris is a wild boar who leads a massive tribe. He calls himself the Great Landlord and seized the 55th floor while it was vacant." He continued, explaining that the boar began exploiting the rabbits, turning the former Red Hood Kingdom into a giant farm solely for food production. He spoke sadly, "We couldn't take it anymore," while the carpenter and painter rabbits sobbed behind him, "Buy pitch, buy pitch." Pu Shijian comforted them, "Calm down and rest. You've suffered too much. Black Rabbit, can you let them stay in the forest area of your cave?" The Black Rabbit pointed the way, and as the rabbits departed, Pu Shijian watched them before asking the Gray Wolf, "So Gris is also the one searching for this straw hat, right?" The Gray Wolf replied, "Yes, he is a wealthy man who uses food to influence the tower." He added with disdain, "That damn boar exploited the residents on purpose. I'm ashamed I ever worked for him." The traveling merchant cat said, "I knew it. The Merchant Alliance distributes food throughout the tower, and most of it comes from Gris's farm." Pu Shijian then asked, "Elka, can Gris reach the 99th floor?" He replied, "He won't be able to. No matter how much he pays, no mercenary would dare come here. Most of them are cowards." Pu Shijian took off the hat and placed it on the traveling merchant cat's head, saying with relief, "Now I can relax, knowing he won't be able to chase them anymore." On the 55th floor of Gris's castle, formerly the Red Hood Kingdom, Gris sat on his throne and roared, "What? Say that again!" as a brown wolf began his report. "That bastard Elka from the Yin Ling clan betrayed us and even took the rabbits we were hunting," another wolf beside him wailed. "He even attacked us. Do you see this?" The wolves shouted together, "Lord Gris, look at these wounds." The pig wearing purple clothes, who was Gris, the landlord of the 55th floor, spoke up. "HMPH, just ignore him. Once the food in this tower runs out, he'll come back here crying and begging for his life." He asked, "Is the preparation finished?" A nearby pig replied, "I've restricted distribution as much as possible while sending others to buy up all the food for the magic tower. The Merchant Alliance complained slightly, but everything is under our control." Gris gave a sinister laugh. "Good, very good." He gloated with a wicked look. "Another chance is coming, just like when I took the 55th floor decades ago. This time, it won't be just one kingdom. The entire tower will be in my hands." He laughed heartily, spraying saliva as his laughter echoed everywhere. In a cave, Pu Shijian woke up and yawned. He picked up the traveling merchant cat and said, "Hey, wake up, it's morning, little cat." The cat grumbled about wanting more sleep. Pu Shijian stood up, noticed something, and shouted in surprise, Is this a wash basin?" Pu Shijian shouted happily, "There's even a ladle. Did the gray rabbits build this? Washing my hair will be so easy now. I could even pay them a salary." The traveling merchant cat suddenly cried out in shock, "Chairman, come look, the rabbits are cooking." "They did an incredible job," he said, looking around. Holding the spoon and chopsticks in his hand, Shijian happily remarked, "A proper dining table and utensils." The cat picked up a bowl and said, "Look at this. Bibic and Pirik even made a food bowl for me, and it even has my paw prints on it." "Bibic and Pirik?" he asked. The cat happily placed the bowl on its head and replied, "Those are their names. They said they are grateful to you for letting them stay here." "So they keep crafting various things," the cat noted. The rabbits were laughing as they held pieces of cloth. The rabbit wife picked one up and said, "Here." The gray painter rabbit rubbed its head and replied, "Thank you for taking care of us yesterday, Bibic." Pio Shijun looked at the rabbits and hesitated. "You all." The gray engineer rabbit saw him and spoke up. "Ah, Mr. Shijun," the gray rabbits bowed and said, "Thank you very much for yesterday. Though it is only a little, we want to use our abilities to help you in any way possible." Shijun took the gray engineer rabbit's hand and asked, Do you all need jobs? Hearing this, they excitedly asked. Pardon? Shijun said with enthusiasm, with such great craftsmen here. Our farm will reach a whole new level. The gray engineer rabbit replied. We will do our best, Chairman. Shijun looked at the gray rabbits and said, Then please build a house for the rabbits. There are many young ones here, so we are short on living space. That includes a home for you as well, Shijun said with a shy smile. The second-generation rabbits also need to move out on their own, but on second thought, you might end up overworking yourselves. The gray engineer rabbit laughed and replied, That is our specialty, so just leave it all to us. The traveling merchant cat immediately pleaded, I want a mobile home too. Shijun laughed and replied, But you already have that bag. The gray carpenter rabbit spoke up, I can make a cat tower for you. On the ground was the layer of leaves Shijun had been using to sleep on. Seeing this, the gray engineer rabbit asked, Mr. Shijun, don't you have a house? Shijun was a bit surprised and replied, No, resting on these leaves is fine. Hearing that, the gray engineer rabbit said, Let us build one for you. Shijun asked in wonder, A house here? The gray engineer rabbit replied excitedly, Building a house inside this cave is difficult, but it would work up on the surface. There are plenty of materials like wood up there. Shijun was overjoyed. I would love to have a house too. He stroked his chin and thought that he would have to go outside quite often to scout the area. But it's fine because Jing's mother, the merfolk, and the white wolf are keeping everyone safe. He continued, All right then, I'll leave it to you. Do you need any help from me? The rabbits replied, Bibic. First, we need to find materials to make bricks. Is there anywhere nearby with sand and mud? Shijun suddenly remembered a place with sand and mud. He led the rabbits and the traveling merchant cat, who was sitting on the gray wolf's back, to the place where the giant buffalo were. What do you think? Shijun asked. The gray engineer rabbit held a handful of mud and replied, The moisture is perfect. Even the dry leaves blend with it. This is great material for making bricks. Shijun nodded in appreciation. Excellent. A buffalo wearing a red cloth approached and asked, What are you using the mud for? This is our food. Shijun replied, I have a new deal, Minotaur King. Bibic will use this mud to make bricks to build a house for me. If you agree to provide the mud, we will give you grass in exchange. Hearing this, the Minotaur King was delighted. What could be more joyful than that? Immediately, the Minotaur King shouted, Hey, everyone, stop eating the mud. We won't have enough to make bricks. The buffaloes replied in unison, Yes, Shijun said excitedly. Great. I suppose I'll have to be a bit busy now. In the forest, the rabbits asked the red bear to help pull up tree stumps. The large one carried 2 trees, while the small one carried 1. The buffalo used their horns to plow the soil, and the rabbits divided the work using shovels and rakes to dig trenches. Everyone was busy with their own work. The red bear and the gray wolf met. Though they appeared to be rivals, they didn't fight and instead laughed together. Shijun approached, handed a jar of honey to the red bear, and patted its head. The gray wolf drooled, but was also given a similar bottle of honey by Shijun. It looked at him blankly as Shijun walked into the field with the rabbits. With just one hand, he gently pulled a whole bunch of potatoes out of the ground. A notification appeared. You have harvested 15 sun pumpkin sweet potatoes. Your job experience has increased, and your level 4 harvesting skill mastery has grown significantly. Due to the level increase, level 4 harvesting mastery has risen by an additional 5%. You have received 450 experience points, leveled up, and gained an additional bonus stat. Shijun held a potato and exclaimed, We've harvested quite a lot, haven't we? This orange tuber is the sun pumpkin sweet potato. Under the harsh sunlight, he wiped away his sweat and sighed, It's so hot. And he used his hand to create a shroud of black smoke, conjuring dark clouds. It's better now. Notification, your create dark clouds skill mastery has increased. Shijun watched the rabbits building and commented, While they are busy building houses, I should also build a sturdy warehouse on the surface. Encountering the traveling merchant cat, Shijun greeted him, Hello, Theo. The cat replied, Greetings, Chairman Pio. Sedan sat down beside the cat and asked when it planned to head to the lower floors for trade, to which the cat replied it was just about to leave. It intended to sell the freshly picked cherry tomatoes, so Sedan suggested checking if there was room for some detoxifying green onions that hunters might need. Having harvested a large amount, Sedan offered them, and the cat excitedly agreed to take 100, prompting Sedan to promise a treat later. Staring at the massive pile of onions, the cat felt a bit overwhelmed and wondered if they would all sell, yet it chose to trust Sedan. The cat sniffed an onion and grimaced at the pungent scent before Sedan called out from a distance, telling it to have a safe and quick trip. After warning Sedan not to touch its fish, The cat finished packing the onions and hurried toward a group of people, shouting for them to wait. On the tower's 67th floor, a green frog croaked from a tree branch just before an arrow pierced its head, causing it to cry out in pain. A lizardman hiding behind the trunk had been stalking the prey, and salivating at the sight of the fallen frog, immediately jumped down to claim it. Suddenly, a purple insect leaped out and bit the frog first, so the lizardman simply grabbed the bug and devoured it instead. A massive swarm of insects abruptly appeared, startling the lizardman as a terrifying purple trail of bugs began to fill the air. They surged forward like a vortex, surrounding the frog and the lizardman, who stood paralyzed with fear as the winged swarm descended upon him. In an instant, both creatures vanished, leaving behind only a bow and a small crater in the dirt as the insects finished their meal and dispersed. Inside the dragon's chamber, the slumbering beast was jolted awake by a loud noise and grumbled about the persistent disturbance. Complaining that the alarm system was ruining its rare peaceful sleep, the dragon sat up and reached for the warning orb. It froze upon seeing an emergency alert, stating that over 5 billion red locusts had successfully breached the tower's 67th floor. The dragon gasped in shock, wondering how the red locusts could have invaded from the outside as terrifying old memories resurfaced. It had been a century since their last assault, a time when its grandfather barely managed to stop them from destroying everything past the 55th floor. The dragon shouted for an external connection, but the system failed, leaving it enraged and unable to communicate beyond the castle walls. As the notifications showed the destruction of the 67th floor rising from 0.01% to 0.02%, the dragon's anxiety continued to grow. Elsewhere in the tower, Sedan was busy preparing a meal, thinly slicing a fish that looked incredibly fresh before frying it in hot oil. As the aroma of eel oil filled the air, the traveling merchant cat watched hungrily while a rabbit arrived with sliced potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sedan thanked the rabbit with a smile and cautioned everyone to stay back from the splashing oil while he fried the eel. The black rabbit asked curiously what he was making, while the cat couldn't stop salivating at the irresistible scent. Sedan promised a dish even better than honey potatoes, introduced them to honey sweet potatoes, and poured the bowl into the frying pan. He explained that the saved eel oil was perfect for frying the sweet potatoes until their outer skins became golden and crispy. After adding honey and simmering the mixture, Sedan lifted a glistening piece and announced that the honey sweet potatoes were finished. A notification appeared for the new recipe, honey sweet potatoes, made from power sweet potatoes infused with blue moon energy and glazed to perfection. Having restored a forgotten dish, Sedan saw his cooking proficiency rise significantly while the black rabbit stared at the food in awe. The cat requested that he fry some fish as well, so Sedan happily agreed to prepare some fried piranha next. He wondered why the fried piranha recipe hadn't been officially recognized yet, then excitedly decided to make some honey potatoes as well. The traveling merchant cat suggested drizzling honey on top, so everyone gathered around Sedan as he called out for them to begin the meal. A lavish feast was served, consisting of grilled eel, fried fish, honey sweet potatoes, and honey potatoes, while the cattle chatted happily as they grazed. Eating after a long day of hard labor is the best feeling, and nearby, the wolves were also enjoying their food and praising its delicious taste. Once he was full, the traveling cat lay on Sejan's lap and sighed that he couldn't eat another bite, prompting Sejan to ask if he was heading to the lower floor. The cat nodded and told the wolf employee it was time to leave, to which the wolf agreed and followed the merchant cat. As he prepared to depart, the cat suddenly noticed a tray of food and asked Sejan what the leftovers beside him were for. Sejan explained he had saved it for Aileen as he stroked the sad red bear, noting that she hadn't answered his calls and the food had gone cold, while the cat offered comfort. She is likely just sleeping, the cat suggested, and Sejan rubbed his chin, hoping that was the case and that nothing was wrong, while the dragon anxiously watched the situation. It panicked upon seeing the connection failure notice, realizing it couldn't use force to control it, and felt incompetent as its dragon heart was still recovering, slumping to the ground. It was at a total loss, and with the constant stream of notifications, the dragon's mood became even more unstable as it wondered what its next move should be. It had no idea what to do as a notification appeared stating that 0.01% of the 67th floor had been ravaged by red locusts, while various animals gathered at the Passageway Merchant Guild headquarters. The one seated in the center was Mason of the Fox Tribe's Wandering Merchant Guild, and standing beside him was Hannibal of the Tiger Tribe's Free Merchant Guild. A small hamster was Yona from the Mage Association, and a fox watching from a distance wondered if that was truly Yona, the head of the Mage Association. It was his first time seeing her, and he had heard that she was one of the 7 most powerful mages, which was why she rarely appeared in public. He pondered while on guard duty, thinking how unusual it was for the tower's leaders to congregate like this and wondering what was unfolding. Mason spoke first, noting that several days had passed since the red locusts appeared on the 67th floor, according to reports from the Wandering Merchant Guild. He continued, stating that 2/3 of the 67th floor had already fallen to the red locusts, and that the lizard men were currently struggling to defend a base near the intermediate waypoint. The situation was critical, and Hannibal expressed his frustration, questioning if the Passageway Wandering Merchant Guild should not be held accountable for this. He asked about the probability of the red locusts invading other floors through that point, to which Mason replied that the red locusts were intruders from outside the tower. He added that the Passageway Guild does not permit outsiders to use the teleportation points, so the waypoints remain secure for now. However, if they managed to seize the intermediate waypoint, they would attempt to invade other floors, Hannibal noted, specifically floors 68 and 69. The surrounding crowd immediately grew anxious, shouting that those floors housed one of the tower's 5 main granaries and the Lizardmen Kingdom's dragon fields. This was no longer just an issue for the Lizardmen, and Mason somberly interjected that a great famine could occur once again, causing the crowd to panic at the thought. Yona spoke in a grave tone, asking if everyone remembered the disaster on the 66th floor that wiped out the Red Scarf Kingdom, Caillou, before she continued. While granaries are now distributed across various floors, the Red Scarf Kingdom used to be the largest food source, and Iona's expression darkened as she spoke of the massive red locust invasion. Consequently, the Red Scarf Kingdom was annihilated, and a cursed wild boar managed to slip through the cracks to occupy the territory. Mason quickly tried to soothe her, saying that Gris was a good person who rebuilt the granary from the ruins, but Iona crossed her arms and skeptically questioned if he was truly good Caillou. She pointed out how he exploited the rabbit tribe and shut down all food distribution routes to the rest of the tower, and hearing this, Hannibal could not contain his rage. He shouted that the Mage Association leader was crossing the line, but Mason hurriedly intervened and told Hannibal to calm down. The crowd began to clamor, wondering if the great black dragon would protect them, and they reassured themselves that he would while Yona let out a helpless sigh. She stood up and leaped onto the table with her hands behind her back, recounting the history of the red locust invasions from 200 and several thousand years ago, when the great black dragon always guarded the tower. The red locusts were annihilated instantly back then, she said while pacing anxiously, but for some reason, the black dragon failed to intervene in time during the most recent attack. Order was only restored after more than half the kingdom's population had been slaughtered. She continued, noting that every granary was razed and a famine gripped the tower that some regions still haven't recovered from. Yona spoke with firm resolve, stating that several days have passed since the red locusts reappeared, and there is no certainty that the great black dragon will arrive in time this time. We must do everything in our power to hold them back until Lord Black Dragon arrives, she emphasized, otherwise the very order of the tower will fall into ruin. Yona then declared her strategy, announcing that as the head of the Magic Association, she would personally lead and deploy 200 battle mages. We will surely drive those locusts back, she vowed, while on the other side of the tower, Sedan and his companions were laughing and joking together. Lying on the wooden board, the traveling merchant cat asked, "We came here because you said you wanted to stop by home for a bit, but how much longer are we staying?" "We don't have much time to spare," he added, just as a pack of young wolves approached and called out to him, asking if he was the great black dragon. Theo stood up and replied that he wasn't the dragon, but rather an intermediate wandering merchant cat and a loyal, high-ranking subordinate of the black dragon. The young wolf's eyes sparkled with admiration at the mention of him being an important subordinate, prompting the cat to proudly ask what they had just said. "You are his important subordinate, sir," the wolves repeated, causing the cat to laugh loudly and promise them delicious food as he rummaged through his purple bag before suddenly freezing when he pulled out a sweet potato. Theo cried out in a panic, wondering how it got there, while the wolf noticed his distress and asked why he was acting so strangely. The cat quickly leaped onto the wolf's back and shouted that nothing was wrong at all, leading the awkward wolf to agree and promise to run at full speed to make up for lost time. Hold on tight, Theo, the wolf warned as he took off, while the cat thought to himself in a worried daze that they were in massive trouble. He realized he had accidentally packed it while gathering the onions and needed to destroy the evidence immediately, so he urged the wolf to hurry to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, Sejan's voice echoed as he frantically searched through his pile of onions, crying out that he couldn't find them anywhere even though he was sure he had planted new ones. Turning pale, Sejan clutched his head and shouted that the son's sweet potato pumpkins he harvested, while cutting the detoxifying green onions, should still be right there. He paused to think, wondering if Theo took them, but then felt relieved as he assumed the cat had simply moved the sprouts to another location during the harvest. I really wanted to taste one or two, though, so I'll have to punish that naughty cat when he gets back, he muttered just as a notification appeared announcing the opening of the seed store. Seeing the alert, Sejan realized the store was open today and decided to check their inventory since he had nearly forgotten about it due to his lack of interest. The system notified him that based on his normal level, 4 random seed types were available today, and he could purchase as many as he wanted within a 5-tower coin limit. The list included 1 fire bean seed for 5 coins, 100 strawberry seeds for half a coin, 20,000 carrot seeds for 4 coins, and 5 pepper seeds for half a coin. Sejan wondered why a single fire bean seed cost 5 tower coins as he weighed his options, knowing he had the funds but was restricted by the spending limit. He realized that buying the fire bean would prevent him from getting anything else, and after a moment of deliberation, he decided it was too big a risk to take. I should stick to what I know, he thought, deciding to buy the carrot, strawberry, and pepper seeds instead since he needed more crops for the growing rabbit population. A notification confirmed his purchase of 20,000 carrot seeds, 100 strawberry seeds, and 100 pepper seeds, deducting 5 tower coins and awarding him 50 loyalty points. The system thanked him for shopping, noting his new total of 56 loyalty points, as the seeds materialized directly into Sejan's hands. Now I have plenty to plant, he said, feeling revitalized at the thought of eating strawberries and peppers before walking out to the field where Father Rabbit was working. Father Rabbit, I've brought more carrot seeds from the store, he called out, prompting the rabbit to turn around and respond with an excited Beekeeping carrots. Sejan shouted gleefully, let's plant them quickly, I can count on you, right? Father Rabbit replied firmly, of course. Sejan added loudly, we'll even expand our fields onto the surface. Cheer up, Gangnam. Tejan stood on the rooftop, soaking in the view. The weather is truly magnificent, he remarked. His expression was radiant as he ascended the steps. It had been ages since he escaped that refrigerator. The tower scenery is stunning, wouldn't you agree? Cha Shixiu, his disciple, spoke with a concerned tone. I'm not certain, but I know you shouldn't be outdoors in your current condition. If you let your guard down, the curse of that flame might spread. Please return inside for your safety. Tejan turned around, his gaze filled with irritation. You're getting quite good at ruining your master's mood. Are you the type who overthinks things? Cha Shixiu replied. Where did you learn that phrase, sir? Tejan ignored the question and continued. We're about to finalize the deal with that traveling merchant, right? Is Donxi currently on the 37th floor? Shixiu nodded and confirmed, yes. He continued his report. He's having a difficult time with the 38th floor boss, the deadly tarantula. It has nested at the midpoint, and the toxic fumes these spiders release are extremely hard to neutralize, even with healing spells. They say reaching the midpoint is impossible without an antidote made from the blood of the guardian spider. Furthermore, finding an alchemist to brew it is very difficult. Tejan frowned, so they still haven't made any progress. You're protecting the family of Sejan, the one who entered the tower in Donxi's stead, right? Has anything else happened? Cha Shixiu replied, yes. Since Sejan's family moved to the Hanam district, they've been moving frequently, longing for their former normal life. The guards have been escorting and monitoring them to keep contact to a minimum. He added, recently, a group of foreigners tried to approach Sejan through his brother, Shizan, but the matter was settled quietly. Upon hearing this, Tejan laughed with satisfaction. Suddenly he staggered, clutching his chest. Cha Shixiu cried out in alarm, Master. Tejan pulled out a cherry tomato and said, I'm all right. He popped the tomato into his mouth. Cha Shixiu asked, is that a cherry tomato? Tejan nodded. Yes, eating this significantly calms the flame's curse. It's both practical and tasty. In the future, it will benefit many people. He clenched his fist and spoke. Therefore, I am certain that Pu Shijan is a rare talent that the Republic of Korea cannot afford to lose. Tejan turned to leave, laughing as he walked. Your senior has already promised, but tell him to bring Shijin to my office the moment he exits the tower. I'm heading inside now. Cha Shiksu. With a face full of anxiety, he watched his master's retreating figure. There must be a way to liberate you from that flame's curse, he thought silently. Suddenly he looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming with hope. That's right. If it's Senior Donxi, he will surely find a solution no matter what it takes. The scene shifts to where Donxi is facing a crisis. He shouted with a strained expression, drawing his weapon and striking forward with force. The venomous spider fell instantly, but instead of being happy, Donxi cried out in panic. This is bad. He quickly commanded his team. Everyone fall back immediately. We need to reorganize our formation and try again. From a distance, a short-haired girl yelled, Captain Donxi. Above, another spider was lunging toward him, and Donxi couldn't react in time. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Standing in front of him, Ziyu drew her sword to block the venomous spider. Unfortunately, she was struck by the poison. Even so, before collapsing, Ziyu remained steadfast. She continued to fight, drawing a second sword and stabbing the spider deeply, killing it. Donxi sat on the ground, still in shock. Everyone. Those nearby rushed over to ask, Are you two all right? Ziyu had lost consciousness, and Donxi quickly caught her. He shouted, Ziyu has been poisoned. A person holding a staff with a cloth wrapped around their head shouted, Healing magic! Immediately, they laid Ziyu down and began to treat her. The two healers spoke up. We've only managed to temporarily halt the poison's spread. If we stop the spell, it will take effect rapidly. Donxi searched through his supplies, his face full of rage. Damn it, we've used up all the antidotes. It will be too late by the time we reach an alchemist. What should we do? At that moment, a traveling cat appeared and called out, Is that you, Mr. Donxi? Hearing the call, he turned to look. The cat walked closer and asked, Why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the market? Donxi cried out in amazement, Zio. He rubbed his head and replied, Why am I here? Today is market day, but I wasn't feeling it, so I forgot. The traveling cat looked at Ziyu, who was lying still, and asked, Is she your subordinate? The cat approached and leaned close to Suha's face, asking why she was sleeping on the ground when he needed to take photos. He told her to wake up, but Suha remained unconscious, merely mumbling. She complained about the weight, but noted how soft it felt. Dong Kai quickly explained that a venomous spider had poisoned Suha. Hearing this, the traveling cat showed sympathy, remarking on how painful it must be and suggesting they let her rest. He worriedly asked further, noting that if she stayed like this, her life would be in danger. He inquired if the cat knew where to buy an antidote. The cat placed a paw on Suha's forehead while thinking, noting there were no alchemists nearby. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he had realized something. He rummaged through his bag and excitedly pulled out some detoxifying green onions. Dong Kai was surprised. The cat explained these onions grown in the tower were delicious and nutritious. They could eliminate grade D toxins or lower within 1 hour of digestion. One could eat up to 10 stalks per hour for better results. The grower was Pu Shijin. With a 60-day shelf life and a grade D rating, Dong Kai held the onion, wondering if it could truly neutralize the spider's venom. Without hesitation, he gave the green onion to Suha, telling her to eat it. She took a bite, her eyes widening as she exclaimed that her body felt much lighter. Seeing this, the traveling cat comforted her, saying she was safe. Suha joyfully hugged the cat, thanking him for saving her life. She called him the best cat ever. He acted humble, but then pointed out that since this was a service for the president, he would offer a discount. He asked for 50 tower coins. Suha immediately turned cold, calling him a cunning merchant. Dong Kai asked Theo where he got these onions. The cat replied it was a new product he was selling. Dong Kai was amazed by the new product. He looked at the onion, thinking that since the deadly tarantula's venom was grade E+, these onions could. He calculated they could conquer the 38th floor. Dong Kai rejoiced, thinking Theo truly was the best golden cat. The cat noticed Dong Kai's strange gaze and asked why he was looking at him like that. Dong Kai asked what the purpose of these detoxifying onions was. The cat replied they were his new merchandise. Dong Kai was surprised. Looking at the onion stalk, he noted the tarantula's venom was grade E+. He calculated that with these onions, conquering the 38th floor was entirely possible. After a moment of thought, he asked how many onions the cat had. The traveling merchant cat replied he had 100. Without delay, Dong Kai offered to buy them all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, telling them to wait. The Royal Knights Guild and the Mage Guild appeared, revealing themselves as the ones speaking. They wondered why the wandering merchant cat hadn't visited them yet, accusing Dong Kai of unethical behavior. Dong Kai was surprised. He wondered how the Royal Knights Guild and the Mage Guild knew they were there, and if they were being followed. He worried they might interfere with the plan to conquer the 38th floor. A brown-haired member in armor warned the wandering cat that showing favoritism to one guild would cause resentment and a loss of customers. The cat calmly replied, "Oh, really?" Dong Kai glanced at the group of newcomers, thinking it was ridiculous. Magic cherry tomatoes and green onions could only be bought from Pu Shijan or Theo. Therefore, they were always in high demand. He realized many people were watching, which affected Theo's reputation as a merchant, forcing him to follow the rules. The traveling merchant cat suggested holding a standard auction. Everyone around agreed. The cat rummaged through his bag and announced he would sell magic cherry tomatoes along with the detoxifying green onions. He pulled out a bag of grade C magic cherry tomatoes. He planned to sell 500 per batch out of 600 total. Immediately, the people around began to buzz with excitement, shocked to see grade C items. They noted that the items were grade D less than a month ago, but had already reached grade C. A black-haired man stepped forward and bid 350 tower coins. Immediately, bids rang out continuously. 370, 390, 450, 500, and then 600 tower coins. The merchant cat sold them quickly. Sold to you, sold to you. After a while, the happy buyers walked away with their tomatoes. The traveling merchant cat announced, "I've sold out of cherry tomatoes." The cat rummaged through its bag and said, "Next up is detoxifying green onions. There are 100 in total, sold in bundles of 10. Without hesitation, Dong Kai shouted, 130 tower coins. The brown-haired man from the Royal Knights Guild immediately countered with 135 tower coins. Dong Kai angrily bid 155 tower coins. The traveling merchant cat spoke up. "Is there no one else? 321 sold to this man, next bundle." Meanwhile, the brown-haired man stood behind, silently observing Dong Kai and calculating in his head. "This will cost quite a bit, but I can't let him take them. He seems to really need this, so I'll buy them all." Thinking this, he shouted out, 160 tower coins. Dong Kai was stunned. The traveling merchant cat excitedly yelled, "Sold to you." Immediately after, the man quickly raised the price again. 170 tower coins. This left Dong Kai unable to react in time. The cat spoke again, "Sold to you." This time, Dong Kai immediately responded, 175, but before he could finish, the brown-haired man cut him off, 180 tower coins. Dong Kai was even more bewildered, and naturally the bundle of onions went to the man. The cat happily said, "Sold to you." Dong Kai collapsed to the ground in helplessness. While the Phoenix Guild only managed to buy 10 onions, the brown-haired man held his pile and laughed triumphantly. Poor Dong Kai. He looked at the onions and said, "It seems the Phoenix Guild can only come in second." Then the man in the black hooded cloak added, "We'll be climbing the tower first." A member of Dong Kai's team sadly exclaimed, "Sorry, Captain. We were blinded by those cherry tomatoes." Dong Kai comforted them, "It's okay. Sometimes we have to take a step back to gain momentum for the leap forward." Suher approached and said hesitantly, Captain." Dong Kai looked up and asked, She continued, and then Dong Kai walked outside, sat on a rock, and began chatting with the cat. The traveling merchant cat asked, "So you're saying Mr. Sejan's family lives in a place called Hadong?" Dong Kai replied, "No, it's Hanamdong, not Hadong." The cat took a pen and noted the address of Hanamdong. Dong Kai added, "The association has been protecting them very closely, so tell him not to worry. He is the genius that South Korea desperately needs." The cat picked up its bag, stood up, and said, "Oh, right, he wants to give you a gift for helping protect his family." Dong Kai laughed and rubbed his head. That was just the right thing to do. There's no need for gifts." Immediately, the cat pulled out a pile of cherry tomatoes and green onions and said, "He's giving you 200 cherry tomatoes and 50 detoxifying green onions." Dong Kai's jaw dropped at the sight. He thought to himself, 50 onions at once? The traveling merchant cat continued. "He also said he'll sell you any items you need at a discount, but only 3 people should know about this." Dong Kai joyfully replied, "All right, consider it a deal between us. I'll help him in exchange for some special treatment." Then he thought to himself, "Anyway, matters regarding Sejan's family have already become a national secret." Standing on the rock with its paws on its hips, the cat continued, "And I have a mysterious item to sell you today only." It looked more devious. "Are you interested?" Dong Kai asked curiously. "A mysterious item?" Back at Sejan's farm, a strange sight unfolded. A herd of minotaurs was busily building a brick wall. Each had a task. Some carried bricks, some chopped wood, and others organized. Sedan stood nearby, unable to hide his amazement. He spoke up, "It's only been a few days and you've already finished the house's frame." The gray rabbit, a talented engineer, replied while holding the blueprints. "Thanks to the diligence of the minotaurs, construction progress has been surprisingly fast." The rabbit continued, "However, the interior will be designed by the three of us, so that will take quite some time. Now we should discuss the room layout." From a distance, the red bear observed everyone before approaching Sejan, who stood in the middle of the half-finished house, alongside the poisonous queen bee. Pointing his finger, he suggested placing the bed here. Suddenly, a noise from behind made him turn around. He was startled to see the red bear trying to squeeze through the door to get inside. Shijun quickly shouted, "No, little bear, you can't come in." The bear stopped and asked, "Why?" Shijun calmly explained, "You're too large, you might cause the house to collapse." The bear sadly cried out, "Is it because I'm not good? Am I a bad bear that might destroy my father's house?" It continued gloomily, "I am not a bad bear." Seeing this, Shijun hugged and comforted the bear, "Eat some honey, I need to inspect the house." "Please stay here quietly." The bear remained sad but obediently replied, "Yes." Shijun turned to ask the mermaid, "What about the materials for the bed?" Sitting to one side eating honey, the bear said to the poison queen bee, "I want to go inside the house too." It wept, tears streaming down its face. "I want to be small so I can sleep with father in that house." The bear's tears fell onto its paws, emitting a brilliant golden light. On the other side, Shijun continued his discussion with the rabbits. "Is it not possible?" The rabbit replied, "If we use green onions, the bed will be very stiff." Suddenly, the bear's voice called out, "Father!" Shijun turned around in surprise as the giant bear instantly shrank in size. It leaped forcefully at Shijun, knocking him backward into the pile of green onions. The rabbits were also stunned. Lying amidst the onions, Shijun asked, "What happened?" The bear licked his face. It joyfully called out, "Father!" Shijun was amazed by the bear. It approached him and said, "I've become small now." Shijun picked up the bear and asked, "How did you turn into this?" "When I first met you, you weren't this tiny." The bear had originally been a massive red bear. Shijun continued, "Will you stay this small from now on?" Sitting on the pile of onions, he remained puzzled, thinking it was truly strange. The black rabbit warrior patted the bear's shoulder and said, "You're as small as I am now, little bear." Shijun asked further, "Can you no longer return to your original size?" The bear cried out in confusion. Then, in the blink of an eye, it suddenly returned to a form several times larger than before. Shijun fell backward and exclaimed, "Oh!" He was utterly astonished. "You're big again, so can you actually adjust your own body size?" The mermaid standing nearby spoke up. "This isn't good for him. If he keeps trying to shrink his body, it might affect his growth. Of course, everyone wants to look cuter when they're young." Shijun replied. "Do you mean that changing his size like this will impact his future development?" Immediately, the bear returned to its small form. It ran over and hugged Shijun's leg, looking up to ask, "Can I sleep with father now? Just like the black rabbit, right?" Shijun stood frozen, speechless with surprise. Then he rushed to pull the bear into his arms. He said, "It turns out our little bear wanted to shrink just to sleep with me. I was too inconsiderate to realize that." He continued, "Now let's go to the tent together." The red bear excitedly replied, "Yes." Afterward, Shijun carried the bear in his arms as they both walked away happily. He said, "Let's see where our little bear will sleep in there." The bear cried out joyfully, "I'm so happy." It added, "Once we're down there, I want to play around here too." Shijun was surprised. "Play around here?" He noticed the bear eating a pile of potatoes. The rabbit remarked, "Delicious." Despite the black rabbit's helplessness, he still replied, "All right." He called out, "Black rabbit, come along too." It stood there, shaking its head vigorously. Beside Dong Kai, he looked at the potatoes at his feet and asked in confusion, "What are these?" The traveling merchant held a potato and replied, "These are Sun's sweet potatoes." Dong Kai shouted, "Did you say Sun's sweet potatoes?" The notification stated, "Sun's sweet potatoes are a mutated variety created by absorbing sunlight. They are delicious and nutritious. Eating one digests 200 grams of fat and provides fire resistance for 5 hours. Grower, Farmer Park Shijun, shelf life, 90 days, grade C." Dong Kai held the potato, wondering if this was the one that could resist fire. Dong Kai reminisced about Han Tai Jun, the legendary hunter. In the early days of conquering the tower, everything was harder than usual, yet he managed to climb. He reached the 51st floor. At the teleportation point, Han Tai Jun faced the Volcano King. Dong Kai recalled that the battle lasted for days without a winner, even though Han Tai Jun had severely wounded the Volcano King. However, he still couldn't finish off his opponent. During that battle, Han Taijun also suffered severe burns caused by the Volcano King. Those wounds could not fully recover, and he could only maintain his health by relying on daily treatments from mages to reduce the heat from the injuries. Even after retiring, he still hadn't found a suitable cure. Dong Kai mentioned that although he still wanted to continue conquering the tower, the wounds from the Volcano King caused him to endure burning pain day and night until he became helpless. He looked at the sun's sweet potato and thought that if his master ate this, the pain might finally vanish. You can return to conquer the tower and fulfill your dream, as Dong Kai believes his master will eventually regain his former strength. Looking at the green onions, he realizes they are the poison-resistant variety needed to clear the 38th floor, and joyfully thanks Theo for providing such vital supplies for hunters, while the cat simply dismisses it as business. The cat hands the potatoes to Dong Kai, thinking that if he sells them all, his previous mistake will be erased and the chairman will never find out. Believing his error has been fully rectified, Dong Kai returns to his team in the forest and asks if they have been waiting for him. A man wearing a headscarf notes the captain's return, mentioning they were just about to head to the teleportation point to retreat to the first floor. Everyone is stunned to see what Dong Kai is holding, and a blonde girl exclaims in shock, asking if those are indeed poison-resistant green onions. When asked if he purchased them from the merchant Theo, Dong Kai confirms it, stating this is their golden opportunity to clear the tower's 38th floor. After bypassing the spiders, they must hurry to the 38th floor, and as the team grows excited, Dong Kai takes a bite of the onion and continues speaking. Declaring that the Phoenix Guild will achieve a perfect clear of the 38th floor, the team readies their weapons, eats the onions, and charges forward with a loud cry. On the 75th floor's trading district, a crowd of creatures gathers, their eyes fixed on the traveling merchant cat and 3 wolves, one of whom wears a red feather. The red-feathered wolf remarks on Theo's cheerful mood, to which the cat happily agrees before announcing loudly to the street that he is going on a shopping spree. He offers to buy supplies for the Silver Wolf clan as well, earning their gratitude as they discuss rumors of a newly opened fresh meat stall nearby. While the wolf ponders their meal choices, the cat suddenly turns aside with a look of pure shock, causing the wolf to wonder what has caught his attention. When asked if something is wrong, the cat puffs out his chest and approaches a golden ring on a display stand, shouting in excitement that he has found it. Just as he reaches for the long-sought item, the mage owner appears and places her hand on the very same ring at the exact same moment. The traveling merchant cat immediately protests, claiming the item as his, while Yona observes him, identifying him as a mid-level wandering merchant cat. She asserts that the item is essential for her and useless to a merchant cat, but he indignantly snaps back, questioning her dismissive attitude. He insists that since he spotted it first, it belongs to him, prompting an impatient Yona to ask if he is truly suggesting she cannot have the item. The nearby wolf wonders what Theo is arguing over before recoiling in horror, realizing that the woman is the archmage Yona, one of the tower's most elite sorcerers. Glancing at the staff adorned with purple gems, he realizes he isn't mistaken. It is the legendary holy relic known as the Staff of Calamity. As a legendary artifact, a single spell from that staff could shatter mountains and cause rivers to overflow, leaving the wolf trembling as he watches from the side. Wondering why such a figure is here, he hears Yona coldly remark that since the cat doesn't know her, his stubbornness will cost him his life. Telling him to prepare himself, she raises her staff to unleash her fury, prompting the wolf to scream out in a desperate attempt to intervene. He cries out that Theo is a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon, causing Yona to pause and demand clarification from the wolf as she approaches him. The red-feathered wolf bows deeply with his hand over his heart, respectfully introducing himself as Elki, the patriarch of the Silver Wolf clan. Yona warns him that he must answer for his words, for if he is using the Black Dragon's name to deceive her, his entire clan will face the consequences. Elki maintains his posture while swearing his honesty to Yona, and Theo proudly shouts that he is indeed the merchant serving the Great Black Dragon. Yona challenges him to prove his claim of being the dragon's subordinate, and when the cat asks how, she demands to be taken to the Great Black Dragon. The merchant cat shouts in surprise, insisting on a travel fee for such a trip, which leaves Elki trembling in fear at the cat's audacity. Elki fears that if Theo's words cause Yona to lose her temper, they might all perish, just as the mage begins to speak with a serious tone. "Prove to me that you are indeed a subordinate of De Halong," Yona demanded. The confused traveling merchant cat asked. How exactly am I supposed to prove that? I want you to take me to meet De Hailong. The traveling merchant cat shouted back indignantly. Do you expect me to do that for free? The cat continued, I am his loyal subordinate. Traveling merchant Theo yelled, If you want to see De Hailong, you must pay a fee. Elke cried out in alarm. Oh, Yona, please stop. Yona's laughter grew louder as she touched her eye and said, You certainly have the spirit of a businessman. You've quite surprised me. Theo the cat said, All right, what do you want? The traveling merchant cat asked, Are you the great mage, Yona? I need to buy some things for De Hailong. Yona replied. So did you bring that ring to compete with me for De Hailong's sake? If that's the case, you may keep it. The cat was stunned. Really? The mouse replied, Indeed, I am a woman of my word. Just tell me what you need and I shall buy it for you. Despite her words, Yona thought to herself. This is my chance to meet De Hailong. Such a rare opportunity must be seized at all costs. Meanwhile, the traveling merchant cat thought gleefully. Perfect, now I have the chance to acquire some items for free. Inside a bustling shop, the traveling merchant cat's voice rang out. Give me 100 milk fruits. Pointing at a golden hat, he added, and I'll take this hat as well. The cat handed the hat to Elke. Take this back for your tribe. Elke of the Silver Wolf tribe waved her hands frantically. I don't need that, Master Theo. Archmage Yona, standing nearby, spoke up. Wait, didn't you say these were things De Hailong required? You're just buying random junk. He replied, He needs many things, so just keep buying. Yona clenched her fists in anger. That's it, I've been patient enough with you, cat. Are you trying to swindle me? A voice called out. Hey, Yona. The traveling merchant cat then placed a purple hat on Yona's head. He remarked that the witch hat suited her perfectly. Yona wore the hat, looking quite pleased as her anger dissipated. Thank you, she said. An archmage like me doesn't usually wear such things. The traveling merchant cat replied, What are you talking about? It looks great on you, just take it. It's a gift from me, but you're the one paying. Just as she had calmed down, Yona grew furious again, gritting her teeth. Nevertheless, she went to pay. How much for this hat? The pig replied, That will be 20 coins. Yona handed over a bag of money and said, Here. The traveling merchant cat shouted in shock, Wait, ask for a discount. The mouse was also surprised. Huh. The cat continued, You can't just hand over money without haggling. Leave this to me, I'll make sure we get a discount. With that, the cat said to the seller, This is a bit pricey, how about a discount? The pig replied, All right, I'll give it to you for 17 coins. The traveling merchant cat's voice rang out again, demanding an even lower price. Before long, 3 wolves appeared, carrying boxes of goods. Accompanied by the traveling merchant cat and Yona, the cat turned around with a beaming smile. Thanks a lot, Yona asked curiously. Does De Hailong truly need all of these items? She thought to herself. This merchant cat is incredibly peculiar. I expected him to buy expensive treasures, but he only chose trivial items. He's even stingy enough to demand discounts. With those thoughts, she spoke up. Now, take me to see De Hailong. The traveling merchant cat replied, He is currently on the 99th floor. Yona was stunned. The 99th floor. How could he be there? I assumed he would be in a place where he could oversee all the tower's activities. The traveling merchant cat smiled. You'll understand once you get there. The mouse nodded. Very well. On the 38th floor, giant venomous spiders suddenly emerged and lunged at the Phoenix Guild. However, they were all swiftly dispatched. Dong Kai, chewing on a green onion, remarked, Finally, that monster is down. Everyone cheered. The Phoenix Guild has cleared the venomous spiders of the 38th floor. Well done. Dong Kai looked toward a glowing blue stone, stepped forward, and said, Everyone, let's head through the portal to the 39th floor. Everyone moved immediately. A notification appeared. You have obtained a teleportation save point for the 39th floor. Do you wish to travel to the 39th floor? At Gajan Farm, the headquarters for the tower's agricultural project, Michael McLaren, a blond man in a suit, spoke up. What, the Phoenix Guild cleared the 38th floor's venomous spiders? How is that possible? How could they resist that level of toxicity? The brown-haired subordinate replied, Sir, we have reports of a new crop. That specific plant allowed them to overcome the 38th floor. It is an item called the detoxifying green onion. When consumed, it significantly boosts the user's poison resistance. That is how they managed to slaughter the spiders. Michael McLaren slammed his hand onto the desk in a rage and roared, Detoxifying green onions? How can this be? I have poured a fortune into this cultivation project, yet we haven't even produced a single cherry tomato. And now, another new item has appeared. He clutched his head in distress. The chairman won't let this slide. He's going to be absolutely furious. Just then, an orange-haired girl entered the room. "Sir," she called out. Michael McLaren looked up in surprise. "What is this?" He stared at the terrifyingly mutated tomato plants and asked, "What happened to these trees?" A short-haired girl explained, "We utilized various methods to accelerate their growth, and it seems that is what caused these plants to mutate." Michael McLaren gave a cold command, "What use is a plant like this? Get rid of it." He angrily took a pair of shears to the deformed stalk and muttered, "This looks like a man-eater. What kind of tomato is this?" Suddenly, a notification appeared before Michael McLaren. "Huh!" He gasped in shock. Then he shouted, "What on earth is this?" The message stated that the mutated tomato plant had been eliminated, granting him 27 experience points. Michael's eyes widened. "I gained experience from destroying a mutation. Perhaps the tower classifies it as a monster." "Indeed, sir. You just defeated a monster. These tomato plants sustain themselves by consuming insects and require very few other nutrients." She continued, "By using these plants, we can farm experience to level up. This will make climbing the tower easier, and our tomato research will have yielded some results, even if they weren't what we expected." Looking at the tomato plant, the girl remarked, "Even if this method didn't produce the intended crop, it created something else. You can report this to your superiors." She added, "This has never happened in the tower before. If you take control of this, it could revolutionize the entire combat structure within the tower." Hearing this, Michael McLaren beamed with joy. "You're right, this is our chance." He pointed toward the vast fields and shouted, "Normal tomatoes are worthless now. Tear them all out and replace them with these mutated versions." His expression turned cold. "If I can't grow the perfect tomato, I'll create something else of value. The experience points we gain will reshape the order of the tower." Meanwhile, in a wide clearing, a cocoon was beginning to split open. A voice whispered, "It's almost time. Today, the third queen bee will be born." Sedan watched the cocoon and offered encouragement. "You can do it, little bee." The cocoon expanded further until the third poison queen bee finally emerged. A notification appeared, "Birth successful. You are now the master of the third queen bee." The bee spoke, "Greetings, master. I am the third poison queen bee." Two other bees landed on Sejan's hat as he celebrated with them. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Spotting a flower ahead, the third queen bee's eyes lit up. The other two queens flew over and pulled her up into the air. As the three played together, Sejan lay back to rest in the shade of his chair. "How peaceful," he sighed. Sejan wondered if life could always be this good. Suddenly, something black splattered across his face. He sat up abruptly, his face stained dark. The brother crab approached and called out, "Master, I caught a strange creature in the pond." The crab innocently held up a squid and waited. Sejan blinked in surprise. "Huh!" Then he laughed. "Has everyone turned into black rabbits now?" Sejan and the crab stood by the lake, watching a school of squid swimming through the water. Sejan couldn't hide his amazement. "There are so many. The whole pond is full of squid." The crab explained, "While I was hunting in the lake, I followed the black rabbit and found this strange thing. I grabbed it, but it kept spraying this pitch-black ink everywhere. The rabbits said they'd never seen anything like it, so they didn't know what it was." A black rabbit stood nearby, poking the squid curiously. "It's so soft and squishy. How strange." Sejan smiled and explained, I guess you guys don't know what a squid is." The black rabbit and the crab asked in unison, "A squid?" Sejan nodded. "It's absolutely delicious." Sejan immediately began preparing the meal. He sautéed onions and peppers with various spices before tossing the sliced squid into the pan. Before long, the fragrant, spicy stir-fried squid was ready. Sejan asked, "Want a bite?" Notification: Level 2 cooking skill has slightly increased. The recipe for spicy stir-fried squid was added to Level 2 cooking, along with various squid dishes like grilled squid with chili salt and steamed squid. The black rabbit and her sister drooled at the sight of the plate. Sejan took a bite and smiled happily, realizing how long it had been since he last tasted squid. It was perfectly spicy, but he knew it would be even better with a bowl of hot rice. The black and white rabbits praised the chewy and crunchy texture as they ate. Even the eldest crab brother sat down to enjoy the meal, exclaiming how delicious it was. After thinking for a moment, the black rabbit wondered how many more delicious creatures existed in this world and suggested an expedition to explore the dimensional ocean. His sister immediately asked to join, prompting Sejan to ask if she even knew how to dive. The little red bear shook her head and admitted she didn't know how yet. Sejan gently replied that once the farm work was finished, he would teach her how to dive that afternoon. The eldest crab brother shouted with excitement. Meanwhile, the traveling merchant cats were on their way home when the wolf suddenly sensed something unusual and looked ahead. Cat stood blocking the path and shouted that the express lane was currently closed, advising everyone to take a detour. The crowd ahead began to murmur in confusion, asking the cat what was going on and telling him to move. The wolf explained that he wasn't sure, but the path manager was sealing the road. Another wolf approached to report that red locusts had apparently appeared on the 69th floor, leaving Elke shocked. Red locusts? The traveling merchant cat asked in confusion. Mage owner explained that they were known as the shadow of destruction. She continued, explaining they were also called the source of calamity. The cat was surprised by the term, but Iona confirmed they truly lived up to that name. Those pests were born to devour and destroy everything in their path. The mage continued, describing them as greedy creatures intent on stealing their very home. It seemed the Mage Alliance and mercenaries were sealing the paths to move in and deal with the red locusts, and Iona noted that she should have been there to join them. Iona paused for a moment before telling the cat that meeting the black dragon was her top priority, so they should use the super-speed path to travel faster. The traveling merchant cat looked frustrated. He complained that the super-speed path was reserved for high-ranking wandering merchants, and as a mid-ranking merchant, he didn't have access. Mage Iona calmly told him not to worry since she was there, and pulled out a golden card, which immediately left the cat in awe. He realized it was a gold badge, a symbol of power reserved for elite wandering merchants that allowed unlimited use of all shortcuts. The cat then softly asked Iona to be his friend, but she flatly refused. Meanwhile, back at Sejan's area, he was busy harvesting green onions in front of a vast, sprawling field. After working for a while, Sejan stood up to rest and wiped his forehead, noting that the green onions had grown incredibly thick after only a brief period of neglect. As he continued to expand the plots, the area had quickly grown to over 200 square meters, nearly becoming a forest. He looked around and wondered where everyone had gone. He could hear the sound of chopping but couldn't see anyone, so he approached the sickle rabbit to ask what was happening. The sickle rabbit hesitantly pointed at a green onion, explaining that it was strange and wouldn't break no matter how much he chopped. Sejan laughed it off and reached out to touch it, but suddenly cried out in pain. The rabbits panicked and asked if he was all right, noticing that his palm was bleeding from a cut. Sejan touched the green onion again, feeling puzzled. It felt as hard as iron, leading him to pull the plant up. A notification appeared. You have harvested a sturdy sword green onion. He had achieved the feat of creating a new crop species within the tower, and the tower recognized his exclusive right to cultivate it. No one else was permitted to grow the sturdy sword green onion without his consent. It was a mutant variety that had metallized its leaves to protect itself from constant cutting. Because all nutrients were focused on increasing the hardness and sharpness of the leaves, its flavor and nutritional value were poor, making it useless for consumption. The grower was listed as Tower Farmer Park Sejan, with a 90-day shelf life and a C-grade rank. Sejan looked at the onion happily, confirming it was a new species, but then he began to grumble. He complained that it had no effect when eaten and was as hard as metal, so he decided to test it by swinging it against other green onions. The other onions fell to the ground, leaving him amazed by its sharpness. Excited, Sejan realized it could be used for many things and decided they needed to breed more of them just as a new notification appeared. The notification stated that the tower administrator was in tears and wanted to ask for his advice. Sejan called out to Aileen, worried because she hadn't responded to him in a long time. He asked what was wrong and if something had happened as tears began to fall. Sejan was surprised to see her crying, and Aileen began to explain the situation. After hearing the whole story, Sejan asked if the locusts had invaded the 67th floor, and the tower manager nodded in confirmation. The wife rabbit was devastated that those creatures dared to invade the tower again, while the husband rabbit hurried to comfort her, telling her to stay calm for the sake of their unborn children. Sejan then asked if they were the ones who had destroyed the rabbit kingdom. The tower manager nodded, and when Sejan asked for more details about them, AI Lin explained worriedly that while a single one wasn't a threat, they were a collective that consumed everything to multiply and evolve, and if not dealt with promptly, every living being on the 67th floor would perish. AI Lin continued, explaining that they would spread to other floors through the waypoints, meaning this place would no longer be safe either. Sejan pondered the fact that these predatory locusts could evolve as they ate, while AI Lin added that she couldn't intervene on the 67th floor at the moment due to certain restrictions. She apologized sadly, but Sejan told AI Lin not to worry and promised to do whatever was necessary to help her. offering comfort to the dragon. He told her there was no need to apologize since he was the tower's farmer, and this place was now his home, so it would be quite a problem if it became unsafe. Sedan added that Theo, the rabbits, the wolf tribe, and the buffalo herd would surely all work together for the sake of the tower, prompting the black rabbit to cry out in agreement. The black rabbit urged AI Lin to trust the tower's residents, and as AI Lin watched Sedan calmly taking command, he suggested they all brainstorm a solution together. The rabbits responded in unison, leaving AI Lin deeply moved as she thanked them in her heart, though Sedan remained worried about how to actually handle the situation. He realized he couldn't even go down there yet, but then Theo called out from a distance, announcing his return, which Sedan greeted with joy, noting that the cat had arrived at a critical moment. Sedan looked slightly surprised as the cat explained he had brought a guest, and the mage Iona bowed, saying she was very pleased to meet him. She asked if he was the great black dragon, making Sedan exclaim in surprise at the sight of a hamster, and ask Theo who she was, to which the cat replied that he had already told her. That he was a subordinate of the great black dragon, but since she didn't believe him, she forced him to bring her here, and then Iona bowed in greeting. Iona introduced herself as the chairman of the Mage Association, while the tower manager noted that she had wanted to visit everyone but had been unable to make contact. The tower manager suggested that, as the chairman of the Mage Association, Iona likely possessed the power to suppress the Locust uprising on the 67th floor, and asked for Sejan's thoughts on the matter. Sejan spoke up, welcoming Iona and insisting on hosting her properly since she had come all this way, asking if she would like something to drink first. He placed a glass of bright red juice before Iona and with a gentle gesture patted her head and told her to help herself, saying it was nothing special. Iona gave a brief reply as Theo suddenly turned toward Kuan and cried out in surprise at how small she was, while Sejan asked Iona what had brought her there. The mage replied that she had come to make a request of the great black dragon, and Sejan nodded, asking if she was referring to the Locust problem on the 67th floor. Iona was astonished that he already knew and wondered why he hadn't resolved it yet, but Sejan sighed and apologized, explaining there were many reasons why he couldn't act immediately. Theo interrupted to ask for soup as a reward for his hard work, and Kuan quickly chimed in, calling him Dad, and saying she wanted some soup too. Sejan felt helpless at their behavior in front of a guest, while Iona wondered if this was truly the great black dragon's residence. She was confused by the titles of chairman and dad, noting that aside from his black hair, he looked like an ordinary human with no intimidating mana presence at all. Iona watched them with deep suspicion, knowing that the great black dragon was supposed to possess a terrifying power that struck fear into everyone. She expected his mana to shake the surroundings at any moment, but as she sipped the water, she realized she couldn't feel anything at all, only to suddenly cry out in shock. She was stunned by the inexplicable and massive amount of mana contained within the refreshing drink, marveling at how delicious and sweet it tasted as Sejan began to explain. He explained that it was cherry tomato juice mixed with honey, a combination he made as a refreshing drink for everyone, which piqued Iona's curiosity about the magical tomatoes and honey. She asked if she could see them, so the husband rabbit brought them over, and Iona noticed that he wasn't a resident of the 99th floor, but likely from the rabbit kingdom on the 55th floor. "We migrated here and were taken in by the black dragon," Iona said as she picked up a magical cherry tomato and remarked in surprise that she had never seen such a variety before. She asked if he had any other crops, and Sejan replied that he also had sweet potatoes, agility carrots, reinforced corn, detoxifying green onions, and even peanuts, which left the little mouse amazed at the mention of roasted peanuts. The traveling merchant cat ate while patting the crab's head, saying he would only have a bit of soup and leave the rest for the crab, prompting Sejan to joke about how well-behaved the cat was today. Iona looked at the merfolk, wolves, and rabbits, noting how happy the rabbits seemed, and realized with shock that he was not only caring for the 99th floor creatures, but also cultivating entirely new plants found nowhere else. The little mouse pondered that perhaps the black dragon's magical energy had depleted, because he had devoted so much of his power to these agricultural products. Now fully understanding the black dragon's sacrifice in forsaking his own power to aid all living things, Iona interrupted Sejan's mention of the Locust plague to kneel and apologize for her misunderstanding. She vowed to dedicate her life to repaying his kindness toward all creatures, leaving Sejan surprised as he asked what she was saying while the mage also appeared flustered. He suggested that something might be useful to her and handed it over, leading Iona to look at the blade green onion on the table and ask if it was as hard as a knife before Sedan began a story. He explained that the Eskimos believed a sharp blade and courage could take down even the most terrifying wolf, noting that the method was actually quite simple. You simply dip a knife in blood, let it freeze, and then plant it in the cold snow, he explained, describing how a hungry wolf would then come to lick the blood off the blade. As the story grew more intense, he described how the wolf's tongue would be sliced open, yet the creature would not feel the bleeding due to the extreme cold. Eventually, it would lose too much blood and grow weak, Sedan concluded, explaining that the animal would die from blood loss according to a story he had read before. The traveling merchant cat was terrified by the grim tale and told LK that he would feed him fish from now on so he wouldn't end up licking vegetables like that. The wolf replied that he would never do anything so dangerous, while Iona praised the story and asked if he meant the pests wouldn't be able to distinguish between normal green onions and the blade green onions. She realized that once the locusts tasted the green onions, they wouldn't be able to stop, causing them to fall into the trap and slice themselves in half as they devoured the blade green onions. She excitedly added that they would then resort to cannibalism due to their nature, allowing them to wipe out the red locusts on the 67th floor while marveling at the great black dragon's wisdom. She expressed her deep admiration for how he could solve such a difficult problem with just a small suggestion, to which Sedan simply offered a smile in response. Thinking to himself that she must have misunderstood something, he told her it was nothing and handed her the onions, suggesting she try the method since he had harvested plenty of blade green onions. Mage Iona told him not to worry because she already had a few locusts with her for testing, which prompted Sedan to ask in surprise if she really had some. Iona opened her bag and pulled out her magic staff, followed by a swarm of vicious red locusts that flew up and cast a dark shadow across the sky. When he asked if those were the red locusts, Iona confirmed she had captured them for experiments and asked what he planned to do, causing him to shout for her to wait. He then planted several blade green onions in the ground and told her to release them, causing the red locusts to immediately swarm the plants with lightning speed. They devoured the plants greedily, moving from one to the next, but the blade green onions unexpectedly sliced them apart, leaving every single locust cut in two. Sedan cheered at the success as a notification appeared, announcing he had earned the title of Excellent Farmer for exterminating pests and would receive rewards that accumulate over time. He shouted in disbelief, amazed at becoming an excellent farmer and feeling incredibly lucky to receive accumulating rewards, expressing his joy at such a fortunate turn of events. Han Shijan's voice rang out, "You truly are my disciple, Jin Dongchai." Sitting on the sofa, he remarked that he hadn't expected him to clear the 38th floor of the poisonous spiders. Jin Dongchai replied, "Yes, thank you for the praise, master." Han Shijan asked, "What brings you to see me today?" Jin Dongchai answered, "I have come for a specific matter." He produced a sweet potato, startling Han Shijan, as Jin Dongchai explained that this would allow him to remain a hunter and urged his master to try it while Han Shijan's eyes lit up. Jin Dongchai invited him to the tower. A notification stated the fire curse would be nullified for 5 hours after consumption, just as a locust swarm struck the 67th floor. The hunters were surrounded and shouted about the overwhelming numbers. One suggested retreating to the teleportation point to hold their ground as Mage Iona flew in. She shouted for everyone to protect the teleportation point, using her staff to unleash massive power to repel the locusts as everyone was amazed to see Iona. Iona ordered them to plant the green onions everywhere while she held her ground. As they hurried to comply, the red locusts were sliced in half upon hitting the onions. People cheered as the insects were split apart, and Iona joyfully explained these were green onions gifted by the great Hai Long, leaving everyone astonished. Iona rallied the tower's warriors to be fearless now that they had the green onions, urging them to advance and eradicate the red locusts for a locust-free tower. They all marched forward for the great Hai Long while at Shijan's farm. Bees gathered nectar and Shijan read a notice that his crops were under attack by pests. He received experience points for eliminating the pests, and as his crops were attacked again, he noted that the green onions seemed to be performing their duty well. Shijan turned to Kyung and worriedly asked if the creature was all right, but Kyung simply used its strength to split a green onion in two. Happy with the success, Kyung showed Shijan the split onion. Shijan praised the creature's strength and felt lucky to have such help. He had been looking for a way to divide the onions for planting, and was glad Kyung was so strong. The bear happily replied that breaking the onions was easy. Shijun thought it was fortunate he gave the onions to Yona to fight the red locusts, recalling the previous day when he handed them over to her. He told her to use the onions against the locusts, as they were the greatest threat to the tower, and Iona knelt in gratitude to the Great Hai Long. She thanked the Great Hai Long, noting that the red locusts would have destroyed the tower without him, and added that he and his subordinate, Theo the merchant, had been immensely helpful. Future trade would be protected by the Mage Council. Theo, the merchant cat, cheered, and Shijun expressed his own thanks to Iona. Iona stated she needed to return to the transit point to stop the locusts, and besides his green onions, she needed to gather more warriors. She mentioned she would rarely visit the 99th floor and would contact him through Theo if needed, to which Shijun agreed. Suddenly, Shijun looked at Kyung and shouted for the creature not to eat the locust, checking Kyung's mouth and asking if it had already been swallowed. Kyung innocently asked what was wrong, and the wolf also asked if he could eat the red locusts, leaving Shijun surprised. He realized locusts might be nutritious for some animals, and the wolf then offered to take the green onions to the 67th floor to assist Iona. Shijun entrusted the task to him, warning him to be careful during transport, and the wolf smiled and confirmed he understood. Currently, the lizard tribe was fighting locusts on the 67th floor, and after winning, they used the insects as food. However, the lizard tribe couldn't eat them all, creating a new problem where survivors would grow stronger by eating the carcasses, so the Yin Lang tribe helped transport the remains. They decided to take the carcasses to the 99th floor and their own tribe for food, while selling the rest to other floors to help recover from the Yin Lang tribe's drought. Shijun thought that with the Yin Lang tribe's powerful support, everything was settled, and noted that other crops besides green onions could also yield significant profits. But this required Theo's help to succeed, so Shijun turned to the traveling merchant cat and irritably asked if he was being lazy again. He complained about working so hard without Theo fanning him, causing the cat to cry out in surprise and put on a pitiful expression. "Mr. Chairman, my arms are exhausted. I'd rather be out trading," the cat whined. Shijun replied, "You've barely started fanning and you're already complaining. It's because you sold those Sun's sweet potatoes that we're in this mess. You should reflect on your actions. There will be plenty of chores for you this harvest." The traveling merchant cat looked repentant and pleaded, "Please forgive me, Mr. Chairman, I'll be more careful from now on." He added, "But thanks to me, the merchants now know about the sweet potatoes. They definitely won't go around spreading rumors about the potatoes. I could see how much they needed the Sun's sweet potatoes. Selling to them will surely boost our reputation. Future business deals will definitely go much smoother, Mr. Chairman." Shijun looked at the cat and said, "All right, you're exaggerating a bit. Just keep fanning me." The traveling merchant cat cried out, "Oh my, I'm so tired, Mr. Chairman." He then sighed, "Fine, to earn your forgiveness, I'll do my best to fan you." Shijun ignored him and spoke, "My shoulders are actually what hurt the most." Hearing this, the cat tossed the fan aside and exclaimed, "Oh, all right, let me massage your shoulders too then." Shijun asked in surprise, "Really?" He immediately began massaging his shoulders, saying, "Don't worry, I'm quite skilled at this." Shijun thought to himself, "I only mentioned it, yet he's being so enthusiastic." Suddenly, Shijun exclaimed, "Wait, I've accumulated quite a lot of experience points." A notification appeared. "You have gained 1 experience point. You have gained 1 experience point. You have gained 1 experience point. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your job requirement, harvest 100 crops. Reward, level 21 and 50 coins." Shijun's excited shout sent the cat tumbling backward. "I finally reached level 20. The green onions killing those locusts really helped me level up much faster." He exclaimed, "All right, let's see, I should have plenty of points to use now that I've leveled up." Suddenly, an angry voice called out, "Mr. Chairman?" The traveling merchant cat was fuming. "I was massaging your back, so why did you just stand up like that?" Shijun replied, "All right, all right." The cat touched Shijun's face and said, "Your face looks a bit tired too. Let me give you a face massage as well." The traveling merchant cat began kneading his face repeatedly. Shijun remarked, "Everything feels great after leveling up." Meanwhile, in a forest, a red glow emanated from within a tree hollow before a massive paw stomped down hard on the trunk. A giant red bear emerged, brandishing sharp fangs. Its eyes glowed with a strange light as it tore the tree apart. "I don't understand why these tree monsters from the west are migrating to this land," it grumbled angrily. "I'll have to keep a constant watch here now." Looking up at the sun, it added, "But first, I need to head back to the farm to see how things are going." With that, it picked up the tree spirit and dragged it along the ground, muttering, "I wonder what the cub is up to over there." I hope it's not causing trouble, but Sejan is likely taking good care of it. Aileen let out a weary sigh, set down her clean plate, and took a long drink of water. Leaning against the wall, she exhaled. Phew, eating something this spicy is truly satisfying. All my worries have vanished. She added happily, I've been so anxious lately that I couldn't eat, but this was delicious. Sejan wiped his face with a towel and replied with a smile. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'll bring some dried honey sweet potatoes for your dessert in a moment. At that moment, a notification appeared. The tower manager is very happy. Your crops have eliminated pests. You have gained 1 experience point. Seeing this, Sejan remarked, It seems the red locusts are attacking again. I wonder how many are left. They just never seem to end. Aileen calmly replied, but their growth rate has slowed down. Another notification appeared. 1,378,000 red locusts eliminated on the 67th floor. Remaining red locusts, 6,038,811,918. The number of red locusts has increased by 7 compared to an hour ago. Sejan said joyfully, Fortunately, thanks to those red locusts, my experience points are increasing quite a bit. I wish I could do more to help the 67th floor. Aileen lightly touched a gem, and a leaderboard appeared. 67th floor red locust elimination contribution rankings. First place, Park Sejan 300,313 kills. Second place, Iona 123,812 kills. Third place, Lizardman Warrior Tamuro 11,929 kills. Looking at the rankings. Aileen thought to herself, although I don't have enough energy to use the crystal ball to monitor the 67th floor, I can infer the situation from these rankings. She said to Sejan, It's clear that the sword green onions are performing exceptionally well. It's no exaggeration to say that once the red locusts are wiped out, there will be rewards based on your level of contribution, so keep up the hard work. Sejan asked in surprise, Is there really an extra reward for the person with the most kills? What is that? Aileen smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. All I can say is that the rewards become more valuable as your contribution increases. Hearing this, Sejan became even more determined. Contribution, huh? I need to work harder. He pulled up a carrot and a notification appeared. Agility carrot, consuming it decomposes 30 g of body fat, increases agility by 0.5 and improves vision for 10 minutes. Owner, North Tower Farmer Sejan. Expiration 130 days. Grade C. Sejan held up a carrot and said, Here are grade C carrots for everyone. You need to be agile to work faster. The rabbits cheered excitedly. The traveling merchant cat rubbed his eyes and said, Mr. Park, I'm leaving now. Sejan asked, Are you awake, leaving already? Didn't you have an appointment with Elka on the 88th floor? The cat nodded. Yes, I'll lead the wolves to the 67th floor while gathering red locusts. I'll take the opportunity to travel to the 38th floor with Elka. Sejan gave a gentle reminder, Have a safe trip. Did you bring enough produce this time? The cat replied crossly. One mistake provides a lifetime of experience. Just then, the engineer rabbit approached and called out to Sejan, announcing that the house was finished. Everyone looked at the new house. Sejan stepped inside and meticulously observed every detail from the structure to the kitchen, amazed that they had followed his request so perfectly. Kyung spoke up, Papa, the house is so warm. Sejan lay on the large bed and said, This is true relaxation. When you're tired, lying here to warm up will make you feel much better. It's so cozy. I want to sleep already, he asked the rabbits curiously, but I didn't explain the layout of this building clearly, did I? They replied, Among the traveling merchants, there is a tribe that lives in similar houses. I've had several requests to build houses for them before, so I'm quite familiar with it. Sejan sat on the floor and remarked, So there are monsters in this world who use houses like this. Suddenly, the traveling merchant cat and Kyung approached a small house. Kyung asked, Papa, what is this place? Sejan wondered as well, and when they opened the door, they startled the rabbit couple inside. The traveling merchant cat quickly closed the door. Hey, you should knock first. Sejan hurriedly picked up Kyung and covered his eyes. Kyung found it strange and asked, Why are you covering my eyes, Papa? They quickly ran outside. Sejan let out a long sigh and looked at the new house again. Is this my house? Seeing Sejan's strange expression, Kyung asked worriedly, Are you sad, Papa? Suddenly, the giant crimson bear from earlier appeared and called out to Sejan. Seeing her, Sejan exclaimed, Kyung's mom, why are you back so late today? Kyung also called out, Mom. Sejan reminded her, You've been a bit too obsessed with patrolling lately. Mother Bear replied, The area around here has been a little chaotic. Mother Bear held out the log from earlier and said, I thought this might be useful, so I brought it back. Sejan was stunned and replied hesitantly, "Thank you, mother." "This tree looks very ancient." The traveling merchant cat ran over and said happily, "Kyung's mom, if you're going back to the forest, please let me go with you." Mother Bear smiled and replied, "Sure, come along for the company." Sejan and Kyung stayed behind. He waved to them, "Have a safe trip." Sejan and the rabbits then looked at the tree stump. He wondered, "What should we do with this ancient tree? Should we make furniture?" The engineer rabbit touched it and replied, "The wood is actually quite good." The carpenter rabbit took out a tool and said, "Let's process the wood first." Sejan added, "We'll clean up the surrounding area." Kyung spoke up, "Make a bed for me too." Suddenly, a red light emanated from the tree trunk, and a vine tightly coiled around the carpenter rabbit. It cried out in pain as the tree trunk let out a terrifying roar. Seeing this, Sejan turned around in shock. He quickly grabbed his knife and shouted, "Someone is calling for help." Kyung immediately grew in size and lunged toward the ant, using all of his strength to deliver a powerful punch to its trunk. Thanks to this action, the carpenter rabbit was freed. The ant then shifted its attack toward Kyung, coiling its vines tightly around him, refusing to submit. Kyung angrily bit through the vines and tore them off his body. He focused all his strength on fighting the ant. Sejan cried out in alarm. "What should I do? How can I help?" He hurriedly called Aileen, the tower administrator, and asked, "Why is that tree here?" Sejan replied, "I don't know, the tree just suddenly came to life. How do I deal with it?" The dragon searched through a book and said, "Ah, worker ants. Wait, it seems to be." A notification from the tower master appeared. "You must try to obtain the heart of that tree." As Kyung was being constricted, Sejan shouted, "Kyung, shrink!" and the bear immediately returned to his original size to escape. Seizing the opportunity, Park Sejan rushed the tree's spirit and plunged his sword into the glowing red spot. The creature shrieked in pain as he drove the blade deeper. He pulled the sword out along with a red heart, causing the tree spirit to collapse instantly. A notification rang out. "You have defeated the corrupted giant tree's flesh fruit. You have gained 50 experience points." Park Sejan turned to ask if everyone was okay and why they were so afraid. Looking where Kyung pointed, he saw a swarm of tree spirits appearing. "Damn it, intruders!" he cried. "Those grotesque things are the corrupted." On the 99th floor of the tower, withered roots began to surround Park Sejan and Kyung. Pointing at the hideous swarm, Park Sejan noted that these intruders were identical to the corrupted tree from before. Park Sejan turned to the two rabbits and told them to call for reinforcements to help the black rabbit. "Yes, sir," the two rabbits replied. Kyung charged and pounced on the lifeless-looking trees. The slow-moving creatures failed to react as Kyung crushed several underfoot, leaving a massive crater in the ground. With his eyes glowing white, Kyung began attacking the corrupted trees trying to invade the garden. He annihilated hundreds of them within minutes, securing a total victory. Park Sejan also began using his dagger to slash at the corrupted trees that had broken in. He swung his blade, slicing one of the monsters clean in half. Suspicious black blood poured from the fallen, corrupted tree. Seeing the sheer number and strangeness of these creatures, Park Sejan wondered, where on earth did they all come from? A rabbit ran over and called out to Park Sejan. Hearing the call, the protagonist shouted to the black rabbit behind him, "Everyone, don't let them get near the garden," as the black rabbit leaped into the air. Summoning his familiar hammer, he declared, "I am the Black Rabbit Warrior," before leaping into the swarm of intruders with his weapon in hand. "It's time to show my true power," he shouted. Park Sejan's eyes sparkled at how cool the black rabbit looked, prompting the rabbit to strike a comical pose. A tree attacked the black rabbit from behind, but an unseen force sliced it in two. It turned out to be another rabbit wearing a green scarf, who landed gracefully on the ground. "Don't be careless, it's dangerous," the green-scarfed rabbit warned. A horde of other rabbits then rushed out in a swarm to join the battle and protect the vegetable garden. "Get out of our home," they cried. Not just the rabbits, but even the venomous bees joined the fight. The army slowly suppressed the trees as Park Sejan cheered them on. "Keep it up, everyone, we've almost finished them," Park Sejan shouted. Suddenly, the black rabbit yelled, "Mister, watch your back," as a massive corrupted tree unexpectedly appeared. The giant monster launched a fierce attack on the protagonist. It wasn't alone. A group of even larger and stronger corrupted trees arrived, causing everyone to freeze in shock. The corrupted tree swung its massive sword at Park Sejan and his companions. Paralyzed for a moment, the protagonist quickly fled with the rabbits, muttering, "This is bad." "Father," Kyung roared as he rushed forward to block the monster's strike. "Don't you dare touch my father." Park Sejan watched and realized they couldn't handle this alone. Hyung's mother was away with Theo, and the wasteland where Niu Mo Wang lived was too far. As he wondered what to do, a corrupted branch suddenly lunged at him from behind. Fortunately, the attack was blocked by Niu Mo Wang. Park Sejun looked up in surprise and blurted out, "Niu Mo Wang." Niu Mo Wang smiled and said, "Park Sejun, are you all right? We've come to help you." The protagonist recognized Niu San and Niu Si, his heart filled with gratitude. The mother bear appeared and spoke with a powerful voice. "How dare you invade my territory and touch Sejun's garden? I will not show these trees any mercy," she declared. Niu Mo Wang chuckled, noting that the red bear was furious. Park Sejun asked how they knew to come. Aileen, the tower administrator, stepped forward and explained. "I spotted the corrupted trees from a distance, so I contacted Niu Mo Wang and the red bear to come help." "I told you, just trust me," she said. Park Sejun replied excitedly, "Thank you, Aileen. All right, our mission is to protect the garden." As he approached the trees, Park Sejun vowed to cook a delicious meal for everyone afterward. Hearing about food, Niu Mo Wang and the others were thrilled. "Rice?" Niu Mo Wang asked, while the bears and rabbits cheered. Park Sejun pointed toward the corrupted trees and shouted, "Attack! For the rice balls!" Everyone charged into battle. Meanwhile, on the 27th floor in the snake jungle, Theo and the wolf stood in a desolate plain. Theo asked in surprise, "Isn't this a jungle?" The wolf sighed, explaining that everywhere the red locusts passed became a wasteland. "Not a single blade of grass remains." Theo shook his head, remarking on how scary the locusts were. "What are you doing? Just collecting red locusts?" The wolf replied that he was helping the lizardman tribe restore the land. They were short-handed due to the battle with the red locusts, so Theo asked if he was being compensated, but the wolf shook his head and said it was a trivial matter. Theo grew furious upon hearing that and asked if he was mad, and when the wolf asked where he was going, Theo firmly told him to follow along to collect his pay. The lizard men at the camp looked on menacingly as Theo arrived and informed the guards that he was there to speak with their leader. The guard coldly denied him entry, but Theo shouted that he was no ordinary person and demanded to see Mage Iona, only to be told she was too busy to meet. Theo insisted they were close associates of Iona, eventually gaining entry, while the wolf watched the cat in confusion as Theo acted as if nothing were out of the ordinary. He explained that since he was Park Sejun's subordinate and Iona had also bowed to him, they were both fellow subordinates and thus shared a deep connection. Mage Iona stepped out from the tent and sternly told him to stop talking nonsense, while the others inside continued their heated debate over the Red Locust defense plan. Iona explained they were busy planning for the next wave and asked if he was there to sell Blade green onions, but Theo clarified he had come on behalf of the wolves. He argued that the wolves were clearing debris despite the contract only covering carcass collection, calling it an unfair arrangement for the extra labor. Iona admitted she only focused on the battle and asked Chief Toro to explain, leaving the lizardman leader stammering for a response. Toro explained that since their warriors were all fighting, only the elderly and children remained to clear the reclaimed land. He confessed they had relied on the wolves' help, but Theo firmly demanded extra pay for the additional tasks, prompting Toro to ask for the price. Theo scolded him for using his subordinates without permission and demanded 1 tower gold coin per wolf, totaling 100 coins. Toro called him a greedy merchant, but Iona reminded the chief that Theo was a subordinate of the Great Black Dragon who helped liberate the 67th floor. She added that he also supplied the Blade green onions, and Theo boasted that without him, the Great Black Dragon's subordinate, the area would be in ruins. He demanded his payment, and after another lizardman calmed the chief down, Toro finally relented and ordered that they be paid. Theo left with 100 gold coins and hummed happily about the profit, though the wolf seemed hesitant to accept the money. The wolf insisted that selling the locust carcasses provided enough income, which pleased Theo, who praised him for being such a loyal subordinate. Theo reached into his bag and explained that mistreating his subordinates was equivalent to disrespecting the Great Black Dragon himself. He told the wolf to take the money proudly, then turned to thank Iona for her support in making the negotiation a success. Iona apologized for being unaware of the situation while commanding the front lines, and Theo then turned back to address the wolf. Theo told Elka to head to the 99th floor while he handled the 38th, as Iona watched them and reflected on how stingy the lizardmen were. She realized rumors of a merchant using the Black Dragon's name to extort money would spread, but Theo's reputation mattered little compared to the absolute power of his backer. Every power in the tower paled in comparison to that name, and in this decaying tower, food was the ultimate tool for control. She knew they couldn't let fools like those from the Great Guild monopolize the supply, as many factions would soon target the food Theo provided. Theo announced their departure and waved goodbye to Yona, who asked if they were leaving so soon before waving back in farewell. She told him to be careful, thinking to herself that, as the story was embellished and spread, Theo would eventually become a legendary merchant. Up on the 99th floor, a system notification announced that he had leveled up and earned an additional stat point. Park Sejun was jolted awake by the alert, having accidentally fallen asleep while resting, only to find he had already reached level 22. While he slept, the rabbits, bees, and minotaur cleared the battlefield and piled up the dry wood, leaving Park Sejun to remark on the mountain of work still ahead. The corrupted tree attack ended easily thanks to the help of Kyung and the new clan, and Sejun gained many levels thanks to Kyung's thoughtfulness before the young bear spoke to him. "I knocked those trees out so you could kill them and grow stronger, Dad," Kyung said, and Sejun shyly thanked him before deciding to take precautions. "I'll use the remains of these corrupted trees to build a defensive fence," Sejun said, as Mother Bear approached from behind and asked about the corrupted trees. Sejun asked if they were the monsters from the dark western forest that Niu San had mentioned, and Mother Bear confirmed they had never dared enter her territory before. "They've been trespassing frequently lately, but I didn't expect them to come this deep," she said, while Sejun watched her eat the corrupted wood like beef jerky. Sejun wondered if it was actually tasty since she enjoyed it so much, but Mother Bear apologized, saying she should have patrolled more carefully. Sejun kindly told her not to blame herself, noting that managing such a vast territory alone was an exhausting task. "Since the poison bee population is growing, I'll have the younger ones assist you," Sejun offered, and Mother Bear happily thanked him for the reinforcements. He remained puzzled as to why the corrupted trees had come there, still wondering what the dying branch meant when it said, "It's here." The system appeared to resolve Sejun's confusion, as the tower administrator explained that the corrupted trees acted like a virus. Black Ribbon added that they were a nuisance that would always return in greater numbers to corrupt any nearby trees that possessed mana. "That's why every magical tree on the 99th floor is contaminated. They usually hibernate without a target, so why are they active now? Do you have any clues?" Sejun's thoughts of broccoli and corn trees were suddenly interrupted by his growling stomach, reminding him that he hadn't eaten yet. "Now that the battle is over, my stomach is protesting, so let's go eat," Sejun announced as he and the animals began preparing food. Plates of food were brought out as Sejun, the rabbits, and the merfolk excitedly set up a magnificent feast around the campfire while the merfolk enjoyed their meal. Niu Mo and Sejun chatted warmly while Niu Mo's eyes sparkled at the drinks, and both Black Ribbon and Mother Bear were given plenty of delicious food to eat. When Mother Bear ran out of food, Sejun pointed toward the arriving Elka, and she happily began devouring handfuls of locusts until a sudden noise caught Sejun's attention. Sejun realized she was about to give birth and urgently moved her into his house, calling for soft bedding and telling everyone to stay calm. 3 rabbit kits were soon born, while far away on the 52nd floor's burning volcano, a flame boar stood in the desert facing a silver-haired adventurer. The flame boar glared at the outsider and mocked him, expressing surprise that he hadn't yet burned to death from the fire curse. The elderly adventurer retorted that he had simply been on a long vacation, while the monster had been living a comfortable life in the tower with only one eye. "How much have you eaten for the scent of grilled meat to drift this far? Ha ha ha!" The flame boar roared in fury, telling him he would regret appearing. As the monster unleashed its power and cracked the earth with flames, the adventurer laughed and called those petty tricks useless. He stepped forward with confidence, declaring that he possessed the sun's sweet potato before taking a large bite of it. His internal energy exploded as he clashed with the monster, creating a massive shockwave that sent debris flying in every direction. Despite being hit by a wave of fire, the adventurer pressed on confidently while the flame boar laughed, thinking he was about to become roasted meat. However, the adventurer emerged from the flames unscathed and laughed heartily, reminding the monster that its attacks were completely ineffective. He landed a heavy blow on the monster's stomach, but as it charged back to crush him, he was suddenly flanked by 2 pillars of fire. The adventurer remarked that the monster must have forgotten his true power over the years, as magical mana circles began to appear around him. As beams of white light filled the sky, He looked at the monster and confidently declared that he was a mage before it could even panic. The pig monster was defeated, its corpse lying flat on the ground as the adventurer stood over it and sighed. "Phew, it's finally over," just as a system notification rang out. "You have defeated the blazing wild boar, the boss of the 52nd floor, and the blazing wild boar's fire curse has been lifted. The land scorched by the curse has been restored, and immediately after, trees and flowers began to reappear on the 58th floor as the adventurer looked at his hands. He excitedly remarked that the burning curse had vanished, wondering if this floor had been cursed just like him, before happily speaking while holding a sweet potato. "It's all thanks to the sun, sweet potato. I don't know how to repay you," he said, just as someone emerged from a portal and asked, "What is this?" "Everything grew so suddenly that it's hard to walk," he noted. Then Theo and the adventurer locked eyes, and the adventurer asked if he was a wandering merchant, while Theo couldn't help but cry out, "Meow." Suddenly, Theo pointed at the sweet potato and asked, "Hey, old man, what's that in your hand?" And before the adventurer could explain, they were already sitting together as Theo spoke. "Meow, so he's your student. Offering a son's sweet potato to his master is truly the mark of a good disciple," Theo said, making the adventurer laugh with delight. "Indeed, my student is very obedient," the adventurer agreed, then looked at Theo and said, "Your name is Theo, right? It's because of you that I've been freed from the burning curse." "Thank you for saving me. I owe you a debt of gratitude that I won't forget," he promised, to which Theo replied, "Meow, then repay me right now," leaving the adventurer dazed. When asked how, Theo told him to sign a contract, but the adventurer shook his head, noting that a contract within the tower was a form of extremely powerful binding magic. "I don't want to be tied down to you," he refused, but Theo insisted. "Didn't you say you'd repay me? Then become my subordinate." The adventurer declined, but Theo clung to him and pleaded, "Please, just become my subordinate." Suddenly, the adventurer proposed an alternative, suggesting they become friends so he could help Theo whenever needed in that capacity instead. Theo asked if friends would help with everything, and the adventurer replied that it depended on him. So Theo agreed and told his kind old friend to follow him to the 38th floor. On the 99th floor, a pot of hot locust stew was prepared, and as the lid was opened and steam billowed out, Sedan remarked on how wonderful it smelled. "It's been simmering for nearly 12 hours, so it should be ready to eat now," he said, and the rabbit agreed as they looked at the dish made of red locusts and a bit of salt. After seeing the monsters enjoy it the other day, Sejan wanted to try the dish, which despite its unappealing look, was a good source of protein, while the baby Beekeeping drooled at the stove. As Sejan named it Wasteland Locust Soup, the system announced that he had achieved the feat of cooking the very first red locust soup within the tower. His cooking skill reached level 3, and Sejan noted that since no one else in the tower seemed to have cooked red locusts before, he had peeled off the hard outer shells himself. He had only used the inner meat and simmered it thoroughly, but when he took a bite to see if it was tasty, the red locust meat remained incredibly tough and difficult to chew. Sejan pulled with all his might, but the meat wouldn't tear, causing him to lose his grip and slam his head against the wall just as the black rabbit entered and asked what happened. Lying on the ground while clutching his head in pain, Sejan complained about how tough and hard it was, when a system message suddenly warned him that a small amount of toxin remained in the meat. "You have been infected with rank E neurotoxin. Detoxification complete." Sejan cried out in alarm. "Is red locust meat poisonous? I would have been dead without these detoxifying green onions." Baby Bear Q replied innocently, "That's a shame, Dad. Such a delicacy, yet you can't eat it. Your teeth must be far too weak." Sejan smirked. "Who told you that? I can even chew through blade green onions." After several attempts, the delicious meal was finally ready. Park Sejan called out, "Mother Rabbit, it's time for dinner." "Since you're tired, please enjoy this soft meal slowly in your room," he said. Mother Rabbit replied happily, "Thank you, Sejan." Red locust soup was the first dish Sejan prepared in the tower using preserved rations. The recipe called for thinly sliced red locust meat, detoxifying green onions, and power potatoes. After simmering for a long time, the flavors blended into perfection while enhancing the dish's effects. The detoxifying green onions not only neutralized the toxins in the meat, but also tenderized it, preventing the food from spoiling. The flavor has improved significantly. Strength increases by 5 points for 30 minutes. Hunger is suppressed for 3 hours. Chef and tower farmer Park Sejan. Shelf life 30 days. Sejan looked at the attribute panel in surprise. "How strange, it even has a line for preserved rations. Let's see." With that, he lifted a spoonful of soup to his mouth to taste it. Suddenly, Sejan stood up in shock. The red bear cub Q asked curiously, "What's wrong, Dad?" Sejan simply smiled. "Q, this red locust meat tastes exactly like chicken." Q looked confused. "What is chicken?" Sejan patted his head and said, "It's my favorite food." The little one replied happily, "I like whatever you like, Dad." On the 235th day of being trapped in the tower, requests for more food echoed repeatedly. "Another bowl, please. Do you want more?" "Yes, please." Poisonous bees rested peacefully on the roof, basking in the warm sunlight. Having discovered a dish that tasted like chicken inside the tower, Park Sejan picked up his bowl and savored it with delight. After finishing the soup, he wiped his mouth with his hand as a refreshing sensation spread through his body. He set the bowl on the table and spoke with visible joy. "Ah, that's so refreshing, I'm sweating all over." As Sejan finished his meal, the system announced, "You have consumed a sufficient amount of red locust soup rations. Strength +5 for 30 minutes. Hunger suppressed for 3 hours." Feeling full, Sejan lay on the floor and exclaimed, "It's been nearly 8 months since I entered the tower, and I finally tasted chicken again. I ate every last bit." Meanwhile, the gray rabbit took the bowls to clean up while the white rabbit sat beside Sejan. The red bear cub also enjoyed the delicious soup and spoke happily. "Dad, this is so good." Suddenly, Sejan opened his eyes, his expression turning serious. "Yeah, but why do I feel like I've forgotten something?" Seeing a notification appear, Sejan looked at the screen in surprise. The tower administrator asked if he had finally remembered her. Sejan shouted in shock, "Huh? Who? Aileen?" Elsewhere, the tower administrator held a crystal ball and spoke. "Everyone is eating so well, yet I don't have a portion," she said. Hearing this, the white rabbit turned pale, and Sejan couldn't help but feel anxious. He scratched his head and laughed nervously. How long have you been standing there?" the administrator shouted angrily. "From the very beginning. I was the one who warned you about those mutant tree monsters. I even went through the trouble of finding rewards for your contribution points in exterminating the red locusts." As she spoke, her eyes welled up. "You're so mean." Hearing her grievance, Sejan turned pale and thought, "Oh no, I'm in trouble." He hurriedly said, "Aileen, let me explain. I was actually planning to make a new dish just for you." Despite his words, the system screen still displayed a message. "You mean I don't want to listen?" Upon hearing Sejan mention a different dish, the administrator's blue eyes widened in surprise. She held the crystal ball tightly. She asked in a startled voice, "What? A soup made just for me?" Sejan sat on the porch and said quickly, "Well, this was just a trial run. But since I noticed the red locusts contain a small amount of toxin, I'm researching how to detoxify them while enhancing the flavor." After explaining, Sejan added, "It's all for you, Aileen." Hearing those words, the tower administrator was completely stunned. Then, with joy in her eyes, she asked softly, "Are you always thinking of me?" The administrator looked into the observation ball as Sejan spoke. "Wait a moment, I'll cook it for you right now." After hearing this, the tower administrator placed the crystal ball on a red carpet, her sharp claws lightly touching it. Once it was perfectly positioned, the dragon rested her chin on her hands. With a focused gaze, she whispered, "Hee hee, all right then, I shall wait." She continued to stare at the reflection in the crystal ball, her voice filled with excitement. "All right, let's see." Beside Park Sejan, the system displayed a notification. The tower manager stated she would be watching him closely, and seeing that notification made Park Sejan's face turn pale. Fear welled up inside him as he thought that a poor meal would be the end of him, while the vibrant vegetable soup looked incredibly appetizing. As the soup began to bubble, a spoon appeared to stir it, and Park Sejan took a spoonful to taste. After tasting it, he licked his lips with a satisfied expression, thinking it was ready as the soup's vibrant color promised a wonderful flavor. Suddenly, the system announced you achieved the feat of cooking the tower's first red grasshopper cherry tomato soup rations, significantly increasing your level 3 cooking skill. The recipe for red grasshopper cherry tomato soup rations was added to level 3 cooking, and the screen displayed a bowl of soup followed by a detailed analysis. Red grasshopper cherry tomato soup rations, thinly sliced red grasshopper meat, detoxifying green onions, and mana cherry tomatoes simmered for a long duration. The ingredients blended perfectly to create an exquisite flavor and enhanced effects, with the detoxifying green onions removing toxins from the grasshopper meat while tenderizing it. Thanks to the detoxifying green onions, the dish will not spoil and has a slightly improved flavor. Upon consumption, mana increases by 7 points for 30 minutes. The ration effect ensures you will not feel hungry for 3 hours. Afterward, Park Sejan filled a bowl and brought it to the system, explaining he used cherry tomatoes instead of potatoes for Aileen. "Sorry to keep you waiting, please have a bowl," he said, before suddenly staring at the screen in surprise. He stared wide-eyed at the system message asking if he was giving it all to her, and when the manager requested the entire pot, Park Si-jun awkwardly agreed to let her have it. Elsewhere, the pot of soup appeared in the hands of the tower's dragon manager, who held it excitedly and remarked on its wonderful aroma before closing her eyes to savor it. The tower manager shyly said, "Let's see," but as she took a sip, her blue eyes widened in sheer amazement. She then gulped down the rest of the soup and wagged her tail in delight, her eyes shining like stars as she held her face in her hands. "It's delicious, the best I've ever had," she exclaimed, while the system notified her that she had consumed a sufficient amount of the red grasshopper cherry tomato soup rations. With her mana increased by 7 points for 30 minutes and hunger staved off for 3 hours, the tower manager suddenly slumped down and covered her face, touched that he remembered her love for cherry tomatoes. She was moved that he had substituted potatoes with cherry tomatoes and simmered the soup even longer than before, always keeping her in his thoughts. It would be strange if this wasn't delicious, she thought as her face flushed, and she wondered what to do about her racing dragon heart. Blaming her reaction on the mana surge, she was startled when Park Si-jun's voice suddenly called out to her from the orb, causing her to shyly turn toward the sound. Receiving no response, Park Si-jun called out louder, asking Aileen if she could hear him and if she enjoyed the soup. He asked if she felt better, and the system immediately displayed a message from the tower manager saying she had enjoyed the meal and was feeling much improved. Relieved, Park Si-jun scratched his head and shyly apologized, explaining that he hadn't intended to ignore her earlier. Thinking it had been a long time since she had such a good meal, Park Si-jun smiled at the system while holding a basket of sweet potatoes. "Please don't be angry anymore. Take these dried honey sweet potatoes to enjoy," he said, prompting an immediate response from the tower manager on the system. She apologized for overreacting and acting out of a sense of abandonment, to which Park Si-jun quickly replied that he could never abandon her. He then shyly explained that although things were difficult at first, his ability to thrive in the tower was all thanks to her. After he thanked her, the tower manager placed a hand on her chest with a flushed face and hesitantly called his name, her claws clicking together in her lingering shyness. Suddenly, Park Si-jun saw a new quest: treat Aileen to dried honey sweet potatoes. Reward, unlock a skill. He exclaimed in surprise at such a generous reward. He marveled that he could obtain a skill so easily while ordinary hunters had to struggle for one, and the tower manager immediately replied, "I utilized some of the contribution points from Sedan's extermination of the red locusts along with my own power. This is a well-deserved reward for you, and I'm certain you'll enjoy it." Suddenly, the dried honey sweet potato in Park Si-jun's hand vanished. The system displayed a notification stating that the quest was complete. The reward was the unlocking of the landlord's skill tree. This passive ability is designed for farmers with expansive lands, allowing for the appointment of up to 38 tenant farmers. Tenant farmers can utilize the landlord's professional skills, and whenever they do, the landlord receives a 1% bonus. Park Si-jun asked curiously, "Landlord, what a strange skill." "A passive skill exclusive to farmers that even allows for the designation of tenants, plus a 1% bonus." He beckoned to the red bear cub, "Kyung, come over here to me." The red bear cub turned back and asked why he was being called. Park Si-jun looked at the tenant list and saw the first slot. There were slots for Tenant 2 and Tenant 3. He pointed and wondered if this was how it functioned. Upon selecting the first tenant slot, the red bear cub stood before him. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, announcing that a new tenant had been added to the list. Si-jun exclaimed in surprise, "Fantastic!" Noticing something had appeared, the little red bear Kyung asked inquisitively, "What is this thing on my head?" Si-jun crossed his arms, looked down at the little one, and asked how many cherry tomatoes he could pick in a few seconds. Hearing this, the cub excitedly ran off before returning to ask how many he should gather. Si-jun cheerfully replied that he wanted about 100. As soon as he heard the number, the cub dashed off with incredible speed, prompting Si-jun to remark in astonishment that he had become even faster. The system continued to notify him that the tenant had used level 4 harvesting to gather 57 cherry tomatoes. The landlord received a 1% bonus, and his professional experience increased slightly. The landlord's level 4 harvesting skill also saw a slight increase, and he gained 1.5 experience points. Si-jun said happily that the landlord's skill allowed him to gain experience from his tenant's actions via the 1% bonus without having to do the work himself. This meant that no matter how large the farm became, he could still earn a portion of experience from the rewards. Afterward, Sejan stood up and spoke with excitement. As long as he could gain experience, this was truly a magnificent skill. It seemed that this ability would evolve as the scale of the farm expanded. Then he turned back and called out for everyone to get to work, noting that it was time to expand the farm. Suddenly, the rabbit spoke up. The rabbit complained about being too full and asked for a rest because he was sleepy. The system displayed the tenant list, and Sejan tapped an empty slot as the black rabbit appeared, instantly making him the second tenant. With a worried expression, Sejan raised his hand to encourage him, saying that if he was sleepy, he needed to move around. He warned that lying down right after eating would turn him into a cow, wondering how the cow would react to that. The farm garden was soon covered with cherry tomato plants. Sejan excitedly called everyone to work, and the rabbits responded in unison with a determined breath. As the cherry tomato stalks grew, large branch scout ants from the corrupted tree appeared in strange forms, their bodies marked with red holes. It didn't stop there, as the stalks continued to grow larger. Suddenly, a flame touched one of the large branch scout ants of the corrupted monster tree. It quickly caught fire. The giant brother crab hoisted the trunk, and Sejan shouted a command for him to throw it away since it was burning. Brother Crab used all his strength to hurl the burning large branch scout ant away, causing a massive explosion. The smaller branch scout ants were also consumed by the erupting flames. Sejan and Kyung used their blades to cut down the large branch scout ants of the corrupted monster tree, leaving their carcasses scattered across the ground. Sejan remarked that fire was effective against the smaller ones since they burned quickly, leaving only the survivors to be dealt with. Then, still holding his small sword, he turned to the massive trunks and added that the larger ones were a different story. At that moment, a large branch scout ant suddenly lunged from the ground. However, the black rabbit, wielding a sharp axe, charged forward. Each of his steps shattered the earth and stones with a loud thud. With a cold expression, the black rabbit struck the scout ant with his axe, splitting it in two. The roots beneath were also severed. Meanwhile, Brother Crab used his massive legs to crush the other scout ants. Brother Crab's cold gaze remained unwavering as he trampled the enemies underfoot. The seamless coordination between Brother Crab and the black rabbit systematically eliminated all the large branch scout ants of the corrupted monster tree. Witnessing the scene, Sejan exclaimed in awe that it was terrifying, as Brother Crab and the black rabbit alone were enough to take them down. Suddenly, another large branch scout ant lunged towards Sejan, letting out a menacing roar that made him anxious. However, Sejan quickly regained his composure. He used his sword to strike down the monster and cried out in alarm. Immediately after, another corrupted branch appeared. Fortunately, Brother Crab reacted in time to prevent further damage to the field. Under Brother Crab's cold blue gaze, the attack was swiftly quelled. Following this event, Sejan decided to have Kyung move closer to the field area. It seemed to be a wise decision given the current circumstances. Kwang stood tall, shielding Sejan as he spoke about their growing bond with the Minotaur tribe, which allowed them to narrow their patrol area thanks to the tribe's protection. The focus on guarding the western forest, establishing a safe zone nearby was their top priority, so Sejan pointed to the harvest and made a suggestion. He proposed using the crops there to solve their daily food shortage, to which she happily agreed before they began packing, just as another scout ant was slammed into the ground. Shouldering some logs, Kwang assured them that everything was handled, while Sejan sighed at the scattered ant carcasses, wondering how they would ever clean up this mess. The three minotaurs returned, asking if those corrupted trees had appeared again, and Sejan welcomed them back as they began gathering the fallen, corrupted branches. Sejan asked for their help with the cleanup, noting that the newly expanded fields had been completely ruined by the corrupted trees. The workers couldn't keep up with the mess, leaving him no time to even use his Great Lord ability, when he suddenly noticed a corrupted branch twitching on the ground. The branch began to shake violently as if preparing to strike, but Sejan didn't hesitate and stomped down hard on it. He ended its life by grinding his heel into the wood, his voice filled with rage as he cursed and wondered where these trees were even coming from. Elsewhere, amidst high stone walls on the 52nd floor, Han Ti-jun was walking with the traveling merchant cat, Theo, perched upon his head. Theo suddenly asked where he was going, pointing out that they were at a dead end, prompting Han Ti-jun to kneel and pick him up. He questioned if the old man was truly a powerful fighter from outside the tower, noting that Dong Kai had already registered a stop on the 38th floor. When asked why he didn't use that to travel between floors, Han Ti-jun calmly explained that he had arrived via a link route tunnel. Theo gasped in shock at the mention of a link route, worriedly asking if he meant that dimensional fruit. He warned that it possessed foul energy and shouldn't be used recklessly, as it was the product of illegal research and not created within the tower. Theo hurriedly reached out, insisting they report this to the Tower Passage Control Bureau, but Han Ti-jun simply stroked his beard. He remarked that it made sense why the link routes he had placed on various floors for teleportation kept vanishing, assuming residents had found and destroyed them. Han Ti-jun then pulled out a wrapped bundle and cheerfully mentioned that he had luckily hidden a few remaining trees, leaving Theo stunned. As Han Ti-jun removed the wrapping, a massive green link route appeared, surprising them both with its serpent-like appearance. He admitted he had never seen such a mature link route before, and noted that they would soon spoil if not used immediately. He urged them to go, but Theo crossed his arms and looked away, refusing to ever use such an illegal method of travel. Han Ti-jun held out 2 churro bars as a bribe, but even as they hovered in the air, Theo remained defiant. He scoffed at the idea of being persuaded by snacks, yet his hands quickly snatched them up just as he was pulled into the green link route. Theo let out a cry of terror while Han Ti-jun laughed, and as they traveled, Theo's face turned pale with fear. Elsewhere, on the 38th floor at the Phoenix Guild camp, the fresh air was filled with the sight of green trees and black tents. Everyone turned in surprise as they noticed something unusual, and Dong Kai spotted them, calling out to his master and a nauseous-looking Theo. Dong Kai asked how they knew each other and eagerly inquired if his master had managed to defeat the beast. Han Ti-jun looked annoyed by the barrage of questions about the boar, but he soon broke into a cheerful laugh. He explained that thanks to the sun's sweet potato, he had easily taken down the boar and that he and Theo had become friends on the 52nd floor. A shocked Dong Kai listened as Theo, looking distressed, told Han Ti-jun never to throw him into a tree again, while Dong Kai wondered how many link routes they had used. "They're quite rare," Han Ti-jun replied calmly. "Steady now, Dong Kai, we still have much to investigate. Now that things have settled, we need to check the status of the tower floors." Then Han Ti-jun turned to Theo. "Theo, I have some questions for you. Will you answer them?" Theo crossed his arms and looked back, asking what was going on. Han Ti-jun spoke softly. "I've used several spirit routes to travel everywhere from the 40th to the 52nd floor. I also asked the residents of Quan Jai if any new hunters had arrived," Han Ti-jun continued. "They all said no outsiders had come except for me. After that." Han Ti-jun knelt down and said seriously, "So what I want to ask is..." Then he leaned closer to Theo. "Where is Bei Shijun?" Hearing this, Theo's face turned pale. Breaking into a sweat, he thought, "Meow, oh no, has the truth been exposed? Has my lie about the chairman's location been found out?" Meanwhile, where Bei Shijun was. The tomato plants grew rapidly and bore fruit. The system displayed a notification. "With the level 4 harvesting effect, you have harvested higher-grade crops, and your experience has increased significantly." As Shijun picked a plump tomato, the system notified him again that his level 4 harvesting proficiency had increased by 5%, earning him 290 experience points. Shijun held the tomato and said happily, "B-grade cherry tomatoes. I've successfully grown and harvested magical B-grade cherry tomatoes using my harvesting skill." The more he looked, the more excited Shijun became. "With just a little more effort, I'll soon be harvesting magical cherry tomatoes of at least C-grade." Suddenly, the white rabbit called out. "Mister, the final dish has been served," Shijun quickly replied. "Understood, I'm coming." As he picked up the basket of tomatoes, Shijun suddenly turned back to look. Shijun's cherry tomato garden was flourishing, with large, vibrant tomatoes. While admiring the garden, Shijun suddenly thought of the corrupted plants that had withered, trembled, and then died. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Perhaps those corrupted plants are in the moon cave." He turned his head to look around, then muttered, "But there's nothing special around here." Suddenly the campfire that Shijun had lit long ago went out. He was startled, and reached out to touch the pile of ashes. Shijun said, "The campfire is out. Since I first lit it in the tower, it has never gone out. I must have been outside and didn't notice." He suddenly realized there were still some embers left. "Let me relight it." But at that moment, Shijun discovered something strange. He quickly used his hands to clear away the layers of ash and saw a green plant rising from the debris. The strange thing was that the plant was still green and completely unaffected by the fire. Shijun exclaimed in surprise, "Did this plant grow from the ashes?" Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, "Master, you have finally noticed me." Shijun was startled. What? A voice in his head? From that small green plant, a girl stepped out, smiled, and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you, master." The girl appeared next to the plant and introduced herself as Flume. "I have been waiting underground for this day. I am the apple seed you planted here. Master Sedan, it's me." Sedan looked at Flume. Both surprised and happy, he asked, "Ah, so you are that tree?" He leaned down and gently stroked Flume's head. The girl felt extremely happy. "Master, I didn't expect to be able to talk to you like this," Flume said, dancing joyfully. "This is the first time I've felt this happy since I gained consciousness." Sedan was still full of questions. "Flume, is your name really Flume?" "That name has nothing to do with an apple tree." Then he started asking a series of questions. "But more importantly, what exactly are you?" "How can a tree talk?" Flume gently explained. "I am the Flume apple tree. I am transmitting my consciousness into your mind using magic." This explanation left Sedan stunned, not knowing how to react. Flume looked at him with shimmering eyes. "And I took this form because I wanted to make a good impression on you." Flume worried that her master might not like her current appearance and began to cry. Seeing this, Sedan hurriedly comforted her with praise. "No, I like it. Our Flume is very cute." After soothing Flume, he crossed his arms and asked, "But Flume apple tree, why are you using magic to talk to me?" Then he praised her in surprise. "Magic? You really are an extraordinary apple tree." In his heart, a doubt suddenly arose. Could the purification apple I ate have had such an effect? Being praised, Flume shyly replied, "Master, I'm not that impressive." She began to recount her journey from when she was a seed deep underground, having to endure intense heat and push roots deep down to survive. The roots kept going deeper without end. One day, a water crevice appeared on the surface. Flume curiously entered it and discovered a cool underground stream. From then on, she absorbed water to dispel the heat. Even so, in the pitch darkness, Flume still longed to bathe in the sunlight and sprout. She silently thanked herself for her tireless efforts to meet her master, Sedan, and as she finished her story, Flume declared she had no more regrets. Hearing this, Sedan suddenly remembered he had planted apples there before lighting a fire on top, and he quickly offered a sincere apology. Flume happily replied that it was fine, as it was thanks to Sedan that she had become so strong, and to ease his guilt, she demonstrated her magic by conjuring and controlling flames. Sedan exclaimed in surprise, asking if she could truly control fire, to which Flume proudly confirmed that she was indeed the Flume apple tree. Sedan clapped in admiration, marveling that a tree usually vulnerable to fire could control it so well, while secretly thinking to himself how adorable she was. Delighted by the praise, Flume promised to stay by her master's side and help him, noting that while her current abilities were limited, she would grow quickly to be of more use. Sedan gently stroked her head and spoke in a warm voice, praising little Flume and acknowledging the hardships she must have endured while underground. He kindly advised her to grow at her own pace and not overexert herself, to which Flume happily agreed. She excitedly asked for more head pats, and as Sedan obliged, Flume whispered that it was the happiest day of her life and asked if she could hide a portion of her roots. She then reminded him to keep it a secret. While back on the 39th floor, 7 tents remained standing firmly in a clearing within the lush forest. Han turned to ask where Pio was currently located, causing Jin Zhengxi, who was standing right behind him, to startle as he suddenly remembered something. He recalled a previous time when he was standing by a basket of tomatoes and heard someone mention that Sedan had saved their life on the 40th floor. He immediately relayed this to Han, but when Han questioned him, Theo began to sweat and stammered that he could not reveal that information, leaving Han confused. Han pressed for an explanation, noting that Pio's residence was currently the center of global attention, something those living inside the tower might not realize. He emphasized that Pio was an extremely important figure to humanity, before bombarding Theo with a series of questions regarding which floor Sedan was on. He asked about Pio's current situation, whether he needed help, and why he hadn't left the tower, eventually using his official position to demand answers. Identifying himself as the chairman of the Korean Awakened Association, he insisted on knowing the truth before sitting down and placing a hand on his chest to plead gently. He begged Theo to show him some consideration, and as Han continued to persist, Theo realized the situation wouldn't end easily and devised a plan. Reaching into his pocket to search for something, Theo pulled out a piece of paper and firmly told Han that he must sign this contract. Theo required Han to commit to keeping everything secret, stating that he would reveal the whole truth only if Han agreed to stake his very life on the agreement. Only then would the truth be shared, and seeing his chance, Han agreed instantly without hesitation, despite Jin Zhengxi's worried but futile attempts to stop his master. Han even turned to scold him and ordered him to be silent and sign as well, forcing both of them to finalize the contract with Theo inside a small tent until Han finally sighed in relief. Once it was finished, he placed a hand on Jin Zhengxi's shoulder and solemnly declared that he, Han, swore upon his honor as a hunter. He vowed to be completely truthful with Theo and promised to keep every single thing he heard or saw there a total secret. After his master finished, Jin Zhengxi also took the oath, and once the formalities were complete, Han asked Theo to reveal Pyo Shijan's location. Theo then slowly revealed the truth, stating that Chairman Shijan was not actually on the 40th floor, a revelation that left Jin Zhengxi in utter disbelief. Theo explained that he was only following the chairman's orders to say that, prompting Jin to urgently ask where he was actually located. Theo replied that the only thing he could disclose was that Pyo Shijan was in an incredibly high place, far beyond their reach and even their imagination. Both Jin and Han were left speechless, unable to fathom such a place, before Theo bluntly informed them that Pyo could not descend to the lower floors to return home. Han Taejan stood there in silence, lost in thought, while Jin Zhengxi remained overwhelmed with confusion and shock following their candid conversation. Eventually, Theo and the two men, Gongxi and Han, had to part ways. Once Theo was far off, Gongxi finally dared to ask his master if it was truly the case. Han watched the direction Theo had gone and coldly asked in return if he still had doubts, while Gongxi tried to explain the absurdity of the situation. He argued that it was nearly impossible to surpass floors where humans had never set foot, a fact his master knew well, and he began to speculate wildly. He believed there was no way Pu Shijun was farming peacefully in this tower, and suggested that he must be trapped instead. He wondered if he was under attack by monsters on the 60th floor, but Han firmly reaffirmed that everything Theo said was the truth. Gongxi fell silent for a moment and sighed, so Han further explained the description of the sun's sweet potato to convince him. He reminded him that it stated the vegetable had fully absorbed sunlight at the tower's highest point, yet Gongxi still refused to believe it. He admitted he had read it, but Han's next question brought him a sudden realization. Where exactly is the highest point of the tower? Gongxi's eyes lit up as he realized something, and he stammered with a look of utter disbelief while Han stood tall, understanding his thoughts. Indeed, after hearing Theo's words and making a final deduction, Han began to suspect the truth as he looked up toward the high floors and spoke. He concluded that Pu Shijun was likely on the 99th floor. Meanwhile, while tending to his plants, Pu Shijun felt an itch in his ear and reached up to scratch it. As he scratched, he sensed someone was talking about him, while in Theo's hometown, the wealthy Yisi Lai sat brooding over paperwork in his villa. He heard that the conflict with the red locusts on the 67th floor was intensifying, while his son, O Lan, was busy flirting with his girlfriend. The two of them were laughing and flirting, ignoring Yisi Lai's stressful calculations and his fears of a famine like the one decades ago. He reflected on the current situation, noting that food prices being transported to the village had tripled lately, which was a massive headache. While the father was in such a state, his son O Lan remained absorbed in his pleasures, leaving Yisi Lai to wonder what was happening inside the tower. He closed his eyes in exhaustion and irritation, desperately wanting his son's attention to help solve the issues, but the boy simply ignored him. Yisi Lai's anger finally boiled over. He slammed his hand on the table and shouted, demanding to know if O Lan was even listening. Startled by his father's sudden outburst, O Lan frowned and replied that he heard him, then indifferently added that the war had nothing to do with their wealth. The cat beside O Lan jumped at the scene, prompting him to turn back and tenderly ask if the little kitty had been frightened. This only enraged Yisi Lai further, so he stood up, pointed at O Lan's face, and scolded him for doing nothing but playing now that he was grown. He then ordered him to go to the market and buy food, threatening to disown him otherwise, but O Lan shouted back defiantly from the gate. He called him a hateful old man and claimed buying food wasn't hard, then took a bag and ordered his porters to follow him. Unaware he was being watched by someone with a devious smile, O Lan arrived at the bustling food market only to be shocked by the skyrocketing prices. A simple piece of meat now cost 3 coins, and a fish cost 4, prompting O Lan to cry out in shock while a gray cat nearby began to explain. The cat explained that merchants were hoarding food due to the war, causing prices to soar and leading O Lan to curse the wretched merchants. He then came up with an idea, Instead of going through middlemen, he would travel to each floor himself to buy food directly from farms at a lower price. Wondering why he hadn't thought of it sooner, Olan excitedly ordered his followers to head to the merchant guild so he could become a wandering merchant. Everyone was stunned by the idea, but Olan grew even more arrogant, declaring that they would all become wandering merchants as well. "I will provide the funding," Oran continued excitedly as his servants remained silent. "We will gather food until it's piled high like mountains, doubling or tripling our current stock." "That old man's jaw will drop," he said arrogantly while looking at the market and the merchants. "If they offer 100 tower gold coins, I'll give 10 times that." Oran declared with spirited confidence that he would use his business acumen to recover everything. As he spoke, his excitement grew, and he stretched while laughing heartily with a look of pure satisfaction. "When the famine strikes, we'll emerge as the village's legendary saviors," he said before suggesting a name for himself. "Doesn't Oran and his crew sound great?" Seeing their master's overwhelming arrogance, the servants didn't dare to object. Suddenly, a voice called out to them from behind. It appeared to be the person who had been tailing Oran. "Greetings, fellow cats," the man said as Oran turned around to hear his introduction. "I am Scram, a wandering merchant." "I wonder if you'd like to become wandering merchants yourselves?" Scram asked. Oran paused before replying, "That's the plan, but what's your point?" With a smile, Scram suggested, "I have some excellent merchandise. Would you like to use it to turn a profit?" Oran looked puzzled, unsure of what kind of goods Scram was referring to. Noticing this, Scram flashed a sinister grin and continued, "These are goods from outside the tower. Have you heard of them?" He emphasized that these were rare items that couldn't be found anywhere else. Meanwhile, Theo was also on this floor, busy counting his supplies. He had already bought spices and blankets. As it turned out, he was shopping for Sedan. After a quick check, he realized he was missing a few crates of nails and asked the shopkeeper for them. Once finished, Theo shouldered his bag and continued following Sejan's written list, muttering to himself, "Meow, what's next on the list?" Suddenly, he stopped in front of a cart selling swords. The items on display caught Theo's eye, so he picked one up and wondered, "What is this?" After examining it, Theo asked the vendor for the price. Suddenly, Oran appeared out of nowhere to stop him, demanding, "Wait a minute, who are you?" Upon recognizing Theo, Oran immediately began to mock him. "Isn't this Theo, the one who ran away from the village?" Theo stammered in shock at the sight of Oran. "Oran, what are you doing here?" Theo asked, suddenly noticing the badge on Oran's clothes. "Have you become a wandering merchant too?" "That's right, thanks to the help of a kind goblin," Oran replied arrogantly. Noticing that Theo was wearing a similar badge, he began to sneer. "I heard some foolish cat made a fortune, so I decided to try it myself. I didn't expect you to already be an intermediate rank wandering merchant. You've moved up in the world quickly." Using his presence to intimidate Theo, Oran pressed for information. "How much have you made? Was it by selling goods from outside the tower?" Faced with Oran's barrage of questions. Theo stood frozen, not daring to answer. Suddenly, a suspicion crossed his mind that Oran had purchased goods from Scram. "Don't tell me you bought items from Scram." He warned Oran, "You're a bad person, but that man is even worse." He then told Oran to hand over the goods so he could deal with Scram. However, the foolish Oran trusted Scram. He brushed Theo's hand away and scolded him. "What is this? I've heard everything already." "You ungrateful brat." Oran began to speculate that Scram had helped Theo, yet Theo wanted to monopolize the man's outside tower goods. Oran looked at Theo with pure loathing. "So you framed him as a fraud to the gate management office, didn't you?" Seeing that Oran didn't believe him, Theo tried to explain. "What? No, that's not it. You're the one being deceived by him." However, Oran refused to listen and continued to belittle him. "No matter how much you crave what others have, there should be a limit. Learn your place." Oran didn't hesitate to bring up the past to mock him. Pointing directly at his face, he said, "Keep playing your cheap little games, just like when you confessed your feelings to Marine." "That low-class anchovy," he then laughed loudly. At the mention of this, Theo fell silent for a moment before sighing and asking, "Is Marine still doing well?" Oran gestured wildly as he answered, "How should I know? I couldn't care less." The mention of Marine's name clearly irritated Oran as well. The gray cat standing nearby then recounted the events to Theo. As soon as he left the village, Marine dumped Oran because she felt he was no longer worthy of her. Oran immediately turned to curse at the gray cat, insisting, "She didn't dump me, I dumped her." Understanding Oran's personality, Theo patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Marine was always fickle, so don't be sad anymore." Oran shoved Theo's hand away with a look of disdain. "HMPH, who needs your comfort?" Suddenly, Oran made a grand declaration. We're heading to the 99th floor to sell our goods to the Fish Demon King. He's very fond of items from outside the tower. He then continued with confidence. I'll take this chance to build a relationship and become the strongest in the tower, securing a powerful backing. Having said that, Oran turned away arrogantly. With such support and my extraordinary talent. Becoming a great wandering merchant is no small feat, but he bluntly told Theo to stop dreaming about it before ordering the cats to move out. Oran laughed mockingly at Theo as he walked away, but Theo didn't mind and simply waved, wishing him a pleasant journey. Watching Oran leave, Theo sighed in relief and whispered that they would meet again on the 99th floor, where a massive battle was about to unfold as corrupted monsters gathered at the entrance. Facing the threat, Kyung and Park Sejun's army stood in a tense standoff, while Park Sejun watched the corrupted legion from atop a pile of dry wood. Wondering if they were all coming for him, he took out a bowl of red grasshopper soup and, with a look of grim determination, vowed to kill them all before sharing the soup with his troops. After he drank it, the system notified him that he had consumed enough red grasshopper soup to increase his strength by 7 for the next 30 minutes. He wouldn't feel hunger for 3 hours. After finishing, Park Sejun wiped his mouth as the second-generation Poison Bee King flew over to take his bowl. With the army fully energized, Park Sejun grabbed his blade and led the charge. "My crayfish, let's go. Show them what we've got," he shouted as the army surged forward, with the Black Rabbit warrior and the Little Bee both determined to protect their home. As soon as the battle began, Park Sejun ordered the bee to use the earthquake skill, and everyone launched a fierce and valiant assault. Park Sejun delivered a precise strike that split an enemy in two, but suddenly, another corrupted monster collapsed right in front of him. Startled by the sudden movement, he gasped as the monster's eyes suddenly glowed, and it launched a flurry of sharp tentacles at him. Caught in a sudden ambush, Park Sejun was unable to react, but fortunately, Theo appeared at the perfect moment to intervene. He shattered the attack with his sharp claws, saving Park Sejun's life, and sternly warned him to be more careful. Rage boiled within Theo because they dared to harm someone he loved. With eyes burning with resentment, he let out a roar, declaring they would not be forgiven. Without a moment's delay, Theo lunged into the pack of corrupted monsters and shredded them into pieces with his razor-sharp claws, reducing the creature to a mess in seconds. When Theo returned, a relieved Park Sejun called out his name, prompting Theo to ask, "Chairman, what exactly are these things?" Park Sejun explained that they appeared right after Theo left and were capable of corrupting trees, including an apple tree named Froom in the cave. Theo was stunned by the news, but before Park Sejun could say more, another corrupted monster suddenly lunged at them. Park Sejun froze in panic, but seeing his friend in danger, Theo immediately sprang into action and eliminated the monster instantly. As the monsters surrounded them, Park Sejun told Theo they would finish the conversation after dealing with the enemies, and Theo agreed. Suddenly, Theo rummaged through his backpack and pulled something out, exclaiming that he had brought something useful for him to take. Park Sejun turned around in surprise, and Theo happily handed him a carefully wrapped item, telling him to use it to warm up. Park Sejun smiled excitedly at the gift and called for the system, Aileen, who responded just as the tower administrator's message appeared while he held the axe. He used the appraisal skill on the axe, and shortly after, the system announced the quest was complete as a tomato fell into his hand. The system returned a gleaming, razor-sharp new axe, which Park Sejun held high as the system identified it as the great warrior Yuka's throwing axe. Overjoyed, he marveled at holding a piece of named equipment like the great warrior Yuka's throwing axe, while Theo looked on with admiration. The system further explained that the legendary warrior Yuka's throwing axe was a unique weapon personally forged and used by Yuka himself. With its perfectly balanced weight, the axe increased strength and significantly improved throwing distance, while its mithril-coated blade ensured long-lasting sharpness. To use this weapon, one must be at least level 20 with 15 points in both strength and magic. It was crafted by the blacksmith Yuka. He was a member of the Red Stone tribe, and the rank weapon featured the level 1 cleave skill, allowing the user to split targets with ease. The level 3 recall skill allows the user to summon the axe back to their hand every 10 seconds within a 300-meter range. Holding the axe, Park Sejun was left in awe. Is this truly the throwing axe of the great warrior Yuka? How do I use this skill? Amidst his confusion, he suddenly saw the Black Rabbit warrior being attacked by a corrupted monster. "Black Rabbit!" he cried out in panic, acting without a second thought. Sejan mustered all his strength and prepared to hurl the axe. "Let's give this a try." The axe soared through the air, striking the monster directly and bringing it down instantly. The system announced that he had struck the wood grain. His landlord experience increased by 1.5 points, and the level 1 cleave skill was successfully activated. The monster let out a strange cry of agony before shattering into pieces, finally leaving the Black Rabbit warrior safe. Everyone nearby stared at Sejan in utter shock. Brother Crab couldn't believe his eyes as Sejan had split the tree in two with a single blow. The young crab cheered joyfully. "Wow, Father is so amazing. From now on, you're no longer a weakling who has to run away," while still fighting the monsters. The young crab continued his praise. "Father has become someone who can protect himself now." Brother Crab was overjoyed, while Sejan was startled to see the blood of the corrupted monsters. "Blood," he muttered, then exclaimed in delight. "Whoa, such incredible power. Identified equipment really is something else." Just then, the system issued another notification. "You have defeated the large-winged scout ant of the corrupted tree. You receive 500 experience points." Sejan clenched his fists, unable to believe his own strength after just one strike. He had split the large branch in two. Overwhelmed with excitement, he pulled Theo close and kissed his face, ignoring the monsters surrounding them. "This golden cat is just too cute. Moi, moi." Theo was deeply shocked and cried out, "Meow, meow, what do you think you're doing? We're in the middle of a fight." At that moment, a massive corrupted monster appeared, causing both Sejan and Theo to freeze, but this time Sejan felt no fear. He reached out his hand and commanded, "Recall." The axe immediately flew back, striking the monster with the speed of the wind as it sliced through the air. The monster collapsed in pain before the axe returned gently to Sejan's hand. Holding Theo, he stood in silence, watching the creature perish by his hand. Seeing their enemy defeated, the two shared a happy smile. In an instant, the army of corrupted monsters had suffered devastating losses. Park Sejan confidently taunted them, shouting, "All of you shall fall by my hand. Now I'll show you the true power of a tower farmer. I'll support everyone." With that, he charged forward with determination. "Let's go, Theo," his companion chirped in agreement, Nayu. The monsters began to panic, but there was no escape. The 90th floor gradually returned to its former peace as the black bulls worked diligently. Some swept up debris while others stacked firewood. A black bull approached the pit and called out, "Sejan, we're almost done, let's go plow the fields." Park Sejan was splashing water on his face to wash up. Hearing the call, he turned and replied, "All right, take it easy." He then sat down on a stone bench, fanning himself with his hat. He groaned, "Oh man, everything hurts. Fighting all night has left my whole body aching." Curious, he opened his status window and was overcome with joy. He had reached level 25 without even realizing it. The system panel displayed, Park Sejan, level 25, human, friend of nature, landlord. Stats, strength 15.6, stamina 16.1, agility 13, magic 17.25. Job, tower farmer, skills, sowing LV, 4, harvesting LV, 4, seed shop LV, 2, seed extraction LV, 2, beekeeping LV, 4. Thunder rain LV, 1, cooking LV, 3. Looking at his status, Sejan exclaimed, "My talent has increased by 2 and my stats have risen significantly. Furthermore, I have 7 skills now." He felt incredibly happy, grinning from ear to ear while massaging his arms. "I never expected an ordinary guy like me to have such an amazing status." He then asked himself, "I did well, didn't I?" before answering, "Hee, Park Sejan, you're the best. I really want to give myself a kiss." Suddenly, the system spoke up. "I want one too." This left Sejan completely bewildered. The system interface began to glitch wildly while Sejan was both confused and surprised. He asked Aileen, "What did you just say?" He stammered, unable to find his words. Why did you?" Amidst his confusion, the system announced that the tower administrator said it was nothing. She merely claimed the status window seemed to be malfunctioning. Sejan was a bit dazed. But his anxiety eased. He wondered if a status window could actually glitch. Meanwhile, in Park Sejan's garden, the white rabbits were working hard. Theo walked to a corner of the garden where he mentioned the flume apple tree was located, and upon arriving, he greeted her cheerfully, asking if she was the flame. Park Sejan had already told him about her, and Flume responded with equal enthusiasm to his greeting, leading Theo to find her so adorable that he couldn't resist leaning down to stroke her head. He spoke excitedly about how strange it felt to be unable to grasp her, but his touch caused Flume to cry out in pain, and because of the forceful impact, she automatically activated her protection mode. She unleashed a burst of fire at Theo, making him cry out as the little apple tree angrily warned him not to touch her so carelessly. though once he calmed down, he marveled at how strange the tree's leaves looked. Meanwhile, Flume appeared quite irritated and refused to speak with him, so noticing her unusual attitude, Theo immediately admitted his fault and quickly offered an apology. He promised not to fool around anymore before taking a supermarket-bought fish from his bag and asking if she could grill it for him. He explained that he wanted grilled fish, but Sejan was too busy to cook for him, to which Flume happily agreed, saying it was a simple task before she cast her fire magic. The fish in Theo's hand flew into the air, startling him, and in just a few moments, the fresh fish was transformed into a fragrant, perfectly grilled dish. Theo sat on the ground happily eating and praising the rookie's skill, which filled Flume with joy until Park Sejun suddenly appeared and gently warned Theo to stop bullying her. Theo turned back to explain that he wasn't bullying her and that she had grilled the fish for him, leading Sejan to happily praise Flume for being so talented. Being praised by her master made the little apple tree very happy as she giggled that it was no big deal, but then a sudden system notification took Sejan by surprise. The cooldown for growth promotion level 1 had ended, prompting him to ask in surprise if the skill's cooldown period was truly over. He then sat down and gently asked Flume if he could use his growth promotion skill on her since she was a flame. Hearing this, Flume could hardly believe her ears and asked in shock if he really intended to use such a precious ability on her. Sejan replied firmly that he did, explaining that she was still small and needed to grow into a strong tree, so Flume politely bowed her head and agreed to receive it. Her behavior made Sejan find her incredibly adorable, so after praising her for being polite and cute, he reached out his hand and told Flume he would only use half of his power. He activated the skill as the system announced the use of growth promotion level 1, but after a moment, it reported that the apple tree's potential was so incredible that it had consumed all 107 units of the skill. Sejan was shocked that everything had been used, and as he channeled the power into the little tree, he felt a sharp pain as if his mana was being completely drained, yet he noticed she had only grown slightly larger. Flume laughed with satisfaction, exclaiming that she felt full of energy, while Sejan suddenly grew weak and collapsed. Theo and Flume were both worried as they asked what was wrong, with Flume looking anxious and guilty as she shyly asked if he was all right. She asked if it was because she had drained his strength, but Sejan immediately denied it to ease her worries, claiming he was just exhausted and sore from his battle with the corrupted trees. Upon hearing this, Flume suddenly made a request to help dispel his fatigue, which left Sejan feeling quite surprised. Flume then clasped her hands and bowed while murmuring something before extending her hand, sending a surge of power toward him. The energy enveloped his entire body, and after a moment, Park Sejun looked down at himself in a daze, realizing that a strange transformation was occurring. He wondered why his body felt so light, and if it was due to the white flames, while his companion cried out in alarm that Sejan was catching fire. After being touched by the purifying flame, Sejan felt his body become remarkably light as all of his exhaustion seemed to vanish. He wondered about the purifying flame and couldn't stop praising it, remarking that she was truly an extraordinary magical tree. The system notified him that the magical flame would permeate his body for 3 hours, burning away all impurities and improving his physical condition. Flume, the master of the flame, happily said she was glad to have helped him, while Sejan watched the little tree for a moment before curiously asking if she had any other abilities. Flume answered enthusiastically that she did, explaining that besides the purifying flame, she could also utilize the friendly flame, which left Sejan feeling astonished. Flume explained that the friendly flame could assist in fire manipulation or amplify its intensity. Sejan gasped in astonishment, pointing at himself as he wondered if he could truly wield such power, a thought that filled him with excitement. He realized this would be incredibly helpful when battling monsters. Seeing Sejan dazed, Theo climbed up and called out, telling him to stop staring at her and pay attention to him instead. Theo had an important update. That human named Han had discovered Sejan was not actually on the 40th floor. Sejan was struck with panic upon hearing this news. Above the deep blue cave entrance, white clouds drifted lazily through the sky. Sejan stammered, asking if it was the same Han who was the nation's strongest hunter. Theo, sitting before him, confirmed that the man had realized the chairman was missing from the 40th floor. Theo narrowed his eyes and confidently raised a paw, assuring Sejan that, thanks to the contract, this secret remained strictly between the three of them. Sejan crossed his arms in thought, noting that while the situation was manageable, he hadn't expected the Black Dragon to be Han's apprentice. Resting his chin on his hand, He recalled his family living in that country and figured befriending those two could allow him to support his kin by providing regular produce. Watching Theo lick his paw, Sedan reflected that despite the initial slip-up, selling sun pumpkins and sweet potatoes had secured a connection with the top hunter, proving his merchant instincts were still sharp. Theo suddenly remembered something else and looked up at Sedan, asking for a favor that left the young man quite surprised. Theo raised a paw and asked if Sedan remembered the reason he had become a wandering merchant in the first place. Though confused by the question, Sedan answered. He mentioned how that fellow Oran had stolen Theo's girlfriend. At the mention of this, Theo became agitated and shouted that he had just run into Oran at the market. Oran had also become a wandering merchant, and Theo had mocked him mercilessly for his past slander, which had triggered a management investigation against Theo. After calming down, Theo explained that Oran was currently transporting a load of worthless goods from outside the tower up to the 99th floor to meet the Bull Demon King. Sejan was shocked by the news. Theo then pounced on him, pressing his soft paw pads against him while pleading piteously for help. He begged Sejan to teach the interloper a lesson. Sejan stroked his chin and closed his eyes, smiling mischievously at the prospect of a merchant group bringing goods his way. On the 99th floor, Oran led two other cats carrying heavy backpacks across a desolate, barren landscape where not a single blade of grass grew. Drenched in sweat from the scorching sun, Oran wiped his brow and complained about the emptiness of the 99th floor. The cat on the right groaned in exhaustion, while Oran asked the cat on the left if there was anything to eat. The cat dejectedly replied that there was no food left, explaining that after paying the registration fees and buying storage bags, they were broke. They had spent their remaining funds on Scrum's inventory and gambled the rest away, leaving them with no supplies for the journey. The cat on the right collapsed, trembling with the fear of starving to death. Oran told him to stop whining and just focus on selling their goods. He hoped to earn at least 1,000 tower gold. Turning to the other cat, he suggested they ask the Bull Demon King for food and water upon arrival. He believed that since they had traveled so far to bring him rare items, the king would treat them well, then asked how much further they had to go. Checking the map provided by Scrum, the cat replied they had 2 or 3 more days of walking. Oran's tail stood on end as he shrieked in disbelief. The other cat curled up in despair. Suddenly, a noise echoed from the distance, catching the attention of Oran and the cat holding the map. 2 plump rabbits appeared, pushing a cart and carrying heavy baskets on their shoulders as they approached the group. The rabbit pushing the cart called out his wares, offering cold water for sale. Oran and his companions rushed toward them in relief. They were overjoyed to find a vendor. When they asked for water, the rabbit held up a bottle and stated the price was half a tower gold each. Oran was stunned by the high price, but the rabbit explained that water was a rare commodity in this wasteland, pointing toward the bleached skeletons of fallen animals nearby. Unable to offer any rebuttal, the cats drooped their ears in dejection as Oran sighed, "I'm so thirsty." The cat to his right looked utterly exhausted and whispered, "I just want to go home." The rabbit pushing the cart glanced at the cats and asked if they were guests of the Yumo Wang, prompting Oran to look back at him in surprise. "What?" He pointed to the badge on his chest and replied proudly, "That's right, we are on our way to see the Yumo Wang to sell some rare treasures." Hearing this, the rabbit pushing the cart spoke up. "Oh, I didn't realize you were such distinguished guests. In that case, I'll let you buy on credit." Oran's eyes lit up, though he asked skeptically, "Are you serious?" "Why hesitate?" Suddenly, the rabbit held out a piece of paper, making Oran pause. He took the document and asked, "What is this?" The rabbit carrying the basket began handing out papers to the other 2 cats, while the rabbit with the cart explained that it was a guarantee contract for their debt. Standing with one hand on his hip and the other extended, he smiled and continued, "If the debt isn't settled within 3 days, you must pay 10 times the amount." Oran jumped in shock and shouted, "What, is this a scam? Why 10 times? That's ridiculous." The rabbit patiently explained that the 99th floor was a barren wasteland, and without such terms, they wouldn't be able to survive. Many people default on their debts, or you could choose to pay with your body. Oran hurriedly signed his name and grumbled, "No way. I'll sell my goods in 3 days and pay you back." After speaking, he walked to the cart and helped himself to the water. "Got it. Now pour all the water into the bags," he ordered. The timid cat on the right quickly opened his backpack. Meanwhile, the cat on the left went over to the rabbit with the water basket and began packing bottles into his bag. "Understood, Brother Oran," he replied. Having secured the water, the cats turned and continued their journey. They had only walked a few paces before opening the bottles to drink. Oran didn't even look back as he waved goodbye to the two rabbits. "We're off. We'll be back in 3 days with your money." The rabbit with the cart chewed contentedly on a carrot and cheerfully called out, "Understood. I wish you a very successful business trip." The next day on the 99th floor, the tower was littered with the footprints of the three cats and the empty water bottles they had discarded. Oran tilted his head back to finish his bottle. Wiping the droplets from his mouth, he remarked, "Phew, I'm full of water, but now I feel even hungrier." The cat to Oran's left held a half-empty bottle, looking listless with his ears drooping. "It's only been 1 day and we're already out of water," he lamented. Oran reached out and turned toward him demandingly. "Hey, let me see that last bottle of yours." The cat on the left flinched and hurriedly refused. "I can't, this is my very last bottle." Oran angrily snatched the water from his hands and growled, "Hand it over right now." The cat who lost his water began to cry, saying regretfully, "I was trying so hard to save that." Suddenly, the cat on Oran's right noticed something. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "Brother Oran?" Oran turned while drinking and asked, "What is it?" The cat pointed toward a small hut in the distance, his voice frantic. "Look, there's smoke over there. I think it's a restaurant." Oran and the other cats sniffed the air, their expressions initially weary. Oran repeated, "A restaurant." A moment later, both cats' eyes sparkled as they began to drool. Oran couldn't help but scream, "What is that amazing smell?" Recognizing the familiar scent, he cheered joyfully, "Grilled fish." The three cats immediately sprinted toward the restaurant. A group of rabbits greeted them happily. "Welcome to Rabbit House, the only eatery on the 99th floor." The cats sat down and ordered eagerly. "Give me a grilled fish." "I want one too." "I want two." The chef rabbit smiled broadly, held out his hand and said, "Each grilled fish costs 1 tower gold coin." Oran was stunned, a cold sweat breaking out. He couldn't believe his ears. "What? Why is it so expensive?" The chef rabbit explained that since there were no rivers or seas here, fish were extremely hard to come by. Oran's ears drooped as he sighed. "Fine." The chef rabbit asked enthusiastically, "Would you like to sign a guarantee contract if you don't pay within 3 days?" "I'll have to pay 10 times the amount or pay with my body, right?" Before the chef could finish, Oran snatched the contract and shouted. As he signed, he continued yelling, "I'm out of money, so give me 10 fish." The cat on the right also raised his hand. "I want some too." The chef rabbit quickly placed the fish onto the glowing red-hot stones. 10 grilled fish coming right up for you, gentlemen." A moment later, the fish turned golden brown and the aroma filled the air. Oran gripped his fork. He stared hungrily at the pile of fish neatly arranged on the plate, drooling uncontrollably. As the plates were set on the table, the cats lunged at the food like starving wolves. The rabbit servers happily brought out more fish. The chef rabbit continued to grill 2 fragrant skewers of fresh squid while his assistant busily flipped the fish. Oran finished the last bite of fish and smiled contentedly, though he felt so full that he complained of nausea. As the cats rested and the rabbits cleaned, the tabby mentioned their business with Niu Mo Wang before yawning. Oran decided to take a quick nap on the rug, closing his eyes and falling asleep almost instantly. The cats snored loudly after their heavy meal, while the rabbits watched them with curious expressions. The chef rabbit wished Oran a good night as the cat fell into a deep sleep and began to drool. Oran woke up groggy and squinted against the harsh sunlight, wondering where on earth he was. The tabby cat looked up at the sky and trembled, stammering to Oran that something terrible had happened. Oran screamed in fear at the sight of a massive black bull as a group of minotaurs surrounded the cats. A minotaur knelt and asked if they were seeking Niu Mo Wang, prompting Oran to show his merchant badge. Oran wept and stammered that they were just traveling merchants, begging the creatures to spare their lives. The minotaur stood up and offered to lead them to Niu Mo Wang, making Oran's eyes brighten with joy. Oran couldn't believe his luck as they headed toward the barren 99th floor of the tower. A magnificent building glowing with blue light appeared, flanked by rows of minotaurs lining the path. A massive figure holding a double-edged axe stood by a glowing blue stone at the end of the road. Standing like a mountain in a red cape, Niu Mo Wang asked in a deep voice if they wanted to see him. Oran looked up at Niu Mo Wang and nervously explained that they had come to sell rare items from outside. Niu Mo Wang looked down at them like insects and called for an expert to appraise their merchandise. Niu Mo Wang gestured for Pu Shijian to step forward, who stood before the cats with a commanding and majestic air. The atmosphere turned cold as Pu Shijian stared at the cats, leaving Oran's mind in a state of complete confusion. Oran wondered why the great Halong was there, as Pu Shijin crossed his arms with an air of authority. He declared himself the great Halong, Pu Shijin, claiming he could see through the truth of any magical item. He warned them not to lie in his presence and ordered the cats to show him what they had brought. Oran rushed forward with his bag and addressed the figure with great reverence, his voice trembling with fear. Oran felt fortunate to meet the great Halong, the strongest ruler of the tower, hoping to gain his favor. He dreamed of becoming the most powerful merchant while dumping his goods, thinking Niu Mo Wang was nothing to the dragon. After emptying the bag, Oran clutched it tightly and nervously presented the items to the great Halong. Pu Shijin leaned over to inspect the pile of thermoses, nail clippers, pencil cases, lighters, and staples. He realized it was all useless trash from Earth, and wondered where Scram the goblin had found a used lint roller. Aolan was completely unaware of the thoughts inside Pu Shijin's mind as he continued his flattery, praising Lord Halong's keen insight. He presented an enchanted lint roller designed to efficiently remove dirt and fur, while Pu Shijin questioned the price with a skeptical look. Aolan rubbed his hands like a seasoned merchant and quoted 50-tower gold coins, while two nearby cats whispered to each other. They noted he had bought it from Cyclan for only 5 coins, marveling at Aolan's audacity to overcharge Lord Halong as Pu Shijin watched. He silently acknowledged Aolan's business talent, while the cat waited expectantly with hopeful golden eyes. Aolan asked Lord Halong if he wanted to buy the rare magical item from outside the tower, claiming it was a scarce find from there. Pu Shijin let out a long sigh and looked up with darkened eyes, warning the cat not to attempt any more lies in his presence. He declared it wasn't enchanted before tearing the adhesive paper to show it was just a disposable lint roller common on Earth, all while Pu Shijin gripped the scrap tightly. His sharp gaze swept over Aolan as he sternly stated it was all just non-magical trash, causing the panicked cat to flatten his ears and spread his paws. He desperately tried to explain, claiming it was impossible because he heard they were enchanted and suggesting Lord Halong was mistaken. Mid-sentence, he suddenly covered his mouth in shock as Niu Mo slammed his hand down, shattering the ground and blowing him backward with terrifying force. With bloodshot eyes full of extreme rage, Niu Mo asked if he dared to call Lord Halong a liar while Pu Shijin sat calmly with his arms crossed. He coldly observed the 3 cats, but internally he was panicking with a sweat-covered face, thinking he had nearly fainted. Aolan and the 2 cats knelt fearfully at Pu Shijin's feet, begging and agreeing with everything Lord Halong said while claiming they had been deceived. Aolan trembled as he begged for forgiveness, inwardly cursing Cyclan for selling him the items and realizing the truth about that scoundrel. He admitted Cyclan was a fraud and begged for his life, prompting Pu Shijin to narrow his eyes and speak indifferently. He agreed to spare them, but noted their mounting debts from the journey, causing Aolan to snap his head up and ask how he knew. Pu Shijin calmly revealed that he had several business ventures in the tower, and that everything they had consumed came from his shops. Aolan asked in disbelief as the chef rabbit, cart-pushing rabbit, and sous-chef rabbit all made their appearance. The chef rabbit calculated on paper that the food, water, and service fees totaled 500 tower gold coins, as Aolan spun around. The rabbit excitedly added rent and illegal waste disposal fees from the wasteland, noting the debt converted to 100,000 bricks. Aolan asked in confusion about the bricks, until Niu Mo suggested he pay off the debt with physical labor. Aolan was startled as Niu Mo led him toward the working minotaurs, explaining he would be making bricks there. He demonstrated the process by showing a minotaur placing a mold and lifting it to reveal a neatly formed brick on the ground. The minotaurs worked hard, with some filling molds with pre-mixed soil while others carried them to the construction site. Everyone worked industriously without a second's pause, looking rhythmic and steady as Pu Shijin stood by the site with his hands on his hips. Alongside Niu Mo and the cats, he observed the minotaurs before sternly declaring that their contract required 100,000 mud bricks. Aolan and the cats flattened their ears in terror as he stared at the mud bricks with a pale face, stammering about how they could finish such a task. Pu Shijin nodded and noted that if they made the bricks themselves, they could only produce 10 a day, taking 10,000 days in total. As the cats looked at him in horror, Shijin sternly added that they would still need to eat and sleep, causing their debts to keep piling up. "You will be making bricks for the rest of your lives," Sedan declared, his words striking the cats like a collapsing sky. Oran couldn't believe his ears and asked with a pale face, F forever. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly knelt at Sejan's feet and pleaded, "Please, great black dragon, have mercy on us. We will do anything. Please don't force us to make bricks anymore." Sejan sat down, leaned closer to the cats, and said, "Fine, I shall grant you one opportunity." Oran felt as if he had caught a lifeline and hurriedly asked, "An opportunity?" Sejan smiled and replied, "My sales department is currently in need of more manpower. The job involves being an assistant, carrying bags and selling goods. It's quite simple, isn't it? You will serve as interns for my farm's sales department for 10,000 days to repay your debt." "What do you think?" Sejan looked down at the cats kneeling before him, already certain they would agree. He raised his hand and added one more condition. "I will provide you with one grilled fish every day." As expected, Oran rushed to agree. "Yes, I accept. We all agree, great black dragon." Sejan said with satisfaction, "Good, then let us sign the contract." Hearing this, the cats felt as though they had been granted a grand pardon, repeatedly bowing their heads to the ground before him. Thank you, great black dragon." Sejan happily took the contract handed to him by the rabbit while Oran and the other two cats sat obediently in place. They secretly thought they were fortunate, as working for 10,000 days was far better than making bricks. This job was no different from being a traveling merchant, and it even included free meals. It was truly a stroke of luck given the circumstances. Thinking this, Oran unhesitatingly pressed his paw onto the contract Sejan offered. Furthermore, they would be working under the great black dragon. Even if he were a devil, they would still sign. Once it was finished, Sejan smiled brightly, manipulated his status window, and announced, "Excellent, the contract is now complete. Welcome to your positions as interns." Oran flattened his ears and asked anxiously, "So what must we do now, sir?" Sejan looked toward Theo, who had just appeared, and declared, "The sales director will be your instructor." "Allow me to introduce the sales director," Sejan called out. Theo immediately leaped up, vanishing from his spot before landing precisely on Sejan's shoulder. "Theo is here," he added, leaving the other cats feeling quite bewildered. Their minds were filled with confusion until Oran suddenly recognized Theo. He cried out, "Theo, Theo," while pointing a finger at him. Acting aggressive, he shouted, "Why is that runaway beggar here?" Theo dove down from Sejan's shoulder and delivered a swift punch to Oran. "How dare an intern be so insolent to the director?" Oran was struck on the head and immediately tumbled to the ground with a cry. Theo looked at the three cats and said, "Welcome, interns. I am the sales director and the first subordinate of the great black dragon." Theo placed a hand on his hip and proudly thumped his chest. "Therefore, you must obey my every word." Seeing no reaction, Theo crossed his arms and barked, "Answer me." The two cats accompanying Oran seemed more submissive than him. They ignored Oran, who was clutching his aching head, and immediately surrendered. "Yes, understood, Lord Theo," they shouted, hearing Theo's laughter, "Nai-ha-ha-ha." Oran held his head in agony, sweat pouring down like a river. He seethed with inner rage, thinking, "Damn it, I never expected to encounter someone even more terrifying than a devil." Unaware of Oran's thoughts, Theo led the three cats to the tomato patch currently in harvest season and introduced it. "Listen up, interns. This is where you will be working." The two cats stared at the endless garden in astonishment, while only Oran remained gloomy and pale. Under Sejan's watchful eye, Theo continued, "Now we shall harvest cherry tomatoes to sell. Follow me?" The two cats accompanying Oran quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Sejan stood behind them with his arms crossed, watching the cats and muttering to himself, "Theo must be feeling quite smug right now. At least my workload will be lighter with more people to carry the bags. Selling the produce will be much easier now." Having said that, Sejan looked up at Niu Mo Wang and expressed his sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Niu Mo Wang. Thank you for your help." Niu Mo Wang, with his massive and muscular frame, stood behind him with arms crossed. He looked down at Sejan and replied, "It was nothing, Sejan." Recalling how a message had suddenly appeared on his status window the other day saying, "Follow the instructions given," Niu Mo Wang spoke. "I received a notification from the Great Black Dragon through the status board, instructing me to follow your orders." Niu Mo Wang partially closed his eyes and continued in a resonant voice. "Furthermore, as you are my neighbor, it is only right that I assist you. Of course, I do hope to receive a small token of gratitude in return." After finishing his sentence, Niu Mo Wang maintained a serious expression. But his mouth couldn't stop watering, which surprised Sejan at first, though he quickly understood and told the Demon King to take some green onions and tomato plants with him. Overflowing with gratitude, the Demon King thanked Sejan and asked to be called again next time, while Sejan scratched his head awkwardly. wishing he had brought the fruit sooner. Sedan suddenly heard a loud argument and leaned over to see Theo scolding a striped cat for picking unripe green tomatoes. Theo didn't stop there, turning to scold a gray cat nearby, angrily claiming that damaging the stems would lower the product's value. Theo stood with hands on his hips, sighing in frustration as he complained that the 3 new cats were useless and knew nothing about cherry tomatoes. He pointed at the 3 cats and yelled that they were fools, ordering them to sit down so he could teach them the proper way to harvest, leaving them looking dejected. Sedan watched them with his hands on his hips, muttering about the shifting power dynamics, while Theo finished his demonstration and looked at the demoralized cats with pride. Theo laughed boastfully, declaring that he needed to be stricter and claiming that he was truly invincible. Oran harvested tomatoes with a somber expression, thinking to himself that since Theo was the Black Dragon's subordinate, his own fate was sealed. Realizing he was Theo's subordinate and thus a perpetual slave, Oran's face turned pale until Theo suddenly smacked him on the head, nearly knocking him over. Oran clutched his head in pain and glared at Theo, but Theo just stared back, scolding the intern for idling instead of coming immediately when called. Veins popped on Oran's forehead as he grabbed Theo's collar to shout, but a massive wolf suddenly appeared behind Theo, growling menacingly at him. Theo remained calm, asking if Oran intended to rebel against the distribution representative and the Black Dragon's most trusted confidant. Oran quickly smoothed out Theo's collar and laughed nervously, claiming he was just chasing away a bug and would never dare to lay a hand on him. Theo smirked and told him to behave properly, warning that he could be dismissed if he didn't. Oran rubbed his hands together submissively while tears streamed down his face, following behind Theo as he approached the other 2 cats. Theo asked the interns if they were ready, and the striped cat confirmed they had filled 3 backpacks with cherry tomatoes as instructed. While checking his status window, Theo noted that intern Mark was the fastest at packing, while intern Zip was the first to respond. As a reward, he reduced their contract lengths by 1 day, causing the 2 cats to cheer and thank him profusely. Seeing them rewarded, Oran pointed to himself and asked about his own status, only for Theo to coldly state that he was the slowest and would be penalized with an extra day. Oran couldn't believe his ears and cried out in despair, sobbing and wondering why he was the only one being punished. Just then, Sedan appeared and asked Theo if everything was ready to begin deliveries to the other floors. Theo looked up at him and agreed, though he pointed out that the cats' old backpacks couldn't carry very much. Sedan laughed and told them they could upgrade their gear later if they worked hard, while Theo gazed at him with wide, blue eyes. Theo's expression turned anxious as he asked Sedan where he was planning to go. Sedan smiled and said he was heading to the western forest, where the owl, mother bear, and the others had gathered to see him off before Theo jumped onto his face. Theo stared directly into Sejan's eyes and worriedly asked if he would really be safe going alone without him. With his cheeks squeezed by Theo, Sejan struggled to say that he was traveling with the owl and her mother. He adjusted his hat and suggested that Theo's excessive worry was a bit disrespectful to his companions. Sejan closed his eyes confidently and mentioned his secret weapon, though Theo remained uneasy even after jumping back down. "But it's not because I'm worried about you. It's just that everyone is planning to wipe out the tree monsters in that forest, right?" A giant wolf nearby added comfortingly. "Representative Theo, there's no need for such concern," the wolf said. Theo stood with arms akimbo, feigning indifference, but he jumped when the wolf's words hit home. He turned back to Sedan, clenching his tiny fists as he spoke. "No, I really am worried. That place is dangerous," Sedan calmly reminded him. "Hurry along and get to work, Theo. Act like a professional representative." Theo sighed gloomily with his hands on his hips before responding. "Fine, we're leaving." He waved to Sedan and added, "Sedan, you must stay safe." Kyung stood right behind Sedan. He replied confidently, "I'll protect my father, so don't worry." Sedan watched Theo with a cheerful smile, hands on his hips. "All right then, everyone take care." Theo, the other cats, and the giant wolves turned to depart. Before leaving, Theo made sure to turn back and wave one last time. Sedan, Kyung, and Mother Bear stood their ground, waving back enthusiastically. Sedan then took the lead, with Kyung and Mother Bear following closely. The trees lining the path were withered and dry, creating a desolate and somber atmosphere where life seemed unable to survive. Sedan surveyed the surroundings and remarked anxiously, "The western forest is far more depressing than I had imagined." He broke into a cold sweat while looking at the trees, noting they looked like they were screaming in agony. Beside him, Kyung turned pale and covered his nose in disgust at their strange scent. Suddenly, Mother Bear stepped forward to block their path. Looking alert, she called out to Shijin. He looked up at her curiously and asked, "Yes." Mother Bear bared her teeth with a growl, her eyes glowing as she took a combat stance. Enemies ahead. Within the forest of withered trees, the wind whistled through the hollow trunks, producing eerie and unsettling sounds. Shijin scanned the area but saw nothing but dead wood. He asked in confusion, I don't see anything. Where are they, Mother Bear?" As Shijin prepared to move forward for a better look, Mother Bear quickly blocked him with her paw. "Do not take another step." Just then, a root suddenly burst from the ground. The sudden movement startled him, and he retreated with a shout. From the dark, screaming hollows of the withered trees, violent tentacles abruptly erupted. The wind howled terrifyingly as numerous trees uprooted themselves, lashing out with countless tentacles toward Shijin's group. Kyung covered his face with his paws, looking pale as he whimpered, "Mother, I don't feel so good." Shijin was equally unsettled. He cried out in shock, "What on earth are these, zombie trees?" Suddenly, tentacles from a nearby tree lunged toward them. Mother Bear reacted instantly, slamming her paw down to shatter the tentacles and send debris flying. However, more tentacles immediately swarmed from the surrounding trees. They quickly ensnared Mother Bear's limbs and neck, catching her off guard. Struggling for breath, she tried to tear away the vines tightening around her throat. Shijin watched her with concern and shouted, "Kyung's mother!" He snatched the hat from his head, gritting his teeth in fury. "Damn it." "Is it time?" He tossed his hat aside, drawing the axe from his hip with his right hand while gripping his sword with his left. A small red-gold flame flickered above his head. Shijin stood his ground, weapons ready, and smiled confidently. "My secret weapon. It's time for the flame of harmony." Suddenly, Kyung slapped his hand onto Shijin's head, leaving him dazed. The young bear frantically waved his hands and blew on Shijin's head, trying to put out the fire. "Father, your head is on fire." Shijin looked up at Kyung and shouted in exasperation, "That's just a buff effect from the flame." Once he heard the explanation, Kyung finally stopped his rescue attempt. Shijin struck his dagger against the axe to create sparks and spoke loudly. "Regardless, the flame of harmony should be able to handle these corrupted branches." He rubbed the weapons together before pulling them apart. A brilliant spark flew and he cheered, "Excellent, it's lit." The small sparks grew into a shimmering golden light. It soon transformed into the radiant red-gold flame of harmony, burning fiercely in the air. Shijin smiled, watching the flame as if it were alive. He charged toward the decaying logs, entangling the mother bear as the fire spread rapidly, leaping from trunk to trunk and turning the sky a brilliant crimson. The vines binding the mother bear were incinerated and fell away, leaving her to stare in awe at the sea of flames as Sedan urgently called out to the crab and the mother bear. "Run quickly," he shouted, retrieving his hat and placing it on his head before turning away from the blaze, though he still looked back to warn the crab and the mother bear. "Otherwise we'll be swallowed by the fire." Sejan climbed onto the mother bear's back, and with the crab following closely behind, they fled the inferno as thick black smoke billowed upward. As the smoke pursued them, Sejan glanced back and realized the danger, urging the mother bear to move faster, prompting her and the crab to pick up their pace. They charged forward even faster while Sejan held on tight, warning her to watch the path ahead, only for the mother bear to suddenly ask if he could use that previous technique again. Sejan looked ahead in shock as menacing rotten trees closed in. With the fire raging behind them and the decaying trunks charging from the front, they were trapped and under threat. The mother bear's pace slowed, yet she pressed on with determination as Sejan clung to her, looking down and asking, "I can, but why?" Ignoring his question, the mother bear turned to the crab and said, "Get ready, you can do this, right?" as Sejan took off his hat. The flame of harmony appeared above his head, and as the mother bear told the crab to be careful, the little one looked at her and gave a loud response. "Yes," Sejan shouted as he struck his two weapons together, yelling for them to catch fire before pulling them apart to leave a brilliant spark suspended in the air. The moment the flame of harmony was formed, something leaped onto the mother bear with the speed of an arrow before springing even higher into the air. Sejan looked up in astonishment as both the flame of harmony and the crab soared into the sky, with the little crab leaning back to gather momentum. Its eyes glowed as it struck the flame of harmony with its claws, using all its strength to hurl the fire toward the cluster of rotten trees ahead. A massive explosion erupted, sending flames and smoke billowing through the west forest as a terrifying blast shook the area and thick dust spread everywhere. pillar of black smoke and red fire shot into the sky, shaking the heavens and causing Niu Mo Wang and his minotaurs to look toward the west forest in shock. Niu Mo Wang stared at the smoke rising from behind the mountain and wondered what was happening while the rabbits gazed anxiously at the burning forest. One of them cried out in surprise at the smoke in the west forest. Sweating with worry, the rabbit realized Sedan had unleashed the power of that fire magic. Just then, Sedan suddenly appeared and called out, startling the rabbits as he, the crab, and the mother bear returned safely. Covered in soot and grime, he held his hat and announced their return with a smile, prompting the rabbits to shout his name in excitement. Sedan gulped down water from a bottle, letting it spill down his chin as he sat on a rock, now dressed in clean clothes. "I thought I was a goner," he remarked, "but thanks to that fire, we managed to escape the monster attack and make it back safely." "I'm just glad I could help Master Sedan," one of them chirped happily, while a rabbit gestured toward him and exclaimed how reckless he had been. "Did you really intend to burn down the entire west forest?" the rabbit asked, to which Sedan slowly replied that the nightly monster raids were already a major issue. "I only wanted to test the fire's power, but I didn't expect it to go this far," he said with a weary yawn, adding that he could finally sleep well since there wouldn't be any raids for a while. At that moment, a status window appeared, announcing that his beekeeping skill had reached level 4, leaving Sedan completely stunned. "What, my beekeeping skill increased?" he muttered, just as the queen bee and 2 others flew over to him and called his name. Sedan looked up and asked what was wrong, to which the queen bee replied by asking for guidance on which flowers to harvest for making honey jelly. "Honey jelly, what's that? Does it appear after a level up?" Sedan asked in surprise, and the queen bee beamed, explaining it was a delicious treat that could enhance everyone's abilities. Sedan was amazed by the news, while Alancha rubbed against him, happily scratching at bubbles and letting out a satisfied hum. She used her 5 dragon claws to hold a glass of red grasshopper cherry tomato soup placed on the pool's edge, singing happily while soaking in the water and enjoying her drink. After finishing, Aileen set the glass down and rested her cheek on her hand, feeling refreshed and thinking that having red grasshopper cherry tomato soup after a bath was truly wonderful. Aileen tested the wings on her back and muttered that her body felt much lighter today, wondering if she had grown a bit since her wings seemed larger. Resting her chin on her hand against the pool's edge, she sighed sadly, wishing her dragon heart would heal quickly so she could finally reach adulthood. Aileen spread her wings and wagged her tail happily in the water, dreaming of the day she could leave this management area and soar through the blue moon's night sky. Blushing with excitement at the thought, she covered her face and giggled, certain that Uncle Sedan would be stunned by her transformed appearance before suddenly remembering something. She let go of her face and looked at the glowing crystal ball on a nearby table, then hurried out of the water to quickly dry herself with a towel. Recalling her promise to test the apple tree's friendly flame ability today, she moved toward it when a sudden, sharp pain surged through her entire body. Her eyes rolled back and she gasped for air, unable to speak as she collapsed, her strength failing her while she struggled to breathe and whispered faintly. Help me," she whimpered, reaching toward the crystal ball on the table, but her trembling hand could not move a single inch further. She stammered Uncle Sejan's name before her arm went limp and her vision blurred, eventually collapsing to the floor as she lost consciousness entirely. Brilliant light erupted from the crystal ball as a series of notification windows appeared, announcing that the tower manager's life was in grave danger. The tower's emergency system was activated, and the Black Tower's protocols sent a distress signal to the last person the manager had called out to. Through the crystal ball, an image of Sejan appeared as he chatted happily with someone, completely unaware of the dire situation Aileen was facing. Elsewhere, the queen bee led her workers to gather pollen from the cherry tomato beds to knead into soft, golden honey jellies, while Sejan and Little Crab watched nearby. Little Crab watched eagerly as the queen bee finished a jelly, and a status window appeared showing the level 4 beekeeping professional skill. The skill allowed for beekeeping with owned hives, slightly increasing the bee's activity range, the queen's egg-laying speed, and the honey collection rate. It also slightly boosted honey yield and pollination rates, while allowing the production of special effect honey jellies from single flower sources, with 3 out of 4 hive slots filled. Sejan muttered while operating the display, "Honey jellies, huh?" as he rubbed his chin curiously, wondering how they would enhance one's talents. Awakening and improving talents was normally an arduous task for hunters, which Sejan compared to the painful trials and failures a potter faces to become a master. He marveled at the fact that the tower was such a wondrous place, where one could strengthen their talents simply by eating something. Just as he finished speaking, the queen bee flew over with a batch of fresh jellies, placed them before him, and said, "Sejan, the honey jellies are ready." Sejan looked up in surprise and asked, "Huh, really?" As the queen bee quickly poured all the jellies into his hat, making his eyes widen at the quantity. Little Crab sat on the ground, looking up with drool running down his face as he begged for a taste of the sweet-smelling treats. Sejan caught more jellies in his hat and gently told Little Crab to wait and go fetch the rabbit brothers so they could all share the meal together. Little Crab promised not to eat any beforehand and dashed off like the wind, while the queen bee mentioned she would produce even more. Sejan picked up a jelly to examine its status window, which identified it as Poison Bee's cherry tomato honey jelly. Made from cherry tomato pollen and honey using a secret recipe, the jelly concentrated the tower's energy into an exquisitely sweet and delicious treat. Seeing that the grade C item was produced by him and lasted for a year, Sejan was shocked to find that the talent enhancement was related to magic power. He surmised it was due to the magical properties of the cherry tomatoes and sighed, realizing he didn't possess any magic-related talents himself. It was a pity. Then he wondered if making gummies from the flowers of other plants could create treats that enhanced talents other than magic power. Just then she returned, followed by a group of rabbits. She waved happily at Sejan, saying she had brought everyone, and the rabbits lined up in an orderly fashion. Sejan stood up and announced that everyone would receive one piece. After distributing the candy, he took one for himself with an expectant look, wondering excitedly how it would taste. He also had to save some for Aileen. Looking at the candy in his hand, he happily added that Aileen surely loved the magical cherry tomatoes. So she would definitely enjoy these honey cherry tomato gummies as well. Then he cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, asking Aileen if she could hear him. "Hey, Aileen," a display window suddenly appeared. Sejan cried out in joy, calling her name, but as he watched the text appear on the window, his eyes widened in shock. It stated that the tower administrator, Aileen Pratani, was dying because her dragon heart had gone out of control. Sejan lost his composure and jumped up, shouting, "What, is Aileen dying?" His words startled Kyung and the rabbits, who quickly turned to look as a red notification window for a black tower quest popped up before Sejan. Suppress Aileen Pratani's rampaging dragon heart. Reward, Aileen Pratani regains consciousness. Failure, Aileen Pratani dies due to her dragon heart losing control. The status window explained that the administrator's dragon heart was malfunctioning because it had absorbed more magic power than it could handle. Sejan slapped his forehead in disbelief, repeating that the dragon heart had absorbed too much magic power, exceeding its capacity. He covered his mouth and spoke in shock, his face turning pale as sweat poured down. He blurted out his suspicion that it was because of the food he had given her. His limbs went weak, and he slumped onto a rock, stammering in disbelief about Aileen. Kyung quickly grabbed his leg and shouted for him to snap out of it. The rabbits also called out Sejan's name in panic. Sejan knelt on the ground, his face filled with worry as he loudly asked the status board what he should do to save Aileen. An ellipsis appeared on the red status board, followed by a line of text instructing him to select an item to help the tower administrator, Aileen Pratani. Sejan broke into a cold sweat as he read the text. The status board changed again, displaying a new message stating that he possessed the item capable of doing so. Sejan's eyes lit up as he finally saw a glimmer of hope. He turned his head to look at the hat filled with gummies beside him. She held out her uneaten candy toward him, and the rabbits all clamored to offer their portions. Kyung spoke firmly, saying they were for Lady Aileen. After gathering all the gummies, Sejan called out to the status board. The candies in his hat floated into the air and gradually vanished. Once the last candy disappeared, the status board announced the quest's completion. The vanished gummies were then poured into the mouth of the unconscious Aileen. After absorbing the treats, Aileen finally stirred. Still in pain and covered in a cold sweat, she let out a soft groan as her entire body was enveloped in a golden light. The status board updated continuously, stating that the Poison Bee Honey Cherry Tomato Gummies had successfully enhanced Aileen Pratani's Petrified Dragon Heart talent. The Petrified Dragon Heart talent was slightly strengthened, bringing the dragon heart under control. Through the crystal ball on the table, Sejan's worried face was visible. He called out to her, asking if she was all right. The status board notified him that Aileen Pratani's dragon heart would temporarily stop rampaging, but Sejan remained uneasy. He repeated the word temporarily with doubt. The status board immediately responded that she was currently stable. However, if the administrator's talent was not further improved, the risk of losing control remained. Sedan finally relaxed his body. He sat down on the rock, put his hat back on, and let out a sigh of relief. She is finally out of danger now. He asked anxiously if she was all right. Shijan stroked her head to comfort her, muttering that the dragon heart had petrified. He gazed at the sky through the opening in the cave, hoping there would be a solution. Meanwhile, in a different dimension within the vast universe, a crystal suddenly emitted a blinding blue light. Two men, one old and one young, standing nearby noticed the anomaly and turned to look as a status window appeared on the crystal. The Black Tower's emergency system activity log was being sent. The middle-aged man could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, asking if the emergency system indicated Aileen had fainted. The young man turned to him anxiously and asked if Aileen had requested assistance, noting that his own teleportation gate had not been activated. The middle-aged man looked up at the crystal and replied that his had not either. If Aileen were in peril and called out for him the system would open an emergency teleportation gate. He broke into a cold sweat from worry, explaining that Aileen always called his name, allowing him to reach the Black Tower management area to stop her seizures. If she called someone else's name, the gate would not open due to the tower's security protocols. He reached toward the crystal impatiently, cursing that if the log was sent, the seizure must have ended. Immediately after, numerous status windows filled with complex diagrams and dense information appeared before them. After reviewing them, the young man spoke. Fortunately, she is safe. Although she lost control, Aileen's physical condition has improved significantly compared to before. The mana supply to the dragon heart has also stabilized. Having said that, he turned happily to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemed transformed, his hair standing on end and his eyes glowing. A dark aura surrounded him, making him look terrifying. The young man beside him was startled. With veins bulging on his face and sharp teeth bared, the older man growled that the last name called was Shijan. The young man turned pale, sweating profusely as he thought to himself that this was bad. This was a major problem. Seeing his father so agitated, he suggested that perhaps this person had helped Aileen. The middle-aged man didn't seem to hear, transforming in his rage until even his tail was visible. The young man could only continue, saying that the important thing was Aileen's health and that they needed to find a way to open the teleportation gate quickly. A dragon's foot with massive black claws suddenly slammed into the ground. The young man shut his mouth in fear, to his bewilderment. His father had transformed into a giant black dragon, roaring furiously that the request for help was not for him, but for Shijan. "Who is it who dares to steal my granddaughter's heart?" His eyes flashed brilliantly as he roared fiercely that he would not forgive Shijan. The young man quickly cupped his hands and shouted for his father to stop embarrassing the family. Not far from where the black dragon was raging, two other dragons were watching closely. The green dragon remarked familiarly that it was happening again, and the blue dragon beside him agreed in a weary voice. That old man loses control whenever his granddaughter is mentioned. The blue dragon shook his head and sighed that he truly was her grandfather. Hearing this, the green dragon laughed. In the shadows, another dragon watched silently with calculating red eyes, thinking the Black Tower presented a great opportunity. The dragon managing the tower, curled up on its side, suddenly winced and groaned before jumping up with a look of surprise. The black dragon looked at its hands in confusion, wondering how it was still alive and what had happened to its dragon heart. It gently touched its glowing abdomen. It was relieved to find it had stabilized. When it picked up the orb, a system notification appeared, stating that the tower farmer Shijan's honey jelly item had been used and the quest was complete. The black dragon smiled, realizing it had called out Shijan's name. Its cheeks flushed slightly, and its emerald eyes softened with a hint of embarrassment. However, it wondered how he had managed to stabilize its dragon heart. It looked happily at the sparkling orb, realizing the beekeeping skill had leveled up to create a new item, the honey jelly. Since it had consumed the item while unconscious, it didn't know the taste, but it noted the item could enhance talents, which was exactly what it needed. It coughed softly. Aileen Fritten was a great black dragon. If she received help, she had to repay it properly, as was the way of the Fritten black dragons. Its face lit up with excitement as it decided to give a return gift. Standing amidst a mountain of gold, the black dragon muttered about the magic sword Apois and Excalibur. It picked up a staff, looking troubled that nothing seemed worthy. It crossed its arms and paced, thinking there must be something useful for Sedan, a tower farmer. It wondered what a farmer might need. It suddenly stopped, its eyes lighting up as if it had an idea. It looked at the majestic black dragon statue with an innocent expression, thinking this would be perfect. Filled with excitement, it was certain Sedan would love it. Across the vast fields stretching to the horizon, the distant mountains shimmered with a golden light. The majestic scenery was breathtaking. In the middle of it all, a temporary house appeared where Park Sejun was sleeping soundly next to the owl and the black and white rabbits. Rhythmic snoring sounds filled the air along with a bit of drool. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The tower manager expressed her gratitude for him saving her life. Park Sejun woke up with a start, jumped up and shouted, "Aileen, are you okay?" Once he was fully awake, he sighed in relief and spoke softly, "That's a relief." Thanks to the quest on the status board, the system continued its announcement. The tower manager said that thanks to him, she felt much better. "Now I understand why you like cherry tomatoes so much." Park Sejun looked at the system and continued, "It seems my crops put pressure on your dragon heart. You must have had a hard time, right?" The tower manager clarified it wasn't the tower farmer's fault. The system then provided new information, stating she has a seizure every 10 years. She should have had a seizure by now, but it was delayed. Perhaps the tower farmer's crops helped her dragon heart recover slightly, causing the seizure to come late. Hearing this, Park Sejun scratched his head, his face looking less worried. "I'm relieved to hear that. I thought it was my fault." He happily picked up the pouch at his waist and said, "Aileen, have some more." The poisonous bees had just made a bit more. Luckily, this honey jelly seemed to be very good for her dragon heart. However, the system notified him again. The tower manager said she didn't want to keep receiving things like this and wanted to repay him for saving her life. Park Sejun was surprised. "Repay me for saving her." The system displayed a quest, shout Aileen's name to the sky, reward something massive and wonderful, option decline. Park Sejun put his hat back on, his eyes fixed on the notification. Something massive and wonderful might be dangerous. The system continued, saying he'd know once he shouted, but advised him to go to the open yard first. Because it might be dangerous, Park Sejun muttered that it sounded a bit scary. The strawberry bear standing nearby spoke up, "Dad, you shouldn't doubt Sister Aileen." Park Sejun stood in the large empty lot with the bears and rabbits, thinking this would be enough. He took a deep breath, cupped his hands, and shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the farm. "Is that good enough?" he asked while scratching his face. The system announced that the quest was complete, and he received Aileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain, a truly massive and wonderful reward. Seeing the notification, Park Sejun wondered about the fountain's name. Suddenly, a giant statue appeared above him, and as he looked up, his face turned pale. The black rabbit and the owl stood by with their mouths open in horror as the giant fountain descended rapidly, startling Park Sejun and his animals. They all scrambled to escape, screaming in terror. Park Sejun fell back onto the ground, staring in amazement and muttering, What is this?" He stared at the statue in front of him and exclaimed, "A giant statue!" The head of the black dragon moved slightly, as if preparing for something to happen. Water began to spray from the dragon's mouth, as the system introduced it as Aileen's 100th birthday commemorative fountain. Commissioned by the great black dragon Kais Fertani from the dwarves for Aileen Fertani's 100th birthday, the fountain was made of premium black marble in the likeness of the great black dragon himself. The statue's eyes were made of magic stones enchanted by Kais Fertani, and the fountain could generate water or draw it from any source within a 10-kilometer radius. The requester was the great black dragon Kais Fertani, and the fountain had the level 50 water production skill. Park Sejun looked up, feeling completely overwhelmed. "A fountain," he exclaimed, unsure whether to be happy or sad. "It really is a massive and wonderful reward." The system then provided further guidance. The tower manager said he wouldn't have to waste time watering anymore, which made Park Sejun's face light up with joy. Since the farm had expanded so much, the rabbits' watering cans were no longer enough, so he was glad he wouldn't have to fetch water from the cave anymore. "Thank you so much, Aileen." Suddenly remembering something, Park Sejun asked the system why the skills were question marks. The system explained that the tower manager didn't know because her grandfather hadn't told her. "Then how do I control the water?" The system explained that the tower manager confirmed this was a permanent item with no usage limits, and that the controller was included as a reward. After being told to check the fountain's status window, Sejun noted that having no usage limit was excellent and decided to test the controls. A controller with two black wings appeared, matching the fountain perfectly and surprising him as the system explained it could manage the water's pressure, direction, and range. It also allowed for the free movement of the statue, and as Sejan held the device and examined it, he wondered aloud what it was. Remarking that it looked just like a game console, he questioned if it really controlled the statue before randomly pressing two buttons on the device. Suddenly, the black dragon statue stopped spraying water as if another function had been activated, leaving Sejan and the animals gasping in awe as he grew excited by its movement. He exclaimed that it felt like controlling a video game character, while the pink bear happily tugged at his pants and asked what he was operating. The bear wanted a turn as the dragon statue stepped out of the fountain and loomed over them, its movements prompting the excited animals to mimic its actions. When the statue suddenly leaned down as if to roar, the startled animals jumped back, and an irritated coo-an struck the statue's cheek, knocking its head to the side. A horn snapped off, leaving Sejan agape and pale with fear, while Eileen noticed a shimmering orb and hummed in curiosity. She approached and tapped the orb, asking if there was a danger warning, just as the system informed Sejan that the tower manager was inquiring about the situation. Sejan began to sweat and stammered Eileen's name, quickly trying to hide the truth by telling her that nothing was wrong. He laughed nervously, claiming he was just admiring the beautiful statue, while he and the black rabbit stood together to hide the broken horn and asked Eileen if she was hungry. The tower manager expressed her desires while Eileen sat by a fruit basket, happily eating and remarking that she was glad Sejan liked the gift, much to his relief. He wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed in relief at not being caught, while the animals were busy planting trees and burying insects in the soil. A young wolf cub quickly announced he was going to gather more red locust carcasses, and his father nodded in agreement while warning him not to wander too far. The mother wolf looked at her husband with concern, questioning if it was truly safe to bring the children to such a perilous location despite the importance of gaining experience. To reassure his wife, the father wolf explained that it was safe because the red locusts were currently inactive while they fed on the blade green onions. He continued by saying that despite their numbers, they were merely insects with simple swarm behaviors, and they already understood their attack patterns and active hours. As the two wolves watched the lizardmen busy planting, the father added that they only collected the carcasses while the lizardmen replaced the withered blade green onions. He placed his hands on her shoulders and told her not to worry because they would be protected regardless of what happened, just as the cub returned carrying a large locust. The cub called out happily to his parents, completely unaware that a swarm of live red locusts was surging toward him from behind, preparing to strike. The sky turned red with their massive numbers, yet the cub cheerfully pointed out that he had found a live red locust. His parents screamed in terror for their son, and when the cub turned to see the approaching swarm, his eyes went wide and his jaw dropped in shock. Suddenly, the lizardman's sharp blade strikes cut down the lead locusts as he moved to protect the cub, shouting for him to run immediately. The swarm of red locusts twisted through the air like a furious flame, while Sejan gazed up at the dragon soaring gracefully beneath the gentle moonlight. He comforted the sleeping rabbits and the pink bear, marveling at Eileen's beauty and noting it was the 9th blue moon before asking Mother Coo-an if she was all right. Mother Coo-an bowed gently and replied that Eileen's power had neutralized the blue moon's influence, making it much easier for her to remain lucid. Remarking on how wonderful the tower manager truly was, Sejan wondered if they should wait for the blue moon's energy to permeate the crops. The rabbit couple rushed over to announce that some of the produce had already turned blue, prompting Sejan to happily adjust his hat and declare it was time to harvest. Under the gentle moonlight, Sejan and the rabbit couple diligently harvest the crops as blue jade cherry tomatoes glisten in the night. Sejan joyfully places the tomatoes into a basket while chatting with the rabbits about the abundance of blue moon cherry tomatoes. The white rabbit mentions that the blue moon's energy is also affecting the upcoming corn harvest, prompting Sejan to agree it is time to pick them. Sejan follows the white rabbit to the cornfield and happily harvests 2 glowing ears of corn. Deciding to give the corn to Aileen since her dragon heart is unstable, Sejan notes the system message about her being tired from patrolling. Thinking she needs rest, he offers the 2 harvested blue moon corns and tells her to eat them instead of the cherry tomatoes. As Sejan holds out the corn, the 2 ears fade and disappear from his hands while the system notification updates immediately. The tower manager thanks him and says she is going to sleep, so Shijun bids her good night before returning to his harvest. Shijun is amazed to see an ear of corn glowing with a red light and reaches out to harvest it. The system notifies him that he has harvested explosive stamina corn, slightly increasing his professional and harvesting masteries. His harvesting mastery reaches level 4, and he earns 30 EXP along with an achievement for creating a new crop in the tower. The system explains that explosive stamina corn is formed when intense heat hits corn grown on the tower's top floor. The kernels expand significantly when heated, and eating them reduces body fat by 30 g while increasing strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. The effect stacks up to 10 times and promotes hair growth. The B-rank crop was grown by tower farmer Shijun over a 90-day cycle. The system adds that no one can plant this corn without permission, and Shijun's fame has spread to the Food Supply Association. Realizing the corn can regrow hair, Shijun excitedly falls to his knees and holds the vegetable high in celebration. Shijun praises the tower as the best, then asks Kyung for his opinion on his hair when the little one approaches. After Kyung says it doesn't look cool, a determined Shijun points the corn at the rabbit and declares they will expand the fields. He orders everyone to focus on the new corn starting tomorrow, but Kyung tells him to calm down because he's acting uncool. Shijun separates some red kernels for seeds while wondering how to eat the corn since it expands when heated. His voice carries from the cave to the sky as he ponders whether he should ask Flame for help with the cooking. Shijun cries out in surprise when a little fairy at the base of a plant happily announces that she is growing. He asks if her rapid growth is due to the blue moon, and the fairy stands up with sparkling eyes to confirm it. She explains that the blue moon's power has filled her with energy and granted her 3 new skills, piquing Shijun's interest. The fairy smiles and mentions guardian fire as Shijun watches a turquoise flame flickering near the tree. At her command, the flame envelops him, and Shijun laughs at the magical protection as the system displays a notification. The system states that guardian fire will protect him for 3 hours, and Shijun is surprised to find the flame isn't hot. The fairy proudly says the flame will protect him, and Shijun gratefully promises to take good care of her. He then asks Flame if she can heat the explosive stamina corn, explaining that it's a new crop that pops when warmed. The red-haired fairy looks at the corn and suggests that it should be cooked without peeling the leaves first. Following the instructions, he first wrapped the corn and tied it tightly. Uncle Shijun followed suit and asked if it was right, to which the little fairy nodded and told him to hold it. She explained it wouldn't be hot due to the protective fire surrounding it, then concentrated her power to create a small flame near the corn, which suddenly began to swell. Shijun watched in amazement as it grew like a balloon, and the little fairy standing beside him confidently told him to open it gently, so he carefully unwrapped the steaming corn. As it opened, he cheered joyfully that it was popcorn and turned to ask Kikshing if he could find any salt nearby because he needed some. Under the soft moonlight, Kikshing politely handed it over, and Uncle Shijun lightly salted the popcorn before taking a large handful and praising its wonderful, crunchy texture. Kikshing also voiced his approval of the taste, while Uncle Shijun patted his head and noted that the bear's fur had become much smoother. Kikshing looked at Shijun's hair and remarked that his father's hair had also thickened significantly, leading Shijun to ask helplessly who had taught him to say such things. Suddenly, a sensation brushed against his body, causing Shijun to flinch and drop his bag of popcorn as he turned around in surprise, wondering what was happening. He wondered if Aileen had already put the monsters to sleep, but Kikshing's mother stood at the cave entrance and told Shijun he needed to come out immediately, leaving him shocked. Tree root monsters with glowing red eyes and distorted shapes of all sizes suddenly swarmed forward, including an orange creature with a sharp, pointed mouth. The system identified the creature as a corrupted ant poison flower, an attacker, while a purple, thorny monster stood beside it. The system also labeled the other as a corrupted ant pitcher plant, another attacker, as a long line of these monsters stood ready to face Shijun. Kikshing and the rabbits armed themselves with blazing torches, and Kikshing stood by his mother, shifting into his massive form to prepare for the coming battle. Standing nearby, Uncle Shijun remarked in disbelief that just as they were about to rest, these creatures appeared during the blue moon. Uncle Shijun raised his torch and shouted for everyone to prepare their weapons to deal with them, while the black rabbit gripped his hammer with determination and let out a cry. Suddenly, the monsters unleashed a barrage of seeds like a rain of bullets, and Shijun watched the incoming attack while standing frozen in place like a statue. A projectile from a monster tree struck the torch out of Uncle Shigen's hand, causing him to cry out as the torches held by the rabbits were also knocked away. As the rabbits cried out, the sticky projectiles covered Uncle Shigen's hands, making him complain about how adhesive everything was. Suddenly, thin trails of purple smoke began to rise from the ground, startling Uncle Shigen just as the black rabbit rushed toward him. He pushed Uncle Shigen back and warned him breathlessly not to touch the smoke, while Kiksheng stood nearby and asked what it was. The black rabbit warily explained it was poison, and Uncle Shigen gasped in shock as purple smoke continued to billow from the orange cannons. The purple smoke thickened as it drifted toward Shigen, who remarked on how sickening it was for them to appear all at once. Kiksheng watched the front lines tensely and told his father to look at the advancing layers of monster tree roots preparing for their assault. A massive tree trunk followed behind, commanding the smaller ones, and the system identified it as a corrupted tree that had absorbed energy from the blue moon. Facing the giant tree, Uncle Shigen was stunned and questioned if they could truly absorb the light of the blue moon. Kiksheng's mother warned Shigen that this opponent would be difficult to handle, and Shigen agreed while staring blankly at the threat. Before the massive monster, Shigen felt as small as an ant and helplessly realized they couldn't win. Looking at the vast fields, he wondered if this was the end after all his hard work. Suddenly, a voice called out from nowhere, startling Shigen as it announced that it would provide assistance. A massive black dragon statue stood right behind the group, and Shigen was stunned to see it as the statue's eyes glowed and it began to speak. It introduced itself as the great black dragon, Anton Fratani, the father of Aileen, leaving Kiksheng's mother and the rabbits in complete shock. Sejan gaped and asked Aileen's father about the statue's condition, to which he began to explain its original purpose. He elaborated that after Aileen's accident, the portal failed to open for unknown reasons, leaving them unable to enter the Black Tower or exercise their authority. Fortunately, they still controlled the statue, and once it reached the 99th floor and activated, they could manage it via a faint signal from outside. Bowing his head, he confirmed that Sejan had rescued Aileen during the Dragonheart's violent upheaval. He thanked Sejan, who modestly replied it was only right, but the father then asked for help since the tower was currently unmanaged. Sejan looked at the massive black dragon and asked how he could help, only to be shocked when asked to manage the tower's operations for Aileen. Sejan desperately explained that he was just a powerless farmer trapped on the 99th floor who couldn't even deal with the approaching Ents. As a colossal monster and thousands of others charged toward him, the black rabbit alerted Sejan that the Ents were closing in. Aileen's father calmly assured him he was capable of handling them, leaving Sejan staring back in utter disbelief. He promised they would assist with whatever Sejan couldn't do, prompting Sejan to wonder who he meant by we, as the dragon looked skyward. He then shouted his name, Kaiser Fratani, Aileen's grandfather, startling Sejan before scolding him for the situation. Kaiser grumbled that because of Sejan, he couldn't even see his granddaughter, and though he wanted to crush him, he still needed him. The once stern black dragon laughed, noting Sejan was more polite than expected, before looking up at the gentle moonlight. He decided to leave the details for later and sternly ordered that they first eliminate the pests, as a gust of wind nearly blew Sejan's hat away. Kaiser soared into the sky and looked down at the monsters, gathering powerful magic as he asked if Sejan wanted to see him handle them. With a roar, he unleashed a massive surge of power that caused a violent explosion, obliterating the monster ranks in its path. Kaiser then unleashed a devastating breath of energy like a fierce hurricane, giving the giant monster below no chance to resist. The fierce assault sent debris flying and triggered a massive explosion that shook the area, filling the sky with a blinding light. Meanwhile, Aileen muttered Sejan's name in her sleep, unaware that the attack had left a deep, smoldering crater filled with glowing lava. Qixing's mother shielded Sejan, while Qixing protected the rabbits from the shockwaves, leaving Sejan stunned by the destruction. Sejan marveled at the fact that an entire mountain had vanished, realizing the true power of a dragon as Kaiser called out to him. Kaiser instructed him to check the remains of the pests for useful items, leaving Sejan to wonder what he might find among the scorched ruins. Sejan descended into the crater with Qixing and the black rabbit, where Qixing spotted a shimmering object amidst the heat. Upon picking it up, the system notified Sejan that he had obtained a corrupted tree's strengthening seed. This special rank of seed, born from a tree that absorbed the blue moon's energy, permanently increases all of the user's stats by 10 points. If planted, it would grow into a formidable corrupted Ent with a lifespan of 100 years. Sedan stared at the seed in his hand, murmuring the name of the corrupted trees, strengthening seed to himself. Kaiser suddenly appeared before him and sternly commanded Sejan to eat the seed immediately. He explained that it would bolster Sejan's weak constitution and prevent the seed from growing into another monster like the one he just killed. Sejan stared at the seed with a pale, reluctant expression, stammering that eating a corrupted item seemed far too difficult. Upon hearing that, AI Lin suggested cooking the food first and asked if he knew how, to which Pu Shijan quickly nodded and said he certainly did. AI Lin then asked if he had anything to cook right now, but Pu Shijan searched his pockets and admitted he had no prepared meals. He only had some defensive cherry tomatoes he had planned to eat, which surprised AI Lin, who reached out and asked what they were. He demanded they be handed over for a safety check, and Pu Shijan complied while asking how he should deliver them. AI Lin put all the cherry tomatoes into his mouth with enjoyment, explaining that the statue's mouth contained a simple teleportation device. It could transport items, so if the statue swallowed them, they would be sent to him, and he finished all the cherry tomatoes. He paused as if sensing something while in another dimension. The cherry tomatoes arrived and were caught by a massive hand. The system announced the item transfer, and a middle-aged man looked at the cherry tomatoes in his hand, noting their arrival. He examined the cherry tomatoes carefully and remarked that these were the items that had restarted AI Lin's heart. The man looked up information on the system board, seeing images of Pu Shijan, Jiaixing, the rabbits, and their harvest, then muttered red locusts at Jiaixing's photo. While looking at the photos, the man stroked his chin and pondered the sight of monsters and humans eating locusts together. He wondered when the locusts had invaded the tower, concluding it must have been long ago if their remains reached the 99th floor. The images of Pu Shijan's delicious meals with Jiaixing and the rabbits made him realize they were eating those invasive, rapidly breeding pests without intervention. This meant the tower's monsters would worry less about famine, and he reflected on the agricultural products Pu Shijan's group had created. These edible goods with various effects had improved AI Lin's heart condition, making him realize that even as the tower's longtime manager, he knew little of the tower farmer profession. It was unexpected that a tower farmer would become AI Lin's source of hope, and he told himself he must investigate this further. Suddenly, a middle-aged man with black dragon wings ran up from behind and loudly called out for Ndun, who turned around in surprise. Ndun asked why his father was acting this way instead of maintaining his dignity as the head of the house, but the man ignored him. He held out a cherry tomato and told him to look, prompting Ndun to recognize it as the produce the tower farmer gave to AI Lin. Ndun took the tomato and asked in shock if his father had received it through the golem. He wondered if there was an issue, but his father excitedly replied that it was absolutely delicious, leaving Ndun confused. After eating the cherry tomato, the black dragon began to dance. "Ha, it's starting, it's starting," Uncle Shijun muttered in shock at the sight before him. The statue had ceased its movement upon receiving the cherry tomatoes. With his hands on his hips, Shijun looked ahead and announced his departure, then approached Jiaixing and the rabbits, urging them to follow him. The black rabbit beeped that Shijun was quite stubborn, while Jiaixing turned around excitedly, pointing at a massive log and asking a question. "Shouldn't I keep this?" he asked, as the system identified it as an enhanced branch of the Sangha tree. Jiaixing then told Shijun he wanted a weapon like the black rabbits. Leaving the black rabbit feeling helpless, Pu Shijun explained that while the staff looked powerful, it was simply too large to bring back home. Disappointed, Jiaixing rubbed the log and sadly remarked that it was a shame since he had already given it a name. Jiaixing's eyes suddenly sparkled with an idea, but Shijun comforted him, suggesting they head home first and find a weapon he liked another time. Shijun gasped in shock as he watched Jiaixing stand the massive log upright, prompting him to shout out a panicked warning. "Jiaixing, I told you it wouldn't work," he cried, but he watched in amazement as the giant log began to shrink right in the boy's hands. "What, it actually got smaller," Pu Shijun exclaimed, while Jiaixing happily held up the stick, showing his father that it had indeed shrunk as the system provided an explanation. The branch's durability was significantly enhanced by absorbing the blue moon's power through mana infusion, allowing its size to be adjusted at will. Both the black rabbit and Shijun cried out in surprise, and Shijun could only watch helplessly as Jiaixing playfully brandished the stick, noting the event in his tower diary. "My dear boy has a new friend. On a beautiful sunny day, the red bear Cheekshung excitedly brandished his long wooden staff as a challenge, shouting for the black rabbit to duel with him. The black rabbit responded with equal enthusiasm, gripping his large hammer and accepting the challenge, as the two began to trade blows back and forth. Sitting on the wooden porch with a group of plump rabbits, Pu Shijun watched them intently and remarked on how much fun Cheekshung and the black rabbit were having. Suddenly, a massive wolf approached from behind and called out Shijun's name, startling him as a pack of wolves slowly began to file in. They pushed 3 carts overflowing with red-winged insects, leaving Shijun to scratch his head in disbelief at the sheer quantity while thanking them for their hard work. As he hurriedly put on his hat and laced up, he asked why Elka wasn't with them, to which the wolf replied that she had gone to the Mage Tower to meet Yona. Worried, Shijun asked what had happened on the 67th floor, and the wolf explained that the red locusts had suddenly changed their tactics and launched a surprise attack. The wolf's voice grew heavy, causing Shijun to startle. He reached out to touch the fur on the wolf's chin, anxiously asking if everyone was safe. The wolf reassured him that the lizard men and mercenaries were unharmed, though he blushed slightly at having his chin touched. With glistening eyes, he explained that the red locusts had relentlessly charged the sword leaves until their piled corpses rendered the plants ineffective. Fortunately, a massive number of locusts perished in their attempt to overwhelm the defenses, leaving behind heaps of carcasses and a thick shroud of dust. The wolf added that while they didn't believe the insects had reached the portal yet, they had already requested reinforcements from the Mage Tower as a precaution. Shijun pulled his hand back from the thick fur and sighed in relief, yet he remained uneasy, crossing his arms and frowning with concern for those still below. In a quaint village of winding paths and warm amber lights, the peaceful atmosphere was broken by the wolf's growing anxiety upon hearing that Yona had gone out. The otter mage calmly offered to relay any messages to Yona upon her return, while the crowded pack of wolves urgently asked when she would be back for their business on the 67th floor. As the otter checked the system, the wolf pressed for her location, but the mage could only reply that Yona was very busy and her return time was uncertain. After checking, the otter suggested she might be at Granny Village, a name that caused the entire wolf pack to freeze in recognition. It turned out to be Theo's hometown, where the little orange cat was currently dancing and singing, waving for his interns to keep up as the black cat Oran sprinted ahead. Pushing past the other beasts, he called out for Theo to wait for them, but Oran ran so fast that he slammed into a small creature, and they both fell. Oran's face was flushed from the impact, and with teary eyes and gritted teeth, he turned to bark at the tiny mouse. He demanded to know why she was loitering in his way, but little Yona crossly retorted that he was the one who ran into her. Oran furiously asked if the cowardly mouse had a death wish, causing Yona to scowl as her body heated up with anger while she whispered a challenge. They glared at each other as if sparks were flying until Theo intervened, shouting to ask Oran why he wasn't moving along. Theo looked down and recognized Yona, who greeted him warmly, leaving Oran the cat completely frozen in shock. Terrified by their interaction, Oran asked Lord Theo if he knew this hamster, to which Theo replied confidently that they shared a very close bond. Yona looked up in alarm to defend herself against any misunderstanding, but before she could explain that Oran hit her, the cat recoiled in fear. He bowed down and begged for mercy, making them both feel uneasy as Oran the black cat remained prostrate, frantically apologizing for his carelessness. He pleaded for the great mage to forgive his insolence, and as the crowd began to stare, Theo could only offer an embarrassed laugh. Theo asked Yona to forgive his foolish subordinate, and she let out a weary sigh, agreeing to let it slide this time for Theo's sake. Oran smiled through his tears and turned away, pathetically trying to stifle his sobbing. Theo asked Iona where she was going, and she revealed she was headed to Granny Village, which was actually Theo's hometown. Surprised by the coincidence, Theo listened as Iona invited him to travel together if he wasn't busy. While Theo stood with his arms crossed in thought, Oran suddenly appeared and urgently asked if they could stop by Granny Village. Oran begged him to go so he could deliver an important message to his father, but Theo was reluctant, stating that he didn't want to go. Theo wanted to go to the 38th floor to trade, but Oran awkwardly promised him 1,000 tower gold coins if he agreed to stop by the village. That man rubbed his hands together and continued to entice him, suggesting he use the chance to flaunt his success to the villagers. He claimed that the arrogant Marine would surely regret her past behavior once she saw him, which finally convinced Theo to change his mind. Theo confidently agreed to let Yona join them, and when she asked about Marine, he dismissed the question while his heart filled with greed. Heh, showing them how successful I've become is a delightful thought, and Iran watched Theo's expression closely. He gave a scheming laugh, thinking that Theo's leisure would end today as that man's wicked nature surfaced at the thought of Granny Village. He laughed, thinking Theo would kneel before him again, while Yona looked up and wondered about the name Marine. They set off together, oblivious to Iran's malicious smile, as Theo asked if this was her first time visiting Granny Village. He promised her she would love the peaceful village, but they arrived to find a scene of utter desolation. The place looked dilapidated with crows cawing loudly, and starving cats of all ages lay on the filthy ground, emaciated and limping with their tongues out. The fish stalls were empty and covered in cobwebs, leaving Theo horrified and wondering how his home had fallen into such ruin. Everyone looked gaunt as if they were starving, and he turned around in confusion, wondering what happened since the village was normal when they left. A cat approached and dropped a bowl, startling everyone, and it turned out to be Yi's mother walking toward them with a frail child. "Is that you, Yi?" Yi looked at his mother in shock, asking why she was so thin and where his siblings were as the family reunited. "Do you know how hard we have been searching for you?" The mother cat tearfully explained that frog-like monsters had appeared at Lake Zenka and were hindering their fishing. This had completely severed the village's self-sufficient food supply, forcing the local young men to gather and attempt to eliminate the monsters. However, they were lucky to even return alive. With external food prices soaring beyond their reach, the cats in the village are now starving to death. Theo crossed his arms and asked curiously if those frog-like monsters were just frogs, as he had heard they were usually easy to catch when they appeared at the lake. "It is not just one or two, there are thousands of frogs swarming the lake now. A few weeks ago, some members of the Mercenary Association arrived here. Yet for some reason, the frogs became even more numerous." Iona wondered where those mercenaries were, and a cat explained they were at the villa of Israel, Oran's father. Theo pulled out a large bag of fish and poured it out, telling Mother Yi to eat this first. The other cats rushed over, feeling both miserable and excited at the sight of food. Theo told them to share it equally and look after their families, adding that while this was an intern benefit, Oran's contract would double if he tried to escape. Everyone was deeply grateful to Theo. He turned to suggest going to Oran's house, but the cunning black cat had already disappeared from sight. Yona and Theo were shocked to find him gone. Theo held his head in frustration as the fellow had fled, but Yona calmed him, saying they could pursue him slowly. Oran took the chance to flee as fast as he could, panting heavily at full speed while scoffing at the idea of remaining under Theo's control forever. He chuckled about the contract, believing he would find a way out once he reached home. Suddenly, a wolf with dangerously gleaming eyes lunged from the forest. The wolf intended to snatch the deceitful cat. When Oran saw the massive figure, he was terrified. The wolf landed forcefully, scaring the cat onto the ground with its crazed eyes. It threatened him, asking why he was not with Lord Theo, and accusing him of running away. Oran curled up like a ball of clay, trembling incessantly. Oran stammered that he was only going home for a moment. The wolf bared its fierce fangs and demanded Theo's location, but then a black wolf pounced on the gray one. The black wolf apologized, but said it would not allow that, successfully protecting Oran while the gray wolf managed to dodge the incoming attack. The gray wolf was surprised by the black wolf's arrival. The newcomer was powerful and muscular, wearing external armor and a challenging smirk. It used its large body to shield the terrified Oran. Away from the village, the two wolves faced off, with the armored black wolf looking quite triumphant. While the silver wolf watched with a wary gaze, Oran lay at the black wolf's feet in shock. Just as the situation grew tense, two more silver wolves appeared, and one of them called out to leader Elka, saying they had found Lady Iona. Both newcomers were then stunned by the scene. They were shocked to see a black wolf there. The black wolf stood tall, its cold orange eyes staring provocatively at leader Elka. The black wolf asked what the silver wolf clan was doing there. Oran suddenly spoke up, catching the black wolf's attention and admitting he did not know who he was. Oran pleaded desperately for help, claiming the silver wolves were trying to kill him. The black wolf finally spoke. He told Oran to go, explaining he had been sent to pick him up. Oran's yellow eyes widened in surprise, and he quickly understood the situation. He walked away briskly, thanking the black wolf with a glance. Leader Elka looked surprised but tried to stay calm, ordering the black wolf to move aside. Elka claimed they had an unsettled debt with the cat. The black wolf coldly replied that it was impossible, as the cat was the son of a man their leader owed. He stated they were ordered to retrieve him. Elka lost his patience, his amber eyes flashing with a threat as he bared his sharp teeth and challenged him. The black wolf did not hesitate to challenge the silver wolves, reminding them that the black wolf clan possessed strength and stamina far beyond theirs. He bared his sharp claws and roared, identifying himself as Hap, the right hand of Lord Higo, and claimed he could easily defeat all three of them. Just as Hap was about to act, a shimmering star flew in and blocked all damage. A voice rang out, stating they had intervened because something felt very suspicious. Theo spoke up, "Excellent work, Yona. Elka, Elki, and Elko were nearly in serious trouble." Speaking from the wolf pack, Theo continued, "Lady Yona, what are you doing here?" "Weren't you planning to ascend to the 99th floor?" Elka explained. "We came to see Lady Yona because of an incident on the 67th floor. We were told she had traveled to Graina village." "However, I didn't expect you to be with her," Yona inquired. "Did something strange occur on the 67th floor?" Theo replied, "No, let's set that aside for now. There is a more pressing matter to attend to." "Elka, have you spotted Oran anywhere?" Elka answered. "We saw that cat fleeing and tried to catch him, but this black wolf stood in our way." Yona led the way. "Follow this path." They headed to a grand and magnificent villa in Graina village, where Israel resided. Inside the villa, a black wolf and a cat sat at a table, appearing to be waiting for something. The black wolf was Hegel, the leader of the free mercenaries. The cat sitting beside him spoke first. "Hap is late. I instructed him to pick up Oran." After hearing the boy had returned to the village with suspicious people, Hegel reassured him, "Please wait a little longer. He is my right-hand man. He always performs his duties well." Just as the two were speaking, Oran burst in and shouted, "Father!" The cat stepped forward and asked Oran, "Why are you only arriving now?" Oran panted heavily, his limbs collapsing onto the floor. "Where is Hap? Didn't you meet him on the road?" The cat Oran called father was named Israel. Israel asked, "Where is the food? Did you return empty-handed? Couldn't you buy anything?" Oran stammered, "About that." Then he clung to Israel and began to cry. "Oh, father, when I went to the merchant guild, I was scammed by a goblin conspiring with Theo. I've lost all the money." Israel was stunned to see his son weeping so bitterly. He asked again, "What, Theo? Are you talking about Theo, that innocent cat? Isn't he your best friend? Why would such a kind child deceive you?" Oran looked up and screamed, "Kind? He is an incredibly wicked person. Even though I explained that I needed to buy food for the villagers, they still threatened me and forced me to sign a labor contract. And someone was giving him orders, a man claiming to be the Black Dragon despite having no horns or wings." In Oran's imagination, a truly horrific and terrifying scene appeared. A mysterious figure stood in the background with a wicked smile while the poor rabbits were being threatened. Oran leaned close to his father's face and shouted, and he even tricked the rabbit tribe into working for him with his threats and lies. As the father and son were talking, Hegel suddenly flew into a rage and snapped the table in half. Both Oran and Israel were startled. Hegel questioned Oran, his voice full of murderous intent. "You aren't lying, are you?" Both were shocked by Hegel's destructive outburst. Impersonating the great Black Dragon was a crime worse than death. It seemed the mention of the Black Dragon had ignited Hegel's fury. His eyes flashed with fire as he clenched his fists. It was as if Hegel would instantly crush the impostor if he were to see him. Oran spoke up, his voice trembling slightly. "Yes, I'm not lying at all. He truly claimed to be the Black Dragon." A flicker of fear crossed Oran's face, but he struggled to remain composed. In his mind, he realized the man before him was Hegel, the leader of the Black Wolves, a species that worshipped the great Black Dragon. Although he didn't know why Hegel was at his home, this was perfect. The cunning cat Oran realized he could exploit this situation to his advantage. With his remarkable intelligence, he boldly used the Black Wolf leader as a pawn. "Lord Hegel, please eliminate that villain and the mastermind impersonating the great Black Dragon. Those who are committing such despicable acts, they must be punished." Oran spoke while making provocative gestures to further agitate Hegel's unstable temperament. Just as Oran anticipated, Hegel agreed immediately. "Very well, lead the way. I shall go and deliver judgment personally." Hegel's massive frame stood up, leaving Oran in awe of his sheer size. "Excellent!" While Oran was rejoicing, from outside the living room door, a servant entered to announce, "Lord Israel, you have visitors." Before Israel could grasp the situation, Oran spoke up quickly, for he knew exactly who the guests were. "Perfect timing, they have arrived. I'll go meet them first, but before that, father, you still have that item in the warehouse, right?" Israel grew suspicious. "What do you mean? Don't tell me. What else could it be?" A look of triumph spread across his devious face. What I need is right here, outside the grand and sprawling villa. Elka, Elki, Elko, Theo, and the Archmage Yona appeared. Oran, come out here, they shouted loudly, but their calls were met only with silence. Elka remarked, no one is answering, not a single cat has come out to greet us. Elka then suggested to Theo, let's just break down the door. We can't do that, Theo replied. That is quite impolite, another wolf remarked. Being courteous to a coward who fled is a bit. As the crowd gossiped, the villa's doors swung open. Accompanied by Oran's laughter, the villain appeared, dressed in a magnificent suit and standing tall with pride. I didn't expect you to track me all the way here. I must commend you. Welcome to my villa. His voice was arrogant, his eyes looking down with mockery. Theo calmly replied, to be more precise. Isn't this your father's villa? Rebutted. Oran grew furious and barked. It will eventually be mine, you fool. Oran continued his outburst. HMPH, you treated me like a slave, didn't you? You won't be able to do that here. Theo remained composed despite the other's rage. The wolf standing beside Yona looked at Oran with utter contempt. Once Oran finished, Theo added, you are still just a contract intern after all. Yona further noted, tower contracts are absolute. If you fail to comply, you will face a severe penalty. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, Theo pulled out the contract. If you don't come here this instant, your contract will be extended by another 30 days. As he spoke, Theo kept tapping the interface, terrifying Oran. What? No way! Feeling his disadvantage, Oran lowered his voice. Sir, may I review the contract again? Theo replied immediately. Open your status window and check it yourself. Oran's voice grew louder again. I want to compare them to see if they are identical and if there are any errors. Clearly, this cunning cat had prepared a hidden scheme. Oran slowly descended the stairs, his left hand hidden behind his back while his right was extended. He spoke softly with a look of innocence. Just a moment, it will be over soon. Very well, Theo agreed. Suddenly, the devious Oran pulled out a vial of green liquid, a substance capable of total destruction. Elka quickly noticed the anomaly and screamed, Master Theo! Theo looked on blankly, huh? A triumphant smile bloomed on Oran's face. Holding the precious item, he ruthlessly hurled the liquid at Theo and the contract. Theo was startled and horrified, never imagining Oran would dare such a thing. The liquid flew from the vial, but in that instant, a circle of green light manifested around Theo, keeping him perfectly safe. Oran was stunned by the protective magic. Once out of harm's way, Theo roared, Why did you try to pour that on me? As Oran reeled from his failure, Elka lunged forward. He delivered a slap so hard it nearly made Oran soil himself in terror. The vial slipped from Oran's grasp as he lost his footing. He tumbled down 2 steps and hit the stairs, groaning in agony. I failed. Yona approached and picked up the vial that had been aimed at Theo. This is a contract cancellation potion. When splashed on a target, the contract appears and can be nullified. To waste such a rare item, how foolish. Elka barked at Oran, You bastard, I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget. Oran snapped back, Shut up. Theo also lunged forward, shouting, Oran. You really are a piece of work. I'm telling you this won't end with just a 30-day extension. Driven to desperation, Oran lunged to grab Yona. Don't move, he threatened, though Yona remained calm in his grasp. If you don't nullify the contract now, this little mouse wizard is dead. The onlookers were incensed, shouting, Oran, what do you think you're doing? Release Yona. Why isn't this protective shield disappearing? I can't get out, Theo cried urgently, pounding on the barrier. Elka added, I thought you knew you'd die by our hands if you touched Lady Yona. Though trembling with fear, Oran tried to maintain his threat. Don't move. Do you think I'm bluffing? I wouldn't have come here without a plan, don't you agree? He screamed. Lord Hedgel, please eliminate these bastards. However, only silence followed. Elka, Elki, and Elko stood ready for combat. There was no sign of Hedgel, leaving Oran startled. Wondering why his backup hadn't appeared, he stammered, Lord Hedgel, why aren't you coming out? Lord Hedgel. His voice shook with visible panic. Midst Oran's confusion, Yona spoke with a chilling tone, Are you asking Hedgel to attack us? Despite being held hostage, she showed no fear. Shut up, Aulan barked, but he instantly realized his body was frozen. His face turned ashen as he muttered in disbelief at his inability to move. Yona slowly freed herself from Aulan's grasp and said calmly, I have cast a paralysis spell on you. You will be unable to move for some time. She gently retrieved her magic staff from the ground and fixed a cold gaze on Aulan, asking if he thought her small stature meant she was weak, while sweat poured down his face. The pressure radiating from Ye-Oh-Na intensified as she sternly declared that he had made a grave error, introducing herself as Archmage Ye-Oh-Na, president of the Mage Association. "I trust you understand the price for looking down on me and betraying Zio," she said, her eyes glowing as she thrust her staff close to Ao Lan's face. Terrified, Ao Lan wondered how a wretch like Zio could know an Archmage, while Zio stood inside the protective circle with his arms crossed, looking quite smug. "It is actually warmer in here than I expected," Zio remarked, while He-Ji seethed in silence at the annoying cat who continued to shout for him from outside. Lai could no longer endure it and asked He-Ji why he wasn't responding to his son's calls, but He-Ji remained deep in thought. "Did you not say we only needed to punish the cat impersonating the Hai Long?" Lai stammered, suddenly startled by the mention of the Mage Association president. He-Ji's expression soured upon hearing Lai address Ye-Oh-Na, wondering why she was there as her staff drew close enough to Ao Lan's face to make him tremble violently. Ye-Oh-Na was incensed that Ao Lan had deceived her. Trusting her intuition, she called out to ask if He-Ji was present. "I can sense your presence, so come out," she commanded, and a blurred figure suddenly rushed through the door as He-Ji hurried out in response to her summons. Ka was stunned by the appearance of He-Ji, the leader of the Black Wolves, prompting Zio to ask if she knew him, as she was well aware of his reputation. She could not fathom why such a renowned, high-ranking mercenary from the freelance world would be present in this place. Wondering about his connection to Ye-Oh-Na, they were surprised to see He-Ji bow respectfully and offer his formal greetings to her. Ye-Oh-Na politely acknowledged that it had been a long time since they last met, but her expression shifted instantly as she demanded an explanation of the current situation. "According to that black cat, you intended to kill me. Who was it that hired you?" she asked, and despite his massive size, He-Ji appeared terrified of the petite woman. "That is impossible. I had no idea you were here and was merely deceived by him," He-Ji pleaded, while Ka wondered if Ye-Oh-Na was actually his employer. Zio was equally confused as to why they were meeting mercenaries here instead of Granny Village, just as the man stepped forward to obsequiously greet the great mage. "Why would someone of your stature come to such a desolate place?" he asked, unaware of the trouble his son had caused as he introduced himself to the confused Ye-Oh-Na as Ao Lan's father. Before he could continue, Ye-Oh-Na pointed her staff at him, making him seethe with rage at his son as he realized the magnitude of the idiot's blunder. "I shall teach you a lesson," she declared, nursing a headache from their bickering before ordering them both to remain silent and still until her work was finished. Turning her attention to He-Ji, Ye-Oh-Na expressed her dissatisfaction with his performance, noting that she had already heard rumors about the events in this village on her way there. "It appears you have failed the mission I assigned to you," she said, and He-Ji looked away in shame, admitting that he had indeed failed to eliminate the frog monsters. Zio was stunned by the revelation and asked if they were referring to the frogs terrorizing Lake Jenka, a situation that Ye-Oh-Na had long been concerned about. "Not long ago, I sensed an anomaly within the tower and discovered dimensional energy leaking and pooling at the center of Lake Jenka," she explained. She was deeply troubled by the fact that the lake was already teeming with eggs due to the abnormal proliferation of the frog queen's brood. Realizing that all aquatic life on the 55th floor would face extinction if she did not intervene, Ye-Oh-Na took up her responsibility and sought He-Ji's assistance. Since the Mage Tower was occupied with issues on the 67th floor, she had entrusted the task to He-Ji, though she now found it difficult to even look at him given the outcome. He-Ji acknowledged his failure with deep shame, feeling so utterly helpless against the frogs that he wished to erase the entire ordeal from his memory. By the time we arrived, thousands of frogs had already hatched. Despite our best efforts to rectify the situation, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and we couldn't sustain an underwater battle indefinitely. However, that only fueled her rage. "How dare you even speak? The original objective was simply to infiltrate the underwater cavern and eliminate the eggs. It was supposed to be a relatively simple task, yet your failure has forced the entire village to suffer the consequences." He-Ji also felt deeply dejected over his inability to complete the mission. He claimed to have arrived on the designated day, but the eggs had already hatched. He spoke with a sense of helplessness, while Ye-Oh-Na grew irritated by He-Ji's rigid and inflexible nature. "You should have taken initiative and assessed the situation sooner," she barked. Suddenly, Ye-Oh-Na leaped up, screaming He-Ji's name in a fit of absolute fury. Her terrifying power threatened to consume him in an instant. "You should know that making excuses is a crime in itself. This time, Ye-O-Na will not show you any mercy. Prepare for your punishment. Even the father and son of the O-Lan family could not escape this calamity, trembling violently as she mentioned their names. And that pack of ungrateful cats as well, she uttered coldly. Everyone present was paralyzed with fear by Ye-O-Na's overwhelming display of strength. I shall lay waste to this entire place, she declared with an authoritative tone. Ai-Ka feared for his life, noting that with such a massive surge of energy, even they were no longer safe. Zio repeatedly called out to Ye-O-Na, hoping to bring her back to her senses. "Stop this, Ye-O-Na, can you not hear me?" He shouted so intensely that the blue orb protecting him began to crack, yet nothing could deter Ye-O-Na now. She was determined to reduce everything to a sea of flames. Unexpectedly, Zio leaped onto Ai-Ka's back as if throwing a stone. Without a single wasted movement, he soared into the sky, leaving Ai-Ka in a state of shock. While the others were still dazed, Zio reached out to pull Ye-O-Na down. The moment he touched her, she seemed to regain some of her composure. "Zio," she exclaimed. But reality was harsh. She watched in shock as he plummeted toward the ground like a falling star, though he fortunately managed to snag a nearby branch. Even more surprising was that Zio had a firm grip on Ye-O-Na's staff. "What are you doing, Zio? You're dangling in midair and I'm about to fall." Ye-O-Na cried out in worry. The two seemed to be in a tug-of-war over the staff, but she then reasoned that since Zio was a cat, he would be fine even if he fell from this height. Zio, however, was consumed by terror, breaking out in a cold sweat. "It isn't safe. Everyone will be caught in your power and put in grave danger," he pleaded. Finally, he was forced to play the emotional card. "Are you really going to abandon me?" Ye-O-Na hesitated for a long moment before finally whispering no. She was well aware that Zio's status was significant, as he was a subordinate of the Black Dragon Lord. As she reminded herself of this, a new idea suddenly struck her. With a snap of her fingers, the celestial power began to converge in one spot as she gradually calmed down. At last, the imminent danger had passed. The massive energy was successfully brought under control, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Hiji stood there, completely stunned by what he had just witnessed. Ye-O-Na's magic, which no one could normally stop once her temper flared, had been neutralized. She only smiled once Zio had safely returned to the ground. Hiji looked at him with disdain, doubting his true identity. Is that man really a subordinate of the Black Dragon Lord? He looks like nothing more than a common yellow cat. "That was quite a surprise, Lord Zio. You actually stepped on my head to jump down." Zio expressed his gratitude, noting that without Ai-Ka, he couldn't have reached Ye-O-Na, though he secretly sweated over his lost gold. "Phew, I almost lost those 1,000 gold coins from that man O-Lan." Ye-O-Na's touched expression turned cold as she asked if he only stopped her for the sake of money. Zio, who knew the O-Lan family's secrets, wanted to use this chance to recoup his losses, causing the father and son to weep in terror. "That's not it. We must demand further compensation for their attempted escape and defiance. That man is wealthy and surely possesses many treasures, such as the contract antidote." He whispered to Ye-O-Na, inviting her to help him teach them a lesson. "How about it? Come with me to raid his treasury as punishment for his crimes." Without any hesitation, she immediately agreed. His words brought tears to the eyes of the O-Lan duo as the plan to plunder their wealth was set in motion. While everyone else was astonished, the two O-Lans could only bow their heads in silent resignation. The vast fortune and numerous treasures made everyone, including Ye-O-Na, feel small. Is there really this much? Following the instructions, Elka poured every gold coin into the pouch. "Elka, gather everything. We'll sell it all at the merchant village." Naturally, he always obeyed the commands. "Yes," Elka replied, while Iran, pained by the loss, quickly covered his eyes. Good heavens, it was unclear which item had drawn her closer, but it was truly unbelievable. Ye-O-Na looked tiny before the massive bookshelf. Why were there so many dangerous magic books here? You see, Lai felt a bit stingy but acted generous, saying he enjoyed collecting ancient books and they should feel free to take what they wanted, assuming Ye-O-Na would be too shy to accept. To his surprise, she immediately took the most valuable items. He was stunned by her method of browsing books using magic. There was a collection of feather-sucking birds and even dragon pasta. Over there was the very first edition of basic magic. She absolutely had to take that one. Theo had also discovered a necklace that looked quite expensive. Hiji suddenly approached him with a grave expression, asking if he had a moment. You were startled, wondering who it was. Hiji showed respect by lowering his voice, and Theo could hardly believe it. He actually bowed his head to Theo, pleading for the Black Wolf Pack to become his subordinates. In his panic, Theo dropped the necklace on the ground. You couldn't believe your ears when Hai-Ji suddenly made such a request. Meanwhile, in the management space on the 99th floor, AI Lin finally stretched and woke up, though she remained in bed. She let out a relaxed sigh, feeling refreshed after a deep sleep. Before doing anything else, AI Lin took out the magic orb she always watched, wondering what Jun was doing while the system finished booting. Suddenly, a barrage of notifications appeared before her eyes as the system updated, showing that the number of unread messages had exceeded 1,000. AI Lin was shocked that so many had piled up in just one day. Looking at the mountain of unread messages, she decided to clear them all, feeling exhausted as the red notifications vanished. Once everything was tidy, AI Lin smiled at the sight of Jun. She opened the screen and was surprised to see a vast view of the tower from above. Since the dragon heart had recovered slightly, the crystal ball's display range had expanded. But AI Lin was still worried because the farm was now so vast she didn't know where Jun was. She watched Gu Ying playing intently and laughed as she saw Gu Ying shaking a tree branch, thinking it was adorable. Suddenly, AI Lin froze for 5 seconds. Gu Ying was happily playing with a piece of wood when a system window appeared in front of Gu Ying. Gu Ying asked if AI Lin had slept well, and the tower administrator then inquired about the strange branch Gu Ying was holding. Gu Ying politely explained that it was a branch from a corrupted tree that had absorbed Lin Yue's energy. AI Lin was momentarily shocked, wondering how such a thing had appeared and how the monsters on the 99th floor could handle it. Gu Ying described the events to AI Lin through the system screen, explaining that thanks to the statue AI Lin had given, she had met AI Lin's grandfather and great-grandfather. The grandfather from the statue had soared into the air and fired beautiful beams of light, completely obliterating all the corrupted trees. AI Lin fell into deep thought before becoming excited at the mention of her grandfather. Meanwhile, Hai-Ji suddenly knelt before Theo, begging for the Black Wolf Pack to be his subordinates, which sent Theo into a panic. Hai-Ji explained their ancestral history, stating that their tribe had always worshipped the great black dragon and that he truly had no ill intentions. He simply wanted to share in their prestige, stating that becoming a subordinate of Theo and being near the great black dragon was the greatest honor for them. He poured all his hope into his plea for Theo to agree. Theo crossed his arms and flatly refused, saying he didn't want them, which stunned Hai-Ji since Theo only accepted capable subordinates. He pointed out that Hai-Ji had failed his mission and angered Yeo-Na, claiming Hai-Ji didn't seem very competent and that he had no use for inferior subordinates. Hai-Ji felt he was being treated unfairly. While he had no excuse, he pointed out that T.O. had already accepted O-Lan as a subordinate. T.O. provided a reason that no one could argue with. O-Lan was wealthy and useful. He then turned to AI-Ka and asked if the task was finished. AI-Ka worked efficiently and confirmed it was done. T.O. ordered the items to be taken back to the village for the cats. Seeing Hai-Ji still clinging to hope, T.O. sighed wearily. However, he didn't have the heart to leave Hai-Ji in despair, so he offered one more chance, announcing he would stay for a few days and telling Hai-Ji to find something he liked during that time. T.O. firmly stated that if he was satisfied, he would accept all of them as subordinates. Hai-Ji was utterly amazed by his generosity. He bowed deeply in respect, promising not to let him down. Meanwhile, Jun picked up a seed-like object from a deep pit and squinted one eye to get a better look at its faint glow. It looked as though eating it would cause a stomach ache. Unsure of its nature, he showed it to Flame and asked for its opinion. Flame recognized it immediately as a seed from a corrupted tree, emanating a foul aura. Sedan felt discarding it was wasteful and wanted to find a way to purify it. Can your purifying fire cleanse this seed? If it can, we could plant it and grow an ent that isn't corrupted. Flame was intrigued by the idea. That's a great plan. Feeling relieved, Sedan placed the seed in a box and let Flame begin the process. He carefully asked for her opinion. Is it okay to leave it like this? Flame nodded. Yes, this will work, despite her small size. Her power was immense. As her energy permeated the seed, the system immediately issued a notification. Corrupted ent strengthening seed, 1% purified. Sejan saw a ray of hope and rejoiced. It's working if we continue the purification. We might actually succeed. Flame was also happy to be of help. I'm glad my power is useful to you. However, Sejan was still worried. About the time. How long will it take? Can you use more purifying fire? Flame shook her head. I've used up all my energy for today. I'll recover in a few days and continue. Sejan praised her. Our flame is so reliable. Flame giggled in response. Suddenly, the system panel appeared before Sejan, filling him with joy. The day for the seed shop to open had finally arrived. The system announced that the seed shop was now open. It also noted that Park Sejan's current rank was normal. 4 types of seeds were displayed randomly. At his current level, he could buy as many as he wanted within a 5-tower gold coin limit. Sejan was shocked by the prices. 50 black bean seeds for 5 coins and 25 pumpkin seeds. He muttered, "Wait, why have the prices gone up so much?" Previously, 100 radish seeds were only 0.1 coins, but now they were 1 coin, a 10-fold increase. The gray rabbit suggested it was because of the 67th floor. Sejan immediately understood. The 67th floor was where the war against the red locusts was happening. The gray rabbit nodded, still fearful of the memory. This happened when the Red Scarf Kingdom was destroyed by the red locusts. The 67th floor, the tower's largest granary, was once the main food source for everyone. When the supply was cut off, a horrific famine occurred, leaving a deep trauma in the hearts of those who lived through it. As news of the war on the 67th floor spread, many rushed to hoard food. Gris, a landlord on the 55th floor who profited from the last famine, is likely exploiting this to hike prices. A notification chimed. The gray rabbit's ears drooped as he worriedly said, "It seems the 99th floor is also being affected." Sejan fell into deep thought. "Right, you mentioned this before. The news from the wolves confirms it too. It seems this war won't end easily." However, his mind was focused on diversifying their food. "Sword scallions alone aren't enough. I have to find another way." The soaring prices made Sejan hesitate. "I'll worry about that later. What should I buy now? Buying 2 types will exceed 5-tower gold coins." He could only afford one. After some hesitation, he decided, black beans are hard to use, radishes are boring, and so are pumpkins. "I'll go with onions." The system immediately notified him, purchased 500 onion seeds, 5-tower gold coins deducted from Park Sejan's account. You earned 50 shop points. Total seed shop points, 106. Thank you for using the shop. You can access the level 2 seed shop again in 30 days. Sejan happily received the bag of seeds from the system. He had carefully considered their use before making the purchase. Onions can remove odors and add sweetness, making them perfect for many dishes. Flame trusted his choice. "I can't eat them, but they sound delicious." Sejan then saw the panel and knew exactly who was looking for him. Aileen, are you awake?" The system relayed that the tower administrator had heard the news from her aunt. She asked if he had met her father and grandfather. Sejan confirmed, "Yes, thanks to the statue you gave me, I met Anson and Kaiser." A question appeared on the system board. The tower administrator asked where the statue was now. He explained that they were currently outside. After defeating the mutated ent, the signal was suddenly lost, so Kaiser lowered a rope into the cave to rescue him. "Park Sejan, are you in there?" Sejan was startled by the voice, realizing it was Kaiser. Before he could understand the situation, Aileen explained that Kaiser was fuming and wanted him to come up immediately. "Hurry up," Kaiser's shout panicked Sejan. All right." He quickly grabbed the rope and began to climb. "Stop rushing me, I'm coming," Kaiser called out as soon as he spotted him. "Park Sejan, come here." Sejan greeted him politely. "Hello, Lord Kaiser." Kaiser questioned his own eyes when the system appeared. "I missed you so much, Grandpa." Sejan panicked and quickly reminded Aileen, "The status window is blocking my path up." It seemed like bad luck was constantly following him. While climbing, he slipped and lost his footing on the rope. Sejan's hat fell along with him. In that terrifying moment, he screamed as he lost his grip. As he fell freely, Kaiser quickly grabbed Sejan's leg, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Despite being hung upside down, Sejan wasn't angry with Aileen. What a relief! The system notified him that the tower administrator was asking if he was okay. Kaiser then realized, "Is that status window my granddaughter?" Sejan, confused by the flood of messages, said, "There are too many, I can't see anything." "Aileen, why are you sending the status window to me? Send it to Kaiser instead." Kaiser was moved to tears, relieved to know she was safe. He pressed his cheek against Sejan, overjoyed just to see her through the system. "Aileen, I can see you. It's been so long, are you doing all right?" "I'm so fortunate to finally hear from you." Sejan felt suffocated. "Grandpa, you're pressing down too hard, it hurts. My face is about to be crushed, Grandpa." The rabbit couple wondered why his hat was still in the cave while he was up here. The forest scenery was pleasant, with lush greenery and a clear blue sky. Kaiser cleared his throat and began explaining the survival rules. He was also sad about not being able to contact Aileen. Her father and I don't have physical bodies here, so we can't receive her status windows. He noted the inconvenience. Aileen could see and hear them but couldn't communicate directly. Instead, she had to relay information through humans or other monsters. Sejan put on the hat the male rabbit had brought up. The situation was quite complex. After listening to Kaiser and Sejan's conversation, Aileen felt much more at ease. So the tower's teleportation gate won't open because of an internal system error. I thought it was because I wasn't strong enough. Kaiser thought of a solution but knew it was unfeasible. With enough mana, administrative rights could solve some issues. But with Aileen's current power, it's difficult to achieve. Sejan asked worriedly. Then what should we do now? Aileen replied. It's going to be tough. Sejan believed there was a solution for everything. Is there any other way? Kaiser guided Aileen through the control panel. First, we must assess the tower's condition. We have to find each problem and solve them one by one. Aileen, is there anything unusual? Sejan thought she hadn't heard and called her name. The system displayed. How would I know? Kaiser asked anxiously. Can you check the Failma orb's functions? Are there no notifications? Perhaps ones in different colors? Unexpectedly, Aileen had cleared her inbox, thinking they were unimportant. Red, blue, I think I deleted them all because they were annoying. Kaiser and Sejan were stunned as if struck by lightning. They were completely bewildered. Even Kaiser gave up in the face of Aileen's clumsiness. What? While they were deep in thought, the white rabbit farmers were busy harvesting tomatoes. Let's just figure it out together slowly. A beautiful natural scene unfolded with a clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds, while a corn cob lay gnawed clean. As he entered management mode, Anton focused on writing on the ground. Always pay close attention to the green warnings. Because they are truly important. He turned back to ask, worried he hadn't heard clearly. Aileen, did you catch that? The system immediately sent a notification. The tower administrator confirmed receipt. Sejan felt exhausted. There are so many things to keep in mind, he sighed. Seeing this, the male rabbit handed him a cup of water. Drink this for now. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sejan asked directly, Lord Anton, what exactly are green warnings? Anton answered firmly, green warnings appear when there are extremely dangerous monsters in the tower. This left Sejan confused. Extremely dangerous. Does the tower administrator have to manage those things as well? Anton grew concerned as the notification arrived. The balance of the tower is more important than anything else. Our mission is to ensure that all monster species can live in harmony within the tower. Sejan was terrified upon hearing this. What about outsiders like me? I heard the red locust also came from the outside. Are we also considered subjects for management? Anton quickly comforted him. Chaha, that's a different matter. He then explained the reason why humans and those creatures were treated differently. Red locusts are intruders who enter the tower without following proper procedures, acting like a virus gnawing at the structure. He pointed at Sejan, noting that humans like him are granted permission to enter. This news brought relief to Sejan, as fighting monsters and claiming treasures were actions officially sanctioned by the tower. Thus, it was not a cause for concern. Anton grew more confident in his assessment, while disrupting the tower's order would be problematic so far. Human power seemed far too insignificant to truly impact the tower's stability. Sejan nodded in agreement. Haha, that is true. Suddenly, a message flashed on the control panel. The tower administrator announced a major crisis, which startled him. What happened, Aileen? Only then did he notice the notification. A green warning had appeared, signaling imminent danger. Aileen read the alert. The green carp of Lake Jenka are in a state of extreme emergency. Sejan was taken aback. What, so soon? Anton gave Aileen a final instruction. Do you remember what I told you? The tower administrator replied. Yes, I can handle this. Aileen attempted to exert her power. Crystal ball, switch to management mode. The sphere immediately projected a stream of data before her. Appointing intermediate administrator, Tower Farmer Park Sejan. Aileen touched the icon for Park Sejan, and the system updated his information. The tower administrator has appointed you as an intermediate administrator to prevent the extinction of the green carp at Lake Jenka on the 75th floor. You have received the mark of the tower's intermediate administrator. Sejan watched in surprise as his hand began to glow, still struggling to grasp the situation. He muttered, This is, Anton quickly clarified, that is the mark confirming your status as an intermediate administrator. You will face no trouble as long as you display it within the tower. Suddenly, a system alert startled Sejan. Teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 1 minute, he became flustered. I have to leave right now, but I've never even left the 99th floor. Anxiety welled up inside him. What if I encounter strange creatures there? Or what if the land is consumed by a sea of fire? Anton suggested, "Wait, you can bring your subordinates along." Aileen quickly checked the interface. "Can I access the management settings again?" She acted immediately. Appoint subordinates, appoint subordinates. Finally, she found the solution. "Here it is, you can take your followers, appoint them now." Aileen decided to include everyone, from the rabbit pack to Kyung and Brother Crab's mother. However, the system reported that the appointment failed because the tower administrator lacked sufficient mana. Sejan was stunned. "What? My mana is insufficient." He grew increasingly worried about having to face the upcoming challenge entirely alone. "Aileen, must I go by myself?" The tower administrator's mana was depleted. "Teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 10 seconds." Aileen hurried. "At least let Brother Crab's mother and the King of Fish go with him." But the system refused again, citing the tower administrator's lack of mana. With time running out, Sejan could only call out her name. "Aileen, teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 5 seconds." Aileen stared at the screen in despair. "No." "Teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 4 seconds." His heart raced with worry. "Aileen, teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 3 seconds." She persisted. "Teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 2 seconds." "You have successfully appointed Brother Crab and the Black Rabbit as subordinates of the intermediate administrator." Finally, Kyung and the Black Rabbit were appointed. "Teleporting to Lake Jenka on the 75th floor in 1 second." Anton watched helplessly as the transfer began. He looked toward the sky. "Good luck, Park Sejan." Sejan and his 2 subordinates fell through the air. "You have arrived at Lake Jenka on the 75th floor." While Brother Crab and the Black Rabbit landed safely, Sejan hit the ground painfully. The Black Rabbit asked, "Mister, where are we?" Brother Crab rushed to his side. "Papa, are you all right?" Sejan felt a wave of relief. "I'm so glad you two are here with me." He showed them the mark on his hand. "We are on the 75th floor. I've been made an intermediate administrator in Aileen's stead, and we've been sent here to save the green carp from extinction." The Black Rabbit was shocked. "You actually left the 99th floor?" Brother Crab noticed as well. "There is a symbol on Papa's wrist." Before moving out, Sejan gave his orders. "You both brought the detoxifying green onions, right? Keep them close in case of emergency. Now we must find out what is threatening the green carp. Let's scout the surroundings together." Shuan Feng led the way and reminded them that they didn't know what would happen, so they had to stay close, when something suddenly caught Sejan's attention. A clear blue lake nestled in nature appeared before the 3 of them, causing Sejan to exclaim how beautiful it was, while Kyung, seeing a lake for the first time, cried out to his father. Seeing so much water, the Black Rabbit excitedly squeaked that it was his first time seeing such a sight, making Sejan realize they were both born on the 99th floor. He smiled warmly at his 2 companions, noting that this was their first time leaving that place, and the 3 of them happily went down to play in the lake. Sejan asked if they should have some fun, and the cool water felt refreshing until Kyung suddenly turned giant and startled him, leading Sejan to happily remark that his clothes were already dry. The Black Rabbit looked at himself and noted his fur was all puffed up, while a hungry Kyung told his father he was starving, to which Sejan comfortingly replied that he was too. Since they had left in a hurry and brought nothing, he energetically suggested they look around for food, hoping they might find a village. He planned to ask for help if they found one, and the Black Rabbit followed happily, squeaking in anticipation that they would definitely find something to eat. As Sejan walked along singing about registering the 75th floor's waypoint, a blue wall suddenly blocked their path. The Black Rabbit worriedly asked what was happening, and as Sejan guessed it was some kind of wall, a system message suddenly startled him. The message stated his range of activity could not exceed Lake Jenka, causing him to panic and strike the barrier, wondering if he truly couldn't go any further. He lamented that this was his first time leaving the 99th floor only to end up imprisoned, while a frustrated Kyung demanded food, and the Black Rabbit suggested catching fish in the lake, as Sejan kicked something in anger. He froze for 5 seconds as if struck by a sudden blow and nearly cried out in pain, realizing something was hidden in the grass that had hurt his foot. While Sejan quietly thought everything might be okay, Kyung determinedly declared that he would teach whatever it was a lesson for hurting his father. Seeing this, he quickly stopped him and called out to Kyung, who asked what was wrong as Sejan realized with surprise that the object might be a pineapple. Kyung wasn't sure what he was holding, but Sejan pulled out a knife from nowhere and sliced the pineapple into beautiful pieces, happily exclaiming how delicious it tasted. Kyung tasted the sweet and sour fruit for the first time while the black rabbit squeaked in delight, leaving Sejan utterly amazed. He never expected pineapples to grow in such a desolate area of the tower, and the black rabbit, already wanting more, suggested they gather more later since there were surely plenty left. Acting like a true tower farmer, Sejan decided to take the crown back to the 99th floor, prompting the black rabbit to ask what he was doing. Sejan carefully separated the plantable part, removing the perishable fruit flesh and trimming the lower leaves until he finally obtained the crown. He showed them how it looked, earning praise for his farming skills, and when Kyung asked for more, Sejan happily invited everyone to keep eating. However, their joy was short-lived as his expression turned to horror when a giant frog emerged from the lake, leaving Sejan flustered. A system message shocked him by announcing that he had discovered one of the reasons for the extinction of the blue carp in Lake Genka, the frog. Immediately after, the system issued a new intermediate management quest to exterminate all 2,291 frogs in Lake Genka. Sejan was stunned to learn there were over 200 frogs, and as many of them began crawling out of the lake, he realized the situation was overwhelming. A swarm of green frogs emerged from the water and quickly advanced toward him, making Sejan worry that these creatures were indeed the cause of the blue carp's extinction as they croaked incessantly. They croaked ribbit, ribbit as they lunged at him, but fortunately, Kyung transformed into his giant form and used a wooden club to strike them down. Despite the overwhelming number of aggressive frogs, Sejan, Kyung, and the black rabbit fought bravely, and their long tongues proved no match for Sejan's skills. With great mastery, he easily took down waves of green frogs with a single swing of his axe, which would fly back to his hand at his command as the three companions fought together.